In a world where everyone can contract with mythical beasts, I was considered a prodigy at the academy. However, due to someone's scheme, I ended up contracting with the worst possible creature, a warty toad. As a result, my beloved girlfriend broke up with me. The school relegated me to the worst class. And even my father, without understanding the situation, kicked me out of the house.
Out!
But none of this bothered me because I am a transmigrator, such setbacks are trivial. Yet when I summoned the toad and saw it nearly starving, I couldn't help but ponder deeply. Fortunately, as someone who's tough to beat, I recalled useful information from my memories about feeding mythical beasts high-grade advancement pills, though they were prohibitively expensive for me. Upon contemplating how to earn more money, the toad suddenly jumped onto my head and stuck out its tongue. Before I could react, a light screen flashed before my eyes announcing your toad has swallowed a fly. Aptitude increased by 0.01, spiritual power increased by 0.01. I was initially startled but quickly realized the advantage of being a transmigrator. I grabbed the toad and walked over to a garbage-strewn corner, where several flies were buzzing around. With a flick of its tongue, the toad swallowed a fly and the screen before my eyes updated again with the same message. Realizing this was not my imagination, I grew increasingly joyous. Though each fly only added 0.01 to its spiritual power, this cost me nothing and still enhanced its aptitude. I then checked the toad's data: Beast, Toad Aptitude, Junk Talent, 5 level, 1 Spiritual Power, 1 plus 0.01 plus 0.01. The evaluation read, still quite rubbish, but it seems to have undergone a special change. Perhaps it could become a formidable fighter among the trash. From the evaluation, it was clear that the toad had potential, which meant I also had a future. I suddenly thought that if this creature only ate flies, maybe it could consume other things. Perhaps even other people's beasts, but feeling that something was off with that idea, I decided to experiment with that slowly in the future. For now, I headed back to the dormitory at school. The dorms, mostly occupied by underachieving students, were rife with flies. Upon my arrival, several classmates mocked me, but I just smiled and ignored them while the toad quietly devoured several flies in my hand. After nodding in satisfaction and politely bidding them goodbye, I left the group puzzled. At this point, I no longer cared about others' opinions and focused solely on my toad's rapid growth. Thus I began visiting every dorm in the building. And as the toad feasted contentedly, the system suddenly prompted, your toad has swallowed a fly. Talent fragment obtained, compound eyes, surprised that a fly could yield such a skill. I quickly checked the attribute panel. Talent, compound eyes 1/10 level, E effect, possesses faster, more comprehensive and sharper vision. Compound eyes are a common organ among insects like flies. Although it was just a fragment of a talent, it made me realize that if my toad could acquire the talents of a golden grade mythical beast, perhaps it could become a golden grade beast itself. As I pondered this, my phone rang abruptly. I answered it to hear an angry voice berating me. Liam, do you see what time it is? Aren't you coming to clean up the trash? Do you still want this job? I suddenly remembered that I was working part-time at the college cafeteria. Initially my grades were good and I had a bright future ahead of me. My job at the cafeteria involved simple tasks like serving dishes and rice. But now, having entered into a contract with a wretched toad, I was assigned to the dirtiest, heaviest and most tiring tasks, accompanied by a foul smell. It was a gathering place for flies, which was extremely uncomfortable. If it weren't for survival, I would have quit, however. Now I was heading there happily, for the swirling flies were fragments of talent, transforming them from mere flies into my future. Watching the toad devour the flies incessantly and seeing the flickering barrage of notifications on my interface brought me joy. Right then, the toad leveled up to level 2 and gained a new special ability called Rapid Digestion. Seeing this ability made me even happier. With this skill, the little toad's progress would be faster. Seeing how happy I was, Anjang, a fellow worker, came over and patted my shoulder reassuringly. Shaoli, your attitude today is good. I've heard about your situation. It's just a contract with a toad that has no potential. Treat it like a pet. Look at my little goldfish, that's how I keep it. She said, then went to check on her goldfish only to find it missing again. Shaoli, have you seen my little goldfish? Help me look for it. Reluctantly, I consoled Aunt Zhang. Let me load this bucket onto the truck and then I'll help you find your goldfish. As I was pushing the bucket out, I thought about Aunt Zhang's pet goldfish, which no matter where it escaped always ended up in the drain on the left side of the kitchen. What was so enticing down there? Curiously, I peered into the drain. Surprisingly, the smell wasn't as bad as expected. There was even a faint fragrance. Just as I pondered whether there was really something inside, the toad squeezed through the gap into the drain. Before I could react, the notifications kept popping up without pause. Your toad has devoured a spirit mosquito larva, spirit power plus 0.1 inch aptitude plus 0.1 experience plus 1. Soon, the toad had advanced to level 3 and even acquired a new skill called Spirit Power Spray Fragment. Originally, I had wanted to call the toad back up, but now I had no such thoughts. I just hoped it could keep eating like this. Just then Aunt Jean came over to ask if I had found the goldfish, after handing it over to her and watching her leave. I refocused on the toad. By now it had reached level 4. And its Spirit Power Spray skill fragment had met the synthesis requirements. Without hesitation I chose to synthesize it. It was an attack skill, and after synthesis, there was even a progress bar for further upgrades. This made me realize that skills could be leveled up. What's the scariest thing in the world? Not the supreme gods, not the highest kings. But a growing individual. Growth means infinite possibilities. There are only higher levels, no highest. Lost in this thought, I was suddenly startled by a loud explosion that blasted a large hole in the concrete. The toad jumped out, hopping energically, and although I didn't know exactly what had happened, the loud noise spurred me to immediately start running. As I hadn't gone far, several dark-footed spirit mosquitoes burst out of the sewer behind me. While not the strongest among demonic creatures, they still posed a significant threat to ordinary people. It was just after dinner time in the evening, and the sight terrified the students, who turned pale despite having learned how to deal with various monsters and beasts in class. However, seeing real monsters still threw them into chaos. The dark-horned spirit mosquitoes attacked fiercely, and at that moment I too decided to run decisively. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the dark-horned spirit mosquitoes charged towards me. Watching the black-horned spirit mosquito drawing closer, I quickly grabbed the bicycle from the nearby shed. With all my might, I hurled it towards the creature. The black-horned spirit mosquito rapidly unleashed its spiritual force, shattering the bicycle into pieces. It followed up with another spiritual force spray attack. Though I dodged swiftly, the residual force still pushed me slightly. However, this made me remember that my toad also possessed abilities. I hurriedly took out the small toad, stepped on the railing, and leaped up. In the midst of flipping through the air, the toad began to accumulate spiritual power in its mouth and fired a concentrated ball of spiritual light which exploded on impact with the black-horned spirit mosquito. After landing, I picked up a steel pipe blasted off from the earlier destruction and charged furiously, striking the black-horned spirit mosquito until the pipe bent. My arms were still trembling from the tension. Meanwhile, the little toad began voraciously devouring the flesh of the black-horned spirit mosquito. A prompt appeared before me indicating that my toad had devoured a level 5 black-horned spirit mosquito, gaining the skill Spiritual Force Spray Fragment along with +5 experience, +5 spiritual power and +5 aptitude. Advancing my toad's aptitude to bronze level. As my toad leveled up, my fatigue vanished. And even the spiritual power it had consumed was fully replenished. With the experience from killing the first mosquito, I felt confident in continuing to hunt them down. I rushed towards another mosquito that was chasing a couple. Unfortunately, just as the girl tripped and the boy tried to help her up, he let go of her hand upon seeing the approaching creature. The girl fell again, and just as the black-footed spirit mosquito was about to pounce, I got close enough for my toad to launch a spiritual force spray. The mosquito was instantly blown away. The girl fell again, and just as the black-footed spirit mosquito was about to pounce, then extracting the spiritual core from its chest for the toad to devour, with no time to let the toad consume more of the mosquito's flesh. I quickly fled in another direction. Through these two encounters I had gained a basic understanding of the mosquitoes. The black-horned spirit mosquitoes were highly destructive, primarily due to their spiritual force spray skill. However, their own defensive capabilities were quite poor. A direct hit from the spray was usually lethal. Realizing that exploiting this advantage could lead to killing all the large mosquitoes, I began to coordinate more seamlessly with my toad. Just then Teacher Zhao Yan arrived at the school cafeteria, alerted by the alarms. As he was about to intervene, he was stopped by a voice. "Teacher Zhao, there's no rush." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yan looked in the direction the voice came from, never expecting that it was actually the principal, who was usually a godly dragon. "Principal, you're here too." Zhao Yan touched his forehead. "It seems that these students are too well protected by us. Although their imperial beasts are not of a high grade, however their imperial beast qualification grades are all bronze grade, silver grade imperial beasts. For creatures like the black horn mosquito, which are essentially junk tier monsters, there is a natural suppressing effect. But look at these kids, they're all in a panicked mess, randomly using their skills, forgetting their talents. There are even those who almost ended up hurting their classmates. Fortunately, there is still one who is somewhat presentable. Although his combat methods are crude, his way of controlling the beast is primitive and the use of his skills is relatively simple. But at least you can see the progress this student has made." He's also curious to see just how far this student can go. So he stopped Zhao Yan, who wanted to go up and save people, since with him there it's unlikely anyone will die. Zhao Yan just stood silently by the side without saying much. During this time I was scrambling and struggling, running and fighting. When the enemy advanced I retreated, and when they retreated I harassed them. I took my fighting spirit to the extreme. I separated the Blackfoot spirit mosquitoes one by one and defeated them individually. In the end only the most powerful one remained, the big mosquito, which seemed to be the leader of these creatures. This one was twice the size of the other Blackfoot spirit mosquitoes. A monster clearly not ordinary, likely the leader of this group. We should withdraw, I suggested. Let's buy some time, the teacher should be arriving soon. Yes, let's pull back. We have a bright future ahead of us. There's no need to get stuck here battling to the death. The students who had previously organized resistance now felt a trace of fear rising in their hearts upon facing this Blackfoot spirit mosquito leader. Their steps involuntarily moved backward. However, I was staring intently at the Blackhorn spirit mosquito leader, my eyes blazing with the fires of excited anticipation for battle. The Blackhorn spirit mosquito leader was filled with rage. It had let its kin barely surviving the Great Purge to live on in a corner of the city. They even fortuitously discovered a treasure full of spiritual power, enabling their tribe to thrive once more. But unexpectedly, a toad had taken advantage of their inattention, sneaking into their nest to devour all the larvae and even stealing the treasure they depended on for survival. The Blackfoot spirit mosquito leader launched a desperate charge. Come on, let's fight, I charged forward as well, with my left hand behind my back and my right hand swinging a steel pipe. The small toad began to gather spiritual power in its mouth, ready for what would come next. In that instant a streak of light appeared. The leader of the Blackhorn spirit mosquitoes swiftly dodged the attack. It had been observing, and although it did not understand why this toad possessed their skills, it knew the weakness of this move. The damage from the spirit energy blast was high, but it could evade it. This interval was its chance for a fatal strike. At this very moment Liemo suddenly stepped forward, and the small toad, which had been gathering its skill for a long time, finally unleashed it. The Blackhorn spirit mosquito leader, having just dodged a pebble, was caught off guard, its old strength waning and new strength yet to arise, making it too late to escape. It could only hurriedly use its wings to defend itself. However, the strike, filled with all the toad's spirit energy, was explosively powerful, shattering its wings instantly. The remaining force continued unabated, striking the mosquito's abdomen and blasting a large hole through it, revealing the sky behind. The leader of the Blackhorn spirit mosquitoes, unwilling to accept defeat, looked towards Liemo's direction. Hadn't it dodged the attack? But before it could find an answer, it fell down filled with resentment and breathed its last. With a gurgle, a pebble hit the ground. Liemo walked over, kicked the pebble, hitting the Blackhorn spirit mosquito without eliciting any reaction. He waited a moment to make sure that the mosquito leader was indeed dead before he relaxed. Just now he had instructed the small toad to gather up spirit energy for a blast, but had not let it release immediately. Instead, he threw a pebble with his left hand. After the mosquito leader dodged, the toad's skill was instantly unleashed. After all, a mosquito is just a mosquito, easily falling for a simple diversion. Little toad, go, it's your time to reap the rewards, eat them all, don't waste, Liemo advised, while also reminding the others, these large mosquito bodies are mine, no one else touch them. Applause broke out from behind, and Zhao Yan walked over from the side. His clapping led other students to realize what had happened, and they too began clapping for Liemo. Well done, you must be exhausted, leave the rest to us, someone will take care of it, Zhao Yan said, admiring Liemo. This student was brave and strategic, maintaining his cool in what seemed like a reckless endeavor, never really getting carried away by the heat of battle. The fact that he had actually managed to defeat all these Blackhorn spirit mosquitoes was impressive. Out of the 15 mosquitoes, Liemo had defeated 11, including the 7th level leader. Such a feat was remarkable not just for a student like Liemo, but even in comparison to someone like Zhao Yan himself. Zhao Yan mused that if he were to handle these mosquitoes he could do it faster, since he was a level 11 beast master capable of releasing skills, but if he were at the same level as Liemo he doubted he could achieve even half as much. Even the principal had just left, genuinely praising well done. Seeing Zhao Yan arrive, Liemo knew the crisis was truly over and relaxed completely, collapsing to the ground. The battle had been intense and it had taken a toll on his physical and mental stamina, his brain feeling overloaded. But he still remembered to stake his claim. Teacher, let me clarify first, those 11 big mosquitoes are my trophies, mine, the 15 are all yours, plus you've resolved a demonic beast crisis and saved many students, the school has extra rewards for that. I'll let you in on a secret, someone important saw your fight and they praised you. The reward won't be simple. By the way, I still don't know which class you are from. You have a beast, so you must be a senior, right? What's your name so I can record it? Zhao Yan helped Li Mo up, not forgetting his purpose. After getting the information, he could report to the principal. Teacher, I'm from senior class 32. My name is Li Mo. Li Mo did not hide it. His battle here was too conspicuous to conceal. It was better to be upfront about it. Senior class 32, Zhao Yan paused, somewhat uncertainly asking. Class 32, in Beast Master High School for seniors there are only 12 classes sorted by academic performance and spirit energy levels ranked from high to low. There are several ways to acquire a beast. First, especially outstanding students can apply for high-grade beasts through an examination by the Beast Bureau. Second, families with good financial conditions can purchase higher quality beasts. Third, the Department of Education issues beasts, but the ones they provide are generally of low rank and limited in number. At the Beast High School, among the 32 senior classes, typically only students from 10 classes can contract with beasts. Upon graduation, the remaining students from classes 11 and 12 are usually considered outcasts. It's not quite right to call them outcasts. They are mostly individuals who are not attuned to spiritual power or cannot bond with beasts. In other words, they are the ones who are eliminated. Li Mo's recent performance in battle was quite impressive, and his beasted toad was also very powerful. Zhao Yan originally thought that Li Mo was a student from one of the top classes, possibly even a seed player for the Beast Combat University. To his surprise, Li Mo was actually from class 12. Wait, Li Mo with the surname Li contracted a toad? Are you the genius student Li Mo from class 1 who raised his spiritual power to 99.99 in his senior year? Li Mo's past had caused quite a stir which Zhao Yan had heard about. Sun He, the homeroom teacher of class 1, used to boast to everyone that he had a genius student who had raised his spiritual power to 99.99 without even contracting a beast. Once he truly contracts a beast, he would definitely become a super beast master. It was said that he had applied for a high-quality beast from the Beast Bureau. Later, it was rumored that Li Mo was taken back by the Li family, a prominent beast master family in Luo City, and the class 1 teacher often bragged about having taught such a promising student. Who knows, he might even become a teacher of a high-level beast master. However, it later turned out that the student had fallen from grace, being too impatient to wait, and went on to contract a common toad, thus ruining his prospects. Even his family gave up on him. Sun He never mentioned Li Mo again, and it was taboo for others to do so. Yet looking at him now, it's hard to see any signs of failure. If this is considered a failure, then what am I? A total loser? No worries, the class doesn't represent anything. It's the strength that defines you. Regardless of how others see you, I have faith in you. If you ever encounter any issues with beast matters, feel free to ask me. Zhao Yan knew the situation with class 12. They were generally neglected by teachers and not favored by the school, but the recent battle scene could not deceive anyone. This student definitely has a bright future. Thus he didn't mind extending some olive branches. Thank you, teacher, and please don't find me annoying in the future. Haha, of course not. After adding each other's contact information, Li Mo showed no timidity. As a person who had been reborn, he understood Zhao Yan's intentions very well and did not reject this approach. After a brief conversation, Zhu Yan had other matters to attend to and Li Mo needed to rest, so they parted ways. Li Mo's toad had devoured all the black horned spirit mosquitoes, its belly round and full. He placed it on the table where it promptly fell asleep while Li Mo began to check his gains. During the previous battle he had no time to be distracted, so he hadn't paid much attention to the prompts. Your toad has devoured a level 5 black horned spirit mosquito, gaining +5 spiritual power and +5 aptitude. Your toad has devoured the spirit core of a level 6 black horned spirit mosquito, gaining +5 spiritual power and +5 aptitude. Your toad has leveled up current level, LV5. You have received attribute feedback. Hints after hints crazily rang out for quite a while before they finally stopped. Li Mo then began to examine the current attributes of the little toad. Beast control, black water toad, transforming, aptitude, bronze, bloodline, black water toad bloodline, talents, body of black water, bloodline talent awakening, compound eyes, 5 out of 10, skills, rapid digestion, E grade, spirit force ejection, E grade, 6/20ths, level, LV7, spirit force, 78.12, evaluation. You might not believe it, but this is actually a toad. It's insane. At this moment, the little toad's panel is quite splendid. Whether it's the rank of aptitude level or skills and talents, compared to the beginning, it can be said to be a qualitative leap. Black water toad, bloodline, body of black water, a new talent, The name has changed too. Li Mo's focus was not only on the little toad's own growth but also on the sudden appearance of these elements. He remembered that when the little toad had eaten the spirit mosquito larvae there seemed to be a special hint. Quickly flipping through he indeed saw it. Your toad has devoured a special treasure. Black water condensation bead bloodline advanced. Bloodline, this touched on Li Mo's blind spot in knowledge. At least he had searched through all the memories of his original self and had never heard about beast control bloodlines. Li Mo hesitated for a moment and decided to ask Zhao Yan. However, Zhao Yan did not reply immediately, probably still busy. Li Mo was not in a hurry, at least it did not seem to be a bad thing for now. He had fought hard today and was quite exhausted. After eating something casually he washed up and lay down on the bed, falling asleep almost immediately. As he slept, however, many other students were suffering from insomnia. The appearance of magical creatures for the first time right beside them was a completely different experience from the videos they usually watched or the specimens they saw. Especially for those who had personally experienced it, it was even more so. Thus, the discussions were very intense. Someone had even recorded a video in the afternoon and posted it to various groups. It quickly spread. In the old dorm building on the west side of the school, in a slightly old room, Zhang Yang of class 32 senior year was scrolling through his phone. His spirit affinity was 0 and his spirit force value was still 0. He would never be able to contract a beast in his lifetime, but fortunately his family had no expectations of him, so he was just getting by at school, watching a little movie in the middle of the night. Accidentally, he clicked into a video that was shared saying, "You'll regret it if you don't watch. This mosquito is huge. This guy is awesome. What are you watching? Making a big fuss over nothing. What's so big?" His roommate, unimpressed, glanced at Zhang Yang and leaned over. "What are you guys watching? Let me see too." The other roommates, their curiosity piqued, also came over to look. "I heard from next door that a magical creature erupted in the school. I thought that idiot was just bragging without a draft, but it turns out to be true. Why did I eat takeout this afternoon and not go to the cafeteria? I missed it. This is what a Beastmaster's battle is all about. Man, you've got to be daring. But don't you guys think the guy in the video looks a bit familiar?" Li Mo, the student who was kicked out of class 1 and thrown into our class 12 2 days ago, the quiet one who sits behind me. It's him. I knew he looked familiar. He usually seems so quiet. I had no idea he was so fierce. Send me the video. A tough guy like that is actually my classmate. I want to go and brag about it. Me too, send it to me. I want to mock those idiots in class 1. They were calling us trash just the other day, saying we take any trash. They always look down their noses at us. Even their class teacher, when you greet him, it's like he didn't hear you. The trash that class 1 didn't want came to our class 12 and took off straight away. Now, I'm going to slap them in the face. Several people shared the video. Meanwhile, in the new dormitory on the southwest side of the school, which is starkly different from the old building, the atmosphere is completely different, especially in the dormitory of class 1 grade 3, where a group of students watched the video with grim expressions, particularly those who had mocked Li Mo after his downfall. Among them, Mo Fangbai was the most agitated. "This can't be Li Mo, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. His contract was just with a warty toad. It can't be him. It must be a photoshopped image." Mo Fangbai, who was once Li Mo's best friend, exclaimed. Mo Fangbai had even said that they were brothers from different fathers and mothers, but after Li Mo's mishap when he contracted with a toad, Mo Fangbai betrayed Li Mo outright and even led the bullying against him. Moreover, he was crueler and more insane than others. If anyone was least willing to see Li Mo rise again, it was Mo Fangbai. Mo Fangbai kept replaying the video, pausing occasionally to zoom in, trying to find evidence that it wasn't Li Mo, but clearly he failed. The person in the video carrying a toad and striking down demons with the aura of a divine general as passionately and splendidly as possible was unmistakably Li Mo, the same person who had grown up with him in the slums, his best friend, the friend who was taken back to a wealthy family but had not forgotten him, the friend who had fallen from grace, whom he had bullied and betrayed. Sitting despondently in his chair, Mo Fangbai didn't know how to face Li Mo. "Why did you have to fall? And after falling, why did you have to rise again? Why can't you remain a loser forever? Why can't you just be mediocre?" Mo Fangbai muttered, his eyes filled with resentment. From childhood, Li Mo had always been the exemplary child other parents pointed to, always telling him to learn from Li Mo. He did earnestly learn from Li Mo, following him in studies, exams, and eventually escaping the slums. Here he realized the world was vast, far beyond the slums. In the slums, he was only slightly inferior to Li Mo, but here he couldn't even compare. Fortunately, Liamo was still impressive, learning anything quickly, and after classes he would tutor him and encourage him to practice. He still followed Liamo into the top class, the most prestigious one. However, in Mo Fongbai's heart there was a lack of balance. Liamo was always the one praised, while he was always the one being scolded. But it didn't matter, they were both from the slums naturally together. After Liamo was taken back by the wealthy family, Mo Fongbai grew even more envious. Why should you transform overnight into a young master of a great family just because we both came from the slums? Mo Fongbai couldn't accept it, he was jealous. Mo Fongbai would never forget the day Liamo was taken away. The person from the Li family told him, "You are now a person of the Li family, play less with those people, it will degrade your status." Although Liamo was still kind to him, even sharing his belongings with him, Mo Fongbai knew things were different between them. From that day, a new ambition arose in his heart. Ironically, at this time Liamo, the eternal genius in his heart, fell. He contracted a worthless toad and became a beastmaster without a future. He knew Liamo was harmed by Li Feng, and many people knew it, but no one spoke out. No one sought revenge for Liamo. Even the person from the Li family who took Liamo away did nothing but eventually drove Liamo out of the Li family. At first, Mo Fongbai went to seek justice for Liamo, reporting to the teachers, but he watched helplessly as Li Feng twisted the truth. They forced Liamo into contracting the garbage toad. Yet it was said that Liamo, with his slum background, lacking insight and driven by greed, voluntarily contracted with the toad under the influence of a cult. A lie riddled with flaws, yet believed by everyone. The last thread of restraint in Mo Fongbai's heart snapped. He was left with a single obsession: to become powerful by any means necessary, no longer wanting his fate dictated by others. In the end, Mo Fongbai too believed the lie, so when Li Feng and others deliberately toyed with him, pushing him to bully Liamo, Mo Fongbai agreed without hesitation. He even went further than the others, but at least he succeeded. Li Feng accepted him, allowing him to become a minion and promising to arrange a silver tier beast for him once he acquired a gold tier one. Following Li Feng, the teachers' attitudes towards him improved. Those who had previously scorned his slum background now hesitated to mock him in front of Li Feng. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. He had even forgotten about Liamo. But why did Liamo have to reappear at this time? Why did he have to remind him of his unbearable past? Mo Fongbai's first impulse was to push Liamo back down, to keep him forever weak. However, Mo Fongbai knew his own limits, so he immediately contacted Li Feng, hoping to continue leveraging Li Feng's power to suppress Liamo. He knew Li Feng likely didn't want to see Liamo rise either. Yet after several attempts he couldn't reach Li Feng. When he finally did, he was scolded harshly and hung up on before he could even speak. Mo Fongbai didn't dare call again. He could only give up for the time being, staring fixedly at the video as if trying to curse Liamo through it. The next morning, the small toad had not yet awakened from overeating the day before, so Liamo left it in the dormitory. Liamo continued his usual activities. When it was time for class, he attended classes as usual. The classmates, curious, watched Liamo. Compared to a few days ago when he was demoted from first class to class 12, there was now a mix of admiration and envy in their curiosity. Some even asked for his autograph, while others shyly stayed away. The teacher who had been absent when Liamo had first reported even came to the classroom to kindly inquire about his well-being. Of course, there were still a few dissenters who mocked Liamo, calling him a fluke who wouldn't last. They said a toad would always be a toad. If it had been the old Liamo, he might have been disoriented and even fearful. But the current Liamo knew that all these changes were due to his own strength. He didn't need to be swayed by others' praise or feel inferior due to their scorn. He just needed to keep improving his own strength. Those who admired him would continue to do so. Those who feared him would only fear him more. Those who disliked him would only dare keep it to themselves. When it was time to eat, he ate. When it was time to work, he worked. As usual, Liamo was cleaning up with the mop bucket. The pot-bellied supervisor, with a sycophantic smile, hurried over to stop him. Liamo, why are you still doing this? Isn't this below you? Come, put that down. You should be serving dishes. No, come sit in my office. You're going to be a beast master. How can you be pushing a mop bucket? His smile was full of flattery. He had seen yesterday's video of Liamo effortlessly defeating gigantic mosquito monsters. If one of those had bitten him, he probably would have lost 200 pounds. If Liamo decided to take him down, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. The monstrous mosquitoes at the end, it seems, were devoured by Liamo's toad. The thought alone caused the supervisor to break out in cold sweat. That unsightly toad, to think it could eat so much. The supervisor wondered if he had ever deeply offended Liamo. otherwise his own weight of over 200 pounds might not suffice to satiate that toad. Supervisor, I should take care of this myself. Liam declined the supervisor's offer, insisting on handling his own affairs, maintaining a calm and steady demeanor without swaying by external joys or sorrows. I'll help you. No need, the school's administration has asked for you in the office, there's a reward for you. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the supervisor hurried after Liam, who was pushing a bucket of dirty water. All right, I'll head there once I'm done here. Liam nodded, continuing to push the bucket attentively, showing no signs of hurry. The supervisor dared not rush him and could only follow along. Within a few steps the sweat became more profuse. Do you suspect that Liam's toad possesses a lineage? In the office of the academic department, Principal Bai Feihu, the duty teacher Zhao Yan, and the director of academic affairs Du Linfeng were all watching a surveillance video. The video they viewed was clearer and more detailed than the one circulated among the students. They had watched it multiple times but were still scrutinizing it. Piled next to the computer was a complete file detailing Liam's records at the school. Principal, I do have this suspicion. After all, ordinary people don't come into contact with lineage information, nor do they inquire about it. But just last night Liam came to me asking about lineage, Zhao Yan answered honestly. Seeing a message from Liam in the morning made him happy, as it meant their relationship could grow closer quickly. Investing in such a promising individual was definitely worthwhile. However, the content of Liam's inquiry had stunned Zhao Yan, preventing him from responding immediately. He knew his own status and that lineage was not something he could get involved with. $100 might afford a round of cards or some fried chicken, but it certainly couldn't invest in a company worth billions in the future. At his level, investing in a future intermediate or advanced beast tamer was feasible, but not in someone who might possess a lineage. Moreover, while he understood the significance of lineage, he couldn't pinpoint exactly what made it so powerful or how it worked. Zhao Yan found himself unable to answer Liam's question. There indeed might be this possibility. Academic director Du Linfeng nodded in agreement. The records mention that a beast with lineage will only form a contract with a recognized genius. Liam's past performance, visible in both his theoretical knowledge and his compatibility with spiritual power, was evident. Without a contracted beast, he had reached the limit data of 99.99 in spiritual power or rarity even within the beast control department. If Liam hadn't contracted the toad, he likely would have been scouted by the department. His aptitude could potentially be recognized by a lineage-bearing beast. Furthermore, the records also mentioned that the presence of lineage transcends ordinary aptitude boundaries. Many had confirmed before that the toad was a non-upgradable, talentless, and skill-less junk beast. However, according to the surveillance footage, this toad used the spiritual power spray skill multiple times, curiously identical to that of the black horn mosquitoes. Du Linfeng paused the video and zoomed in on the image, pointing out from this comparison it's clearly visible that the destructive power of the toad's spiritual power spray is greater than that of the black horn mosquitoes. If it wasn't for the use of a high-level scroll-like skill imprint, then it must be that this toad possesses a special lineage. We know that Liam, coming from a background without financial means, couldn't possibly afford a skill imprint scroll. Coupled with what teacher Zhao Yan mentioned about Liam asking about lineage, there's a high likelihood, about 70%, that this is the case. The excitement was evident in the voice of Du Linfeng, the director of academic affairs. Lineage, that is something advanced beast tamers possess, something he had only heard of but never seen, and now there was one in their school? If true, such a talent graduating from their school would mean rewards for all the teachers involved. It was said that Principal Bai Feihu was leaving, and when he did, Du Linfeng was sure to be promoted, aiming for the principal's position himself. Focused on the video, Principal Bai Feihu was also surprised. Initially, he had seen Liam defeating the black horn spirit mosquito, and though there were flaws, Liam was definitely promising. Just admiring that, especially now, as the attacks from mystical beasts were intensifying and spiritual realms occurred more frequently. This time, a spiritual realm appeared just outside Luo City. He realized it was time to change his educational philosophy, planning to use Liam as a model to guide a shift in the school's teaching methods. Little did he expect to uncover so much more, including the potential lineage in Liam's beast. Zhao Yan and others only knew that a lineage was very special and powerful, coveted by major powers and guilds alike. If a student's beast had a lineage, everyone involved would be rewarded. However, they were not clear on what exactly a lineage entailed. But Bai Feihu knew the so-called classifications of beast taming abilities: iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. These were all common. Above these there were the more advanced special beasts. these creatures broke their own shackles, ascending to higher levels and evolving their own lineages known as king level, emperor level, and even the legendary god level beasts. Each beast with a lineage represented limitless possibilities. The usual qualifications did not apply to them as they were beyond such measures, however, such beings were rare. Beasts, though close to humans and jointly fighting against demons, were proud creatures at the king level and above, and without their acknowledgement, forming a contract was impossible. They were very strict about their own lineage, rarely lost. Even among dragons known for having many lineage descendants, only those with diluted lineage were found outside. The truly concentrated lineage never leaked. By Feihu still remembered the individual with a lineage who usually quiet stood alone with his beast against a city-level spiritual realm during a disaster, saving millions. And now, this student's beast might also have a lineage. The principal had yet to speak, but academic director Du Linfeng couldn't contain his excitement anymore. Repeatedly watching the video of the toad, Du Linfeng wished he could embrace and kiss it. This little toad, managing to overpower a black-horned spirit mosquito a level above it, must definitely possess a lineage. Teacher Zhao Yan, you've made a great contribution. Zhao Yan, grinning and scratching his head, responded, I don't know much about lineages, just heard about them. Remember the meeting where they said to report such findings immediately? I thought I should talk to you about it. After saying this, Du Linfeng turned to Principal Bai Feihu. Principal, no need to think further, this is definitely a lineage. That beast tamer seed program we were hesitant about because we didn't have the right candidate. I think Li Mo is perfect. If we enroll him and it works out, our Luo City Beast Taming High School will make a name for itself. Du Linfeng was nearly dancing with joy. As the director of the Academic Affairs Office, he rarely lost his composure, but now he simply couldn't help himself. Is it really happening? It's not certain yet, and here I am getting ahead of myself, he thought. Do you think lineage is so easy to discern? If it were, there wouldn't be such a hefty reward offered for it. Bai Feihu gave Du Linfeng a disapproving glance. This young man's father was an old comrade of his. Although the boy wasn't highly skilled in beast taming, he did possess some abilities. Over the years he managed the school with some issues, but overall his achievements outweighed his faults. Typically steady, he now bubbled with excitement like a child. Calm down, Li Mo is here. It's fine in front of me, but don't embarrass yourself in front of the kids. Hearing Bai Feihu's reminder, Du Linfeng quickly composed himself. Soon a knock sounded at the door. Report, came Li Mo's confident voice from outside. Come in. Li Mo greeted Zhao Yan and Du Linfeng as he entered. Teacher Zhao, Director Du, I heard you were looking for me. Are you going to give me a reward? Li Mo had met Teacher Zhao the previous day, and he often saw Director Du around the school. However, Li Mo did not recognize Bai Feihu. Although Bai Feihu was the principal, no rule said a student must know the principal by sight, especially since Bai Feihu was seldom at the school. You sure don't beat around the bush asking for a reward like that. Aren't you afraid I called you here to punish you? Du Linfeng asked, curious about Li Mo's fearless demeanor. He knew his own role usually involved handing out punishments, and despite his friendly manner, students instinctively feared him. Li Mo's demeanor showed no such fear. Yesterday I defeated the black-horned mosquito, saving many students and objectively preventing losses for the school. Logically and morally, the school should reward me. If there's no reward but a punishment instead, I might have reason to suspect that someone in the school's leadership is a spy from a demonic cult trying to suppress the human race's promising future, Li Mo said calmly, his gaze subtly shifting towards the elderly man seated behind. Clearly, this man held the highest authority. After all, Zhao Yan and Du Linfeng were standing, but this elderly man was seated. Li Mo guessed that his reward would likely be issued by this man, though the man hadn't spoken, and thus Li Mo didn't directly address him. But this didn't stop him from testing the waters. A little probing wouldn't hurt, as after all he was just a kid, and surely a great figure wouldn't take offense with a child. Young man, what are you saying? You can't just throw around accusations like that. I was just asking, Du Linfeng spluttered, nearly spitting out his tea. If this were to spread, the misunderstanding could be enormous. Watching the flustered Du Linfeng, Bai Feihu sighed and looked at Li Mo with even greater admiration. He had lived many years and seen countless young prodigies and those with an unusual demeanor, but it was rare to find such an extraordinary composure in a youth, a special kind of detachment, as if he never saw himself as just another student, always maintaining an equal footing. Du Linfeng had intended to trap Li Mo, but Li Mo didn't fall for it. Instead, in just a few words he turned the tables, and if one were only listening it might seem like Li Mo was the academic director and Du Linfeng the student. Certainly if they had met outside, Du Linfeng might have easily been outplayed by Li Mo. This student really surprised him. As for Du Linfeng, Bai Feihu sighed internally. Indeed, he had known this all along, which is why he remained at the school as the principal. Wasn't it because he knew Du Lingfeng wasn't up to the task, and by staying he could keep an eye on him? If he left, Du Lingfeng would probably be removed within 3 days. Alright Lingfeng, let's get to the point. By Fei Hu interrupted Du Lingfeng, who finally snapped back to reality. Du Lingfeng coughed, trying to cover his embarrassment. Liamo, I was just joking with you just now, you know. I called you here to actually give you a reward. Your exceptional performance during the recent incident saved your classmates and prevented a disaster. Hence, the school administration has specially approved the following rewards for you: a cash prize of 50,000 yuan, a certificate of excellence, a bottle of aura acceleration elixir, and a rapid healing medicine. Liamo listened quietly. The reward seemed more generous than he had expected. 50,000 yuan in cash was just the beginning. The aura acceleration elixir, valued at 30,000 yuan a bottle, was something he couldn't afford on his own. The rapid healing medicine, as the name implies, was used to treat injuries and was a staple medicine for combat beast masters, valued at 18,000 yuan per unit. Altogether, the rewards totaled almost 100,000 yuan. This generosity was a bit excessive. Liamo had thought maybe a reward of 10 or 20,000 yuan would suffice. Hearing about these rewards, he suddenly thought the dean in front of him looked extremely handsome. Thank you, teacher, Liamo said sincerely. As for the certificate and the record, Liamo conveniently ignored them. You rascal, Du Lingfeng muttered as he watched Liamo quickly grab the rewards as if afraid he might change his mind. Thank you, teacher, you are really kind, and you look so cool when handing out rewards. You are the future of humanity. Goodbye, teacher. As Du Lingfeng seemed about to say something, Liamo just kept on praising him. Not hitting a smiling face, especially when praising someone, momentarily made Du Lingfeng choke on his words. But seeing Liamo about to leave with the rewards, Du Lingfeng quickly stopped him. Hey, wait, where are you going? Wah, are there more rewards? Liamo turned back excitedly, his eyes gleaming as if looking at a treasure-giving sprite. Indeed, there are more rewards, but it depends on whether you qualify to receive them and whether you can actually handle them. Bai Fei, who spoke up, holding a black card in his hand that instantly caught the eye. This is the principal. Seeing no reaction from Liamo, Zhao Yin puzzled glanced at Liamo and quietly pulled him aside to whisper a reminder. Liamo then realized who he was facing: the legendary beastmaster who had broken beyond his own limits, more formidable than his own frugal father. What was this card in his hand? A normal reward of tens of thousands wouldn't require the presence of such a high-ranking beastmaster, so was this card the reason why the principal was here? In a flash, Liamo figured it out. This must be something incredibly powerful and valuable. Likely his performance the previous day had caught the principal's eye, thus giving him this opportunity. Whatever it was definitely worth seizing. Liamo decided not to hurry away and turned back, looking earnestly at Bai Fei Hu. Dear Principal Grandfather, thank you for your recognition and reward. Waiting here for me, it seems you believe I have the opportunity, though perhaps you're unsure about certain aspects. So may I ask what qualifications are needed to receive this reward? What kind of strength must one possess to claim it? Instead of asking about the reward itself, Liamo inquired about the necessary qualifications and strength required to obtain it. His demeanor was calm, yet there was a determined glint in his eyes that seemed to say he was destined to succeed. This pleased Bai Fei Hu even more. Young people should indeed have such spirited boldness, fearless courage, and the ambition to reach the peaks. In recent years, with the increasing appearance of spiritual realms and the rampant spread of demonic creatures, the pressure on beast tamers has grown immensely. The traditional teaching methods, although significantly increasing the popularity of beast tamers, did not produce many elites. Indeed, some beast tamers who could have had a brighter future missed their golden period of development due to lack of focused training. As a result, it was decided to concentrate resources to prioritize the training of some talented beast tamers. This is known as the Beast Tamer Seed Plan, also referred to as the Elite Plan. The black card in my hand is a nomination letter from the Luocheng Seed Plan. Bai Fei Hu explained the origin of this plan succinctly. The Seed Plan, also known as the Elite Plan, is a nationwide super plan involving the future of beast tamers and even the human race. From local selections to national, each city first selects a group of elites, and then the seeds are chosen from these national elites. Luocheng Beast Taming High School has 2 slots, one of which has already been given out. This is the last one. Upon hearing this, Liamo understood the importance of the opportunity before him. Just as Liamo was about to ask what qualifications were needed, Bai Fei Hu spoke first. I heard from teacher Zhao Yan that you inquired about bloodlines. Does your beast possess a special bloodline? Liam realized that it wasn't just his performance in defeating several giant mosquitoes yesterday but also his inquiry about bloodlines that was significant. It seems that bloodlines are a powerful matter. However, Liam did not conceal the truth. Though some might think possessing something valuable could make him a target of envy, sometimes it's beneficial to show some trust to the organization, as there are more people in the world who are inclined towards the light. Most importantly, Liam had no intention of telling the complete truth, but he spoke mostly truthfully. 90% truth is the best kind of lie. Yes, the teachers should be aware of my past. I accidentally contracted a junk grade toad. During that period I was disheartened, resentful, and sometimes even had impulsive thoughts. However, I later discovered that my toad was not ordinary. Unlike other junk grade beasts, it could grow. When I checked the data, I found out it had acquired a bloodline called the Frog Prince, though it seemed incomplete. Liam spoke earnestly, with only the last few words being fabricated. In his heart, Liam believed his toad was a prince, making the lie only 2 words long. Whether others believe it or not, as long as he believes, others will have to believe as well. That's how Liam felt now. Frog Prince bloodline. Bai Feihu was puzzled. Among the known bloodlines, there were those of the Dragon Clan, Tiger King, and Golden Eagle. Was there really a Frog Prince bloodline? So is it a royal grade bloodline? At first, Bai Feihu suspected that Liam's frog might have been lucky to acquire a hint of dragon bloodline. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a completely unheard of lineage, a new king-level bloodline. Bai Feihu stared into Liam's eyes, only to find Liam calmly looking back at him. Bai Feihu chuckled at himself, thinking, how could a child in his early teens possibly deceive him? The performance in the video couldn't be faked. A toad, a frog, it made sense. The bloodline you mentioned, I haven't heard of it either, but human understanding of beast mastery is inherently incomplete. It's normal for new bloodlines to emerge. Whatever it is, as long as you possess a bloodline, you are qualified. But let me clarify something beforehand. The seed plan is designed to cultivate warriors, not indoor flowers. Thus, the selection process is brutal, with injuries being the least of concerns. This plan has a mortality rate, he explained. Bai Feihu continued, that is to say, people do die in the seed plan. Moreover, those involved either possess a special bloodline or are prodigies with unique talents. None are ordinary. The competition is fierce and elimination can happen at any time. Thus, the strength required to claim the final reward is even unknown to me. Suddenly, Bai Feihu raised his voice. Liam, are you prepared? Liam, unfazed, didn't show any change in his expression. Always ready, he replied. Sign here. Bai Feihu handed over the recommendation card to Liam. Without hesitation, Liam quickly signed his name. The moment his name was written, the card spontaneously ignited, burning up and vanishing into thin air. According to Bai Feihu, these papers were a special ability of a certain beastmaster known as paper clone. Once someone signed their name, the paper would be recalled instantly and the recipient would be informed. This ability was used for transmitting confidential information and invitations for significant events. Liam hadn't expected beast masters to possess such fascinating capabilities. After receiving his reward, Liam listened to Bai Feihu's advice for a while and asked about things he didn't know. Satisfied, he left the office, feeling today had indeed been very fruitful. Before leaving, Du Linfeng had asked Liam if he wanted to return to Class 1. Liam could be transferred back if he wished, but he declined. It was unnecessary. He was no longer on the same level as those kids. At this point, it didn't matter which class he was in. Moreover, moving back to Class 1 would inevitably involve interacting with people familiar with his former self, which was both troublesome and pointless. Liam had no interest. He'd rather spend his time with his beloved toad, catching more flies and mosquitoes. Speaking of which, several notifications had popped up just now. Your toad has devoured a fly, gaining 1 fragment of compoundized talent spirit power plus 0.01, and again your toad has devoured a fly, gaining 1 fragment of compoundized talent spirit power plus 0.01. It seems the little toad had digested yesterday's batch of black horn spirit mosquitoes and had woken up. Truly a treasure, waking up on its own and knowing to eat and strive to become stronger. Eager to return, Liam quickened his pace, anxious to see his beloved son. At the dormitory entrance of the old building, a figure lingered back and forth. It was none other than Mo Fangbai. Upon learning of Li Mo's resurgence, his first thought was to suppress Liam again, but when he went to find Li Feng told him he was too busy. After the initial allocation of a golden contract beast went to waste on Liam, the slot was contested and given to Li Feng. Liam was fully committed to cultivating his golden level beast, leaving no room to deal with Liam, whom he had long ceased to regard as relevant. Mo Fangbai, unable to accept the situation, went to see his class teacher. The teacher, already frustrated and looking for an outlet for his anger, scolded Mo Fangbai as soon as he saw him. After much reflection, Mo Fangbai realized that he had never changed. He was still the same person he had always been, and nobody looked down upon by everyone. Thus he decided to apologize to Li Mo and beg for his forgiveness. Upon arriving at the dormitory building, Mo Fangbai hesitated to go up. After lingering for a while, he noticed Li Mo coming from outside. Clenching his fists, he finally gathered the courage, his voice trembling as he called out Li Mo. Li Mo, who was holding his prize money and thinking about his beloved toad, didn't notice Mo Fangbai and mistook him for another fan. The video of his recent triumph had attracted many young fans seeking autographs, so Li Mo casually responded, "Hello, no autographs, goodbye," without even looking up before walking away, leaving Mo Fangbai standing there in disbelief, his eyes burning with rage. Mo Fangbai felt ignored and it infuriated him. How dare Li Mo ignore him? Li Feng could ignore him because he was the son of a wealthy family. The class teacher could ignore him because he controlled his academic status. Even the other students could ignore him because they were children of rich families, but not Li Mo. They had both come from the slums. Why did Li Mo think he could ignore him? In his anger, Mo Fangbai threw the gift he had prepared for Li Mo onto the ground, staring hatefully at Li Mo's retreating figure. If looks could defeat Li Mo, would have been dead 1,000 times. Just then, a tall figure emerged, feeling Mo Fangbai's intense gaze, which made him uncomfortable, and he sharply reprimanded him. Mo Fangbai, noting the man's luxurious clothes and expensive watch, quickly plastered a sycophantic smile on his face and began to apologize profusely. "I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at anything, I'll just leave, sorry." He scurried away, picking up the gift he had smashed. At this moment, he was intently staring at his little toad. The toad had completely finished its evolution. Now it looked far more handsome than before. Its body was shiny black, and if one didn't know better, they might think it was a jade sculpture. It was exceptionally beautiful. Of course, what was even more impressive were the toad's stats: Beast, Blackwater Toad, Talent, Bronze, Bloodline, Blackwater Bloodline, Residual, Abilities, Blackwater Body, Residual, Compound Eyes, E, Skills, Rapid Digestion, E, Spirit Force Spray, E, Level, LV7, 656/700, Spirit Power, 82.12, Comment, Strength has re-emerged, finding its place in a mere toad. Is this the toad's luck or its misfortune? Oh, why do I see this information? Is it my misfortune? The transformation of the little toad had once again improved its data. It had digested all the big mosquitoes, and both its spirit power and experience had risen once more. However, Li Mo was most interested in other aspects. He immediately looked at the toad's bloodline, which hadn't been available for review during yesterday's transformation. Now that the transformation was complete, could he finally check it? Li Mo also revisited the Blackwater body talent. This time it provided a bit more specific information. Blackwater body, residual grants extremely weak strength, reduces damage from water attributes by 5%. Attacks carry the power of Blackwater, causing corrosion effects to the enemy. The damage is true damage, ignoring rank suppression. Damage reduction, ignoring rank, true damage? This seems quite impressive. It's like playing a video game with actual damage being dealt. But upon reflection, since I can travel through dimensions, such a concept isn't too far-fetched. Hierarchical suppression is something Li Mo understands. It's one of the basic principles for beast tamers. A beast tamer with his creatures, through each advancement, not only increases the synergy between them but also gradually interconnects their skills and spiritual power. Each advancement also enhances the tamer's own aura, reducing the damage lower levels can inflict on higher levels. As for true damage, as the name suggests, it bypasses defenses and directly deducts from life. Li Mo was initially surprised but quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, a good cat is one that catches mice regardless of its color. Whether it's realistic or not, as long as it benefits him, there's no problem. Unfortunately, the few flies in the room had been eaten by the small toad, and Li Mo didn't even know where to test this. It seemed the little toad understood Li Mo's thoughts. It stretched out its tongue and struck a porcelain cup on the table. A ring of black stain flowed down, and then Li Mo saw a large hole corroded into the cup. Picking up the cup, Li Mo examined it closely, his fingers tightening unconsciously. This corrosive effect was immensely powerful. Li Mo let the small toad try again on different materials: wooden doors, iron racks, stone bricks. It corroded them all easily. If the toad had this ability during yesterday's battle with the mosquitoes, it would have made things much easier. What is this? Although Li Mo didn't know exactly what it was clearly something very advanced, even incredible. even in its incomplete state it was formidable. If it were complete, who knows how powerful it could be. You really found a treasure, Liam praised as he patted the little toad on the head. The toad, feeling comfortable, squinted its eyes and suddenly flicked its tongue, catching a mosquito that had just flown in from the windowsill. Your blackwater toad has consumed a normal mosquito, gaining plus 0.01 spiritual power, plus 0.01 experience. Only then did Liam notice that the toad's tongue had also increased in reach. Not bad at all. Liam felt somewhat fortunate that he had been assigned to the old rundown dormitory near the woods and garbage heap with its abundance of mosquitoes and flies. Although it was uncomfortable at first, it now seemed like a suitable spot for the little toad. Although a normal mosquito only added plus 0.01 compared to demonic creatures like the black water mosquito, it was much less. But as the old saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Just as he was considering letting the toad go out to hunt on its own, the little creature suddenly shuddered as if it was going to vomit. Liam was startled. Treasure, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Was that mosquito poisonous? As Liam approached, the toad spat out a black pearl. This pearl was particularly peculiar. Although it was pitch black, it somehow seemed to glow. The first name that came to Liam's mind was Blackwater Pearl. Liam picked up the pearl, which was no larger than a marble, but he found he couldn't lift it at first. Only when he used his spiritual power was he able to pick it up. Upon closer inspection, he realized that inside the pearl was water, black as ink, yet not like the ink used for writing. It was awkward to describe, but holding it, Liam naturally came to this conclusion. It was as if it contained an entire vast world of water where one could almost hear the ocean waves roaring. Suddenly, a pain in his hand, the blackwater pearl disappeared. Liam felt a heaviness in his chest. The blackwater pearl had moved inside his heart. Suddenly adding weight to his heart made Liam extremely uncomfortable, causing his body to lose balance, and he collapsed onto the bed. Moreover, the blood was engulfed by the dark water beads, and at the same time it was spat out by them. During the process of being drained, it felt as if a pump had been installed in the heart, forcibly sucking out his blood and pressing against all his organs, which were operating in overdrive. This made Liam's entire body ache, with some pores even unable to withstand the pressure and starting to bleed. For another person, this sensation could have been excruciatingly painful. Fortunately, when the dark water beads expelled the blood, it brought an immense relief that washed over his body from his soul to his pores, as if he had just soaked in a hot spring or had undergone a luxurious spa treatment worth 6,666 yuan. The extreme pleasure and pain switched back and forth, akin to traversing through layers of ice and fire. Liam clenched his teeth so hard, and due to the intensity of his grip, he even tore the already poor quality bedsheets. The little toad felt Liam's discomfort and hopped onto his chest to comfort him. Drenched in sweat from the ordeal, Liam did not utter a single sound. He bit down hard and persevered, feeling his body becoming stronger. Eventually, after what seemed like an eternity, Liam finally opened his eyes, finding the quilt already soaked through with sweat, and his body appeared as if it had been fished out of water. After taking a bath and changing into fresh clothes, he decided to discard the old bedsheets and quilt cover and replace them. At this moment, Liam also learned about the origin of the dark water beads. Dark water bead, Fragment 1/9, one of the supreme power artifacts sealed together with the Dark Water Throne, Dark Water Scepter and Dark Water Crown. They encase an unknown power. What the Dark Water Bead was doing was using a special power to rejuvenate and replace his blood, akin to the marrow cleansing described in novels. Now he too possessed a body of dark water, much like the little toad. The toad was fortunate. When it consumed the dark water bead during its juvenile phase, its body was highly malleable, so it underwent the transformation without suffering, simply sleeping and waking up completely transformed. But it was different for him. His body had undergone a complete filtration and replacement of blood by the dark water bead, hence the severe ordeal. However, all the pain was now behind him, and what followed was sweet gain. Scanning his own data revealed: Beast Master, Liam, race, human, talent, body of dark water, incomplete, skill, absolute synchronization, spiritual power, 118, beast, dark water toad. This was the first time Liam checked his own data. Previously, aside from his spiritual power, there was no need to look at the rest since he wasn't a qualified beast master. But now things were different. Liam had undergone a transformation. Not only did he now possess a body of dark water like the little toad, enhancing his damage capability significantly, but he also acquired a special skill, absolute synchronization. Absolute synchronization. The Beast Master and the Beast maintain a high level of synchronization, allowing for the complete sharing of spiritual power and skills, and can even perform a union. Seeing this skill, Liemo smiled genuinely. The concept of synchronization referred to the continuous upgrading and leveling process between the Beast and Beast Master. The higher the level, the greater the degree of synchronization, allowing for more shared attributes. Basic Beast Mastering theory was very detailed. Most Beast Masters achieved their first human-beast synchronization at level 10, acquiring one of the Beast skills and sharing some of their spiritual power. At level 20, during the second synchronization, a Beast Master can possess 2 of the Beast skills and share all of their spiritual power, and so on, sharing talents, life and everything until achieving absolute synchronization. At this ultimate stage, a Beast Master can fully unite with their Beast, achieving synergistic effects where 1 + 1 is greater than 2 and sometimes even greater than 10. The most famous example is the Mountain City earthquake, where buildings were at risk of collapsing. In the world of the Beastmasters, a prominent figure from the Beastmaster department achieved a perfect synchronization with his beast, the King Kong giant ape. Manifesting the true form of his beast, he stood 80 meters tall and gently supported a collapsing building with his body until everyone was safely evacuated. Miraculously, not a single life was lost during this incident. However, such perfect synchronizations were rare. Most Beastmasters could only achieve partial synchronization with their beasts, which was considered quite an achievement in itself. For instance, the well-publicized dove courier of a certain delivery company. The courier himself wasn't particularly strong in combat, but his synchronization with the dove was remarkably smooth, allowing him to sprout pristine white wings that enabled him to deliver packages at incredible speeds, earning him the nickname Angel Courier. Meanwhile, Liemo, due to both he and his small toad undergoing transformations with the black water pearl, found their attributes and physical constitution highly compatible, presenting an opportunity for perfect synchronization. Eager to test this, Liemo looked into the mirror to see himself transformed into a bat-like figure, dark as ink. He quickly decided against maintaining this fusion permanently with the small toad, reasoning that sharing skills and spiritual power was sufficient. Yet the benefits of perfect synchronization were undeniable, enhancing his defense, spiritual power and senses extensively. Confident in this state, Liemo felt he could single-handedly and instantly defeat any black horned spirit mosquitoes he might encounter. After familiarizing himself with the transformation, Liemo disbanded the fusion state, considering it a secret trump card and necessary for everyday use. Just then his phone rang. Suppressing his excitement, he glanced at the caller ID, hesitated, then took a deep breath and answered the call. The moment the call connected, he heard rustling prayers from the other end. Liemo's voice, rough with emotion, responded, "Mom, little Mo. Are you all right? Are you okay? I heard there were demons at your school. You weren't hurt, were you?" The urgent and caring voice of a middle-aged woman came from the other side. Liemo, momentarily disoriented, felt the genuine concern, but, not being his true self, could only respond dryly, "Mom, I'm fine." Normally quite articulate, Liemo found himself at a loss for words under the circumstances. However, hearing his response, his mother was visibly relieved. "It's good that you're fine. I heard there were monsters at your school, and although Uncle Zhang and others said that the Beastmasters would protect you, I was still worried. I hope I didn't interrupt your studies. Do you have enough living expenses? I worked overtime the other day and earned an extra 50 yuan. I'll send it to you next time I go out. You're still growing. Make sure you don't go hungry. Also, don't overwork yourself with your studies. Just take it easy." The woman Lu Guathan spoke at length, her words brimming with concern and wishes for her child. Initially stiff, Liemo gradually eased into the conversation, occasionally responding with simple affirmations like "Ma okay," which delighted the woman on the other end. After a long while, she reluctantly ended the call. Lu Guathan, a name as ordinary as her resilient character, was a strong yet ordinary woman. In her youth, she was quite attractive and had a good eye for men. She married Li Changtian, who was then living in a slum, at a young age. Throughout their marriage, she supported him wholeheartedly, whether he pursued education or trained to become a beast master. Her abilities were modest, but she managed to support Li Changtian financially through her labor, even taking care of his elderly parents. Just when everyone thought she would finally enjoy a better life, Li Changtian, now a successful beastmaster, married another woman in the city and had other children. At that time, Li Changtian was not yet ready to let her go and even proposed to keep Lu Guathan as his mistress. Some advised her to endure it. Li Changtian was not the same man he used to be. Now a highly esteemed beast master, even being his concubine was seen as reaching above her station, promising a comfortable life. However, Lu Guifan refused and without hesitation divorced Li Changtian, choosing to live with their child Li Mo on her own. Life was hard, but she was devoted to her child and raised him well. Although Li Changtian proved unfaithful, he also proved that diligent study could change one's fate. Thus Lu Guifan, a single mother, toiled in various jobs, enabling Li Mo to escape the slums and attend Beastmaster Middle School. Unfortunately, if she knew her child was no longer alive, how devastating would that be? Li Mo, after a long silence, stood up and walked to the mirror. Looking at his reflection, he seemed to see a double image, one of himself and one of the original Li Mo. By borrowing your body, I owe you a debt of gratitude. I will take good care of your mother, and your vengeance I will also seek, he whispered to himself. Rest easy now. With a recent reward of 80,000 yuan, he could now improve his family's living conditions. Ideally, he thought of earning enough to buy a house in Luocheng to provide a stable home for Lu Guifan. As for Li Feng and Li Changtian, once he grew stronger, they would be mere cannon fodder. Was it an illusion, or did Li Mo feel his soul fully merging with the body in the mirror? There were two people in the reflection, one was himself and the other was also him. Had the original soul's obsession finally dissipated? Every encounter is predestined, Li Mo mused with a smile, feeling a sense of clarity in his heart. After packing up some essentials and taking his little toad, he headed to the mystical grove near the school. It was said that every school had such a grove, a dark haven for mosquitoes but also a sanctuary for countless lovers. Many a first kiss had quietly vanished into its shadows. Li Mo walked directly into the grove, hearing the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes. Go on, eat as much as you want and come back on your own. Use the same path we took here. If you can't find your way, just stay here and I'll come to fetch you in the morning, he instructed the little toad, who, having advanced in stage, understood Li Mo's words quite easily and hopped into the woods. The compound eyes talent had been activated in the toad, enhancing its vision to rival infrared detectors. Covering all directions, it could precisely capture every fluttering mosquito and insect, no matter how fast they moved. Soon Li Mo's screen of vision lit up again with notifications. Your Blackwater toad has devoured a mosquito, gaining plus 0.01 spiritual power, plus 0.01 experience. Meanwhile, several shrill screams rang out. Ah, a toad, help, it's on my leg. Moments later, several people scrambled out of the grove, some even stripping off their clothes as they ran. Students should focus on their studies instead of this nonsense about romance, Li Mo thought, as his eyes, enhanced by the absolute synchronization technique, turned a subtle red, allowing him to see everything clearly. Why is this one so pale? It's blinding. Smirking at the scene, Li Mo stretched lazily, turned and left discreetly, ready to return home for a good night's sleep. Tomorrow is Friday and Li Mo is not one to procrastinate. Having made up his mind, he decides to take advantage of the weekend to visit home. As the pitch-black night descends, there is no moon, the darkness hides all that is bright and beautiful, and the rising lights fail to illuminate the gloomy corners, also concealing some sinister schemes. Elder, the demon spot at Yusho Middle School has been discovered and cleared ahead of time. Will this affect our plans? Someone asks worriedly in the dark, watching a video stream. In the video, Li Mo was seen defeating several black horned spirit mosquitoes. Above them, the elder, dressed in a pitch-black robe that envelopes him completely, occasionally reveals skin that shimmers with a scaly gloss before it disappears. His voice is hoarse and dry. It doesn't matter. The school's defenses are always stronger than other places. Besides, those were just common black-horned spirit mosquitoes intended as a smokescreen. It's not a big deal if they were discovered early. The elder isn't very concerned, even taking a few more glances at the video. He even finds the mood to praise. This student is not bad, very courageous and energetic. He dealt with the black-horned spirit mosquitoes effectively. It's a pity, if it weren't for that toad beast dragging him down, he could have had a better development with our beast god cult. Besides Yusho Middle School, how are things elsewhere? The voice inquires further. Currently, the demons at the Zoo City Hall slums and train station are developing rapidly and have not been discovered, especially the zoo. With the popularity of beast taming, its operations are increasingly declining and it is practically unmanaged, with only a few remaining staff members quietly replaced by our people. The cultivation of the demons is going smoothly. Very good. The beast god cult will not forget your efforts. On the night of the full moon, the spiritual fluctuations of the demonic realm outside Luocheng will intensify and the entrance will enlarge. That will be our opportunity. This time, let the beasts of Luocheng run wild, proclaiming the return of the beast god. Then you all will be the first batch of meritorious members. The elder's raspy voice reveals his pleasure, too excited, the scales under his robe constantly quivering with breath. The next morning, Li Mo picks up the little toad. However, the little toad is somewhat unhappy. It had spent the night outside eating mosquitoes and flies, consuming nearly hundreds of them, and now walking into the small woods. The mosquitoes there are almost extinct. Unfortunately, the experience and spiritual power it gained were just a few points. As the little toad grows, it needs more and more experience and spiritual power, and relying solely on mosquitoes and flies makes leveling up difficult. Ideally, it should feed on weaker demons like the black horned spirit mosquitoes encountered previously. But in the city, demons are regularly cleared, and such situations as before are not easy to come across unless one ventures into the wilderness. However, Liam-O is not planning to go to the wilderness just yet. The little toad's strength is not sufficient and it would be too dangerous. Liam-O has already made plans. They will definitely go into the wilderness, but only after the little toad reaches level 10. Haste makes waste, as the age-old wisdom goes. Don't worry, there are fewer mosquitoes and flies in the city. When we go back, I'll treat you to a feast, not just mosquitoes and flies, but also bees and butterflies to change up your diet. Liam-O comforts the little toad. Today's classes are few, or rather, there aren't really any scheduled. At this moment in their senior year, most students with connections have already obtained their beasts, preparing for or having succeeded in forming contracts. The rest are waiting in line for the beast eggs distributed by the authorities. At 2 in the afternoon, with little hope left and left to his own devices, Liam-O left the school, making his way towards the station to head home. As he exited the school gates, he encountered a familiar face, his ex-girlfriend Lu Ruyan from the prestigious Lu family. The Lu family, once a prominent clan, was led by a beastmaster of the 49th level. Unfortunately, due to limited talent, the patriarch never advanced further and was now nearing the end of his life. None of his descendants were capable of taking over except for Lu Ruyan, who was somewhat competent. Consequently, the Lu family considered a marriage alliance, setting their sights on the Li family, especially since Li Changtian, the head of the Li family, was still young and his survival meant the prosperity of the Li clan. Li Changtian in turn valued the Lu family's connections. Both parties saw what they needed in each other and quickly struck a deal. Initially, the Li family had only one son, Li Feng, and when the Lu family suggested a marriage to bring someone into their family, Li Changtian was reluctant. It was around this time that Liam-O was brought back to the family. The Lu family saw potential in Liam-O and considered him worth cultivating. Li Changtian also thought it beneficial since Liam-O was his son. However, at that time, Liam-O, newly returned and still feeling apprehensive, heard Li Changtian's proposal and refused. Later, Lu Ruyan took the initiative to approach Liam-O with great care and continued to please him, making him believe it was true love, which led him to agree to the marriage. During that time, their relationship was quite sweet. Yet, it was a union between a woman driven by familial ambitions and a young man newly introduced to luxury, a relationship that was doomed from the start. As expected, when Liam-O contracted with a toad, losing his value as a cultivable asset, Li Changtian, who previously called him a good son, didn't even inquire about the circumstances and directly expelled Liam-O from the Li family. Lu Ruyan, without any hesitation, chose to break up. Surveying Lu Ruyan now, Liam-O had to admit that money did wonders for a person. Her facial features and figure were impressive, fair and tender, especially certain well-developed areas that particularly drew the eye. However, Liam-O glanced at her and then paid no further attention. He was no longer the old Liam-O, and Lu Ruyan's allure was less significant to him than a passing insect. Lu Ruyan, for her part, seemed equally uninterested in rekindling anything with Liam-O, pretending not to see him as she quickly walked away. Liam-O then took a bus to the station. Despite the emergence of beastmasters, which introduced superhuman abilities into society, technological advancement was not hindered. Capital still needed to profit from both the large clientele of beastmasters and the regular populace. Thus, basic transportation remained convenient. Of course, there were beastmasters involved in transport too, like those commanding what appeared to be powerful beasts but were actually non-combatant, like the iron-grade Pegasus, which charged 800 for a kilometer. Aside from being expensive, it wasn't much different from taking a car, serving merely to satisfy the vanity of the wealthy who didn't own beasts. Nevertheless, these services were quite popular, though clearly not attractive enough for Liam-O. After about half an hour, Liam-O finally arrived at the station. Little did he expect that upon entering the station he would run into Lu Ruyan again. The situation felt incredibly cliched to Liam-O, almost like a contrived plot twist. Could this be one of those coincidences that only occur in novels? Look, Lu Ruyan, isn't that Liam-O following us? Does he still have feelings for you? Lu Yuyan's friend said loudly beside her, not bothering to lower her voice, and even Liam-O could hear it. Lu Ruyan's face showed a slight change in expression. Looking into Li Mo's eyes, Lu Ruyan felt a mixture of emotions. She had always been aware of her family's dire circumstances. Her grandfather was getting old, and although her father and several uncles were beastmasters, they were only around level 20. Not one among them was a high-level beastmaster. Once her grandfather passed away, the Lu family would struggle to maintain their current business and standing. From a young age, she was determined to rise up and bring her family to prominence. However, before she could make her mark, her grandfather's health began to fail. The family then brought up the idea of a marital alliance. Initially, the Lu family considered several potential partners, with the Li family being one among many. It was only later, upon learning that Li Mo was the son of the head of the Li family, Li Changtian, and had been taken back to the Li household, that if a marital alliance was inevitable, she wanted to choose someone she deemed suitable. Thus, she took the initiative to suggest to her family that they could consider an alliance with the Li family, with Li Mo as the prospective groom. After some deliberation, the senior members of the Lu family agreed, especially since Li Changtian had consented to the arrangement and allowed Li Mo to marry into their family. During that period, Lu Ruyan indeed treated Li Mo as her future husband, and although it was a union based on interest, she genuinely put her heart into it. But fate had other plans, as Li Mo was sabotaged by Li Feng. Everyone knew the truth about what had happened, but what could they do? Li Mo was ruined. A ruined prodigy is no longer a prodigy, just as a deflowered virgin is no longer a boy. Moreover, the perpetrator was Li Feng, whose mother Zhao Jishuan belonged to the powerful Zhao family. It wasn't worth stirring up trouble over someone like Li Mo, especially since Li Changtian did not pursue the matter. Moreover, the Zhao family showed interest in Lu Ruyan, suggesting she interact with Li Feng. Despite some reluctance, knowing the responsibility she shouldered, Lu Ruyan agreed to sever ties with Li Mo. She later heard that Li Mo had grown despondent. She wanted to visit him but restrained herself. By staying away, perhaps Li Mo could still find a way to live on. If she visited, it might even jeopardize his survival. Recently, she hadn't been paying much attention, but she heard that Li Mo had bonded with a toad, which surprisingly had not doomed him to failure. He was rising again. She felt happy for him, but that was as far as her feelings could go. Unexpectedly, Li Mo had followed her, chasing her from their school all the way to the bus station. Unfortunately, he was too late. Li Feng had already bonded with a beast of golden level aptitude. Unless misfortune befell him, he was sure to become a high-level beastmaster in the future. Soon he and Li Changtian would be a formidable pair. She had no choice but to marry Li Feng. Hesitating, Lu Ruyan discreetly signaled to Li Mo to move towards a secluded spot. She had decided to make a clean break with him for both their sakes. Li Mo initially didn't want to respond. However, perhaps out of curiosity or simply a perverse delight, he turned back from leaving and followed Lu Ruyan to a corner near the restroom, an area seemingly free of surveillance. Li Mo, I've heard about your situation. Congratulations on pulling yourself together. I'm happy for you, she said. Although your beast's limited potential means your path will be fraught with difficulties, there's still a chance for a future. At least you can fend for yourself without issue. Also, please stop pursuing me. Though you've regained your strength, what was between us has passed. I am now Li Feng's fiancé, and no matter how much you linger, there can be no outcome. Moreover, Li Feng has successfully bonded with a beast of golden level aptitude and has been quietly leveling up under Aunt Zhao's guidance. When he returns, he will already be an official junior beastmaster. I know you resent him, but I advise you not to think of revenge. In this cruel world, the strong control the fate of the weak. That's just the way it is for you and for me. Now that you finally found a turning point, just live well. It might be best to find an opportunity to leave Luochang and go somewhere far away. Additionally, I've put 100000 in this card. It's money I've saved myself. No one in the family knows about it. Consider it my compensation to you. Lastly, Li Mo, did you know, you looked so cool when you defeated that blackhorn spirit mosquito. With that, she handed a card to Li Mo. Lu Ruyan spoke quickly, turned around just as swiftly, and left just as fast. She was like a gust of wind, arriving quickly and departing just as quickly. In the air, there were faint drops of crystal tears falling, landing on the floor, and quickly being stepped over by someone heading to the restroom, leaving no trace behind. It seems that this isn't just the simple bad girl story I thought it was at the beginning. There's even a family dispute involved here, a real-life Romeo and Juliet scenario, Li Mo thought as he looked at the card in his hand, suddenly remembering something. However, when he looked up again, Lu Ruyan had already disappeared. This woman gave me the card but no password. How am I supposed to use it? If she didn't want to give the money, she should have just said so, Li Mo complained, yet he had already guessed the password. It was related to a significant anniversary with Li Mo. but Liam wasn't going to just throw away the card. After all, one shouldn't reject money out of pride. 100,000 was a substantial amount for him at the moment. Turning, Liam walked towards the restroom. This crappy restroom could use some cleaning. So many cockroaches, he thought. The seats above were occupied by patrons of the lounge, eager when it came to collecting money but absent when it came time to actually do something useful for the common folk. Upon entering, he heard a man cursing loudly and also noticed a cockroach still crawling near the sink. The cockroach bowled amid the bustling station and the busy restroom, wandered freely unnoticed. When Liam saw it, his black water toad acted even faster. With a flick of its tongue, it snapped up the cockroach and swallowed it before one could react. Your black water toad has consumed a strong cockroach spirit plus 0.02 experience plus 0.02. Your black water toad has consumed a regular cockroach spirit plus 0.01 experience plus 0.01. In moments, the cockroaches on the sink were gone, all devoured by the little toad, contributing to its growth. The old saying goes, when you see one cockroach, there are hundreds more hidden in the dark. Liam was sure there was a big cockroach nest somewhere in the station. If the little toad could eat them all, it might level up to 8. Unfortunately, the train was about to leave and there wasn't enough time. Reluctantly, Liam took his toad and headed towards the train. Surprisingly, the feedback information revealed that some cockroaches were different, providing more spirit and experience than others. Perhaps they were better fed, Liam wondered idly as he looked out the train window. As time passed, the scenery shifted from bustling to desolate and finally to decrepit. The train's passengers dwindled, most of them carrying bags not necessarily filled with valuable items, but with powdered milk, food and drinks, treasures for the outer city, untouched by pollution. Society's development always results in polarization. Water flows downhill, but wealth accumulates uphill. Eventually, the wealthy become wealthier and the poor poorer. Then, in a bid for sustainable development, the wealthy establish an order that squeezes every bit of value from the poor yet keeps them alive. The poor can only hustle daily within this order crafted by the rich. In a state of neither starvation nor satiety, the world was initially disrupted by the invasion of monsters and the emergence of beast tamers with extraordinary powers. However, as the world cycles through, these powerful beast tamers became the new wealthier elite, establishing a new order hardly different from the old. The only change, albeit minor, led to the birth of the slums, a term laden with discrimination. Yet these slums were not as miserable as one might imagine. They were not littered with corpses of the starved. Typically situated on the outskirts of cities, the slums, or the outer city, as officially called, were populated by ordinary people or those who found no use in taming beasts. The residents of the outer city, lacking the talents of beast tamers, possessed no extraordinary powers. Most of them engaged in monotonous, basic and unwholesome assembly line jobs or worked in polluted factories. Essentially, the outer city was filled with ordinary working-class individuals who clung to the hope of someday gathering enough money to move to the inner city. They dreamed that either they or their children could become beast tamers, changing their destinies forever. Examples like Li Changtian, who epitomized this hope, were rare. Liam, now seen as another success story by those in the outer city, was one of the few who made it, though such cases were far and few between. After a long journey, Liam finally arrived at the outer city. As he disembarked, the vehicle quickly sped away, as if anxious to spend no more time there than necessary. Standing on the poorly maintained platform where moss even dared to grow, Liam took a deep breath of the air thick with pollution from the countless factories, a constant in the outer city that likely shaved years off its residents' lives. But to Liam, this place was home, with his small toad companion gleefully hopping by his side, enjoying the abundance of insects that the city's outskirts offered, from flies and mosquitoes to bees, large moths and ladybugs. The toad was indiscriminate, devouring whatever came its way. Cockroaches, in particular, were a favorite, and here they were plentiful and even tastier, some larger and more robust than those found in the inner city stations. Now settled in the outer city, Liam was in no rush. He leisurely allowed the toad to hunt cockroaches while he surveyed the local customs and recalled memories of the outer city. Unbeknownst to him, a man hiding behind a nearby pillar watched the toad's feast change his expression. Black whip snake, let's go. What are you still looking at? We've finished our inspection here. We have another location to check. We need to report back to Elder Dark Snake soon. The man, wearing a urea bag, old rubber shoes and faded work clothes and sporting dark spots on his face, slapped the back of another dark-skinned man. Turning around, Black Whip Snake hissed quietly, "Hush, scabby snake, don't disturb me, I'm onto something. Look over there." Following his gesture, the man with the dark spots saw a young boy, vibrant and lively, a stark contrast to the numb expressions worn by most long-term residents of the outer city. Is that some young master from the inner city out here for a tour trying to experience life? People from the inner city occasionally visit the outer city too. Even the well-dressed young masters and misses want to experience the life of the lower class. I've seen plenty of scoundrels, so nothing seems strange anymore. But this face, why does it look familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before? See the toad on the ground next to him, whispered the dark-skinned man Black Viper to his companion. A toad? Scabby Snake followed his gaze and spotted the hopping toad on the ground. Then his eyes returned to the standing figure of Lee Mo, lighting up with recognition. It's him. I remember now from a video I saw. He ruined our plan. Those creatures from Imperial Beast High School, he defeated them off early. Elder Dark Snake even said if this kid survives after everything, we should recruit him into our beast god cult and train him. He might even become the holy son of our serpent lineage. Speaking of which, that sacred artifact fragment might still be on him. Up close, this guy looks even handsomer than in the video, just slightly less so than me. Scabby Snake stroked his face full of vanity. Hey, you're missing the point, Black Viper exclaimed, exasperated. I didn't ask you to check out whether he's handsome or not. Look at his toad, it's been eating the cockroaches we've been breeding. Black Viper was speechless, wondering if his partner was an idiot, so frustrated that he even cursed out loud. Hearing this, Scabby Snake finally snapped to attention. He watched the little toad for a while, and during that short time he saw it devour all the insects around it. It found a hole where cockroaches were emerging and kept guard, eating everyone that appeared. Its stomach seemed bottomless. This kid previously sabotaged our setup at Imperial Beast High School, and now he's here. It doesn't feel like a coincidence. Black Viper, do you think our plan has been discovered? Is he here to capture us? I'm feeling a bit scared, Scabby Snake said, nervously grabbing Black Viper, his voice trembling involuntarily. Who should I ask if you're asking me? I'm just watching, aren't I? You're scared, I'm scared too. Black Viper retorted, shrugging off Scabby Snake and continuing to watch Lee Mo's direction. The two-inch dressed no differently from ordinary migrant workers of the outer city murmured among themselves without attracting anyone's attention. Black Viper, what if we're really exposed? Should we eliminate him? Forget it, I don't dare, and I doubt you do either. Plus, we probably can't beat him. Elder Dark Snake hasn't bestowed us with divine power yet. Let's run, Black Viper, Elder Dark Snake said. We're to change this unfair world, to make the world fair, to eliminate slums, to let us also enjoy a good life, to let our children breathe fresh air free from pollution, to go to school freely without having to work from a young age. These ideals are beautiful and grand, but I don't have such grand ideals. I joined the beast god cult just wanting to fill my stomach. In my life I don't even have a wife, let alone children. What do I care about future generations? Let's run, Black Viper. I heard that getting caught meant a certain death by electrocution. Even though life had always been harsh, I wasn't ready to die yet. The thought of being caught and the miserable end that awaited made Scaly Lizard tear up a bit as he spoke. All he wanted was a slightly better life. Why is it so hard? He lamented. Stop worrying, I carefully reassured him after observing the situation. That guy and his toad weren't here for us. It was just a coincidence. Speaking of that toad, it wasn't eating our cockroaches because it had discovered our setup. No, that creature was just a glutton, eating anything it came across. If you looked closely, you'd see that not only cockroaches but even ants were gone in the places it had passed. It was all a misunderstanding on our part. As I comforted Scaly Lizard, who was quite the coward, I also felt a sigh of relief myself. After all, neither of us were powerful fighters. We were no beast masters. It was all a misunderstanding, Scaly Lizard exclaimed, straightening his bent back with a long sigh of relief. I told you, we're too well hidden to be discovered just by coincidence. Let's move on to the next place. I heard the zoo has started breeding creatures beyond the second tier. Not running away anymore, I teased Scaly Lizard. What do you mean by running? Don't talk nonsense, careful, or I'll accuse you of slander. Besides, isn't leaving a dangerous place just a strategic move? Scaly Lizard, puffing out his chest boastfully, couldn't be seen blushing even under his speckled scaly face. The two of us continued teasing and playing around, no different from ordinary people, or perhaps we were just a group of ordinary people living a tough life. Our departure went unnoticed by everyone except for Lee Mo. At first Lee Mo didn't notice us either until we stared at him for too long and he sensed it. Although we quickly dodged his gaze, Lee Mo, with his newly acquired toad's innate compound eyes, could see clearly like an infrared detector. This ability might not be great in combat but was excellent in support. He couldn't hear what we were saying from that distance and thought maybe a thief was eyeing him. After all, in the outer city where the law enforcement rarely cared, especially targets coming from the inner city who were presumed to carry valuables, Liam was just being cautious, not taking it too seriously. Isn't that Liam? Back from school for the holidays, studying in the inner city really sets you apart. I almost didn't recognize you. Thought some high official had come. Good for you, Liam, helping your mom since you were young and now in a school in the inner city. You'll be somebody someday. Your mom was just talking about you yesterday. She's really found her reward in you. Hey Liam, heard there's also a monster outbreak at your school. You okay? I thought only the outer city had those. If it's too dangerous, perhaps you shouldn't go back to the inner city. Staying in the outer city isn't so bad. Aunt Wine can set you up with a girl, have a few kids. Now that's life. Liam's smile stiffened as he finally managed to escape these so-called neighbors who were not really relatives, just people from the same area. Some were born in the slums, others ended up there due to various circumstances. Over time, they had grown familiar. Perhaps some people are envious, others jealous, and some might even make a sour comment, but there's no real malice in it. Often their questions are not about getting answers, they are mere formalities. Liam doesn't need to respond seriously, a simple brush off is enough. However, the original Liam was too well known. His father Li Changtian's affairs attracted much attention. After all, a high-level beast tamer, even a heartless one, is still a high-level beast tamer, an object of envy and admiration for many. In fact, many people don't see anything wrong with Li Changtian's actions. It's often said that without power one is deemed worthless, urged to maintain good conduct and a fine style. But if one had power, they might not be any better. Now Liam is also at the Beast Taming Academy, reportedly very skilled. Many even think about getting close to Liam to share his good fortune, and some extremists even consider asking Liam for a favor in their family planning. Fortunately, after some perfunctory exchanges, Liam successfully arrives home. Liam's home is not large. In a crowded apartment building, a cramped room contains everything: an immediately visible kitchen, bedroom, dining table and toilet. A relatively decent apartment here, as some don't even have a toilet, though small the room clearly shows the owner's care. Everything is neatly arranged, pots and pans are scrubbed clean, the floor is just ordinary cement, pitted yet clean, free from any trash. On the table there's even a potted plant, not a valuable species, but it brings a different kind of vitality to the room. The most conspicuous items are the rows of certificates on the living room wall, honors Liam has earned from childhood to the present. Each one is well preserved and placed in the most prominent position. Liam gazes at them, momentarily lost in thought. Soon after, dressed in faded clothes, Lu Guifan hurries back, clearly short of breath, indicating her rush. When she sees Liam, she sizes him up and visibly relaxes. After all, Liam hadn't told her he was coming this week, she only believed it when the neighbors informed her, despite her initial disbelief. At that moment, Lu Guifan's first reaction is worry, wondering if something bad happened for her son to return so suddenly. Xiaomo, why did you come back all of a sudden? You didn't tell me beforehand. Are you feeling unwell, or is it that you need more living expenses? Mom, I'm fine, I just don't have classes right now, so I came back to visit. Liam explains with a smile, noticing that calling her mom has gotten easier and more natural over time. Assured that Liam is alright, Lu Guifan breathes a sigh of relief, sets down her things and ties on an apron. Just in time for your return. Yesterday Uncle Zhang caught a few fish, one for each family. I'll take it out to thaw and I'll cook it for you tonight. The hen we kept from a couple of days ago has started laying eggs. I know you like eggs, so I saved them all. Lu Guifan says, her hands never stopping as she speaks. This is how Liam remembers her. Lu Guifan always seems to have endless chores. Liam tries to help, but there's not much he can do. Just being there seems to satisfy Lu Guifan. Liam fully embraces this identity, enjoying the warmth of the moment. After a hearty dinner that evening, Liam wipes his mouth and finally organizes his thoughts. Mom, I have a beast now. Liam had been taken in by the Li family before and was sabotaged by Li Feng, ending up with the worst contract beast, resulting in his expulsion from the top class and a period of decline, all of which happened in the inner city school, which he hadn't told her about. Now Liam doesn't plan to share those past troubles with her. I always knew it, my child, that you would succeed. I just knew it. Lu Guifan was initially too stunned to react, but once the realization sank in, her eyes sparkled with lightened tears. Alone, she had worked tirelessly nurturing her child, hoping for him yet not daring to burden him with too much pressure. On one hand, she felt she had shortchanged him. If only she hadn't been so stubborn, he wouldn't have had to grow up in a slum. But now a single remark from Liam unleashed all the pent-up emotion she could no longer contain. Liam had a beast companion. It meant that he had prospects. All her years of hard work had not been in vain. it was like watching a tree you had planted bloom after a decade. She did not ask what kind of beast Liam had acquired, just having one was extraordinary enough for ordinary people. Even if it was the lowest quality, it was still a beast companion. It was similar to a child from the countryside getting into a university. The name of the university or the major didn't matter much, what mattered was that it was a university. Mom, do you want to see my beast companion? Liam used his spiritual power to draw the array, summoning the black water toad as if presenting a treasure. Eventually, as his level increased, summoning would no longer require the aid of an array. The toad, dark as ink and still as stone, appeared on the table. Surprisingly, it was quite attractive. Liam, is this your beast companion? May I touch it? Lu Guifan asked shyly. It was somewhat amusing. Her former husband had been a high-level beast master, yet she had never been this close to a beast companion. Of course you can, the little guy is very well behaved, Liam said with a smile. Tentatively, Lu Guifan extended a finger towards the small toad, then hesitated and withdrew it before slowly reaching out again. Finally, she touched it. The toad hopped slightly, startling Lu Guifan into retracting her hand. It moves, it can move. Her voice was filled with excitement, curiosity, and a touch of pride. This was her son's beast companion. Liam chatted with Lu Guifan about the black water toad, sharing details she might not fully understand, but she was delighted that her son was willing to share this part of his life with her. Liam was equally eager to share this joy with her. Initially apprehensive, Lu Guifan grew accustomed to the toad and eventually dared to let it sit on her hand. The toad's cold touch was surprisingly comforting, and it seemed to understand Liam's intentions. Cooperating fully. By the way, Mom, here's a gift for you, Liam said, handing her a bag. You shouldn't have bought anything. Just take care of yourself, she responded, though clearly pleased as she smiled and began to unwrap it. She froze when she saw a stack of money inside. Liam, where did all this money come from? You haven't done anything wrong, have you? Lu Guifan's voice dropped to a whisper, her eyes darting nervously towards the window as if afraid someone might be watching. Mom, don't worry, I haven't done anything bad. This is a reward from school. Look, I even have a certificate, Liam reassured her, pulling out a commendation he had carelessly stuffed into his bag. Now it served as his best proof. Lu Guifan took the certificate, her eyes gleaming as she read it over and over. To her, this document was more precious than the 80,000 yuan. Keep the money for yourself, and this certificate will be my gift, she declared, her face beaming with joy. I love this gift. I'll hang it up right away. It's from the Beastmaster Academy after all, and it deserves a central spot on our wall. Liam smiled, relieved, as he continued to persuade his mother to accept the money. After some convincing, Lu Guifan finally agreed to keep the cash. All right, I'll take care of it for you, he said as he began to put up the certificate, with Liam assisting him by his side. These days, though trivial, had their own warmth. Someone come help, please, save lives, save the children first, don't mind me. But the warmth didn't last long. The outside noise soon shattered the peace. The cries for help and the sound of wailing were incessant. Footsteps echoed continuously in the corridor. Lu Guifan opened the door to see her upstairs neighbor and quickly asked, Auntie Lu, what's happening outside? Why is it so noisy? Wah, you don't know, there was an explosion at the factory across the bridge. I heard that old Lu from upstairs died on the spot and old Mo's daughter-in-law got injured. Old Mo seems to still be inside. We're going to help now. Hearing this, Lu Guifan turned pale as she also worked at that factory across the bridge. Guifan, don't you also work at that factory? Why are you at home? My son came home from school, so I took leave to come back, Lu Guifan explained. Alright, I heard about that too. Your son really is your lucky star. He saved your life. Come help us too, Auntie Lu invited Lu Guifan, feeling emotional about her good fortune. Just because her son had come home, she had taken leave and narrowly escaped disaster. Lu Guifan immediately agreed, but as she turned to ask Liam to rest at home, Liam had already come out. Mom, let me come and see with you. This is little Lee, he's grown up so much, let's go together, he can lend a hand too. Auntie Lu looked at Liam, sizing him up with a flash of amazement in her eyes. This child, he doesn't at all seem like he grew up in a slum. The factory was not far from where they lived, just across the river. Calling it a river was a bit of an exaggeration, it was more of a small creek, easy enough for a dog to swim across. Standing on this side, one could clearly hear the sounds from across and see the flames. It took just a few minutes to reach the scene. The factory was involved in some kind of chemical material purification which Liam didn't fully understand. The process wasn't complicated, but it was exhausting and somewhat polluting. The river outside, which used to have fish, now showed no trace of them, all due to this factory. But the factory was operating legally and no one could do much about it. Fortunately, the wages were decent and many locals worked there. Normally no one heard of anything that could explode there, but this sudden incident had injured many people. Auntie Lou and Lou Guafin arrived and immediately began helping the injured, looking for things they could do while Liam wasn't sure what to do. Is there anyone still inside? Yes, most have been rescued, but a few are trapped under machinery. The machinery is made of iron, too heavy to move. They haven't been rescued yet. As they spoke, several men with ropes and wooden sticks headed inside. Men, come over here, this machinery is too heavy, we need more people to lift. Liam was also called in and saw the situation inside. Flames were still burning, explosions occurred intermittently, and various items were scattered everywhere. A dark viscous liquid flowed, emitting a foul smell. Be careful, don't step in that raw pulp, it's toxic, someone warned. They quickly reached the site of the accident. Hold on, old Imo, we're here to save you. Under the machinery, a middle-aged man with a haggard face was trapped. On closer inspection, one could see he resembled Imo Fangbai. He was Imo Fangbai's father. The huge machinery had pinned down his lower body, rendering him completely immobile, one leg visibly crushed. To save him, we first need to lift this machine, but it's far too heavy. Made of steel and having undergone a buckling reaction, it was impossible to budge. Another thunderous explosion rang out, causing the ceiling beams above to start collapsing, nearly hitting someone. Just go, leave me, he shouted, resigned to his fate. Hurry, don't all get trapped here. Old Imo sighed deeply, his eyes filled with despair as he urged everyone to leave. The crowd around him was silent. They were neighbors, and watching someone they knew in such peril was heart-wrenching, yet staying there longer meant they couldn't help and the danger would only increase. Let me try, said Liam, who had quietly let his small toad test its ability to corrode the steel with its dark water powers. I am a beast master. Liam didn't bother explaining further. In this crisis, any explanation was a waste of precious life. Upon hearing that he was a beast master, the others quickly made way. Liam swiftly directed his small toad to use its talent for dark water, targeting the steel, pinning old Imo. Carefully controlling it, he launched an attack. Liam also used his own talents, corroding the steel under perfect synergy with his skills. Directly using a spiritual power blast might have broken the machine faster, but the immense force could have caused secondary injuries to old Imo. They had to be careful not to break the steel supports while corroding a hole large enough to rescue old Imo. We're almost there, just a bit more, be careful not to break this part. It's all that supporting it. Fortunately, no further accidents occurred and old Imo was eventually rescued. The crowd quickly left the scene. Mom, there's still a child, someone cried out. Look, where is the child? Upstairs, someone remembered. It's old Lou's child. He was put to sleep there in the afternoon. I'll go, you all get out. One person gritted their teeth and rushed upstairs, only to be blown away by a sudden explosion. I'll save the child, you all hurry out. Seeing the child silent above, Liam clenched his teeth. Absolute synergy merge. The black water toad leaped towards Liam, completing the merger. Liam's body turned pitch black like a glossy black stone, his defensive abilities greatly enhanced. What felt scorchingly hot before now felt only warm. Without pausing to savor the sensation, Liam leaped forcefully, reaching the second floor where he found the unconscious child. After checking that the child was still breathing, he hurriedly carried her back. However, the fire had intensified, and while he could endure the flames, the child could not. Spiritual power blast. Liam carefully controlled the distance, blasting a hole in the wall and jumping out. Upon landing, he sprinted away rapidly. The enormous explosion that followed flipped over the metal roofed house. A cry of alarm was heard as the few who had just run out, slowed by carrying the injured, were still outside. The overturned metal sheet was hurtling towards them. Spiritual power blast. Liam quickly raised his hand, a beam of spiritual energy accurately deflecting the metal sheet, protecting them as they made a swift escape. After handing the child to others, he finally deactivated his absolute synergy and merge state. Are you okay? Others were curious about Liam, but the urgency of the situation left no time for further attention except for Lu Guafin, Liam's mother, who was deeply concerned for her son. When Liam entered the building, her heart was suspended in anxiety. It wasn't until Liam emerged unscathed that she finally allowed herself a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Mom, I'm fine. Your son is quite capable. Yes, the most capable. But being capable doesn't mean you should be reckless. It's too dangerous. Yes, I'll listen to you, Liam promised, following Lu Guafin to continue rescuing others. It was only after the victims were helped and the factory had completely exploded that the Beastmaster enforcement team finally arrived, though significantly delayed. What happened? Why did the explosion occur? How did you operate this? Do you even realize the extent of the loss? Selling you all wouldn't cover the costs. the Beastmaster from the enforcement team arrived full of fury, not bothering to inquire about the casualties but instead starting to scold everyone fiercely. His presence is threatening. The people around, having just survived the explosion by a hair's breadth, thought the arrival of the enforcement team would bring some order, but were instead met with this harsh situation. For a moment everyone was too intimidated to speak. Where is the person in charge? Is he dead? Why isn't he showing himself? It was a long while before someone timidly spoke up. The person in charge was defeated in the explosion. We don't know why it exploded. Before he could finish, he was kicked so hard that he spat blood and his face turned as white as paper. What use are you if you know nothing? Why didn't you all die in the explosion? A bunch of lowlifes, why are you even alive? Wang Hung stood atop a massive desert bird watching the factory that still occasionally exploded. His face was shadowed with anger, growing more irate as he spoke. Being from one of Luo City's 4 major families, the Wangs, he should have been living a life of luxury. Unfortunately, he had caused the deaths of a few people a while back. Usually, this wouldn't be an issue in Luo City, where the enforcement team would have let it slide with some compensation. However, due to an outbreak of demonic creatures outside the city and the intervention of the Beastmaster Bureau, who had heard about the incident, they demanded he be sent to the demonic frontier as cannon fodder. To make matters worse, the city lord had to comply, and after much back and forth within the family, others were sent to the frontier while he was dispatched to the outskirts of the city. Thankfully, his parents had maneuvered quietly to secure him a job with the enforcement team in the outskirts, where his family also owned a stake in the factory. It was an easy job with good pay. Reluctantly, Wang Hung had no choice but to accept, but he hadn't expected that just 2 days into his new role, before he had even received his first paycheck, such a disaster would strike. With the factory gone, where would he get his money? And if this incident reached higher authorities, he was sure to be in trouble. If the Beastmaster Bureau really did catch up with him, his fate would be sealed. Thinking this, Wang Hung almost wished he could defeat everyone in sight. Enough, Wang Hung, aren't you ashamed of yourself? What are you trying to do? Get down from there. A scolding voice came from behind, and the other members of the enforcement team couldn't stand it any longer. A woman with a golden eagle perched on her shoulder coldly shouted, "Mind your own business." Wang Hung retorted, but his tone had involuntarily softened a bit. After all, this woman was known to be a madcap. Do you think I want to deal with you? You're a disgrace to our enforcement team. What are you? Am I wrong? A coward who doesn't dare to go to the battlefield but struts around in the outskirts. If you didn't hear me clearly, let me say it again. Wang Hung, you are a coward. Trash. These are my words. Ling Qingqiu speaking. Did you hear that? If you disagree, you can try to teach me a lesson anytime. If you can beat me, I'll kneel and apologize. Do you dare? The woman named Ling Qingqiu approached with a powerful stride, her height only 1.7 meters, but her presence felt as if she were 7.1 meters tall. Her beautiful, sharply defined face matched the proud and regal demeanor she carried, much like the golden eagle perched on her shoulder. She looked down on Wang Hung without a trace of personal sentiment, her disdain pure and simple. Wang Hung, a member of the Wang family, would have exploded in anger at such arrogance in the past, but now he dared not. His family's status meant nothing in front of this formidable woman. Since arriving in the outer city, he had been beaten by her several times, once even breaking a rib. When he sought help from his family, they told him to endure it and ideally to conquer her heart. Despite everything, Ling Qingqiu's beauty was undeniable, but he dared not harbor any other thoughts. A wrong look could provoke the golden eagle to strike at his eyes. Upon hearing Ling Qingqiu's dismissive words, Wang Hung swallowed his pride and silently stepped back, not daring to speak. With him out of the way, Ling Qingqiu demonstrated her capabilities. She quickly organized a team of beastmasters with healing abilities to treat the injured. Others with special skills were sent to scout the surroundings, and some beastmasters were tasked with extinguishing fires. Ling Qingqiu herself began to inquire about the situation from the villagers, who initially were apprehensive. Unexpectedly, the previously cold Ling Qingqiu now showed a friendly face, asking the villagers about recent events and probing gently for any secrets they might know about the explosion. The villagers, somewhat flattered and surprised by her approachability, shared details generously. Ling Qingqiu quickly gathered important information about the explosion's location, the injuries incurred, and how a beastmaster had heroically saved lives. All right, I think I understand the situation. You all focus on recovering. I'll handle this matter and there will be compensation for those injured, she assured them. After gathering the necessary information, she glanced towards Liamo, waved her hand to direct the remaining healers, and released her golden eagle to fly low and survey the area. Liamo noticed a flicker in Ling Qingqiu's eyes, an instant of shared vision with the golden eagle. It was indeed impressive. The golden eagle with its tuft of golden feathers looked quite majestic. Nearby a small toad seemed displeased, almost as if it were jealous. Liemo quickly shifted his attention to the rest of the Enforcement Beastmaster team. The team was well-rounded, consisting of 5 members including those specialized in offense and healing. The healer of the group controlled a colorful butterfly whose flight emitted a soft green glow, landing gently on wounds to rapidly clot and scab them, though it was only effective for superficial injuries. Sadly, Lemo's father, Old Mo, had sustained severe injuries that, despite initial treatment, required more advanced medical care. His crushed leg was likely beyond saving without the intervention of a high-level or even superior Beastmaster healer, which they could not afford. Elsewhere, Liemo spotted another Beastmaster's toad which, having enlarged, gulped down large amounts of water from a river and then hopped back, spraying it out like a fire truck to douse the flames. Another Beastmaster had a peculiar insect that astonishingly swallowed the fire whole, a sight that fascinated Liemo. As for Wang Hong, who was there at the beginning, his strength was second only to Leng Qingxiu. His bird, flapping its wings, stirred up a skill that kicked up dust and sand from the ground, easily extinguishing the fire. Soon after, the flames engulfing the factory were completely put out. "Captain, the fire has been extinguished," reported the team. "We checked the spot where the fire originated near the second motor. There are no signs of deliberate damage." "But what?" Leng Qingxiu asked coldly. "Well, we found quite a few dead rats nearby, especially under the factory. There's a huge rat's nest there. We suspect that the factory explosion might have been caused by rats. More importantly," the report continued, "we detected magical energy from within the rat nest. We have reason to believe that the rats have undergone mutations. We need to confirm the details further." Leng Qingxiu nodded slightly. Through her golden eagle's eyes, she also noticed the abundance of rats around. Rats are common in slums, but the number here was unusually high. Moreover, some of the rats were excessively large. As the golden eagle returned, it gripped a particularly large rat in its claws, almost the size of a cat. The moment it was released, this gigantic rat, ferociously fierce, lunged straight for a nearby person's neck. It was Lu Guifan, who was standing close by. In that instant, Liemo was ready to intervene, but Leng Qingxiu was quicker. A flash of electricity struck, and the massive rat fell to the ground, charred and even emitting a scent of cooked meat. Observing the dead rat, Leng Qingxiu's expression grew even colder. "The magical energy on this rat is extremely intense, nearly comparable to a first-level Beastmaster. Call for backup, dig up everything around here, and exterminate any such rats on sight." "Yes, Captain," responded the members of the Beastmaster squads without hesitation, proceeding with their search. Only Wang Hong complained, "It's just some rats. Do we really need such a big fuss?" Leng Qingxiu glanced at him. She too hoped they were just ordinary rats. However, the beast god cult had been active recently, causing trouble everywhere, and one of the cult's elders, known as Dark Rat, specialized in controlling mutated rats. Recently, there had been reports of the beast god cult's presence in Luocheng, but no one had been found. Now, with the appearance of these rats, Leng Qingxiu couldn't afford to take any chances. As for Wang Hong, Leng Qingxiu didn't bother explaining. It would be a waste of words with him, and he might not even understand. She simply stated, "You can choose not to participate, but I will have you sent back to the inner city." Immediately, Wang Hong dared not speak another word. Did he not want to return? Of course he did, but he couldn't, which was why he was here. Although Wang Hong was dissatisfied, he had no choice but to follow and assist, albeit half-heartedly, showing an attitude of slacking off. Leng Qingxiu glanced at him but didn't care. Even if he was slacking with Wang Hang's capabilities, finding some rats was still not a problem. After making arrangements, Leng Qingxiu approached Liemo and sized him up. A student from Luocheng Beastmaster High School. Although it was a question, her tone was affirming. "Yes, senior year, class 32 Liemo," he replied, looking directly at her without flinching or hiding anything, as the neighbors around knew him too well. Leng Qingxiu showed no extra expression, just continued, "I heard from the villagers that you saved them. Weren't you afraid of dying?" "I didn't think much at the time, just saw a chance to help and took it," Liemo answered calmly, not taking any credit. "What's your qualification? What beast do you master?" Leng Qingxiu asked, her tone as flat as ever. "Scrap iron grade, a common toad," Liemo replied. The conversation between the two was like an exchange between robots. Hearing the response, Leng Qingxiu paused for a moment and gave Liemo an extra glance. Based on what the villagers said about this young man, she had assumed he was at least of bronze-level talent as a beast tamer. To her surprise, he was merely scrap metal. But then the difference between bronze and scrap wasn't too vast. After all, both were inferior to her. Wang Hong had better talent, possessing a silver-level Shazhou bird, yet what good did it do? He only knew how to throw his weight around. During the monster invasion he was too scared to face the challenge, proving less useful than trash. What she valued was character like that of Liu Mo. His talent might be lacking, but his courage was commendable. After graduation, if you can't find a job, you're welcome to join the enforcement team, she said, tossing a card to Liu Mo before turning and walking away. Liu Mo looked at the card in his hand, which bore Ling Qingqiu's contact information. He could tell that Ling Qingqiu, despite being harsh on Wang Hong, was kind to the people from the slums. She wasn't like the typical aloof city dwellers. This opportunity seemed to be her way of acknowledging his act of saving someone, offering him a prospect for the future. If he were really just a common scrap metal level toad, Ling Qingqiu's offer would secure him a stable job in the outer cities enforcement team. At least he could have a comfortable life, not having to struggle like the others. It was a decent job. Liu Mo pocketed the card casually. Though he might not need it, it was good to have. Suddenly a prompt flashed. Your Blackwater toad has devoured a power-containing rat, gaining +09 experience and +09 spiritual power. Liu Mo turned his attention to find that his little toad had stealthily jumped out and swallowed the charred rat. Its belly was now hugely distended, resembling a pregnant woman's. Your Blackwater toad feels a sensation in its stomach. Skill: rapid digestion upgraded from E to D. Shortly after, Liu Mo saw energy fluctuations around the toad as its swollen belly quickly deflated. It conveyed a message to him: it wanted more to eat. The spiritual power and experience from this large rat were incomparable to the previous black horned spirit mosquito, but were dozens of times more than any other fly or mosquito. Liu Mo, wanting his toad to level up quickly, wouldn't stop it. He prepared to let it out to hunt more rats cautiously. As the situation settled, the lightly injured were healed by beast tamers and the gravely injured were sent to the hospital. Ling Qingqiu's team took over the site and the crowd gradually dispersed. Lu Guifan was also preparing to leave and called for Liu Mo to join her. Little Mo, let's head back. We shouldn't trouble the beast tamers anymore. At this moment, the previously silent ants, intimidated by the enforcement team, became lively again, even though Ling Qingqiu had lowered her status. Her intrinsic aura and the natural social gap kept the villagers at a distance, similar to how ordinary people feel around police officers. But Liu Mo was different. He had grown up in their midst. Little Li, you've really made something of yourself, becoming a beast tamer. If it weren't for you today, it would have been a disaster for everyone. Listening to the increasingly absurd conversations, Liu Mo genuinely did not want to get involved with these people. Although they had no ill intentions, Liu Mo had no plans to join the enforcement team, let alone entangle with them. It was hard to say no directly. He didn't mind, but Lu Guifan was still living here and it would be problematic if relations became strained. Lu Guifan noticed Li Mo's dilemma and quickly thought of a way out. Liu Mo, didn't Captain Lang just ask for you? You go ahead with your work and we'll head back first. Upon hearing this, Liu Mo understood Lu Guifan's intention and looked at her with gratitude. Okay mom, I'll go now and come back later. I'm a beast tamer now, so don't worry about me. Taking this excuse to leave, Liu Mo also reassured Lu Guifan that he was fine and would return soon, putting her at ease. Captain Lang's matter is more important, you go ahead, Lu Guifan said. When the other elderly ladies heard that it was something assigned by Captain Lang, they didn't dare to stop him. They allowed Liu Mo to leave and then turned their attention to Lu Guifan. Guifan, I made some grass cakes yesterday, I'll bring some over for you and Liu Mo to try later, one lady said. Another added, Guifan, the factory exploded, it won't be operational for a while, let us come over to your place. Lu Guifan knew their intentions but didn't refuse. She accepted the gifts graciously, and whenever someone asked her for a favor, she would politely deflect by saying she needed to consult her son first. Meanwhile, Captain Ling Qingqiu's voice rang out clearly, issuing commands to the team. Search thoroughly, don't let even a single rat escape, exterminate as many as possible. Keep a close distance from each other, be aware of your teammates' positions and stay alert. Be ready to support each other in case of any incidents. Although some team members didn't understand the seriousness, seeing Captain Lang so earnest made them respond with equal seriousness and begin their meticulous search. Only Wang Hong down below was somewhat disdainful, muttering under his breath about making a big fuss over a few rats, yet, as he commanded his sandbird to recklessly flap and stir the ground unexpectedly, quite a few large rats were shaken out from underground. Damn, what kind of rats are these, so big? It scared me. Sandbird, defeated. If I can't beat that woman, I can still beat you rats. Wang Hong seemed to find a way to vent his frustrations, vigorously using the sandbirds. abilities to overturn the nearby soil and ferociously defeat the emerging rats as if taking his anger out on them was akin to striking a blow against Captain Leng Qingqiu herself. Captain Leng Qingqiu noticed this but chose not to intervene. She wasn't interested in stopping a fool's self-amusement, she only cared about the results. However, she frowned slightly when she saw that Liamo the student had not left and had followed them. His beast was seemingly eating the rats, displaying a bit of cleverness. Although these rats were not fully demonic, they contained considerable energy which could help his beast grow. Captain Leng took a brief look and seeing that he wasn't behaving excessively chose not to stop him. Meanwhile, Liamo was quite pleased. The enforcement team was frantically defeating the rats, but they didn't need the corpses leaving them on the ground. His little toad wasn't picky at all, being a diligent eater, gobbling them up one by one. After advancing to a D grade in the skill of rapid digestion, the digestive capacity of the little toad greatly improved. Despite consuming so much, it didn't feel bloated at all. In fact, its digestion was swift. In just a short while, the little toad's experience points had reached 788/800. With just about 10 more mice, the little toad would break through to level 8. Looking around, there were far more than just a few dozen mouse corpses. At this moment, Liamo felt only one thing: he had struck gold. Watching the enforcement officers continuously clearing out the mutant giant rats, Liamo felt quite like a boss, with everyone else seeming like mere workers. Your Blackwater Toad devours a mutant rat, gaining plus 0.88 spiritual power and plus 0.88 experience. Your Blackwater Toad devours a robust rat, gaining plus 0.66 spiritual power and plus 0.66 experience. Ding, your Blackwater Toad has leveled up, current level LV8, you have received a tribute feedback. These notifications never stopped, and within moments, the little toad had already broken through to level 8. Feeling the power feedback from the little toad, Liamo's bones stretched comfortably and every cell in his body radiated joy. Reveling in the sensation of becoming stronger, Liamo couldn't help but laugh aloud. What's with that guy behind us? Why does he shiver one moment and laugh out loud the next like a fool? Has he gone mad? Zhang Yan, a level 11 beast master controlling a giant flame beetle, couldn't help but comment as he watched Liamo laughing happily. Standing nearby, Zhang Shan, a level 10 beast master who also had a toad, smiled. Perhaps because they both had toads as their beasts, he felt a certain fondness for Liamo. What's so strange about it? The captain has sent him an invite. Once he graduates, he can join the captain's team. Wouldn't you be excited too? Remember when the captain invited you, you were so thrilled that night you stripped and ran into the streets shouting, almost got arrested for indecency, coughed Zhang Shan, revealing some old secrets, prompting Zhang Yan to quickly interject, okay, I get it, save some face will you? Zhang Yan also sighed. That kid Liamo was really lucky. I just heard his beast is only a black iron grade toad, yet the captain sees potential in him. In his lifetime, that's really something to look forward to. Zhang Shan nodded in agreement. Toad-type beasts generally didn't have high qualifications, like his. A bronze quality toad was already considered quite good, most others were likely most rated as scrap iron. Many ordinary people thought that scrap iron grade beasts could never evolve, but in the enforcement team within the Beast Control Division, there were special methods to enhance even scrap iron grade beasts to level 9. These methods were expensive and not generally worth it for ordinary people. Those who had the means knew about these things and didn't need to be told. I've also checked him out. He might be weak, but he has a good character. In such dangerous situations he's willing to save others, making him a teammate worth trusting. He's much better than some privileged second-generation kids, Zhang Shan said, glancing inadvertently at Wang Heng, who was venting wildly below. The other members of this small team, all recruited by Captain Leng Qingqiu, were mostly without any significant background. They naturally formed a cohesive group, hence they felt a closer kinship with Liamo, who had also been invited by Captain Leng. This was in contrast to Wang Heng, who had been forcibly included by higher-ups and thus was not particularly liked by the team. Their dislike of course didn't mean much. Liamo's laughter, not particularly loud but distinct since he was the only one laughing, attracted the attention of not just Zhang Yan and Zhang Shan, but also Leng Qingqiu and Wang Heng, who turned to look in his direction. Leng Qingqiu glanced around and quickly shifted her focus back to utilizing the golden eagle to continue searching for traces of demonic creatures. If this was indeed the work of the beast god cult, there would surely be more than just these small mice. Wang Heng, on the other hand, sneered disdainfully and cursed idiots. It was unclear whether he was facing retribution for his sharp tongue or if it was a punishment meted out by the heavens. Just as Wang Heng finished cursing, the ground in his area suddenly collapsed, creating a huge pit about 7 to 8 meters wide. Wang Hong and his beast the sand dune bird both fell into the pit, causing a massive disturbance that kicked up clouds of dust. Wang Hong reacted swiftly. Given that the sand dune bird was an earth-type creature, he immediately used a skill called sand cover in an attempt to escape. However, as soon as he fell, he realized something was amiss. This wasn't just an ordinary hole but a massive rat burrow. Countless rats charged at him ferociously, nearly submerging him. Fortunately, as a level 15 Beastmaster, he had protective items from his family which allowed him to survive the initial onslaught and create a shield. With his power sending the other rats flying and protecting him, any other Beastmaster would have been devoured by the rats immediately. However, Wang Hong was still unable to escape as countless rats swarmed around him like a dark swirling tide, trapping him completely. The moment his protective shield broke, it would be the end of Wang Hong. Previously, Wang Hong had not found the rats particularly frightening and even thought Ling Qingqiu was being overly dramatic, but now faced with the overwhelming number of hideously snarling rats, he finally felt true terror. Damn it, help, someone save me, Wang Hong yelled. He tried to control the sand to clear some space and Ling Qingqiu immediately issued commands. Wang Hong, control the sand to clear space. I'll have the golden eagle extract you. In that instant you must quickly retract your beast. Zhang Yan, use your fire beetle to suppress the rats with flames. Zhang Shan, prepare to assist. Xiaomi, retreat and call for backup. Ling Qingqiu had given these orders not because she cared much for Wang Hang but because it was her responsibility as the team leader. She issued the commands methodically and sprang into action. Zhang Yan and Zhang Shan, among others, were not fond of Wang Hang, but at this moment they had no time for resentment and immediately followed her orders to start the rescue. Wang Hong, a level 15 Beastmaster, could already use a skill in conjunction with his beast the sand dune bird. Together they cast Sandwave, forcefully dispersing the encroaching rats. The rats, fearless in their attack, continued to surge forward. In that critical moment, Zhang Yan controlled his fire beetle, which spewed flames, forcefully creating a space. With a piercing cry, the golden eagle swooped down from the sky with immense pressure and grabbed Wang Hong. Retract your beast. At this life and death moment, Wang Hong did not dare to hesitate and quickly retracted his beast, allowing the golden eagle to pull him out of the rat pit. Below, the rats let out pitiful screams. As they watched their enemy escape, they were filled with resentment. The enraged rats surged out of the pit. A dark tide of rats began to wreak havoc. The destructive power of a single rat was minimal, but what about 1,000, 10,000, or even more? Everywhere they passed, vegetation was reduced to debris, rocks crumbled, buildings collapsed, and bones were left unrecognizable. Ah, damn! Wang Hong screamed in agony. Although the golden eagle had lifted him into the air, Wang Hong was too heavy, and the eagle struggled to fly high. The rats below, as if possessed of intelligence, stacked upon each other. A few managed to leap up and bite his rear. Wang Hong had no time to worry about the few rats he saw initially because he had just spotted something far more terrifying. Deep within a large pit, he saw about a dozen unusual rats. These creatures were massive, almost the size of small wild boars. They emitted dark smoke from their bodies, their crimson eyes fiercely fixed on the people, radiating an aura of death, intense, so intense that it sent shivers down one's spine. These were no ordinary rats. They were demonic beasts, at least level 7 or 8 inch, perhaps even higher, and there might be even more terrifying beings below. We need to leave now. Xiaomi, how long until support arrives? Wang Hong shouted as he fled, speaking through his headset to Xiaomi, who was a beast tamer specialized in healing but lacked combat skills, which is why he had asked her to retreat earlier. At least 10 more minutes, Xiaomi replied helplessly. Quick, to the civilian area. We can hold them off for 10 minutes until support arrives, Wang Hong exclaimed excitedly, urging the golden eagle to carry him faster. He regretted that his contracted beast was a sand grouse, lamenting its inability to fly. As Ling Qingqiu glanced toward the civilian area and then back at the endless swarm of rats, her determination hardened. If the rats breached the civilian area, the unprotected citizens would suffer countless casualties in an instant. Our role as law enforcers is to protect the people, not to flee for our lives. These rats are controlled by a few demonic ones. Capture the leaders first. We need to attack those demonic rats and disrupt them to buy more time. If we can hold out until help arrives, we'll be safe, Ling Qingqiu stated coldly, controlling the golden eagle to turn back. But what if we can't hold on? Isn't this just a mission? Ling Qingqiu, if you want to die, don't drag me into this. Let me go. Those lowlifes, if they die, they die. They're worthless anyway. Why should I, the heir of the Wang family, die for them? Wang Hong protested, but seeing that Ling Qingqiu was unmoved, he turned desperately to Zhang Yan and the others. What are you waiting for? Convince this madwoman. Do you really want to die here too? You are all noble beast tamers, is it worth dying here for a few lowlifes? Zhang Yan and the others struggled internally. No one wanted to die, especially not them who enjoyed privileges in this world. Though they often self-deprecatingly claimed they were inferior, they were still far superior to ordinary people. However, after their brief struggle, Zhang Yan and the others firmly decided to follow their captain. Wherever our captain goes, we go. They formed a defensive formation and moved against the tide of rats heading towards the center. I will always follow the captain, even Xiaomi responded through the headset, turning back to join her team. You're all insane. I don't want to die. Wang Heng struggled futilely as he watched himself getting closer to the center despite his efforts to escape. Don't want to die. Leng Qingqiu glanced sideways at Wang Heng with a sinister smile. Then fight for your life. Once we reach the center, willing or not, we must give it our all. Meanwhile, Li Mo, who had been at the rear with his small toad collecting bodies, felt the thrill of leveling up +1+1+1+1 with each defeat. This small rat is mine, that one is mine, all those over there are mine. He looked up and saw the terrifying sight of the rats rushing forward like a mudslide. Quack, the small toad was ecstatic. So many, if I eat them all, how much will I level up? Li Mo, speechless, quickly grabbed the overeager toad. Can you even eat that many? Li Mo's gaze drifted past the swarm of rats, focusing on the few larger ones in the depths. Their aura was even stronger than that of the black-horned spirit mosquitoes. Consuming them would surely accelerate the growth of his small toad. However, the sheer number of rats present made it potentially wiser to avoid direct confrontation. Eat a bit more, we need to be ready to move at any moment, he remarked as he and the small toad coordinated their efforts, swiftly eliminating any rats that came too close. Li Mo was prepared for an absolute synchrony fusion with the toad at any moment to make a quick escape. Li Mo's strength was already superior to that of his peers, and in a fused state with the small toad, their combined force was greater than the sum of its parts. Their defense, speed, strength, and spiritual power all increased significantly. Even without achieving absolute synchrony previously, Li Mo had managed to defeat the black-horned spirit mosquitoes. The rats, now merely fatter and more numerous, posed no insurmountable threat. They might not be able to defeat all the rats at once, but escaping was definitely feasible. Why are you still here? Follow me, you're only adding to the chaos, Xiaomi called out as she turned back and saw Li Mo seemingly trapped. The team, all beast tamers of at least level 10, included Xiaomi herself, who despite not being combat-oriented had reached level 10 and experienced a significant transformation in all her attributes. Although she lacked combat prowess among beast tamers, she held a distinct advantage over ordinary people. Li Mo, still a student with his contract beast being nothing more than a useless ironskin toad, was barely stronger than an average person and was clearly a liability at that moment. Though frustrated, Xiaomi knew it was her duty to protect ordinary people. Don't move, I'm coming to save you, she exclaimed, her tone mixed with annoyance as she dashed over, grabbed Li Mo and activated a special protective amulet around her neck, forming a shield of light around them. Why are you still here? Don't you know to run? I thought you had potential, but now you seem just foolish. Stick close to me. It's too late to escape now. You're not even level 10, you're barely stronger than an ordinary person. The rats will catch up soon and leave nothing of you. Xiaomi scolded as she moved closer to Li Mo. The shield, a special protective device provided to healing beast tamers by the enforcement team, impervious to the ordinary rat swarm. I can't leave now, the captain and the others need me, you better come with me. If we defeat those demonic giant rats, these ordinary rats will scatter and we can survive. Despite her harsh words and evident irritation, Xiaomi was diligent and responsible, channeling more spiritual power to expand the shield, keeping Li Mo safe behind her. Li Mo, somewhat speechless, touched his nose and looked at Xiaomi protecting him, wondering if this counted as relying on a woman's favor. Why are you still here? Why did you even follow? When Li Mo arrived, Leng Qingqiu, Zhang Yan and Zhang Shan all stared in confusion. Wang Hong looked at Li Mo and Xiaomi as if they were fools. He was eager to escape. If not for being recognized and called back by Leng Qingqiu, he would have already fled. The two, instead of leaving, had run back into the fray. Xiaomi briefly explained that Li Mo couldn't outrun the rats and got trapped, so she thought it better to bring him along for a higher chance of survival. Zhang Yan and others sighed deeply. Having Li Mo as a burden wasn't good news under these circumstances. Well, he's here now, what's the use of sighing? Our duty as beast tamers is to fight these monsters. It's our destiny. We're here now, so let's not dwell on it. Prepare for battle. Our only goal now is to eliminate those demonic giant rats. Leng Qingqiu set the tone firmly and turned to Liamo. Just take care of yourself, in battle you can't always expect to be rescued, so you'd better be sharp, get ready to fight. As his words fell, everyone's spirit was jolted and their breathing became more subdued. Even Wang Hong, who had been complaining incessantly, stopped his grievances. Battle was never a light word, though he was a scoundrel he knew better how to survive. Zhang Yan controlled the flame beetles to clear the path ahead. Wang Hong commanded the sand dune birds to guard the left and Zhang Shan managed his giant toad on the right flank. Leng Qingqiu utilized his golden eagle to oversee the entire situation, occasionally launching bolts of lightning to support the struggling flanks. Xiaomi was in the middle healing the team members. Liamo only then realized that the dust falling from Xiaomi's colorful moth could heal wounds and restore a small amount of spiritual energy. This was why she had returned. In a sense, she was the core of the team. With her presence, the team could perform better. As for Liamo, he wasn't assigned any specific tasks. However, he took it upon himself to eliminate the occasional rat that slipped through, protecting Xiaomi so she could focus entirely on healing. This improved everyone's perception of Liamo. At least this burden was proving to be somewhat useful. Suddenly, a monstrous rat noticed the presence of the squad and sensed the threat. Under its command, the surrounding rats stopped their blind charges and began to launch attacks on the team's position. The team's expressions turned even more solemn at that moment. They knew the real test had just begun. The fire blazed, capable of incinerating 100 rats, but then 1,000 would surge forward. The thunder was frightening, able to defeat 1,000 rats, but then 10,000 more would follow. In an instant, the ground beneath them was littered with rat corpses and the smell of cooked rats filled the air. Captain, there are too many, my fire can't keep up anymore, help Leng Qingqiu. Captain, I can't hold on much longer. Zhang Yan and Wang Hong were still managing as their beasts inflicted area damage, but Zhang Shan's situation was different. His toad was a water-type creature with a skill called Water Curtain Waterfall, which required water to activate, and its stored water was nearly depleted. Without water, Zhang Shan and his toad's damage output drastically decreased, and if not for Leng Qingqiu's support, their side would have been breached already. Even with Leng Qingqiu's help, numerous rats still managed to break through and attack Xiaomi and Liamo. At first, the little toad was happily devouring the rats, but as more slipped through, even the toad couldn't keep up. When the numbers reached a certain extreme, they realized that even powerful forces were still insufficient. Xiaomi had to use more spiritual energy to expand the protective shield from her shield necklace, but this greatly drained her. The rats had piled up into a mountain and they were completely overwhelmed from all sides. Note, this can't go on. If we can't close in on those monstrous rats, we will be overwhelmed by the tide of rats. The moment the shield broke would be the moment of their demise. Leng Qingqiu pierced through a crowd of rats, his gaze shifting to the monstrous rat near the giant pit that hadn't moved an inch. His eyes flickered slightly and he suddenly spoke, "Retreat. Thank goodness you've finally come around. I've been wanting to retreat for a while now and I still have 2 items on me that can ensure our escape." Upon hearing Leng Qingqiu's words, Wang Hong spoke excitedly, revealing 2 scrolls in his hand. As the son of one of the 4 major families in Luocheng, he naturally carried some life-saving items. Zhang Yan and the others also breathed a sigh of relief and continued to push forward. The danger was too great. It wasn't that they didn't want to defeat the demonic creatures, but under the current circumstances it was obviously too difficult. Suddenly Liamo turned to Leng Qingqiu with a shrewd look in his eyes. "We are pulling out, what about you?" Leng Qingqiu paused, his gaze fixed in the direction of the demonic giant rats. "I want to go in and see." "Go in? Are you crazy?" Wang Hong exclaimed. "Even if you have a golden eagle that can fly, you might manage to defeat 1 or 2 demonic giant rats. But if you go in, the rats around could bury you alive. You'll definitely die." Despite his harsh words, there was a hint of concern for Leng Qingqiu. Humans are complex creatures. For instance, Wang Hong disliked Leng Qingqiu, but sometimes he truly admired him. "Captain, did you discover something?" Zhang Yan and the others also reacted, asking Leng Qingqiu. Leng Qingqiu remained silent for a moment, then looked at the demonic giant rats standing still, not budging, and finally spoke in a low voice. "Although these demonic giant rats have some intelligence, it is certainly not very high. They see humans and are attracted by flesh and blood, charging at us immediately. So my initial thought was that we didn't need to charge in like this. We just needed to attract them within a certain range to have them attack us. But now that we've charged this far, we've already exceeded the alert range of the demonic giant rats, yet they still haven't charged at us. Instead, they keep staying outside the pit, controlling the rat swarm to attack us, or rather to prevent our approach." "What are you trying to say?" Wang Heng didn't understand at first. Liemo however understood Ling Qingqiu's point and interjected, "What Captain Lung means is that there's something off about these demonic giant rats. The desire for flesh is well known among demons, but these demonic giant rats have not attacked us immediately. There are only two possibilities. 1. Someone is controlling these rats from behind, preventing them from coming out. 2. There is something special inside the pit that these demonic giant rats are guarding, even suppressing their instinctual restlessness." Upon hearing Limo's words, Ling Qingqiu nodded appreciatively. Although this student lacked in strength and talent, he was not completely useless because he had some brains. Continuously, Ling Qingqiu built on Limo's conclusion. "Exactly, that's what I mean. However, neither scenario bodes well for us. If someone is behind this, it's likely the handiwork of the beast god cult, and I need to investigate clearly. That's my duty. If it's the second scenario and there is something else inside the pit," Ling Qingqiu's tone became somewhat melancholic. "This massive swarm could only be guarded by a rat king. If a rat king is born, it would be a catastrophic disaster. Even if it costs us our lives, we must defeat it. If we can't defeat it, we must hold it off until reinforcements arrive. We absolutely can't let it escape. Any kind of king among the monsters is a terrifying presence for humans, not because the king is incredibly powerful, but because it becomes the core leader. Without a leader, they are but a mob. With a leader, they can bring about apocalyptic destruction, just like that time in the southern city that was completely engulfed. One reason was that a cockroach king had emerged among the roach demons. The humans who first encountered it, inexperienced as they were, thought it was just a slightly stronger demon. They let it be, and the result was the complete annihilation of an entire city with hundreds of thousands dead. This was a lesson written in blood, a tragedy of mankind. She was a member of the enforcement team, a beast tamer enjoying the benefits bestowed upon her kind, and now it was her time to contribute to humanity. Whether it was the Rat King or the Beast God cult, she needed to uncover the truth, regardless of the potential costs involved. Only through such sacrifices could greater losses be avoided. "Go if you want, but I'm not going," one of them declared, his voice echoing the sentiments of a foolhardy skeptic. "Even if it really is the Rat King, when the sky falls, there are taller people to support it. Haven't the beast tamers from the capital arrived in Luqing? They will handle it. Do you really need to march to your deaths? Who do you think you are impressing with such actions? None. No one will be moved by your deaths. They will be meaningless. The higher-ups won't remember you, let alone grieve enough to issue your families a consolation payment. Those commoners remembering you as worthless, their lives are worth less than your compensation. This is my last warning. Those who want to leave, follow me. For the sake of our long association, I will lead you out. If you insist on courting death, don't blame me for not saving you." Wang Heng coldly addressed Lung Qingqiu and the others, his resolve clear. He didn't want to die, nor did he want to get carried away by the hot-blooded fervor of his companions. As a member of the Wang family, he was all too aware of the grim reality. The sacrifices of the lower ranks were merely stepping stones for the achievements of those above. It was utterly pointless. This time Ling Qingqiu didn't stop Wang Heng. Instead, he tried to persuade Zhang Yan and the others to leave with Wang Heng. "Captain, don't try to be a hero alone, let us be deserters." Zhang Yan said, a resolute and determined smile playing on his lips. "Exactly, Captain, if we go together. If we die together." Shumi clenched his fists, speaking earnestly. "Captain, don't forget we too are beast tamers, we have our pride." Zhang Shan also spoke up, lifting his head proudly, then turning his gaze toward Wang Heng. "Wang, young master, although I dislike it, I know your words are true. But not every person's life and death need to be meaningful. I am merely doing what I must. I come from the slums, and these years having lived above it all as a beast tamer, I've almost forgotten that the slums are also my home." Zhang Shan firmly stood by Ling Qingqiu's side. They all understood what this decision meant. This departure might be a point of no return, with no future left for them. They might never again see the handsome men with their sculpted abs or the tall, long-legged beauties, but still they chose to follow Ling Qingqiu without looking back. These demonic giant rats remained motionless, guarding the massive pit that held, whether it be the Rat King or something else, the key to this critical moment. If missed, there might never be another chance. Only Liemo stood in the middle. Wang Heng's expression turned sour as he observed the few people by Ling Qingqiu's side, their presence making him seem petty. His gaze then shifted to Liemo, hoping for someone to join him, to prove he wasn't the only one who felt this way. "Kid, come with me, consider yourself lucky. Normally, I wouldn't bother with you, but now follow me and I'll save your life. Once we're out, I can help you escape the slums." "Thank you," Liemo said, not expecting to be addressed directly by the young master, and courteously expressed his gratitude. Wang Heng's lips curled into a smile, looking at Leng Qingqiu and the others, thinking to himself that he wasn't the only one afraid of dying. But before he could speak further, Li Mo continued, I don't want to leave just yet. The closer to the center, the more spiritual energy these rats possess, the more experience there is to gain. Right now my little toad is not far from reaching level 9. Li Mo assessed his situation, calculating that under absolute attunement his attributes could increase fivefold, allowing him to persist for about an hour. If he could break through to level 9 midway, he could replenish his spiritual power and last even longer. Though it carried some risk, survival was not out of the question. Most importantly, Li Mo had a trump card up his sleeve. His gaze fell upon the little toad's panel where a new skill was displayed, Demonic Rat Transformation. This skill, labeled Demonic Rat, E12/20, allowed him to transform into a demonic rat, acquired from devouring rats along his journey. This simple skill let him assume the form of a demonic rat. Outside, this ability might seem insignificant, but here, amidst a horde of rats, what difference would it make from being at home? This confidence was precisely why Li Mo dared to stay. There was another reason for him not to leave. The little toad sensed something valuable nearby. What exactly it was, the toad couldn't tell, but the feeling was similar to the one it had in the cafeteria before. Li Mo immediately thought of the blackwater condensation bead fragments. Previously, the demonic black horned mosquito had possessed a fragment. Could it be possible that these giant demonic rats were hiding another piece? What would happen if they found more fragments, considering that one alone allowed him and the little toad to achieve absolute attunement? Li Mo couldn't help but look forward to it, and thus he had no plans to leave. Meanwhile, the others, unaware of Li Mo's ace, were stunned by his words. Interested in the Rat King? They echoed incredulously. Is that something to be interested in? We're in the middle of a rat horde where death lurks at every corner. Is this a tourist trip to you? Wang Heng's smile froze awkwardly as Li Mo repeated, thank you, but I'd rather not leave just yet. I'm quite interested in that Rat King and plan to check it out. His tone was casual, as if he were discussing a scenic spot he wished to visit, which only served to silence the already tense atmosphere. Stop causing trouble and just go with Wang Heng, they urged. Sticking with us, you'll only be a burden. Exactly, you'll only slow us down, they added. Li Mo, normally curious, was advised not to be so at this moment. Follow Wang Heng and don't be stubborn. This isn't a game. It's literally a matter of life and death. Even Leng Qingqiu glared coldly at him. Your current actions make me want to retract my earlier praise. You're not smart at all, in fact you're being foolish. If this is just for show, it's enough. I've noticed you. Going back with Wang Heng is your best option. You could still have a great future and join the enforcement team. If it's not for show, you should still go back, because staying here doesn't help me at all. The rats they had encountered so far weren't true demonic creatures, they were still at the level of ordinary beasts despite their size. Defeating them was nothing extraordinary. Approaching the pit would start the real battle, and Leng Qingqiu had no time to look after him. Her expression was cold and her words were sharp, piercing to the heart. It was normal for the young and fearless to be arrogant, she too had been that way once. But the current situation was clear to any wise person, and Li Mo's choice showed a clear lack of judgment, which was disappointing. Thanks for your concern, but I can take care of myself, Li Mo responded indifferently, his expression serene. The little toad perched on his shoulder occasionally flicked out its tongue to snag a small rat and gulp it down. Damn. I really am dealing with a madwoman, and following her are all these madmen who don't care about their lives. I never expected someone like you. I'm not playing along anymore. Wang Heng was utterly furious, feeling as if only he appeared cowardly for valuing his life while no one else left. What's wrong with fearing death? Being alive means there is still a chance, and to live is to win. Only fools die. Without further hesitation, Wang Heng made his way through with the aid of a prop, sprinting towards the distance. His speed was so fast that he carved a path through the rat swarm and vanished in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yan and the others looked at Li Mo with complex expressions. Now, there was no escaping. Li Mo, I don't even know what to say about you, sigh. A sigh conveyed all their feelings. Ultimately, Li Mo still followed the team led by Leng Qingqiu, advancing with difficulty. The atmosphere in the group was particularly oppressive, filled with a deathly silence. Although everyone had spoken bravely and boldly just before, once on the road, they couldn't help but tremble inside, filled with trepidation and unease. Even Leng Qingqiu felt the same. After all, they were all still in the prime of their youth. Actually, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Li Mo, unaccustomed to the silence, spoke up to break it. This incident clearly was an unexpected event. A few rats accidentally bit through the factory's wires, causing an explosion. Then you accidentally discovered the rat pit. Whether it's the beast god cult you speak of or the so-called Rat King, it's clear that they were unprepared. Whatever their purpose may be, they haven't succeeded yet, otherwise these demonic giant rats wouldn't just be guarding the pit. We caught them off guard, although it's still dangerous. Isn't this also an opportunity for us? Limo's words slightly brightened everyone's spirits. They knew this deep down, but hearing someone else say it made them feel that their thoughts were correct, offering them a sense of security. It's like having chosen answer B on a question and feeling reassured when others choose the same. Leng Qingqiu glanced around. During their conversation, they had been completely surrounded, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Everywhere they looked, there were ferocious rats, and their shrieks were heart-wrenching. The defensive prop in Xiaomi's hands was nearly at its limit. The shield was about to break. What followed would be a moment of life or death. I'll take the lead. Zhang Yan defend the left, Xiaomi assist Zhang Shan on the right, he commanded, adopting a cone-shaped battle formation and initiating a charge. Halfway through, he suddenly remembered Li Mo. Her coordination with her teammates came from numerous battles, allowing them to maximize their effectiveness. But Li Mo, lacking equal strength and familiarity, would not be a good addition to the battle formation for either party. You follow behind and adapt as needed. Alright, Li Mo smiled and did not refuse. Although he was capable of moving towards the center on his own, taking advantage of a ride was not a problem. Most importantly, Li Mo was also unclear about other potential dangers in the center. Being cautious and staying with Leng Qingqiu and the others provided mutual support. Once the arrangements were made, the group hesitated no longer and began to move. The moment the shield broke, taking advantage of a brief rest that had restored their spiritual power, they once again started their furious assault. This time no one held back, unleashing their full power, especially Leng Qingqiu, whose attacks were incredibly powerful, creating a vacuum zone with thunderous explosions, leading the team swiftly through to the central position. Zhang Yan's flames were as strong as ever, and although Zhang Shan had replenished his spiritual power and drawn some water elements from the air, it was clearly not enough for a burst. Xiaomi was overly occupied juggling the entire team's healing while also assisting Zhang Shan, inevitably causing some oversights. Be careful, he called out, noticing a few rats slipping through. Turning back to warn Li Mo, he saw him following closely behind, looking untroubled as the rats that slipped past were nowhere to be seen. What's up? Nothing, just be careful, Li Mo responded. Xiaomi felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Soon more rats swarmed towards them, leaving no time for contemplation as Xiaomi rushed to confront them. Li Mo was bringing up the rear where no rat could get close without being devoured by his black water toad or directly eliminated by Li Mo himself. The journey was continuously punctuated with notifications. Your black water toad has devoured a robust rat, gaining a demonic rat skill fragment. *1 is spirit power plus 0.9, experience plus 0.9. Your black water toad has consumed an excessive amount of food, forcibly upgrading its skill level. Quick digestion, D. Quick digestion, C. The toad's digestive abilities were enhanced yet again, improving its consumption capacity and rapidly increasing its experience points, edging ever closer to the level 9 threshold. As they drew nearer to the giant pit, the black water toad became increasingly agitated, sensing something within that could propel its growth. Even Li Mo could feel a peculiar allure emanating from within. The black water pearl fragments near his heart trembled slightly, as if excited. It seemed almost certain that the black water pearls were involved. Li Mo's gaze lingered on the depths of the giant pit, aware of the benefits of the black water pearls and determined to obtain them. However, the monstrous rats guarding the pit also needed to be dealt with, not only for the sake of people like Leng Qingqiu but also to prevent the potential devastation and loss of life they could cause to the residential buildings across the river. Li Mo had to consider these factors, especially since Lu Guifan, the mother of his current body, was involved. The closer they got, the more substantial the resistance they faced from the monstrous rats guarding the pit. These 16 rats were increasingly agitated, their demonic energy more palpable, yet they held back from charging. Clearly, they had spotted the team's weaknesses and focused their vicious attacks in Zhang Shan's direction. Damage us some rats, don't underestimate your grandpa Zhang Shan. Zhang Shan, frustrated, prepared to use his blood in place of water to activate his skill. Blood Curtain Waterfall. With a flick of his bloodied fingers, controlled by his spiritual power, he unleashed a cascade of blood that formed a waterfall, advancing forward and instantly defeating hundreds of rats caught beneath it. But more rats continued to surge forward. Zhang Shan could perform the blood sacrifice once, twice, maybe thrice, but his reserves were finite. Facing the endless swarm of rats, his expression turned bitter, unafraid of dying himself but fearful of leaving his captain and teammates in peril. As more rats bypassed Zhang Shan's defenses, both he and Xiaomi accumulated numerous wounds. Liemo, following behind, sighed heavily, realizing he could no longer afford to hold back, otherwise they wouldn't even reach the monstrous rats before his two companions were overwhelmed. With Zhang Shan ready to bleed again, a powerful surge of spiritual power erupted from behind. The light it emitted obliterated everything in its path. Rats were thrown into the air, disintegrating amidst sprays of blood and flying limbs. A clear path formed, significantly easing Zhang Shan's burden. Upon witnessing this sudden scene, Zhang Shan's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Liemo, struggling to utter a complete sentence. Zhang Shan had assumed reinforcements had arrived, but to his utter surprise, it was Liemo who saved him, the very person considered a deadweight by others. This fellow, like him, a toad beast tamer, unexpectedly possessed such strength. Yet could a toad beast tamer really have a spirit force spray ability? It no longer mattered. Xiaomi finally realized what had felt amiss earlier. The missing rats hadn't vanished into thin air. Liemo had defeated them all. Looking closely, Liemo didn't have a single wound. Had he been hiding his true power? Liemo reminded the two to focus on support and not get distracted. They were now merely 100 meters from the massive pit at the center, and the monstrous rats were getting restless, urging Liemo to be fully alert. Cold Autumn, leading the spearhead formation at the front, sensed the change behind her. Glancing back and noticing Liemo had taken Zhang Shan's place, she slightly raised her eyebrows, nodded at Liemo and said nothing more. She continued to lead the assault, facing the greatest pressure within the team. Liemo's spirit force spray, shooting in a linear fashion, somewhat alleviated her burden. The team pushed forward frenetically, 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters, leaving behind countless rat corpses. Yet more rats surged forward relentlessly, a sea of rats, indeed. The screeching of the rats grew sharper as they closed into 50 meters, becoming piercingly shrill, as if someone was scraping a knife across one's eardrums. The surrounding rats grew increasingly aggressive, some even attacking indiscriminately, not sparing the rats nearby, creating a foul, bloody stench. Yet this didn't hinder their advance at all. Finally, as they breached the 30-meter mark, the monstrous rats could no longer hold back. They emitted a dismal howl, and 8 of them charged out. Cold Autumn looked up, her eyes flashing with lightning, her hair standing on end due to the electric charge, resembling a Valkyrie. So you can't sit still any longer. Trying to stop me now is too late. You think I won't see what's inside? I'm taking the lead. You two support and protect yourselves, she declared, charging forward like a humanoid lightning tyrannosaur. Outside, the enforcement team support had finally arrived, and not just from the outer city, but also 2 powerful beast tamers from the beast taming department. Dressed in the unique black and gold cloud-patterned robes of their department, they sat atop a level 48 blazing phoenix. The phoenix's master Qi Yang waved his hand, and flames engulfed the tens of thousands of rats ahead. Strangely, these flames mixed with black hues, burning unquenchably, spreading from one rat to another, slaughtering countless. A firewall was left behind, blocking the frenzied rat swarm from reaching the residential areas. The remaining few were left to the enforcement team, just some small rats. Did you really need to use the black flame? Mocked Mubai his teammate. Shi Yang coldly replied with a word that carried dual meanings. Fast, meaning both to clean up quickly and to leave swiftly. Boring. Let's go. Mubai sighed, shaking his head. Despite his name suggesting a sunny disposition, Shi Yang was exceptionally silent. Speaking seemed almost painful for him, each word forced out reluctantly. Let's see how the 2 recommended candidates from Luo City are shaping up. Hopefully, they have some strength, he pondered as they proceeded. Don't disappoint me like those few from Yangcheng did. The 2 quickly crossed the rat tide and moved closer to the inside. The phoenix, a legendary beast with a trace of phoenix bloodline, possesses tremendous destructive power. The rat tide that had previously hindered Liemo and the others was as if non-existent in front of the flamingo. Soon, they spotted Liemo and his group fighting against the demonic giant rats. However, Mubai and Qi Yang did not approach. They just watched from a distance. Mubai took out 2 black cards which Liemo would recognize as the recommendation letters he had signed at the principal's office. The 2 recommended by Luo City were Leng Qingqiu, an orphan of war picked up and adopted by the mansion of the Lord of Luo City. At 17 years old, she was a level 19 beast master with a thundercloud golden eagle as her beast. In Luo City, she was considered an absolute genius. Yet, she did not indulge in comfort and voluntarily joined the law enforcement team in the outer city, significantly improving the security environment there. Watching the scene as Leng Qingqiu commanded her golden eagle with thunder and lightning swirling around striking down the demonic giant rats powerfully, Mu Bai nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, she indeed possesses a rare thunder element beast. Regardless of the other recommender, this one at least passes the mark. The thunder element, a very rare type, boasts incredible burst and destructive power, arguably the top among elemental types. Moreover, its inherently strong yang and rigid nature naturally suppress demonic creatures, often playing a much greater role. However, rarity brings value. Beast masters of the thunder element are scarce, even within the Beast Master department, which gathers most of the world's outstanding beast masters. There are few who specialize in the thunder element. Unexpectedly, in this remote place of Luo City, one of the two recommendations was a thunder element. Qi Yang, the blockhead, what do you think? Mu Bai turned to Qi Yang. After observing Leng Qingqiu for a while, Qi Yang noted that while the thunder element naturally scored points, the girl was more impetuous than resilient, placing herself in danger, a foolish act. The human and demon wars, the so-called honorable sacrifices, have already been too numerous and meaningless. The Beast Master department once trained a batch of excellent talents who were strong, proud and accomplished at a young age. They could even fight against adversity with 4th-level Beast Masters capable of defeating 5th-level demons. That time, they all died on the battlefield trying to protect the city for the so-called honor. The outcome was meaningless. The people died, the city was breached, those they protected were wiped out, and the young main force of the Beast Master department was decimated, leading to a gap in generations. As a result, in the subsequent wars, the human race was continuously crushed for many years. This bloody lesson led to the Beast Master department's first iron rule: never be impulsive. Staying alive and growing stronger is how one can be more effective. But the current choice of Leng Qingqiu was clearly impulsive. They should have retreated and waited for support to have a better handling method. Don't talk about missing opportunities. What strength does what kind of things is the right choice. There are other arrangements inside, naturally handled by more senior beast masters. Even if the sky falls, there are adults to bear it first. Pushing a big cart with a small child, stirring a big pot with a toothpick, is overestimating oneself, isn't that right, Qi Yang? I think you should be called Qi Cold-Blood. You're cold-blooded. You can't expect everyone to be as cold-blooded as you. People always have to be hot-blooded. Being hot-headed leads to a needless death. Qi Yang's words, still succinct, were severe. Not only would one die, but it would be a meaningless death, not a sacrifice. If everyone was overly cautious, then who would fight? Who would resist the demons? Who would venture into the spiritual realms? Who would protect the civilians? Mu Bai looked at Qi Yang suspiciously. Not right. Qi Yang, when I see you fight, you're like a madman. I don't think you're afraid of dying. What do you mean by this? Qi Yang was silent for a moment, then finally spoke, unusually verbose this time. We should not allow children who have not yet matured to experience the cruelties of war. They have a much broader and farther-reaching future ahead of them. Qi Yang, unusually talkative, shared many thoughts with Mu Bai. Listening intently, Mu Bai finally grasped Qi Yang's perspective and sighed softly. Now I understand why they say you're the successor to the director. I am utterly convinced. Someone like you, so calm, almost unnaturally so. I suspect you've had your death figured out since birth. Mu Bai cursed lightly, neither denying nor agreeing with the sentiment. The division of beast mastery, and indeed the broader human race, is divided into two factions, one radical, the other conservative. Regardless of the faction, the ultimate goal is the survival and continuation of the human race. However, no one is perfect, and inevitably there are disputes and disagreements, but such matters were not for Qi Yang to delve deeply into. Qi Yang, you blockhead, can you please not die? I haven't had enough of life yet. Mu Bai suddenly made a grotesque face. Acting like a child, his exaggerated and flamboyant gestures broke Qi Yang's usual composure. Get lost. Seeing Qi Yang's usually impassive face twist with emotion, Mu Bai felt a surge of accomplishment, more thrilling than defeating a demon. However, Mu Bai didn't push too far, knowing when to stop to ensure future interactions. Alright, enough fooling around, he coughed. 6 out of 10 for Cold Autumn, that's passable at least. And the other one, let me see. Liemo High School senior at Luo City Beast Mastery School, son of Li Changtian, a prominent beast master, and his first wife, raised by his mother, branded an idiot by his father and soon after thrown out of the house. Liemo, despite his excellent spiritual talents and having a contract with a low-tier toad, seems an unlikely candidate. How could such a person be recommended for the Beast Mastery Division's seed program, which selects only the most talented or uniquely skilled? The seed program is not just a title, Those trained in this program are intended to be the future backbone of humanity, thus, the selection process is stringent and those trying to push through candidates with connections are immediately dismissed. Looking at the data, Liam seems utterly unremarkable. Even janitors in the Beast Mastery Division might have better credentials. How could he be recommended to the seed program? It doesn't make sense. Even the arrogant Bai Feihu from Luo City Beast Mastery School should know better. Qi Yang looked at Mu Bai, who asked, "What? There's more." Mu Bai turned around, surveying the burnt corpses of rats and the advancing enforcement squad soldiers. Qi Yang just gave him a look, choosing silence over words. "You really can't take a joke." Mu Bai chuckled, stopped teasing and flipped the card in his hand. Special note: suspected to possess a bloodline. Turns out he has a bloodline just like you, Qi Yang. According to the investigation, his contract with that toad was forced on him by someone else. A stroke of good luck, indeed. The one who tricked him must be crying now, Mu Bai mused, slightly envious as he watched Liam coordinate with Cold Autumn to defeat a giant demon rat. Why haven't I encountered someone who'd trick me like that? That's a bloodline after all. Despite being a young genius who had reached heights others could only dream of, he was acutely aware that his potential for the future was diminishing. But lineage is different, it represents the path to evolution. Oh, how he envied that. "Hey, Chiang, why aren't you saying anything? How would you rate this?" But Chiang remained silent, his gaze curiously fixed in the direction of Liam. He sensed a familiar yet not entirely familiar aura from him. Unconsciously, Chiang touched his chest, where a secret only he knew resided. Now it seemed he had encountered someone like himself. 99 points, 9 points, that high? Mu Bai heard it and thought he had misheard, believing the score given to Liam was 9 points. Somewhat dissatisfied, he said, "It's just lineage, isn't it? Isn't 9 points too high? You only gave me 8.2 points. Why does he deserve 9 points? Even if the lineage is powerful, it hasn't grown yet, and we haven't even tested what specific lineage it is. Why would it be 9 points? You misunderstood, I said 99 points. This was the score Chiang gave himself. If Liam really was in the same situation as himself, then he too deserved this score. Nerd, you don't have a single entertaining bone in your body. Your joke isn't funny at all." Mu Bai rolled his eyes, not taking it seriously, assuming Chiang was just joking, and it was a very unfunny joke. "Forget it, I understand it's hard even to make you talk, not to mention the jokes. It's really asking too much of you." The creature called Liam was a toad, a species whose combat strength wasn't particularly strong, but with lineage considered it needed special consideration. According to the criteria of lineage special attributes talent level, it should be rated a bit higher than Leng Qingqiu, perhaps around 6.5 points. What do you think? Mu Bai analyzed on his own. Okay, Xi Yang didn't argue. After all, he hadn't confirmed whether Liam was indeed in the same situation as himself. Even though his senses suggested a high probability, there was no certainty. Alright, then let's settle on 6.5 points. The two of them, Liam and Leng Qingqiu, were deemed qualified. Of course, this qualification was just the entry requirement for the first round of the seed program screening. To become a true seed, there was still a long way to go. But regardless, Li Mo and Leng Qingqiu now had the qualifications to enter the world of geniuses. This alone set them apart from many in the world. Even if they were eliminated from the seed program, the resources gained and the networks established could benefit them for life. Looking at the information, Li Mo had been kicked out of the Li family by Li Changtian. It was uncertain how the Li family would react to this news. Haha, this kind of melodramatic and face-slapping plot is definitely entertaining. A simple scoring decision was about to change the fate of two individuals unbeknownst to them. At that moment, the two were furiously slaughtering the rats around them, focusing on those few demon giant rats. As the battle raged on, Zhang Yan, Zhang Shan, and Xiaomi had virtually no combat strength left. Merely being able to protect themselves was their limit. Knowing they couldn't advance further, they gradually withdrew from the central battlefield. Fortunately, at this moment, all the demon giant rats seemed uninterested in pursuing them, allowing them a narrow escape. But no one expected that Liam, initially the weakest, would grow stronger as the battle continued. He became the only one who could keep up with Leng Qingqiu's pace. Outrageous. Are students these days also formidable? I feel like I've lived all these years in vain, Zhang Yan said, watching Liam fight alongside Leng Qingqiu against the demon giant rats, feeling envious yet also marveling at the gap between them and Leng Qingqiu. This student was even stronger than them. This lad truly terrifying, all with toads. Why are my toads so much inferior to his? I feel that his spiritual power alone exceeds the total of my own plus my beast-controlling spiritual power. His skills are as if they don't cost anything. Beside him, Zhang Shan felt the same. Having toads as beasts made no difference until there was a comparison. Li Mo's toad was simply better than his. Unlike the two big men Zheng Shan and Zhang Yan, Xiaomi was a girl, at that moment looking at the handsome and powerful Li Mo. Her eyes sparkled with little stars. Yes, indeed, Li Mo is really amazing. Little brother, I can do it. Hearing Xiaomi's words, Zhang Yan and Zhang Shan grew even more jealous of Li Mo. But all of this Li Mo was unaware of. At this moment he and Lang Qingqiu had rushed to within 5 meters of the huge pit. Just a few more steps and they could directly break into the pit. Li Mo could feel a strange pull on his body, feeling even his heartbeat accelerate by a few seconds. Initially, there were 16 demonic giant rats guarding around the pit and 6 had already been defeated. However, their numbers were not decreasing but increasing. From the depths of the pit 10 more had emerged, bringing their numbers back up to 20. What's more, the previous rats outside were around level 9 while these new 10 were all above level 10. Their target was fixed on Li Mo and Lang Qingqiu, putting great pressure on both. My golden eagle just saw on the left side of the big pit a special rat glowing with a faint golden light undergoing metamorphosis, presumably the Rat King. The intense behavior of these demonic giant rats clearly indicated that the Rat King was at a critical moment of its transformation, afraid of being disturbed. We could not delay. Once it successfully metamorphosed, not just you and me, but the entire outer city might be destroyed. There were still 5 demonic giant rats in the pit, around level 11-inch, with countless others around, and it was unknown if there were other dangers hidden in the shadows. I need you to hold these demonic rats off, giving me a chance to enter the pit and interrupt the Rat King's transformation. Lang Qingqiu felt somewhat embarrassed at this point. Asking a student to hold off 20 demonic creatures was truly excessive, more than excessive, but there was no better choice at the moment. I know I'm asking a lot, but you're the only one who can work with me now. This tool can help you. Wait. Li Mo interrupted Lang Qingqiu's words, already outside the giant pit, to have him draw fire outside. How could this be? I know you're in a hurry, but hold on, answer a few questions first with your strength as long as you're given enough time. Defeating these demonic rats is not impossible, right? Right. Although Lang Qingqiu didn't know why Li Mo was asking this at such a time given enough time, her level 19 with a golden eagle beast could kite and defeat several of the surrounding creatures from the air. But what was most lacking now was time. Moreover, she couldn't fly directly into the pit as countless rats would pounce on her and drag her down. Entering the pit, just interrupting the Rat King's transformation would be considered a success, right? Right. Good, leave the task of interrupting the Rat King's transformation to me. You handle keeping these demonic giant rats at bay, preferably find a way to defeat them all. The only condition is remember to leave their corpses for me. Can you do it? Yes. Very well, then let's start the action. Not right? Lang Qingqiu was a bit stunned how suddenly it became her job to hold off the demonic giant rats. Although holding off the demonic giant rats was a daunting task, it was at least safer than entering the giant pit to interrupt the Rat King's transformation. In that place, calling it a dragon's lair or a tiger's den made no difference. The opportunity was given to herself, but what about Li Mo? However, Li Mo did not give him more opportunities. When he looked back, Li Mo had already disappeared, leaving only countless mice in sight and Li Mo's voice lingering in the air. Don't forget the conditions you promised me. The corpses of the demon rats, they are all mine. As long as you return all the demon corpses are yours, I guarantee it. Lang Qingqiu solemnly promised, not knowing if Li Mo heard it, but she had no extra time to think. Crushing the tool in her hand, Lang Qingqiu's aura suddenly surged. Originally at level 19, she instantly crossed the significant threshold of level 20, attracting the attention of 20 giant demon rats. Having lost the target of Li Mo, the already furious demon rats became even more enraged. They desperately needed fresh blood to calm themselves. The remaining challenger, Lang Qingqiu, was their only target now, and they wanted to devour her to vent their fury. Watching the demon rats charging towards her, Lang Qingqiu gritted her teeth and said to her beast companion Xiao Jin, next we really have to fight with all we've got. Synchronization. Thunder Fury Invocation. As her words fell, Lang Qingqiu's spiritual power soared to the skies. The already gloomy sky seemed disturbed by her as thunder exploded with a boom. Crackling and hissing, lightning tore through the void, striking directly at the demon rats spreading around them. Ordinary mice were scorched in droves on the ground, and even the mighty demon rats trembled, emitting black smoke from their bodies. But afterwards, they were even more furious. Lang Qingqiu, fearless in the midst of thunder, was like a queen of thunder and lightning, wreaking havoc. Li Mo, now transformed into a demonic rat, looked back at this scene and couldn't help but be in awe. The thunder technique is indeed cool. Never underestimate the capabilities of the people in this world. Despite some envy in his words, Liamo knew that his little toad had boundless potential for the future. But for now, Ling Qingxiu's Thunder Eagle was not only cool but also powerful. However, he also had his own advantages. After all, the future of the Golden Eagle could be predicted, but his future held infinite possibilities. There should be other fragments of the Blackwater condensation pearl in the giant pit, and once he obtained them, he would face another advancement. Liamo, in his demonic rat form, went against the stream of rats and burrowed into the giant pit. The other rats were pushed aside by him, somewhat astonished, but with their limited intelligence they did not inquire further. The distance that had been so difficult for the two of them to cross before was now easily traversed by Liamo in a casual manner. Entering the giant pit, Liamo realized that it was bigger and deeper than he had imagined. In the center was a pile of mud, likely the spot where Wang Heng had fallen in during a previous collapse. To the left, there was an even deeper cave. Inside this cave, the organization of the rat pack was surprisingly orderly rather than chaotic. Some rats were transporting objects, others patrolled the area, some cleared the fallen debris, and a few were nervously guarding a small altar deep inside. At a glance, one might think they had entered a large human factory rather than a rat colony. Liamo's gaze was immediately drawn to that altar. It was said to be an altar, but it was actually just a special mound of earth. On top of the mound there was a rat that was not particularly large, but distinctively this rat had a tuft of golden fur on its head, as if it wore a crown. However, what truly captivated Liamo was not the unique golden-haired rat but rather the black glowing bead placed on the altar in front of the rat. The bead was so distinctive, despite its deep black color which should have blended into the darkness, it stood out strikingly. It wasn't that it was particularly bright, but it seemed as if by some rule anyone who looked could immediately spot it. Liamo crept silently closer. Around him the rats, including Liamo, who had transformed into a much larger rat about a meter tall, didn't find his size unusual, as there were even bigger rats in the pit. A rat squeaked at Liamo, but he didn't understand and ignored it, and the other rats didn't question further. He made it easily to the deepest part, less than 10 meters from the altar. Liamo thought to himself, surprised at the ease of his approach. If he had known it would be this easy, why had he wasted so much time outside? This Rat King, still in the midst of transformation, seemed to be evolving through the fragments of the Blackwater condensate bead. If he could just seize that bead, he would accomplish his mission to disrupt the Rat King's transformation, defeating two birds with one stone. Liamo surveyed the surroundings. Officially, there were 5 level 11 demon rats guarding in 5 directions. However, a closer look revealed several more hidden in the darkness. These rats were indeed cunning. Liamo tried to step forward, and immediately a squeak filled with warning and anger erupted, and a force repelled him, knocking him back. It wasn't lethal, but the message was clear. Liamo used the momentum to retreat. The demon rats did not pursue. It seemed that after his transformation these demon rats couldn't recognize him. Yet, the central altar, apart from a few demon rats, was inaccessible to ordinary rats as well. How should he proceed? Liamo pondered for a moment, then glanced at the details of his ability. Demonic rat transformation. E1920. Using it allowed him to transform into a demonic rat. Just one more fragment was needed for an upgrade. Perhaps he should try upgrading to see what changes it would bring? With this thought, Liamo acted. He quietly blended into the rat crowd, choosing a spot far from the altar. He released the small toad, which also used the demonic rat transformation skill, though the toad turned into a very small rat. After sharing his plan with the toad, the two rats, one large one small, began their operation, mingling with the other rats. Whenever they encountered a rat, the toad swallowed it with lightning-fast speed. Your Blackwater toad has devoured a robust rat spirit power plus 0.9. There were so many rats that one missing went unnoticed. Seeing this method was effective, Liamo didn't hesitate and quickly continued the action. However, just to be cautious, he decided to fire one shot before loading the other. Perhaps out of bad luck, after eating many rats he still hadn't obtained a new fragment. Fortunately, persistence pays off, and on eating the 79th rat the final fragment needed for an upgrade appeared. Your skill meets the upgrade requirements. Demonic rat transformation, E, upgraded to Demonic Giant Rat, D. Demonic Giant Rat, D0/40. Using it allows you to transform into a demonic giant rat. After the upgrade the change wasn't significant, but the transformation now allowed him to become a demonic giant rat. Liamo looked towards the altar where the black bead lay, swallowing nervously. Let's give it a try. Using the skill Demonized Giant Rat, a demonized giant rat over 2 meters tall appeared among the rat swarm, exuding a unique oppressive aura that belongs only to its kind. the surrounding rats scattered, instinctively fearing and unwilling to block Limeau's path. The little toad, however, remained in its ordinary rat form, perched in Limeau's hands. The demonized giant rats around the altar also turned their gazes towards Limeau, their eyes filled with traces of surprise, as if welcoming and congratulating him. In the vast swarm of rats, only a few could advance to become giant rats, and they welcomed a new member to their ranks. Squeak! Limeau's lips curled slightly as he slowly approached the dancing demonized giant rat. As Limeau neared the demonized giant rat, he suddenly pivoted his steps and dashed towards the center of the altar. In the moment he drew closer, Limeau threw his paw out and the little toad was flung forward, transforming from a demonized rat into a pitch-black toad. Its tongue, nearly 2 meters long, swiftly unrolled and snatched the dark pearl. Instantly Limeau cancelled his summoning spell, causing the little toad to vanish, and he turned around, plunging into the swarm to escape. The original demonized giant rats, still elated by gaining a new companion, celebrated. This sudden upheaval left them somewhat unable to react, given their limited intelligence. Confused, they didn't understand what had happened with their comrade. Why would it steal the king's possession? They stood frozen, even failing to initiate a pursuit. For them, the entire rat swarm was a single entity, unable to grasp the concept of betrayal. It was as if your own palm had suddenly slapped your face, and your first reaction was to be stunned, not to chase after your own hand. It wasn't until the rat on the altar with golden tufts of fur and blood-red eyes opened its eyes and let out an angry roar that the surrounding rats finally reacted, beginning to pursue Limeau. But by then Limeau had already made a significant escape. The Rat King was furious. It was halfway through its transformation, and given more time, it could have evolved into something even more perfect. It could have become a new version of itself, a being of evolved desire, but now someone had stolen from it, interrupting the process. It could no longer become the Rat King. Moreover, what terrified it even more was the feeling that its intelligence was diminishing. The failed transformation meant it would revert from this temporary state of becoming a Rat King back to a mere ordinary demonized giant rat without intelligence, an unbearable fate. The Rat King glanced at the chaotic rats around it with a trace of disdain. It refused to revert to its former state and no longer hoped that these rats could catch the thief who had stolen its treasure. It would go itself. It wanted to devour that culprit, chew them up, swallow them, and excrete them. Enraged, the Rat King's body began to expand wildly, growing even larger, from 2 meters to 3, then 4. The level 11 demonized giant rats that had been guarding it were now being grabbed by its massive claw and devoured. With this energy boost, its frenzy intensified and its roar deepened. Finally reaching a height of 6 meters, the Rat King paused its pursuit, rampaging through the area, crushing countless rats beneath its feet. As it chased, it continued to snatch up rats and throw them into its mouth to sustain its energy. With a thunderous rampage, it destroyed the cave and numerous rats met their grim fate. It is too wasteful. Limeau ran while still feeling a bit sorry for those 10th level demonized giant rats actually being eaten by the Rat King. How much better it would be if it was given to the little toad. While spitting, he didn't dare to stay and run away. Moreover, he ran towards the place where there were many rats, flitting left and right. Because Limeau found out that this Rat King had not completed his metamorphosis, these ordinary rats could not do what they were told. Instead, because of the Rat King's angry orders, they couldn't react, leading to more and more chaos. But like this, it was only a stopgap measure. If it dragged on, he would still die for sure. The demonic giant rats that were outside heard the Rat King's frantic voice and instantly knew that something had happened to their lair, and not caring to stop Ling Qingqiu any longer, they gave up on continuing to entangle themselves and ran inside the pit. The rats that had originally spread out around them also stopped charging outwards and all began to return to help. To protect the king is probably the meaning of this. Ling Qingqiu also heard the angry voice of the Rat King and knew that Limeau should have succeeded, but she was more anxious at the moment. Limeau had succeeded. How should he come out from inside? How did these rats retreat? Could it be Limeau? He really succeeded. Zhang Yan, who was covered in wounds, looked at the surrounding rats that retreated like a tidal wave in shock and let out a long breath. Powerlessly, he dropped to the ground and breathed in a big gulp of air. His flame beetle had long since slumped to the ground, barely breathing. Surviving was nothing short of a miracle. Next to Zhang Yan was Zhang Shan, who was pale and weak, as if he had been drained of his essence by an evil spirit. In fact, it was because he had lost too much blood, so he had turned into his current appearance. Powerless and limp on the ground, he couldn't even stand up. As for his toad, at this moment it was dried up, almost phasing a dried toad, completely overdrawn. Zhang Shan pushed me, who had long since fainted. Xiaomi, did you hear me? We survived before the words were finished. Zhang Shan also fainted after him. Zhang Yan also didn't last much longer and followed and collapsed. Ji Yang and Mubai stopped by their side. Not bad, all good, take a good rest. Mubai took out a green healing prop in his hand. A green halo fell and the wounds on the trio's bodies, all of them were recovering quickly. Stupid. Shi Yang's eyes also touched slightly, his mouth was still a cold word. These people, the spirit is admirable, but there are clearly ways that can be used without such desperation. Right, you're the smartest, but someone has to be an idiot to highlight your intelligence. No, Mubai said smilingly. Ji Yang, this guy is just a knife mouth, tofu heart. If he really didn't care he would have left long ago. Why would he keep waiting here? Two officers, can you save my companion? He's still inside the giant pit. The evolution of the Rat King was interrupted by him. He's a hero, please sir, save him. The rats scrambled and returned to the giant pit. For a moment the giant pit was stuffed with rats. It was like a cup filled with water. Leng Qingqiu didn't even know what to go down from. Don't worry, you go and heal your wounds as well, leave the next one to us. Mubai nodded with a smile and agreed. They had shown up originally to give this matter a closure. It was just a little strange. The cost to spawn the Rat King was not small, and the Beast God sex people actually weren't there, so they just watched as Li Mo and the others interrupted the Rat King's metamorphosis. They had thought that someone from the Beast God sect would have appeared ready to intercept a wave. Originally he was all ready to make a handsome appearance and put on a big show when Li Mo and the others were at the point of despair. As a result, the Beast God sex actually didn't come. What was the difference between this and when he took the toilet paper and realized that there was no difference? Could it be that they were discovered? It was really speechless. Luckily, there was still a Rat King left so he could put on a show for him. A spawned half-baked product is just a half-baked product. It also dares to be rampant. Look at me waving my hand, take it down and save the people. Mubai rubbed his fists and jumped into action with a great tendency to show off his skills, then only heard a simple sentence from beside me. I am going. Then he saw a fiery red stream of light rise up to the sky. The sky was illuminated by the flames of the sun. Afterwards it smashed towards the huge pit like a meteor falling. Spectacular. Extraordinarily handsome. The law enforcement team that rushed over, all of them looked up in shock at the lit up sky. Leng Qingqiu looked at this scene and stared with wide eyes. So human power could reach such a point. Looking at Leng Qingqiu's bright eyes, Mubai was jealous. Qi Yang, you are not righteous. Li Mo looked up. He could see a round of sun smashing over towards himself. Blazing temperature, terrifying pressure. Those rats directly melted just as soon as they touched it. Even the huge Rat King only delayed the speed of the sun's descent for a little while and was destroyed and melted away. Frightened, Li Mo hastily lifted his transformation skill and shouted. Qi Yang in the air watched a rat turn into Li Mo, slightly stunned, a little surprised, but not that surprised. Still, it converged, and for Li Mo's area there was no wave. Other areas directly under this round of sun turned into magma. Tens of thousands of rats instantly destroyed. Only the 3 feet of land under Li Mo's feet remained unaffected, becoming an isolated island in the magma. Li Mo's breath stuttered. This was the first time he had seen with his own eyes the terror of a high-grade Imperial Beast division. Human power changing the nature of heaven and earth, destroying everything, and the control of power could be so terrifying. He stood in the middle of the sea of fire but was not affected by the slightest bit. Even his hair did not burn in favor of a barrage of their own rats were directly roasted. Shi Yang reached out and grabbed in the middle of the thick magma a not too big, not too small, odd-looking crystal stone flew out. Shi Yang looked at it. In the middle of this crystal stone there was a drop of golden blood wrapped around it, but upon closer inspection this drop of golden blood was not completely golden. It probably accounted for half of it. The Beast God sect still hasn't given up on the research of King's blood. Off this King's blood crystal is almost 70%. After looking at it, Ji Yang took the crystal stone in his hand and threw it to Li Mo. Li Mo instinctively reached out and took it and could feel inside this crystal stone the terrifying power it contained. This thing which was in the Rat King's body was obviously not simple. Why was it given to himself? A gift of meeting. Seemingly knowing Li Mo's thoughts, Qi Yang gave a rare explanation, but it was only 3 words. After saying that, Qi Yang took Li Mo and rushed up into the sky. The last lone island under his feet followed suit and crashed into the lava, being grasped in Qi Yang's hand. Leaning closer, Li Mo finally felt on Qi Yang's body that familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. It was the familiar feeling of that special power of the black water condensation pearl fragment, but not the black water condensation pearl which had no common attraction to himself. So it was that there was something similar to the black water condensation pearl and that something was in Qi Yang's body. Li Mo suddenly understood why Qi Yang had given himself a meeting gift. it was because they might be natural people along the way. Thank you for the gift, Liamo said quietly. Shi Yang saw Liamo understood his meaning, did not say more. He was already few words. In addition, some things one's own clear, there is no need to say more. After landing, Shi Yang went to the side, the rest to talk or Mubai to deal with. Little guy's performance is good. Introduce yourself. Imperial Beast Division, super invincible second day talent. Mubai, you guys blocked the rat swarm and destroyed the beast god cult's plot, although in the end it was us who took action to solve the rat king, but this is something that we don't see. This merit counted as yours. I will report it to you and the reward will come down soon. Of course, these are all minor things. The main thing, Ling Qingqiu Liamo, you two have passed the first item of the qualification assessment, so you have officially gained admission to the first batch of the seed program. This is the identity credentials of the two of you, and it is also a special prop that has a certain protective effect. Most importantly, it will guide you to the school. Mu Baiji handed the two bronze-colored badges to Liamo and Ling Qingqiu, and the moment the two of them took them, the badges in Mubai's hands suddenly exerted force. Ling Qingqiu sensed that something was wrong but didn't struggle because she felt that the people from the Imperial Beast Division wouldn't harm themselves. Liamo struggled, but the difference in strength was so great that it was the same as not struggling, and the end result was that both of their palms were pierced with a smear of blood. Vigilance is too poor, do not trust anyone. Oh, Mubai said smilingly to Ling Qingqiu, and then turned his head to look at Liamo. Vigilance is there, the strength is too poor, but also to improve. After the blood was absorbed by the badge appeared to change. Ling Qingqiu's was turned into a golden eagle. There are thunder and lightning cloud pattern on it. It is very beautiful. Liamo's, on the other hand, turned into a black toad, and compared to Ling Qingqiu's, it lacked a little selling power. There was also Liamo's name on it, as well as 100 points. This is your proof of identity, and these 100 points are your reward for passing the first round of verification. The points can be exchanged for anything you can think of, including but not limited to all kinds of powerful props, scrolls, weapons, potions, and so on. In addition to that, well, that's all. When we arrive at the school, someone will also explain it to you in detail. Mubai babbled for half a day and finally finished. He had to say something about his own glorious history, even though he interspersed personal things from time to time, and even occasionally. Fortunately, a lot of the things said were things that the two Liamos did not understand. It was not too boring. The two of them, Mubai and Shi Yang, left, and the people from the law enforcement team also came up to start the aftermath. Dispose of the corpses of magical rats, avoid illness, look for some unfound clues, and repair blown-up pits, among other things. Of course, there is also the rescue of the injured and so on. Thank you. Ling Qingqiu looked at Liamo and said sincerely, in that situation Liamo actually did it, interrupting the Rat King's metamorphosis process. This was not Liamo's responsibility, but he stepped forward. Captain Lang, a verbal thank you is not as good as a practical action. Where are my demonic giant rat corpses? Did you keep them all for me? And then, tell them not to burn them all, leave some for me. Liamo waved his hand and didn't say you're welcome. Hypocritical excuses had no meaning other than wasting time. It is better to be direct. Don't worry, your imperial beasts can devour magical creatures to evolve, right? I left you a batch of them, they are all put away. But I have to remind you not to let your imperial beast devour more than it can digest. There was once someone whose imperial beast could also devour magical objects to evolve, but he was too greedy and exceeded the limit of the imperial beast's acceptance. In the end, it led to the demonization of the imperial beast. The imperial beast master died under the claws of the imperial beast, and the imperial beast could only be defeated helplessly. Being seen, Liamo did not find it strange. After all, along the way the little toad had devoured too many rats. He had learnt that there had been other imperial beast masters whose imperial beasts could also devour and evolve, not a particularly rare ability. Rather, he hadn't thought that there was such a secret message behind it. But his own little toad, this devouring ability, it should be different from others, right? And with the rapid digestion skill, which was always being upgraded, there shouldn't be such a problem. Okay, thanks for the reminder, I know. Liamo still expressed his gratitude. Then Liamo asked where the demonic giant rat's corpse was stored. Liamo couldn't wait to say goodbye to Ling Qingqiu and headed towards the location of the warehouse. With 3 steps, Liamo's footsteps were light and fast. With a speed of 70 mph, he quickly arrived at the warehouse. This was the large warehouse that had survived the factory that had exploded, and at the moment it was piled high with the corpses of demonic giant rats, and they are also the kind that are preserved relatively intact. The most conspicuous thing to the eye was the 2 or 3 meter tall giant rat at the entrance, which was a level over 10 demonic giant rat. Behind the pile are also relatively large rat corpses. Ling Qingqiu should be specially instructed. The bigger the rat, the more energy it contains. This warehouse, at least thousands of them. Lemo's eyes lit up. A little happier than when he got the entrance badge. The entrance badge was giving Lemo a chance to move towards the wide world, but these rats could make Lemo start moving forward now. Your black water toad devoured a demonic giant rat. Spiritual power plus 10, experience plus 10. Your black water toad devoured a demonic giant rat. Spiritual power plus 11, experience plus 11. Your black water toad devoured a demonic giant rat. Spiritual power plus 9, experience plus 9. A prompt like the most beautiful music in the night echoed in Lemo's ears. Time and time again, the feedback helped the little toad continuously improve. The little toad ate hard, and the skill of rapid digestion was also used to the point of smoking. But even so, Lemo was busy enough until the day dawned. Only to this warehouse of rats, all devoured completely. This is still in the middle. The little toad's skill of rapid digestion once again advanced in the case. Otherwise, Lemo suspected, eat until it stinks, cannot finish. Croak, hiccup. The little toad barked breathlessly and also hiccuped. Lemo understood what the little toad meant and never wanted to eat mice again. Ah, have a good rest. We will eat something better in the future. Lemo smilingly held up the little toad and put it on his shoulder. Some Imperial Beast Masters. After the contract, the Imperial Beast will be placed in the Imperial Beast space, but Lemo prefers to bring the little toad around so that it is more conducive to the growth of the Imperial Beast. The little toad lazily lay on his shoulder. Today's battle was already intense, and after that, after eating so many rats, he was physically and mentally exhausted and directly fell asleep. Lemo quietly checked the little toad's attributes today. Imperial Beast, Blackwater Toad, under transformation, qualification, bronze, talent, compound eyes, grade E, black water body level, LV9, 962/1000, spiritual power 2578.22, skills, rapid digestion, grade C, demonized giant rat, C, spiritual jet, E. Evaluation, this toad is frighteningly strong. Was it really a toad? The little toad's stats nowadays were quite terrifying, with 2 C-rank skills which weren't combat skills, but were of great use when used properly. Spiritual power had even reached a terrifying 2005 inch. Generally speaking, the more spiritual power, the stronger the ability to sustain combat must be, and the same skills could also deal higher damage. Scrap iron grade Imperial Beasts rising 1 level but increasing a few points of spiritual power in their entire life. They would not necessarily possess 100 points of spiritual power. The higher the qualification of the Imperial Beast each time it was upgraded, the higher the upper limit of the spiritual power it would raise. Every 10 levels it would double after advancement. But even for a gold grade Imperial Beast or even a platinum grade Imperial Beast at level 9, it would never reach the terrifying 2,500 points. According to Lemo's knowledge, Zhang Shan's toad, which crossed the 10th level mark and doubled its spirit power, was only 600 spirit power, which was not even a fraction of his own Blackwater toad's spirit power. Moreover, the little toad was only 1 step away from level 10. When the little toad was level 10 and its full attributes were doubled, it could directly break through the 5,000 spirit power mark, comparable to the spirit power of some level 20 Imperial Beasts. Tisk tisk, it's scary to think about. Inside the key little toad's stomach there was also a fragment of the black water condensation pearl that was transforming the little toad's body. When the little toad awakens, it will definitely be able to go to the next level. This time's harvest was really a big profit. Lemo walked towards his home with a relaxed and happy pace, and the people from the law enforcement team moved quickly. The land that was originally filled with large pits everywhere because of the battle had all been filled, and even the large pit that had been blasted into lava by Qi Yang had cooled down and put in cold water, turning it into a large pool. A circle of rats' corpses around it, none of them were left behind. It was completely impossible to see what it once looked like. Lemo crossed the small bridge, which was also newly repaired. The original bridge at that time, the law enforcement team, in order to block the rats from coming over, blew up. This new bridge is an Earth attribute Royal Beast Master with the soldiers with wood as the center beam construction. Lemo tried, more sturdy than imagined. Not bad. These Imperial Beast Masters are really not generally efficient when they do their work, Lemo heartily lamented. He had heard some of this before. The Imperial Beast Masters, in fact, had a detailed classification. It was not possible that all Imperial Beast Masters were suitable for fighting. Not everyone likes fighting either. There are always some Imperial Beasts that are suitable for infrastructure or someone who likes farming. This category was known as the Logistics Imperial Beast Master. Their combat abilities might be lacking, but their development of Imperial Beast abilities was definitely not Bad. It was said that there was once a 5 elements Imperial Beast Master who could use his Imperial Beast skills to construct a 100-meter building in the blink of an eye. Even in class, the teacher said that both combat and logistics were honorable. However, Liam preferred fighting and he was more suited for it. As Liam walked, he suddenly squatted and he saw a figure napping with a torch at the dark intersection in front of him. Her head was little by little and she might fall asleep at any time, but she held back, patting her face from time to time to keep herself from falling asleep. It was Lu Guifan. "Mum, why are you here?" Lu Guifan was startled and opened her eyes, seeing that it was Liam. She was relieved. "I came, and then you never came back. I wanted to go over, but I was afraid of causing trouble for you guys." "I will wait here," Lu Shufan whispered with some caution. Although she knew that her son was a royal beast master was very powerful, and she even heard some of the law enforcement members who came back say that there was a royal beast master named Liam who was still a student and had defeated many rats, but seeing that he never came back he would still be worried. Liam's nose was slightly sour. "Mom, I am fine, look, I am alive and kicking." Saying that, Liam also directly turned around twice. "Mom, let me tell you, your son can be powerful, 2 meters high. Big rats I gave a punch to knock down." Liam comforted a couple of sentences and Lu Guifan bragged, "Mothers worry, not necessarily specific, but as long as you are willing to talk to her, really false or not important. The important thing is that you are willing to talk to her. She is happy." After returning home, Lu Guifan originally left good hot water. All had been cold. After boiling the water, let Liam finished the bath. Confirmed that Liam was fine. Lu Guifan cannot hold out, went to bed. Liam also did not continue to stay up. The sleep on sleep, the body is good. The night was empty and starry. Daytime calamities, explosions, destruction, demons all have nothing to do with the night. 2 figures quietly came to the battlefield in the daytime. It was clearly the 2 people, Rascal Snake and Wu Ting Snake, who were staring at Liam at the station before. In their hands the 2 were holding an odd instrument, searching for something, but apparently nothing was found. "Wu Zuwei Snake, you see, I told you that the holy relic fragment was gone, but you still didn't believe me. You had to come over and make a trip. Do you know it's dangerous? Those 2 terrifying beast masters. Didn't you see them? They're like the sun. The rats we've been raising for so long are hammered with a single punch. If we go up there we won't even be left. We're just part-timers, so little pay. What are we selling our lives for? By the way, there's that Liam we saw at the station earlier. He's still a student. He's that fierce, defeating demons like chickens. In a few years he'll probably be another son." Elder Dark Snake even said he'd absorb him. "He has a great future. He'll definitely be groomed by the higher-ups and he'll marry a rich white woman, become the lord of the city and go to the peak of his life. Look at us. The wind and rain are dangerous, busy running all the way. 3 melons and 2 dates. Only idiots will come, right? Come on, let's go, let's go." Mangy Snake collected his things and immediately prepared to leave. He didn't want to come at all. After the factory explosion, they received the news and came back. However, they saw that there were people from the law enforcement team, so the 2 of them didn't get close. As it turned out, their choice was right. The rats were all exterminated. If they got close, they were worse than rats. Now, if it wasn't for Wu Ting Snake, the dead-eyed one, who insisted that it was Dark Snake Elder's order and had to drag him here, he wouldn't have come. Wu Ting Snake was composed and blankly glanced at Rascal Snake. "This guy, when he encounters things he retreats, when he encounters benefits he steals. A bunch of idioms. What you want to study for the exam too?" Lipey Snake, "I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry yet. The royal beast masters from the law enforcement team have already left and won't be back. Now the most dangerous place is the safest place. We're here, we'll be fine. I didn't come here just to look for the pieces of the sacred relic. It's not like it's of any use to us. What are you doing here? Traveling? Or are you camping?" Mangy Snake asked in passing. "I looked around, but I didn't bring a tent. I'm here for the good stuff, naturally," said the ocelot quietly, carefully from the back to take out a box. The box opened is a small box. The small box opened. Inside is a towel. Towel open is a roll of rolled paper. The roll opens, or roll of paper. "Look at the Mangy Snake, eyes hurt." I said, "What do you have here?" "The old lady's foot binding cloth. Are not wrapped so many layers, right?" In the unwrapped, I do not know how many layers of parcels. After the snake finally took out a small, transparent crystal-like cup, the cup was gently placed on the ground. The surrounding unconsciously, the breeze, as if there is something, was absorbed into the cup. At the bottom of the cup, there was a slight red color emitting a charming aroma. Mangy Snake opened his mouth wide. "Holy Grail, isn't this the Holy Grail that was stolen by the Old Gods Society some time ago? How come it's here with you?" The Mangy Snake pointed at the used serpent and for a moment could not utter a complete sentence. Wuzue Snake smiled faintly, evil and gentle, and a special prop appeared in his hand, pointing at Wuzue Snake with aura of death. Don't be so nervous, my good brother. When you go out, you give your identity to yourself. Let me introduce myself. The one standing in front of you is one of the 12 apostles, code name Bitter Monk, under the chief elder of the old God Society. Bitter ascetic. Rascal Snake chanted the name. Rascal Snake asked with some surprise, I don't know, just think it's very powerful. Wu-Ting Snake instinctively said this name once heard, then Wu-Ting Snake has a forceful style, so want to join our old society? Uzu Snake looked at Mangy Snake with a smile. Join the Holy Spring of the Holy Grail. Convergence will be able to strengthen your body and enhance your qualifications. But I'm from the Beast God cult, he feeds me and gives me $3,000 a month. Would it be too bad for me to betray it? The Mangy Snake rubbed the back of its head and said somewhat naively. Just when the ocelots all thought that Mangy Snake had bitten and refused, Mangy Snake suddenly opened his mouth. On your old God Society side, do you accept part-time jobs? Wu-Ting Snake laughed, revealing an expression of a child's teachability. He told me the person he chose. How could he be a tough guy? No problem, I'm also part-time and multitasking. I also want an awesome name. Okay, then you call not. I do not involve this meaning. I mean to want an awesome name, not my name is awesome, Mangy Snake Childa argued. The ocelot has interrupted him. Okay, awesome. As a reward for joining the club this sacred spring, it's yours. This time in the chalice has condensed a small cup of bright red translucent liquid, no longer increasing, exuding a rich fragrance. One could not help but stir the taste buds. Even the surrounding area, which was originally empty, was filled with countless more bugs who were also attracted to the area. The Mangy Snake, now called Awesome, no longer caring about the name Tangle, couldn't wait but carefully took the chalice. In one gulp he drank down the bright red translucent holy spring inside. In that instant it was as if he had drunk lava and his throat was burning, and as if he had drunk ice and his heart was chilled. It wasn't long before he felt his body swelling, his blood boiling, his cells going crazy, and his strength growing. The Holy Grail, one of the holy relics within the Beast God cult, no one knew exactly what the origin was, but he had a very powerful effect. That is, it could condense blood chi and enhance qualifications, and it could be given to human beings as well as imperial beasts. Here, countless rats died, although the law enforcement team disposed of the corpses and even purified and sterilized them. However, the blood chi was still abundant and could allow the Holy Grail to coalesce. Looking at the struggling Awesome on the ground, Wuzue Snake gently waved his hand. A pitch-black boundary appeared. No matter how much painful wailing Awesome let out, not the slightest sound came out. Wuzue Snake did not continue to look at the formidable, but instead his gaze went through the darkness and looked towards the residential area, as if he could go through the floors and through space and see the people he wanted to see. Gold, green wood, red flames, black water, ebony, earth, the 5 major inheritances of the old gods. The earthen inheritance has always been in my hands. The remaining 3-4 thousands of years have always had legacies that have appeared and changed, never broken. Only the Blackwater lineage, no one can recognize the owner, and even the inheritance is broken, becoming the so-called holy relics of the Beast God cult used to stimulate the ability of magical beasts. I thought that this time was also an accident, but I didn't think that it actually wasn't. The Blackwater condensation pearl really did recognize its owner. The old trial meeting, estimated to be reopened, deserted for many years. I have to make preparations earlier. After a long time, Mangy Snake, now called Awesome, stood up. The whole person had become a lot of white face of hemp or off. Now does not look like the original Mangy Snake's appearance. The whole person looks a lot of young. Took out his mobile phone, adjusted the self-timer mode, looked at himself inside. Awesome, almost crazy. This fucking is me, too awesome. This face, this arse, I feel like I can go out and be a cowboy. Ocelot ascetic, no boss, you are my boss from now on. I'll mix with you, all the others are part-time jobs, you are my true love boss. Don't even want a salary. Wu-Ting Snake smiled. Without saying anything, although in a sense, the Beast God cult is a cult, destroying the human race internally. But the real bad guys were those at the top, and many at the bottom were actually ordinary people who couldn't survive, like Mangy Snake. The Beast Master's ability is too powerful. Many jobs their imperial beasts can do, making many ordinary people lose their chance. Their purpose of joining was probably not that complicated, just to get a full meal. With the 5 elements coming together and the old gods returning, I wonder if a new order will be established. Never mind, who knows? The ocelot murmured, and with the benefit of the doubt, disappeared into the darkness of the night. Now these young people, Awesome, are just. Got the Imperial Beasts a few months, not even to the 10th level, actually are already able to defeat the demonic giant rats alone. The river and mountain generation of talent, a generation of new people for the old who says it is not when I first contacted the magic creature have been 18 levels, but also almost defeated by the 15 level of the magic creature, say it out of shame. That said, Liam, this name how to feel some familiar inner city law enforcement team office. A group of Imperial Beast Masters sat in the office chatting. Sunbai looked at the materials reported by the outer city law enforcement team, which came with some surveillance screenshots and most importantly with the signature of the Imperial Beast Division Qi Yang. The merit audit quite smooth, only the others were from the law enforcement team. Ling Qingxiu's name they had all heard of it many times in the beginning. It was originally to be arranged in the inner city. It was she who took the initiative to transfer to the outer city. This girl, with her background and strength, obtaining such a feat was not a surprise. The only thing that made Sunbai feel surprised was that Liam, who was actually still a senior, was already so powerful. Liam, this name I also feel as if I have heard it somewhere, but for a moment I can't think of it. I guess and who has the same name what to pull together. I really have this idea, young, bold, promising, maybe is the next Li Changtian it. The Zhao family invested in Li Changtian and we thought the Zhao family was blind and put their daughter into it. Li Changtian has advanced all the way up the ranks and is a strong player amongst the senior beast masters. I heard that on this trip to the demon spirit realm outside of the city, Li Changtian has gained something and may be able to advance even further. Hearing this news, the people around him were all a little envious. Not only did they envy Li Changtian, they also envied the Zhao family who had invested in Li Changtian. With Li Changtian around, the Zhao family would follow suit for another 100 years of splendor. Sunbai suddenly brightened up and remembered something. Wait, Li Changtian, Li Mo, I remembered Li Changtian some time ago. Didn't he say that he recognized a son? It seems to be called Li Mo. It can't be a person, right? When you say it like that, I seem to have an impression. It is said that when he was in school, he was a very hard-working child, so Li Changtian recognized him back to the Li family. Tisk, Li Changtian has been so powerful, and out of a Liam, I heard he is now that son of the family, seems to have also got the gold-level Imperial Beasts. This if they all grow up, the Li family of 3 senior Imperial Beast Masters and 1 dork, properly the next big family to rise. So said. The crowd thought for a moment. It is really possible. I'm afraid that all of them will have to go to the back of the queue. In the future, Luo City will not be the 4 great families, it will become the 5 great families. It's also possible that the Lu family will fall out of favor and marry the Li family, who will then take over the Lu family's resources and connections and become one of the new 4 families. This is good news. It has to be told to Li Changtian at the first time, leaving a good impression in front of Li Changtian. To do so, Sunbai looked round. There are so many people in the office, he has to quietly take the lead. Ahem, that what I am old, some kidney weakness, go to the toilet. Sunbai is smart and the others are not stupid, and they all want to tell Li Changtian the good news. My daughter-in-law is pregnant, it might be mine. I will go out and take a look. I have some discomfort in my throat. Go and smoke a cigarette to refresh myself. My stomach is a bit uncomfortable. I'm going to the toilet to smoke a cigarette. All sorts of strange reasons that don't go anywhere, but no one cares at this moment. One by one they find excuses and rush out of the office, quickly take out their phones and start contacting the Li family. Those who were capable directly contacted Li Changtian, and those who were not capable could only contact the Li family. Sunbai was the best of them. Although his family was not very competitive, his identity was rather special because at one time he was a classmate of Li Changtian. Back then, when Li Changtian was studying, he was even taken care of by him, so he was considered one of Li Changtian's explicit friends. Although later, after Li Changtian's rise to power, the two had much less contact, but after all, they still occupied the name of a friend. Sunbai found Li Changtian's number and dialed it, praying in his heart that Li Changtian would never change his number. At this moment, the temporary camp outside the city, as a temporary resting place for the Raider spirit realm, although it was rushed with the help of the Imperial Beast Masters, the temporary camp was not as bad as expected. Li Changtian had just come out of the spirit realm and started to rest. He was in a good mood right now. Every spirit realm was filled with demonic creatures and foreign beasts, all kinds of dangers, especially the newly descended spirit realms who knew if there would be any new unseen monsters or whatever. The casualty rates are all very high. But such a spirit realm is like a primeval forest that no one has ever been to, a virgin land that no one has ever desecrated, with many opportunities. Alive were spirit medicines, alive were relics, and even had the inherited wonders of the valley. Li Changtian had obtained a special herb that only grew out of bathing in dragon blood. In the dragon blood legend, this time in it, there was a probability that after eating it the imperial beast would obtain a faint trace of dragon blood lineage. Although it was very weak, it was a qualitative change for ordinary imperial beasts. Without hesitation he also gave the dragon's blood to his imperial beast, the berserk white bear, and ate it. The effect was quite obvious on the berserk white bear's body. Some of the hair fell off and a lot of hard scales were born, and these scales directly made the berserk white bear's defense power rise by more than a notch. Li Changtian was originally a character that dared to fight, and he had defeated his way out in the beginning. After the berserk white bear's defense was now enhanced when it fought, it was even more fearless, and for Li Changtian his fighting power too had grown exponentially. Li Changtian was an ambitious person. He didn't want to be mentioned as always being the son-in-law of the Zhao family. He didn't want to be able to keep his own son, who couldn't even keep his own son. Although he didn't necessarily care that much about that son of his, that feeling of being manipulated by others made Li Changtian dislike it. However, Li Changtian was also very clear that for the Li family to rise, the bottom line was still very poor, so he had to work hard. After his berserk white bear gained evolution, Li Changtian took towards deeper raids and defeated countless demons. It was only until just now that he came out to take a break with a full harvest. Rather, he didn't expect that just after coming out a phone call would come. Son by Li Changtian recalled a former classmate from his mind. Not a good relationship, but not bad either. For former classmates and friends, although Li Changtian did not take the initiative to contact but also did not delete, because who knows, there is no use in the future. But it is still a little strange. What is he calling me for? Can't it be that he came to congratulate me on my progress? But this time it stuck too coincidentally, right? Li Changtian still answered the phone. As soon as he connected, he heard Sun Bai's excited voice from the other side. "Old Li, you finally answered the phone. Congratulations, congratulations. In the future Luo City is going to be the 5 great families. Old Li, your son is too powerful." Still a student, actually followed the handling of an E-level demonic event in which is still the main force, and he was even praised by the bigwigs from the Imperial Beast Division. This time in the college entrance examination, it will not be a problem to get the first prize in Luo City and then enter the Imperial Beast Master Academy. The future achievements are unlimited, and a senior Beast Master is just around the corner. In the future, your Li family will be a trio of masters. Sun Bai said flattering words in his head, praising everything he could. At this moment, suddenly some regret when not pay attention to cultural lessons or high and low hole a few idioms and verses out. Li Changtian listened for a while only to understand congratulations, not their own progress, is their own son. Although not to congratulate himself, but Li Changtian instead more happy. What could be happier than seeing that he had a successor? The kingdom that he had built would be guarded by someone who would continue to carry it forward. Although Li Feng had been spoilt by Zhao Jishuan and had done a lot of idiot things before, but after all he was his own son. As long as he is willing to work hard, he is still good. Haha, after all it's my own seed. This is perhaps a tiger's father not having a dog's son, Li Changtian said proudly. Thinking of Li Feng, it just so happens that among the things obtained this time, there are some things that I can't use myself, so it's not bad to give them to Li Feng. Li Mo is still your illegitimate son. Really envy you. Make me also want to go to ask. I have no illegitimate son outside. I don't expect to be as good as Li Mo. I'd be lucky to have half as many. Wait, who are you talking about? Li Changtian suddenly paused for a moment. It seemed like what he heard was not Li Feng's name. Li Mo, you just took home that idiot's son just before, then also invited us to dinner. I purposely compared the photos. It was him, really powerful. A student defeated 7 and 7 out in the demonic giant rats. If he wasn't your son, I would have wanted to drag him into our family, son. I didn't notice that Li Changtian's tone was off and continued to speak. Li Changtian, however, had fallen silent. Li Mo, the son that he had almost forgotten about. At first he was very happy to know that Li Mo, who was at the top of the list at Imperial Beast Middle School, was his own son. He himself was very smart and great at reading back then, and this child, much like himself, had tested out of the slums. It just so happened that the Lu family was going to be joined in marriage, so he couldn't wait to recognize Li Mo back into his family. This was a very long-faced thing. Everyone said that his rise was due to the Zhao family, but Li Mo's appearance let everyone know that his Li Changtian's genes themselves were very powerful. During that time, although Zhao Jishuan was not satisfied, but considering the follow-up, let Li Mo go out to join the family or did not say anything. It just so happened that when the demonic spirit realm appeared outside the city, he came out to deal with it and put Li Mo in his sights. Unexpectedly, when he went back again, he heard that Li Mo had contracted a toad. At that time, Li Changtian's first reaction was to be very angry. He even thought about repudiating Zhao Jishuan. But when he saw Limeau's disheveled appearance he stopped. The Limeau at that time was not like him at all anymore. He didn't have any deep feelings and he had lost his use value, and the Liu family was not willing to continue the marriage with Limeau. For the sake of Limeau, falling out with Zhao Jishuan and the Zhao family didn't do any good. Moreover, the Zhao family was willing to take out something to compensate, and the Liu family also promised to continue the marriage with Li Feng. So Li Changtian chose to give up on this son and pretend it never happened. Not before anyway. After so much time had passed, he had almost forgotten this son's name, and he didn't expect to hear such a news after so long. That son who had contracted a scrap iron level toad, not only was he not wasted, he had actually made a not insignificant achievement. Sunbai seems to be working over at the law enforcement team headquarters, right? He personally called, so it shouldn't be a fake, and from what he said, Limeau was even praised by the people from the Imperial Beast Division. The people from the Imperial Beast Division, of course, Li Changtian knew. This time in the demon spirit realm, the biggest threat inside was handled by that young man from the Imperial Beast Division. Those two young men, who didn't look very old, just in their 20s, had strength that was countless times more terrifying than his own. At that time when that great sun fell, Li Changtian had no doubt that he would not be able to resist a single move against him. Such a character actually praised his son. Li Changtian's mood at the moment was somewhat complicated. For one thing, the one who made such an achievement was his own son, so he should be happy. However, this son had just been kicked out by himself, so his feelings were a little hard to describe. So much so, Li Changtian held the mobile phone in one hand and the cup in the other hand was crushed. Old Li, why don't you say anything? Are you too happy? Understand, if my son has this ability, I can jump for joy even when I die. Okay, I'll leave you alone for now. When are you free? Get together with our old classmates, teach us parenting experience. Sunbai used a tone that was as relaxed as possible, saying complimentary words and at the same time hoping to have the opportunity to get together with Li Changtian and the others more often. Small gatherings for small business, big gatherings for big business. It was a pity that he was destined to be disappointed. If he had complimented Li Feng, Li Changtian's mood at this moment would have been jumping for joy. Or if Limeau hadn't been kicked out by Li Changtian, he would have also jumped for joy. On the contrary, he was praising Limeau, the child who was given up by Li Changtian. This was no different from patting a horse's arse on the horse's leg, pouring wine on the crotch of the trousers, and lighting a cigarette on the eyebrows. Sunbai's phone hangs up. Behind it came a lot of phone calls, messages. Without exception, every message is to congratulate him, gave birth to a good son. When he first took Limeau home, he made a big deal, proclaimed and flaunted his son, but then something happened. His youngest son caused his eldest son to contract the waste Imperial Beast. This kind of thing is too humiliating, so did not speak out. Only so many close people know. So much so, many people still think that Limeau was his own son in his own home. The family scandal could not be spread outside. So many people came to congratulate him. At first it was some ordinary friends, later there were even people from other families. Li Changtian couldn't even explain. This made Li Changtian as uncomfortable as eating a fly. Limeau, Limeau. Li Changtian chanted Limeau's name. Obviously it was his own son, but he found that he did not have a deep memory of Limeau, and even when he opened his mobile phone he could not find Limeau's number. Go and check for me Limeau's recent situation, Li Changtian called his close friend. Limeau? Which Limeau? The subordinate's answer made it harder for Li Changtian. It is my previous son Limeau, go and check his situation, Li Changtian said with some anger. This feeling of not being in his control was too unbearable. He had to figure out what had happened to Limeau during this period of time and how did he change so much. If it wasn't for the fact that so many people were saying that, he would have suspected if it was a prank or a case of mistaken identity. Yet he didn't know that this was just the beginning. Behind, there was even more explosive news waiting for him. The flurry of congratulatory news made Li Changtian's heart so annoyed that it was as if it was blocked, and even the joy of his royal beasts gaining an upgrade disappeared quite a bit. Currently, although this demonic beast spiritual realm had not been completely raided, the general situation had been stabilized and only a small portion of the area remained, which was still protected by a special barrier and could not be opened for a while. He planned to take advantage of this time to go home. This little brat, life is really big. All indentured toad actually can still show his face. The last time I defeated the black horn spirit mosquitoes at school, I didn't care. Those black horn spirit mosquitoes themselves aren't any powerful magical beasts. I just thought that little brat Limeau was lucky that toad can upgrade, but the qualification of the scrap iron is limited there. This life won't be able to break through to the 10th level, and it also won't be able to pose a threat to Fenger. but now it seems I still underestimated him. Not only did not stop, but also jumped more and more powerful. This time he actually jumped to the front of the Imperial Beast Division, and once again Li Changtian has been alerted. So it seems that I am still too merciful. He must be pressed to death. A toad crawling on the surface of his feet is disgusting even if it doesn't hurt. Before I was thinking that I would leave him alive, but he shouldn't appear in Li Changtian's eyes again. Since he had to seek death, I won't be blamed for being ruthless. Li family. Li Changtian's wife Zhao Jishuan held the information in her hand with a gloomy face, listening to the news reported by her subordinates. The one standing in front of her was no one else but the beloved of Li Changtian, who had previously arranged to investigate Li Mo. It was only that after this beloved agent finished investigating the information, he didn't tell Li Changtian but told Zhao Jishuan first. Li Mo, outside the cafeteria of the Imperial Beast High School, defeated more than 10 black horn spirit mosquitoes alone. Highest level 7 Imperial Beast skill, Spirit Power Jet. This skill mostly comes from special mouth construction magical beasts excluding toads. The Imperial Beast High School Grove was attacked by toads by Li Mo. Rescued little girl in burning factory in outer city, skin has darkened, suspected homophily. During the rat infestation in the outer city, together with Leng Qingqiu in the outer city, they disrupted the Rat King's metamorphosis process and together defeated a group of demonized giant rats with a maximum level of 11. The Rat King was resolved by the Royal Beast Division and was rescued by Qi Yang of the Royal Beast Division and received a compliment, and it was said that Qi Yang had given Li Mo something. The details are unknown. Special remarks: personality has a great change from before. The Royal Beast Toad is suspected to have mutated. The contents of this were quite detailed, including confirmed as well as speculated notes. Some of the things that Li Mo thought he was being careful about were investigated. Zhao Jishuan looked it over carefully and asked towards this beloved servant, based on the current information, do you think it's possible for Li Mo to become an official Imperial Beast Master? Madam, based on the information available, Li Mo's toad is indeed a bit different. The combat power is also very strong, but it is only limited to ordinary magical beasts. For young Master Feng there won't be any threat. Madam can relax, the beloved said respectfully. Although he was originally Li Changtian's beloved, but nay, Madam gave too much. I also want to relax, but he can appear different once. Who knows if he will appear a second time? Previously, when he just scored better in theory, Li Changtian had to pick someone back up and argue with me for so long. This time he was actually able to make a mark. Who knows what else Li Changtian will do? His existence in itself represents that this marriage of mine possesses a stain. In Zhao Jishuan's voice there was a slight hard feeling as well as aggression and anger. When she first liked Li Changtian didn't tell her that he had a wife and child at home. It wasn't until she was pregnant with Li Feng that she realized that she was actually the mistress. Although Li Changtian divorced and this matter was suppressed, but this is always a thorn in the heart. She even quietly went to see Lu Guifan. However, seeing Lu Guifan struggling in the slums, she only did not make any extra moves. These years had also been very good, but that time when Li Changtian suddenly took Li Mo back to the Li family tore this pretense of happiness apart. As long as Li Mo existed, she was constantly reminding Zhao Jishuan of the fact that she was once a mistress, although she didn't know it at first, but facts were facts. Once she let it go, twice 3 times Zhao Jishuan couldn't stand it anymore. Whether it was for herself or for Li Feng, she should do something. After pulling out 2 pieces of information, she instructed you to give the rest to Changtian. As I recall, your child is also of school age, right? Quite a smart kid. I think the learning atmosphere of Class 1 is more suitable for him. Thank you, madam. My subordinate understands what to say and what not to say. Don't worry, madam. Only after the beloved left, after thanking him, did Li Feng walk out from the back, followed by a huge leopard. The leopard had wind under its feet with thunder and lightning surrounding its body, and it was actually a rare dual attribute golden qualification Imperial Beast, the Wind Thunder Leopard. Royal beasts have different attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, ice, and so on. Each attribute had its own special skills and talents. With one more attribute, there could be one more skill, one more change. It was just that dual attribute Imperial beasts were very rare, and without thinking about it, this one that Li Feng had contracted was it. Having contracted a gold-level qualification dual attribute Imperial Beast, nowadays Li Feng's self-confidence skyrocketed. The whole person looked and became a lot sunnier. For Li Mo, he had long since stopped looking at him. Mum, why do you need to be angry for that little scumbag? No matter how much he bounces around, he can't possibly catch up to me, and his scrap iron toad is even less likely to be a threat to my golden wind thunder leopard. I used to think he was a threat, but now he and I are no longer on the same level. There was no need to bother with him at all. If I had to compare, Li Feng felt that he nowadays was the dragon in the sky. Liam O was nothing more than a mole cricket under his feet. He didn't even have the qualifications to let him look at him squarely. Of course, I am destined to be the dragon of the 9 heavens. I don't need to be sad about a toad. Mum will sort these things out. I heard some time ago that the headmaster by fate who still has a recommendation slot for the seed program, so when your father comes back, I'll ask him to ask for you. Your current golden qualification of wind and thunder dual attribute imperial beasts. I think that passing the selection of the seed plan will not be a problem. At that time it might be possible for you to join the Imperial Beast Division and walk onto the real stage. Thank you, Mum. I knew it. Mum is the best. Li Feng pouted towards Zhao Jishuan. Only from their own perspective, how could it not be a mother's kindness and son's filial piety? It's just that everything is multifaceted. By honey his arsenic, who can say they are absolutely right, who can say who is absolutely wrong? For love, for affection, for profit, for other, just all stand in their own point of view. Only the fact that they were happily deliberating as mother and son was not good news for Li Mo. Family Master, the information is all here. Young Master Li Mo's Toad Royal Beast has a certain degree of mutation that allows him to use a special skill, Spiritual Jet. Facing magical beasts below level 10, it possesses a certain level of fighting ability, but this ability is too restrictive. Scrap iron level qualifications and not being able to break through level 10 was a hard injury. This time more of the main force of the E-class rat disaster was Ling Qingqiu. The other party looked at Li Mo as a student and gave him some preferential treatment, and when reporting his merits he praised young Master Li Mo a little bit more. The 2 pages of information that Zhao Jishuan had taken away was the information on Li Mo's outstanding performance in the rat disaster. Without that part, everything else could be covered up with excuses. The name on the beloved's mouth for Li Mo was still young Master Li Mo, but there was a slight change in the content of his speech which didn't require much change. But sometimes 1 or 2 sentences can make everything very different, so that's how it is. Li Changtian sighed with emotion and roughly had a guess in his heart. When the outer city law enforcement team reported their merits, because Li Mo was a student, they gave him a little care. When the inner city law enforcement team reviewed the report, they accidentally found out that Li Mo was his own son and didn't know about Li Mo's expulsion from the Li family, so giving himself a face, he took this matter and magnified it. In the end, it led to such a situation. He said, a waste son who was driven out of the family, how could he suddenly have to go against the heavens? Thinking like this, Li Changtian suddenly felt much more relaxed. He didn't want to admit that he had done wrong, even if Li Mo was his own son. After returning home, Zhao Jishuan knew what Li Changtian was thinking under Zhao Jishuan's side conversations. Zhao Jishuan was a bit surprised. It hadn't occurred to me that this beloved did something so powerful, actually giving such a reasonable reason, making Li Changtian's concern for Li Mo directly subside. In his heart he said that he would have to turn around and reward this person as a talent. At the same time, she also proposed to Li Changtian that he should go to Bai Feihu and ask for a seed plan recommendation letter slot. Although she could go herself, but after all, strength is what speaks. Li Changtian was as strong as the sun at the moment, and if he went to speak, many things would be easier. Li Changtian didn't refuse either. He fiercely praised Li Feng. The more outstanding Li Feng was, the more it proved that his choice to give up Li Mo was the right one. After warming up with Zhao Jishuan, Li Changtian didn't dawdle and went straight to Bai Feihu. Bai Feihu was originally a veteran Imperial Beast Master and was asking for help himself, so in order to show respect, Li Changtian was directly looking for Bai Feihu on his doorstep. Bai Feihu was in a really good mood these 2 days. As a recommender, Li Mo passed the first level of background investigation and basic examination and got the admission qualification. Of course, he also knew about it. Someone entering the seed plan, or a student of the Imperial Beast High School. This incident matter for the school was a kind of honor in itself. He had originally planned to resign from his position as headmaster, but leaving behind a pinnacle of honor and retiring with honor before leaving was undoubtedly a better choice for him. Although he himself didn't really care, there was still the indisputable Du Linfeng. He always had to think about him. This kid really good, I knew it, I won't be wrong. Tough character. Although he was abandoned by the Li family and was pitched into contracting a scrap metal grade toad. But who would have thought that the toad actually had a bloodline? A child who has experienced suffering can go farther. This kid in the future may be able to go to which step, but no matter what step he takes, it can't be separated from the old man's discerning eye. Bai Feihu was in the midst of his narcissism when he suddenly heard that Li Changtian had come to pay a visit and hastily collected the narcissistic smile on his face. He coughed, tidied up his clothes and looked in the mirror to make sure there was no problem before going out to see Li Changtian. For Li Changtian to come to see himself by Fei Hu was a little surprised. Although he knows Li Changtian also know him, but between the two there is no intersection. Bai Fei Hu couldn't help but say in his heart, this guy suddenly came to the door, can it be that he got the news that Li Mo had been accepted into the seed program? If that was the case, then how should he treat this Li Changtian? Most importantly, he was still not sure what Li Mo's attitude was towards Li Changtian as his father. Of course, there was another reason, the things that Li Changtian did were indeed unorthodox. Seeing Li Mo's outstanding performance, he ran up to acknowledge his family. Seeing that Li Mo was wasted, he immediately abandoned the person. It is really disgraceful, but Bai Fei Hu's face is still unmoving. Headmaster Bai, I came to have an ungrateful request. I heard that Principal Bai still has a letter of recommendation for the seed plan in his hand, and my son Li Feng, who is not talented, has just contracted the gold level qualification of the Wind and Thunder dual attribute Wind and Thunder Leopard. Although he's still quite a bit short of a true genius, as a father I still want to give my child more opportunities, so I want to ask Principal Bai for a recommendation. Li Changtian spoke rather euphemistically, again as a canine son and a father, but he said so, but let the white Fei Hu more and more speechless, even cannot help but choke. As a father hope to give the child more opportunities, that Li Mo the child you gave him more opportunities, what does this have to do with Li Mo? Li Changtian did not expect to hear about Li Mo here, it came out in passing. Bai Fei Hu's face became even more unsightly as the headmaster he spoke of teaching and educating people. Strength was a part of it, but strength never represented the entirety of being a human being. Li Changtian had once been a student of this school as well, although at that time Bai Fei Hu was not yet the headmaster of Royal Beast High School. But seeing Li Changtian in this state, Bai Fei Hu still felt that education had failed. Li Changtian, you are also considered a student of this school. You should have learned to educate people first and then learn to defend the beasts, but what you did was really disappointing. You know that you gave Li Feng the recommendation qualification to beg for the seed plan, but have you ever considered so much as a single thought for Li Mo? The only thing you considered was using Li Mo's achievements to show off for your Li family. You are a father in vain. The more Bai Fei Hu said, the more angry he became. He does not have a child. Du Linfeng, this child, although not his own biological, but he also for Du Linfeng consider a lot. What about Li Changtian? There was a child, but he didn't cherish it, didn't treat the child well, and was full of use. He even felt unworthy for Li Mo. Hearing Principal Bai's more and more excessive words, Li Changtian's face somewhat cold, however it was still suppressing the fire, but his tone was no longer calm. Principal Bai, how I am with Li Mo, this is my family matter. It shouldn't be Principal Bai's turn to say, I respect that you are the headmaster, the recommendation qualification you give me I will be grateful. If you don't just say so, Li Changtian can find another way. You think I want to meddle in your family affairs? Li Changtian, you've reached your current strength at a young age and you'll be able to go further in the future, but you have not overestimated yourself. I don't have that much time to pay attention to what I am concerned about is my students. Don't you want a recommendation qualification? Sorry, no. It's already been given out. Looking at the cold-faced Li Changtian, Bai Fei Hu sat back directly. He is not really afraid of Li Changtian, although Li Changtian still has room to rise in the future. It's not his turn to call his bluff. Give it out. To whom? Li Changtian hurriedly asked after him. This qualification, before all said that no one's this generation, there are other people who have the qualification to be recommended? Who do you think it was given to? Of course it's for my student Li Mo. By the way, there is also good news. Li Mo has passed the first round of observation by the Imperial Beast Division and has already confirmed his qualification for admission to the seed program. You want to ask for a recommendation qualification for Li Feng? Sorry, you're too late. Don't you want to show fatherly love? Then go get another recommendation qualification for Li Feng, Bai Fei Hu said in a conspiratorial manner. In that case it was actually not in line with his status as a headmaster, but it's already been said, so of course it can be said however happy it is. Scum one, what's wrong with pretending to be a father and son here? Ugh, disgusting. Li Mo, how can it be? Li Mo, isn't his beast a toad? Isn't he incapable of breaking through to the 10th level? How could the seed recommendation qualification be given to him, and how could he have passed the Imperial Beast Division's examination? Bai Fei Hu's cynicism didn't bother Li Changtian. For one thing, Bai Fei Hu had mocked him a few times and he refused to fight back for it. Secondly, at the moment his attention was on this matter of Li Mo. This quota can be anyone as Zhang San as Li Si, even as the roadside beggar can accept. Why is it Li Mo is his own abandoned that son, one's own? Heart cultivation. Zhao and Li family resources to cultivate out of the Li Feng, but also can't compare to the son brought in the slums in the early stage. How ironic, you ask me. Isn't Li Mo also your son? You as a father do not know. How do I know? Looking at the chagrined, remorseful, difficult and suffocating Li Changtian at this moment. Bai Feihu was very happy and satisfied, which is also considered to be an outlet for the little Li Mo. He was recommended by you. It is impossible for you not to know what is special about him. Why did you recommend him? Li Changtian desperately wanted to know what was so special about the son he had given up. Why would Bai Feihu be willing to recommend him, and why would someone from the Imperial Beast Division be able to pass the examination? What exactly did he miss? This feeling that everyone else knew, but he himself was unaware of it, was too hard to bear. It was like having something valuable inside the rubbish one threw away. Other people picked it up and sold it for $100 million, but he himself couldn't remember what was so valuable. Too suffocating. But Bai Feihu at the moment liked to see Li Changtian this suffocating. Hey, you are right, I really know, but so what? I prefer not to tell me deliberately. Bai Feihu was in a pleasant mood, happily sipping a mouthful of tea, leaning back on the chair, comfortably looking at Li Changtian. This is to give Xiao Liamo to collect some interest from this scum father. Headmaster Bai, I may not have handled certain personal matters very well, but this doesn't have much to do with you. We are both Imperial Beast Masters and there are countless opportunities for cooperation in the future. There's no need for you to target me like this. This time when I was in the spirit realm, in addition to harvesting a strain of dragon's blood to be absorbed by me, I also harvested 3 dragon's blood grass seeds. Although the effect is not as good as dragon blood, but it is still a rare treasure. As long as Principal Bai tells me what exactly is going on with Li Mo, I am willing to give the dragon blood grass seeds with both hands. Li Changtian stared at Bai Feihu and said in a grave tone. In his words he revealed a few pieces of news. One, he could go further by eating the dragon's blood. The future was limitless. 2, he demonstrated his sincerity and his determination to know Li Mo's situation. Threats and honey were arranged on at the same time, although originally this dragon bloodgrass seed he wanted to give it to Li Feng, but he really wanted to figure out too much. What exactly was Li Mo's situation? Bai Feihu naturally didn't care. He was a true combat royal beast master who had come down from the battlefield of the front line, and the threat of a Li Changtian was meaningless to him. But what was important was the dragon bloodgrass seed. This thing, which was only found in the magical beast spirit realm, was unattainable, although it was not as good as dragon blood, but the effect of raising the bloodline was quite special. This thing for him, an old man, was not very useful, but for Li Mo, this child, it was of great use, especially for Li Mo's imperial beast that already possessed a bloodline. The news of Li Mo's imperial beast possessing a bloodline, although hidden, but to check it could still be found, it would only take some time. Using a piece of information that would have been exposed in exchange for 3 dragon bloodgrass seeds, this deal was a good deal. Still, Bai Feihu did not immediately agree. Instead, he quietly sent a message to Li Mo and asked for his opinion. Li Mo is on the way back to school after all, just 2 days of holiday. Suddenly received this message, did not react to who it is. After figuring it out, Li Mo didn't hesitate for a second. This is my biggest secret, the root of my peace of mind, the key to changing my future. How can I tell him so? If you don't agree, I respect your intention. Bai Feihu was typing a reply to Li Mo. Before the words were finished typing, he had already received a second message from Li Mo. Have to add money. Bai Feihu deleted all the words and typed a question mark. My change is not expected by my scummy father, and for things that are beyond his control, he should be very eager to figure it out at this moment. Since he wants it, and even took the initiative to offer the dragon's bloodgrass seeds, it's not a big deal for us to sit on our hands. I don't want too many things either, but what should be given to me he has to give. My mum has suffered so much over the years, and he hasn't even paid alimony. Since it's delivered to my door, I'll settle it once and for all. 3 seeds of dragon's blood grass, a suite in the inner city, plus 300,000 in cash. Would this price be too high? Although the 3 dragon blood grass seeds were precious, they were after all just seeds worth about 100,000 apiece. A room in the inner city would cost at least $1 million or more. Bai Feihu couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the price Li Mo had offered. This price was not low. Although a senior Imperial Beastmaster, the earning power was still not bad, but the consumption of a senior Imperial Beastmaster was also not small. Bai Feihu felt that extorting $500,000 or so to compensate Li Mo was almost enough. He didn't think that Li Mo directly doubled a few times. he will agree, and if he doesn't, the headmaster can deliberately show an attitude of discussing with me, letting him know that it's me who wants it, then tell him what I'm worth and he'll agree. This scum father of mine, to put it bluntly, is a person who is only interested in profit. I show the value of use, he will be willing to give these things. Li Mo saw very clearly that for Li Changtian he was actually an extreme egoist, but he favored a good disguise. For people who could be helpful to him, he was not stingy in making some upfront investments. For those who were not useful to him, he was extraordinarily decisive when he discarded them. At first, he did not have a royal beast, just outstanding achievements. He was willing to take himself back to the Li family. Now that his own imperial beast with its bloodline had an unlimited future, that scummy father Li Changtian wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Bai Fei, who quickly read through Li Mo's words and finally realized that he had still underestimated Li Mo. This child wasn't just ordinary tough-mindedness, more so his grasp of human nature was beyond many people. That calmness, that experience far exceeded those of his age. At least if he himself was at Li Mo's age and encountered something like what Li Mo has today, he would never be able to be so calm. He was looking forward to Li Mo's future even more. A genius was not scary. A genius with wisdom is only scary. In the end, Bai Fei, who didn't know what to say and learnt the words commonly used by those young students and replied back, "Great." Bai Fei, who looked up at Li Changtian and smiled brightly, revealing 2 rows of slightly yellowed teeth. "Little Li, we are all Imperial Beastmasters of Luo City. It would be out of place for you to say this. Although the dragon's blood grass seeds are very precious, but compared to the news you want to know, it's not worth mentioning. This news, the matter is so important that the Imperial Beast Division is taking it very seriously, and if you didn't know about it before, you've already missed your chance. If it were someone else, not to mention the dragon blood grass seeds, even if it was dragon blood, I wouldn't want to say a word to him. However, if you are willing, on top of the dragon bloodgrass seeds plus 2 suites in the inner city, 1 million in cash, seeing that you are sincere, I can still take some risks and tell you the news. After all, that is also your son, isn't it?" Li Changtian stared at Bai Fei, who with an odd expression on his face. "You also know it's my son. You used my son's information to blackmail me?" Bai Fei, whose little action just now, of course he had seen it, or rather Bai Fei, who had no intention of hiding it from him at all. Who it was discussing with Li Changtian wasn't sure. It was either with Li Mo, someone from the Imperial Beast Division, or someone else in the know. If the price was right, he would be willing to exchange. But this request from Bai Fei was too much. "Headmaster Bai, I am sincere, but your words are a bit insincere. That's my son, and for me to ask for information about my son to give something close to 4 million, that's too ridiculous. 3 dragons bloodgrass seeds plus 500,000 in cash, nothing more. 2 houses plus 1 million in cash for him, although it was a bit much, but squeezing it out he could still get it out. Not to mention anything else. This time his harvest in the demonic beast spirit realm, all sold, would exceed 1 million. But with so much, Zhao Jishuan would definitely not be happy when he found out about it. The most important thing was that he wanted to know about his son's situation, and he actually had to spend 4 million on it. It was ridiculous to even think about it. Ridiculous? Not ridiculous at all. Although you are Li Mo's biological father, you don't know about Li Mo's affairs, and I, an outsider, know. That's what's ridiculous. You think that the price I said is expensive, but I think that even if I double this price 10 times, it is not expensive." Bai Fei, who took it and said, "Just don't back down." Li Mo's attitude, he already knew it and had no feelings for Li Changtian, the scummy father. Anyway, it is a pit. He might as well help Li Mo and pit a little more. He. Li Changtian was rendered speechless for a moment. In the end, after some haggling, "You and me," Li Changtian agreed. 3 dragon bloodgrass seeds, a large house, and 500,000 in cash. The total value was around 2 million. It was quite a bit more than Li Mo's initial request. "Principal Bai, I didn't think that you were such a person. Something give can tell me what exactly is Li Mo's situation, right? Why did you recommend him for the seed program? Why was he able to pass the Imperial Beast Division's examination? You didn't think much of it. When you first picked up Li Mo and brought him home, I was happy for Li Mo, but I also didn't expect that you were a father like that. But after just a short month or so, you kick Li Mo out again." In response to Li Changtian's mockery, Bai Fei shot back without a care in the world. Watching Li Changtian get a little impatient, Bai Fei didn't want to continue with Li Changtian in vain. He still had to go and send happy news to little Li Mo. "So no longer take Joe. Don't you want to know what's so special about Li Mo? Tell you 2 words. Bloodline." At first Li Changtian was good and ready to see what kind of things Bai Fei could say, but when he heard those 2 words he instantly stirred. His voice was a few points louder. "What did you say?" Noticing the difference, In his voice, Li Changtian lowered his voice and continued to pursue principle by, "Is what you said true?" Li Changtian at this moment perceived that his heart beating speed some exceedingly fast. "Of course it is true like a fake. You want the news, you got it, not counting the pit, right? Okay, you can go now. I still have something to do." Goodbye by Fei, who finished and began to chuck the guests. Staying with this kind of scum is really breathless. This time the battle is rich. He cannot wait to send a message to tell Liu Mo. Good news, the suite you wanted in 300,000 in cash turned into a large flat plus 500,000 in cash thanks to my tireless efforts. Liu Mo, you have to thank me for this old face of mine has gone. Out of the way, Liu Mo looked at the message. The image of Principal by Fei Hu and Li Changtian haggling over the price came to his mind, and he couldn't help but smile. The price was indeed beyond his expectations, but pitting Li Changtian was not a good idea. Liu Mo even thought of the next step to pit. Please ask the headmaster to sell the room given by Li Changtian and buy a suite in a new place. At that time he received Lu Guifan to the inner city. Li Changtian follow-up, certainly want to contact themselves or contact Lu Guifan by then the phone number and so on, sell him again. After listening to Li Mo's plan by Fei Hu, forehead cannot help but appear a little sweat. This kid ruthless and toxic enough, this is still to their own father. Are so ruthless, digging so many pits. If the enemy, I'm afraid I don't even know how to die. But it's fun, I'll go along with you. Bai Fei, who was quite happy to be involved. It was fun to be back on the battlefield cooperating with the captain and ambushing the enemy. This was a chance to bring him and Liu Mo closer together. Thank you, Grandpa Headmaster, we have a good cooperation. For Bai Fei to help himself so much, he must have his needs. Liu Mo was full of concern and sweetly called out. It wasn't scary for people to be used, what was scary was to have no use for them. Now that this is the case, Liu Mo is quite satisfied, everything is developing in a good direction. In the office, Bai Fei Hu and Liu Mo discussed the details of the subsequent digging of the pit. In the heat of the moment, Li Changtian, who had walked to the door, had not yet reacted from the shock. He had guessed many kinds of results. Li Mo's toad mutated. Li Mo's toad ate an extraordinary elixir to enhance its qualifications. Li Mo's toad possessed dual attributes? But he never expected that Li Mo's toad actually possessed a bloodline. No wonder Bai Fei Hu would give the seed plan recommendation slot to Liu Mo. No wonder Liu Mo could pass the Imperial Beast Division's examination. In that case, when Sun Bai and the others had told themselves earlier that Liu Mo had solved the E-class rodent infestation, I'm afraid it wasn't just that Leng Qingqiu had looked at Liu Mo as a student with special care. Rather, Liu Mo really had that ability. No wonder every one of those people came to congratulate themselves and said something about the three masters of a family, bloodline, something that one doesn't even have. The bloodline was at least a royal clan possessing infinite possibilities. The royal clan had a natural power of suppression over other imperial beasts, and for imperial beasts of the same clan, they had absolute dominance. The last time a royal beast with a bloodline appeared in Luo City had to be more than 10 years ago, right? That person suppressed an entire era and all the geniuses with him were eclipsed. It had long since reached a point where it was impossible to look up to in one's lifetime. The gap had become a heavenly rift. It did not occur to me that after so many years I would once again hear the word bloodline. It was actually on one's own son, and it was the son who had been driven out of the house by oneself. The most outrageous thing was that the news of one's own son having a bloodline was actually bought with one's own money. Thinking about it all felt like a dream. How outrageous, how ridiculous. Li Changtian couldn't even describe his mood at this moment. Just like the overpasses in Mountain City, it was so complicated that it was going up and down, left and right. It wasn't until a long time later that Li Changtian calmed down. In his mind he was quickly thinking about how he should deal with this matter. If Li Mo's imperial beast possessed a bloodline, his future was destined to be boundless. This son should definitely be taken home. By the way, Bai Fei Hu himself didn't lack money, didn't lack a house. He wanted something. He should have asked for resources like spirit grass, but he asked for a house and money. At that time, he was still contacting someone else, and the probability was that he was contacting Liu Mo. This house, it was estimated that Liu Mo was going to live in it. One could go directly to him. No, he wasn't willing to say it directly and let Bai Fei Hu make such an offer. Obviously, for the last time, the matter of being driven out of the Li family by himself, this child was still holding a grudge. However, it was not without a breakthrough. Li Mo's mother, his own ex-wife Lu Guifan, was the best breakthrough. At this instant, Li Changtian's brain was running wildly, pulling out the threads and looking for all the clues. Liu Mo, this son must be brought home. Little Mo, why are you back? Did something happen? Is there another demonic outbreak? Looking at Liu Mo, who went and returned, Lu Guifan asked with some worry. Her son was all her hope. She did not want him to be in any danger, even if she had the clear knowledge that her son was much stronger than her. "Don't worry, Mom, I'm fine and there is no demonic outbreak." Li Yimo smiled and walked over, explaining, "I came back because I want to discuss something with you. I want to ask you to go to the inner city with me." I can't. Going to the inner city, not just anyone can go. People from the outer city who want to go to the inner city not only need money but also need to obtain qualifications to enter the inner city. The simplest kind is for students to rely on their grades and gain admission to the inner city so they can take this opportunity to enter the inner city. The others were more difficult, requiring not only money but also connections, quite harsh. This is also the biggest restriction for residents of the outer city. Mum, don't worry, eligibility is not a problem. I'm now one of the reserve seeds of the seed program. It's very impressive and the headmaster thinks highly of me. So your qualifications, the headmaster said, leave all this to him. As one of the number of strong people in Luo City, Li Yimo also believed that by Fei Hu's ability. However, Lu Guifan still somewhat did not want to go to the inner city, or rather, it wasn't that she didn't want to, it wasn't that she didn't dare. Who in the outer city did not want to go to the inner city? Inside and outside the two cities like two heavens, the environment of the outer city, pollution, demons, rubbish, security without exception is the worst. During this period of time they are here, it is because Leng Qingqiu came like to manage idle matters, arrested a large number of prodigal lively, so the law and order is much better. Normally all kinds of brawls and fights, stealing chickens and dogs, were endless. Without mentioning anything else, let's say that when Li Changtian was still in the outer city he was still blackmailed by punks and was almost defeated and thrown into the toilet. After that Li Changtian rose to prominence and purposely returned to the outer city to take revenge, destroying several powerful gangs of punks in the outer city. To this day the residual power still remains. This was also one of the reasons why in their area the law and order was better than other places. In fact, most of the people in the outer city, their lives were not guaranteed in a basic way. The inner city, even if it was one of the worst, at least lived a safe life and generally didn't have to worry about the fact that they could be lifeless at any time. But the consumption in the inner city is too high. Lu Guifan feeds Li Mo to school, working several different jobs a day, all without extra time to rest. These 2 days watching her accompany Li Mo, but she needs to work double overtime to make up for it. And that's because Li Mo is a good student and has a scholarship to support her, otherwise she can't hold out at all. Although Li Mo took 80,000 back last time, it is a big sum of money, but in the inner city this 80,000 is nothing. If she goes to the inner city together she won't last long. Mum, you don't need to worry about this, I'm already a beast master and can make money. Those demonic rats from last time, I helped deal with them, and there is also a bonus. It's expected to be 100,000, it will come down soon, and I extorted a sum of money from Li Changtian. Look at Lu Guifan or hesitate. Li Yimo was silent for a while and had previously tested Lu Guifan's attitude, and she had long since lost her old feelings for Li Changtian. In the end he chose to tell Lu Guifan what happened and did not hide it, including before he was picked up by Li Changtian back to the Li family and finally was framed, contracted, scrap iron level toad was driven out, and a series of things. These things all happened in school. Li Yimo did not say, and no one told Lu Guifan, so Lu Guifan simply did not know the original child in school experienced so much. What's more, she didn't know that Li Changtian actually wanted to rob her son. If he snatched Li Yimo, treat Li Yimo well. Lu Guifan is not unacceptable. These years she clear knowledge. As Li Yimo grows he can no longer help Li Yimo more, although she was very unwilling, but this was the truth. If Li Changtian could make Li Yimo grow better for the sake of her son's future, she could bear the pain of letting go. Never in a million years did she think that Li Changtian, this dog scum, would actually treat her son like this. In the beginning she was really blind. Lu Guifan painfully touched Li Mo's face. I'm sorry, it's Mum who got involved. If she had been more powerful, why would her son have suffered so much? Mum, how is this even tired? You are my mother, you have to have me. Besides, I have not suffered at all. Now don't mention how comfortable. The one who was having a hard time at the moment is Li Changtian. Li Yimo smiled and hugged Lu Guifan. He has a hard time, he deserves it. This is all the retribution he deserves. That rotten man, seeing how powerful you are now, he definitely won't let up. Mum can't hold you back. Mum will go with you. When it's all said and done, Lu Guifan isn't a grinder. After talking it through, she will not let herself become Li Mo's constraints. Quite decisive, just like when with Li Changtian divorce. As decisive, Lu Guifan went home and simply gestured. Talk to Li Yimo, the last 80,000 yuan, took part of it out, will owe the debt or paid, Aunt Zhang, this is the 600 ode to your family, thank you for your help over the years. Uncle Lu, this is the 300 ode to you. Auntie Tian, this is the 20 ode to you. The amount is not big, the East family 20, the West family 200, put together only a few thousand yuan. However, these thousands of dollars once pressed Lu Guifan out of breath. Liamo then know the original family still owes a lot of debt, but these Lu Guifan did not tell him she carried down alone. Good thing now everything is over. Originally Liamo thought in fact pay back some more also can, but the big guys did not want, although everyone is not living rich, but everyone is very full inside. Instead, they were worried that when Liamo and his family went to the inner city, it was not enough and they planned to borrow more money out. After a few excuses, Lu Guifan gave some of her family's things, the ones she couldn't take with her, the big ones and the small ones, to friends and relatives around her. Liamo is not involved in much, most is Lu Guifan in processing. Xiaomo is really outstanding, so young, became a beast master, but also can make money. Lu Guifan is also considered to have survived. Who said it is not I? Small Liamo than his father has a conscience. His father by the temperature just developed on the abandonment of his wife and children. Small Mo just have the ability to know the old lady to take away a good life. It's good that Xiao Lu has suffered all her life and should enjoy her happiness. When she divorced that Li Chang Tian, I could tell she wasn't mortal, now it's true. Who looked down on Lu Guifan for divorcing the Beastmaster, or on Liamo for studying? You guys are just envious. Envy is really envious, but I'm not jealous. Lu Guifan, these years a woman dry than 3 men or more, so many years, hard to be over him. I look at all the bitter, I cannot eat that bitter. These years Lu Guifan's days, we all see in the eyes and the heart. For Liamo to take Lu Guifan to the inner city, the neighbors and friends heartily blessed. Especially Lu Guifan is very good at what she does. A lot of her things are good, are given to everyone, taking people's mouths short well. Soon, under Lu Guifan's thunderous handling, almost all the things in the house were given away, and they were all given to the right people. The table was given to Auntie Zhang upstairs. Her family table is broken, has not been willing to change. The benches and chairs were given to old Lu, whose son-in-law came to the door and then had a baby, so there weren't enough benches in the house. The pots and pans were given to Auntie Li next door, who had always complimented Lu Guifan's family on how nice they looked and how much they liked the dishes. Even a handful of vegetables bought back earlier and a pot of flowers on the table were given the best place to go. Everything was arranged and in order. Everyone was satisfied and everyone was happy. It was complicated to say the least, but the total time taken was only 40 minutes. In the end, Lu Guifan carried a small bag, said goodbye to everyone and came to Liamo with light clothes. Liamo watched all of this, but realized that he still didn't know Lu Guifan well enough. She was stronger and more decisive than she thought. Liamo originally thought that Lu Guifan would be like the TV show This Also Cannot Put, that also wanted to take away, who had thought that she carried a small bag loaded with money and the necessary documents, and it was over. There is no delay, not moving like a mountain, moving like thunder, so it seems to be not impossible to describe it this way. Mo, what are you waiting for? Let's go, otherwise that scum of a father of yours is going to arrange for someone to come after him. I don't want to have anything to do with him. Hey, here we go. Liamo smiled and followed the footsteps. One tea at eat a bad stomach. Dilapidated station, old platform. Thin Lu Guifan, looking at the side of the jumping and eating insects, cockroaches, little toad, cannot help but ask. After all, she had never seen such an unpicky eater eating everything, from mosquitoes and flies to cockroaches and rats to ants and butterflies. As long as it sees them and moves, they will all be swallowed. Even the stray dogs passing by. The little toad is staring with burning eyes. Lu Guifan has no doubt that, if not for the small size of the little toad, is now too small, but let it be a little bigger, the passing dog will be eaten, shouldn't it? Liamo hadn't really thought about this. After all, this guy started eating after he came over. Devil or beast, it's right to eat anyway. Hadn't really paid attention. This thing, would it get sick? Liamo was also curious and wanted to ask Principal Bai directly, but it seemed like going to Principal Bai for this matter wasn't too necessary. Flipping through his address book, Liamo found the contact information of the previous teacher on duty, Mr. Zhao Yan, asked him about the situation. Zhao Yansai didn't let him down and quickly gave a reply. Generally speaking, imperial beasts don't get sick, and every upgrade of an imperial beast is an all-round strengthening of itself. Not only does it strengthen its fighting ability, but of course it also strengthens its defense, immunity and other aspects. However, what is contained in the demonic creature is a special power that is completely different from spiritual power, and if it cannot be purified in time, it will cause the imperial beast to become ill. Teacher Zhao Yan also deliberately cared if Li Mo's imperial beast was sick. What was the condition? Was it serious he could help contact the Imperial Veterinary Master? Liamo hurriedly explained that there was nothing wrong, he was just curious. On Zhao Yan's side, this relaxed him. After waiting for a long time, the sky was already dark. Finally waited the last train to the inner city. Liamo took back the little toad and together with Lu Guifan got into the car. The car started, the scenery outside the car window began to move away. There were fewer and fewer smokestack factories and the colors of the scenery outside gradually became more and more gorgeous with red flowers, green trees, colorful neon lights and white clean fog. In a flash, after living in the outer city for so many years, Lu Guifan suddenly felt somewhat reluctant to leave. She has worked hard all her life wanting to leave the outer city with her husband, wanting to take her son to leave the outer city and finally being taken by her son to leave the outer city. Looking out the car window, gradually faded gray scenery that is also their own faded life color. Suddenly Lu Guifan's eyes tightened and through the reflection of the car window she saw that someone seemed to have been staring at them and to be precise was staring at Liamo. Lu Guifan motionlessly approached Liamo and lowered her voice to ask, Xiaomo, that person in the back, is he not right? We didn't seem to see him when we got on the bus. I just realized that he has been staring in our direction. Could it be someone sent by Li Changtian? Don't be nervous. Liamo patted Lu Guifan's hand and silently activated the gift of compound eyes. Through all directions he observed the presence of the other party. It was an old man wearing a long black robe, and on the black robe there was a weird pattern like a snake which made people look a little uncomfortable, a huge hood that covered his face, but on the contrary there was a pair of gleaming eyes that loomed in the shadow of the hood. In the other directions there didn't seem to be any distinctive features. An odd sound rang in his ears and Liamo winced. It felt as if a snake lying on his shoulder with its letters cutting through his ears was generally terrifying. Liamo instantly felt that something was wrong. However, in just such a moment Liamo only felt that with a flash of light in front of his eyes he suddenly realized that he didn't know when he was already sitting opposite the black-robed man. Liamo still couldn't see the other person's face, it seemed to be covered by something, worthy of being the guy who destroyed two of my arrangements. Vigilance is not bad, similar to these small abilities of compound eyes, also very interesting. The icy voice continued to echo in his ears. Liamo instead calmed down after experiencing the initial panic. There were no more other figures around. Either this was a separate space or this was in the other party's illusion, but whichever it was, the other party was able to get him over here so easily and thought that it would be simple to defeat him, but the other party didn't do it. Obviously, the other party should have other purposes. Liamo sat up straight, a small sculpture not enough to worry about. I don't know how to call senior? What are you looking for, Liamo? Although the other party probability will not take action on their own, but the goat or the goat, so Liamo spoke, very modest and respectful. Not bad, is a smart guy. I like the most is that you know the time, the most hate is that those who are full of big theory do not understand the change of the guy. Don't be so nervous, I didn't want to find you here, just want to see Liamo. Senior Imperial Beast Master Li Changtian's son grew up with his mother in the slums and became a student of the Imperial Beast Middle School. Afterwards he was spotted by Li Changtian and picked up by the Li family, and then he was pitted by the Li family's youngest son, contracted a scrap iron toad and was thrown out of the Li family. I have to say that your experience is so similar to mine. But you are luckier than me. Your toad, which seems to be extraordinary, let you out of the predicament, took your mother out of the slums, whereas I at that time was not able to walk out and my mother also stayed there forever. The black-robed man seemed to know Liamo very well and knew Liamo's things as if they were his own. He was talking to himself, talking about Liamo, talking about himself. If, putting aside the oppressive feeling that this particular environment brought to Liamo, this situation was more like a teenager listening to an old man with gray hair reminiscing about the old days. After a long time the black-robed talent asked in a hoarse voice, Liamo, if you don't have a royal beast, but there are other ways for you to gain great power comparable to a royal beast master. Let you change the status quo, let you bring your mother to live a good life. Would you be willing? I will be willing. Liamo did not have the slightest hesitation. Liamo answered too quickly, which made the black-robed man not expect it. In his mind Liamo should at least think about it, even if it was perfunctory. However, Liamo answered too decisively, too surely, so that he was caught off guard. After a pause, the black-robed talent continued. But if that power is evil, power is power. Where is there any good or evil? Evil, but is just the person who uses the power. Do you have money on you? Liamo suddenly asked. The black-robed man was puzzled, but cooperated by taking out a 100 note and handing it to Liamo. Liamo took the note and unfolded it, showing it to this black-robed man. Just like this piece of money, is it divided into right and wrong? It's just that some people work diligently and hard for it, and some people cheat and have dirty hearts for it. Is it this money that is wrong? It's right there, neither has moved. From the beginning, the wrong one is just the person. The more Lemos said, the brighter the eyes of the black-robed man. Quite a feeling of meeting his soulmate. You really think so? You do not think so? Lemo asked back. The black-robed man whole silence. Seeing that the other party did not speak for a moment, Lemo did not care, folded the note and put it in his pocket. For the identity of the black-robed man, he had in all probability a guess. Tucked in the other party's banknote is Lemos' attest to see the other party. What is the idea of him? Just when the note was about to touch his coat pocket, Lemos' hand was grabbed. The banknote was clipped back by a pair of odd fingers covered in scales. You brat, you're not honest at all, even cheating an old man like me. But I like you even more. I wasn't wrong about you, kid, special indeed. Are you willing to follow me? I am willing. The black-robed man's first sentence, before he could finish, Lemo had already blurted out a promise. This result caused the black-robed man to fall silent. The silence was deafening. Do you know who I am? And you are willing? You're willing to what? I know, Lemo said directly. His tone was certain. If it's not unexpected, the probability is that you guys are from the Beast God cult. Among the people I've contacted recently, the special forces apart from the Imperial Beast Division are only from the Beast God cult. You should have seen my talent and come over to invite me, so I am willing to join your Beast God cult. It doesn't matter if you're not the Beast God cult, I'm willing to join both. No, is the process like this? When they recruited people, didn't it always involve a wave of intimidation with the other party knowing that they were from the Beast God cult, scared to tears and snot together? If they are hardcore, they give them a good hammering, and after that, they themselves are then wistful. With a wave of lulling, in the end, the other party chose to join the Beast God sect. How did it change when it came to Lemo? You know, in order to show his importance, Dark Snake had come in person, prepared himself mentally, and wanted to let Lemo know the great power of the Beast God sect. He hadn't even done anything here, and Lemo agreed first. This feeling empty, so unfulfilled, it was clear that he had reached his mission, but he was not happy at all. Also, what do you mean, are they all joining? Is it so casual? Is my Beast God sect so faceless? This kind of feeling is like going on a blind date, and before you even open your mouth to introduce yourself, the other party agrees. And also said, no matter come or next door, Zhang Sanli Si Wang Ma Zi, even if it is the dog at the entrance of the village. She agreed, on the very, not waiting for Dark Snake to finish his mental activities. Lemo has already begun to pursue the question. By the way, where is your registration form? What's the slogan? What's the ultimate goal? Is there a sect culture? What's the organizational structure? Do you pay salaries? Do you provide social security and provident fund? I have to teach classes, so a part-time job shouldn't be a problem, right? What's this evil power you mentioned? When can I use it? How much can I improve? Those blackhorn spirit mosquitoes and giant rats I defeated were the work of the Beast God cult. Is there some big move in LA these days? I'm one of them now, so if you're going to make a move, let me know in advance so I can take my mum and run. By the way, if you want to make a move, do you need me to help you choose a target? I think Li Changtian is good. He's also a senior beast master. We can beat him up first, and I can help be the bait to lure him out. Speaking of which, I also have to mention employee incentives. It's still dangerous for me to be the bait. What's the bonus arrangement? Commission or fixed, stepped, or balanced? And enough. Listening to Lemo chattering, the more he said, the more on top. Dark Snake's expression went from expressionless at the beginning to slightly trembling to unbearable until now it completely exploded. What do you take my Beast God cult for? You can join it whenever you want, humph. Dark Snake was really too angry, and with a wave of his hand he knocked Lemo out of the illusionary realm. Lemo opened his eyes. He was lying on Lu Guifen's lap and seemed to be asleep. Looking back, the black-robed man had already disappeared. Everything just now seemed like a dream. Little Lemo woke up. Is it all right? Well, it's fine. I was just a little too tired earlier and accidentally fell asleep. Lemo did not tell Lu Guifen about the black-robed man. The reason for telling her about Li Changtian was because Lu Guifen herself had a special relationship with Li Changtian, so she had the right to know. But the matter of the Beast God cult was more special. Lu Guifen was not a royal beast master. Lemo did not want to involve her. Just now the car has arrived at the station. Get off. Just as he got off the bus, Lemo saw Bai Feihu standing in the most conspicuous position opposite the station. If it was just himself, of course it wasn't that conspicuous. The main thing was behind him stood a huge white tiger, a full 3 meters high, not to mention that it was more than 10 meters away from the station. Even from 100 meters away it was clearly visible. Liamo suspected that the black-robed man's departure was not just because he had pissed him off, it was likely that he sensed the presence of the white flying tiger and ran away. From the outer city to the inner city, there was one more step than from the inner city to the outer city, and that was sterilization. Avoid bringing the bad germs from the outer city to the inner city. Liamo took Lu Guifan, walked into the disinfection room, verified his identity, disinfected, came out and walked out of the passage. It should be that Bai Fei, who had arranged everything without the classic scene of being blocked, looked down upon and mocked. As a result, nothing came over. Deeply regrettable. Headmaster Bai, why did you personally come? Liamo really did not expect White Fei Hu actually personally to the station to pick him up. This really makes him flattered. Oh, come to see our great genius. I have to be careful lest you be snatched away by others. Bai Fei Hu revealed a kind smile and said half jokingly, this is Liamo's mother, right? You are a great mother and have raised Liamo very well. Bai Fei Hu didn't dislike Lu Guifan because she was an ordinary person, on the contrary was very approachable. Noticing that Lu Guifan was a little afraid of the big white tiger imperial beast behind Bai Fei Hu, he didn't move and unsummoned the white tiger. Lu Guifan was still a little bit cautious. After all, the headmaster of the Imperial Beast High School for the vast majority of the people of the outer city was a legendary figure, and such a figure had come to pick up her son. She tried to maintain her expression, but her heartbeat was still accelerating madly. Sensing Lu Guifan's nervousness, Bai Fei Hu took the initiative to talk about Liamo's performance in school and about Liamo's previous grades. At the mention of her son, Lu Guifan was instantly refreshed and sometimes even took the initiative to ask something about Liamo. She might not be superhuman, but for the sake of her child, she could make herself like a Superman. Li Changtian's house, I hung it out for you, but no one has taken it over yet. The house you asked me to find, I remembered that I have an empty house under my name that no one has lived in. It's not far from the school and the neighborhood is nice. You guys can live there temporarily. If you like it, you can sell it at a discount. If you don't like it, you can look at others. Dragon's blood, grass seeds and cash are placed over there. On the road, White Fei, who also talked about before Liamo let him help things, took Liamo and Lu Guifan over to have a look. The environment is very good, the supporting facilities are also very good. There is a park next to it, there is a river not far away, and it is not far from the Royal Beasts High School. It can be said to be very good. Liamo smiled and expressed his gratitude, not pushing back with Bai Fei Hu. There is no need. The other party's kindness, remember, in the heart, need to repay the time, take the initiative to repay. There is no need to waste time on these small details. Of course, Liamo still asked Lu Guifan's opinion, but she obviously cares more about what Liamo thinks. This place is close to Liamo's school. Lu Guifan directly agreed, although Liamo will soon end his senior year. Settled in, Lu Guifan also quickly let herself accept the reality, accept the new birth, not to drag her son back. Quickly integrated into the new environment. Next, Liamo came to eat every day. Lu Guifan's cooking skills is quite good. Bai Fei Hu occasionally followed Liamo to dine. Liamo also had a few comfortable days, only there was someone who didn't want him to be comfortable. Liamo, someone wants to deal with these 2 days, be careful. The previous thing is that I am sorry and also thank you for saving my father. Liamo looked at the note that appeared in his bag, casually looked at it and did not put it on his mind. What Mo Fangpak chose to do before was indeed quite shameful, selling out his friends and betraying his brothers. But this kind of small person wasn't worth being put on his mind with this time. It would be better to take the little toad to eat more bugs. As for saving the old Mo, that is his. Liamo has quality, morality and love, and Mo Fangpai has no relationship. In the past 2 days, Liamo by the school playground found 2 ant nests with quite a few ants in them, and the little toad ate them happily. Although leveling up requires more and more experience, a small ant that 0.01 experience is ridiculously low. But Liamo didn't mind, there it was already better than many. Liamo tore up the paper and casually threw it into the rubbish bin. The ones who could make Mo Fangpai remind no surprise were those people of Li Feng. Not Li Feng also had a relationship with Li Feng. This matter Liamo had expected. The previous self, who did not yet have an imperial beast and was valued by Li Changtian, was able to make Li Feng so pitiful that he contracted a scrap iron level imperial beast. Now that his own value was on a higher level, Li Changtian would only value it more. Li Feng definitely didn't want someone to compete with him for the resources of the family property and would definitely make a move. Liamo was a little curious, how would they do it? Liamo pondered and waited for the little toad to eat the ants almost before he left the school and went over in the direction of the food market to buy meat. This was a treasure trove that Liamo accidentally discovered when he accompanied Lu Guifan to buy food. the area where meat was bought. Although it would be sterilized, there would always be some unsold meat or blood foam that hadn't been cleaned up. The weather is hot, wait until after the afternoon, the stench will always attract a lot of flies. Liam all secretly regretted how he hadn't remembered before that there was such a good place. The little toad was squatting on Liam's shoulder, his tongue was like a dart, going out again and again, rolling away a fly. Your black water toad devoured an ordinary fly. Spiritual power plus 0.01, experience plus 0.01. Your black water toad devoured an ordinary fly. Spiritual power plus 0.01, experience plus 0.01. Liam bringing a toad to eat flies again, huh? Since you've come over here, the flies have become noticeably fewer and the environment is twice as good. Come, I've left you a pair of brain flowers. Don't worry, I froze them in the fridge next door, they're absolutely fresh. Zhang Dashu, the meat seller, welcomed Liam with a smile on his face while walking to the next shop, opening the refrigerator and taking out a pair of well-preserved pig brain flowers. In the past, when selling meat, the most annoying thing was flies. Even hanging the fly extinguishing lamps didn't work well. These flies annoying as hell. They were annoying, and so were the customers. When they came to buy meat, they saw the flies landing on the meat and instantly they were not in the mood to buy meat. It would make Zhang Dashu lose customers. But these days Liam came and that little toad helped eat the flies. The environment was much better. The meat all sold a lot better. He also got familiar with Liam. He knew that Liam liked to eat brain flowers and he purposely left a pair behind. The stuff may not be expensive, this stuff, he sells it for only 12 yuan, but it's a token of appreciation. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Liam took it with a smile and didn't reject it. Brain flower, this thing a pig is 1 to 2 pairs, although some people cannot accept this, but it is actually not good to buy. It will be gone in the morning. Zhang Dashu purposely left it until now. Refusing would only make the other party feel bad. Moreover, the gain that he had brought to him was far more than a brain flower could cover. By accepting it, he himself was happy, Zhang Dashu was happy, and both were happy. Instead of shirking and refusing, it was better to be honest like this. Not to mention Liam does like to eat this stuffed chicken, kidney, pig brain, cow spinal cord. These things got delicious. After turning around in the food market for a while, letting the little toad eat a full meal, only then did he carry his full harvest and waddle out. Liam did not go out from the direction of the gate but from an alley. It is a bit closer to go home here. You guys don't come over, I have a boyfriend. My boyfriend came to pick me up. Liam had just walked over when a girl rushed over in a panic and jumped into Liam's arms. Zhang Yun hugged Liam's arm with a deadly grip, her face pearly, the plumpness of her chest constantly rubbed against Liam's arm. Lowering his voice, little brother, please help me quickly, there are hooligans. When he lowered his head, his eyes revealed a touch of smugness that was in his grasp. Liam raised his head, and in a pair of eyes a faint red light flashed through the corner of his lips. Outlined a smile. Zhang Yun, you do not find someone to pretend to be your boyfriend, at least find a decent one, right? What does it mean for you to find a beansprout? He can't even find a website to watch a film, right? Damn, you're not even a hairy guy and you still want to learn how to save a girl. What kind of thing are you? Get out of my way. Behind the upcoming several people face armor, all kinds of tattoos. The hand also holds a steel pipe. Some people hold a stick, some people hand hide the open blade knife. Just came up without saying anything to Liam is a meal of language output. Mocking effect pull full. If it was anyone else, they might have been so hot-blooded that they would have fought, showing a wave of heroes saving beauty. But alas, their plan had already been seen through. Good, Liam said. Directly broke away from the girl's arms and moved his body. He also made a please pose. Although these people did it in a very covert manner, the woman's eye-to-eye action with these punks was still clearly seen by Liam, who had his compound eyes on. Liam had probably guessed the idea of the person behind it. Let himself go to the hero to save the beauty and then fight with the other party, and finally the other party misses and defeats someone and chooses to take the initiative to turn himself in, sit in jail for a few years, come out, take the money and dash, and himself, dead is dead. I have to say that the person who did it behind the scenes this time is very sophisticated. This kind of thing, even if you know about it, it's not easy to investigate even if you want to. This shouldn't be Li Feng's handiwork. After all, that guy Li Feng doesn't have such a mind. If he had such a mind, he wouldn't have, in the first place, brought people to forcefully hold himself down and make himself contract a toad. At least it would be like this time, creating a new conflict out of it, making everything seem like an accident and not letting people catch the handle. But no matter who it was, Li Mo's eyes were slightly cold. You're finished. Looking at standing aside, a big look at you, Li Mo, and look at the frozen in place girl Zhang Yun. A few punks froze in place for a time. This plot, not right, wasn't it agreed that when the other side of the hero to save the beauty of the time, take the opportunity to defeat? this how not save? Then do they continue to act? Zhang Yun clenched her teeth and once again chased towards Liu Mo. Little brother, don't leave me behind. As long as you help me, whatever you want me to do is fine. But Liu Mo's footsteps were so fast that she couldn't catch up. A few punks lost their backbone for a while. You look at me, I look at Zhang Yun, who never caught up with Liu Mo, looking at each other. Zhang Yun constantly make eyes, but a few punks did not understand. Let Zhang Yun anxious, but Liu Mo is next to her staring at her. She cannot do too much action. It made Zhang Yun quite anxious. In this scene, Liu Mo felt embarrassed for them. Fortunately, there was finally a smart person who reacted. He forced himself to speak. Idiot, don't think I didn't see it. How dare you eat my woman's tofu? I will chop you to death. The rest of the people also reacted under this roar, and without paying attention they followed and agreed. How dare you eat my woman's tofu? I'll chop you to death. How dare you eat my woman's tofu? Chopped to death. Finding a reason, a group of people rushed towards Liu Mo. Liu Mo did not panic at all, but smiled and asked, you all say she is your woman, then she is in the end which one of you woman? Ah, there are so many of you, is it enough to divide? 1 3 5 2 4 6 to him? The city people are playing really high. Suddenly Liu Mo remembered something and turned his head to ask the woman, so many men, you're not sick are you? What bad luck, I must sterilize it first later. Zhang Yun was so angry that her nose was crooked. You knew I was with them from the start. I thought a milquetoast adolescent brat, a little bit of her little temptation easy to take. I didn't expect to be seen through. And this fool, knowing that he is with them at first, did not reveal, let himself rub so long, took advantage of so long, and now also dislike. Zhang Yun looked at Liu Mo and gritted her teeth, not caring about anything else, although it was a bit cruel. But if this order was made, they would have money to gain a foothold in the inner city. No need to live the days of hiding in the east. Brat, blame it on the fact that you have offended the wrong person directly on. If you can't stand it, you're going to do it? It's meaningless. Violence is not the only way to solve problems. You should use your brains more. Liu Mo is not interested in these guys in front of him who are not even beast masters. The guy behind it, he also looked down on him too much, right? Finding such a group of punks to deal with him? Although the design was creative, there was no strength. When Liu Mo was about to make a move to solve it quickly, his eyes moved slightly and found something. At the location of the alleyway entrance, there was just a corner of clothing that flashed by. That clothing, it seemed to be somewhat familiar. Liu Mo opened his compound eyes. His eyes quickly collected useful information. The other party dodged quickly but did not leave. It seems to have been waiting there. Liu Mo's gaze swept over the concrete floor, puddles, leaves and wall bricks. Finally, the target was seen on the reflection of a glass bottle in the corner. The reflection, which was barely visible, was rendered by the compound eyes, allowing Liu Mo to see it clearly. It was the clothes of the law enforcement team. Interesting. The yellow bird is behind the mantises, catching the cicada one ring for another. It seems that the person behind it has a bit of Taoism. If one could be resolved by these punks, of course it would be easiest. If one was not resolved by the punks, what would happen to these ordinary people facing the wrath of an imperial beast master? Would be injured by themselves. They would also be beaten to death by themselves. Even if they were not defeated by themselves, these punks would still die because it was by design. At this time, the law enforcement team would come and arrest themselves, saying that I intentionally defeated someone, and they could even put a beast god cult and so forth on themselves. Everything is legal and compliant and justified, leaving no loose ends. Tisk, this is a qualified badass. Liu Mo smacked his lips. A loud shout, all freeze. The sudden bellow made Zhang Yun and the others instinctively stop in their tracks. Then they saw Liu Mo touching out the phone. Hello, law enforcement team? I am Liu Mo, who has just received a great compliment from the Imperial Beast Division Qi Yang and received a reward from the law enforcement team. Someone is trying to defeat me. The address is, hurry up and come. I just got the reward from the law enforcement team. These people actually dare to make a move on me. This is simply defying the majesty of the law enforcement team. I suspect that there may be someone else behind it. Maybe it is someone from a cult, or maybe a demonic creature in disguise. Liu Mo quickly introduced, talking about the situation, highlighting the friendly relationship between himself and the law enforcement team, as well as this is about the face of the law enforcement team and other things. Of course, the most important thing were that sentence of the Imperial Beast Division's praise. The people from the law enforcement team, hearing this, didn't dare to be careless. If it was anyone else, it was not uncommon for them to be able to be perfunctory and procrastinate, but when it came to the Imperial Beast Division, regardless of whether it was real or fake, it had to be taken seriously. Even if it was fake, it didn't matter if it was fake 10,000 times. What if it bumped into the real one once? So the people from the law enforcement team immediately contacted the people in the neighborhood. What? There are people from the law Enforcement team nearby? Where is it? I don't see them. If something happens to me when the Imperial Beast Division Shi Yang Dede asks about it, you guys will say that I died under that sunset and I still miss it watching the sun set with him. Liam O, while talking on the phone clearly through the reflection of the glass bottle, saw the person at the entrance of the alley receive communication. Sister Yun, what to do? A group of punks quietly poked Zhang Yun. They were a group of people who had been abandoned by the inner city but were unwilling to go to the outer city. Some people in the inner city for various reasons had no job, no income, no place to live, and should have been expelled from the inner city and driven to the outer city. But they can't afford to give up their lives in the inner city, nor are they willing to resign themselves to going to the outer city. So they became black households in the inner city, living by doing some stealing or helping some people to do some inconvenient things. As for them, they had only just become black households not long ago, and Zhang Yun had become their big sister because she had become a black household earlier than them, did some small tasks, but not enough to live on their own. This was the first time they had taken this kind of big order that concerned human life. They had planned it many times and had not expected that it would be like this. Cough, 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 cough. A coughing sound came from the entrance of the alley. It was loud but odd. It was obvious that it was not a sick cough, it was a cough that was deliberately faked. Zhang Yun heard the sound, looked deeply at Liam O and withdrew. With a gang of black gangsters quickly penetrated into the alley, disappeared. Liam O also did not chase this group of people. No little do not pose a threat to him at any time to find out. He raised his head and looked towards the members of the law enforcement team who were walking over at the entrance of the alley. Zhao Jihai walked slowly and moved a lot, either coughing or the Imperial Beast behind him barked, afraid that others wouldn't know he was here. As the illegitimate son of the Zhao family, his status in the Zhao family wasn't exactly high. It was good that he fought for himself and entered the law enforcement team, and over the years he had a good life, and his family would usually let him help with small things such as fishing for a certain person or covering up certain things, etc., which wasn't too difficult. However, he never expected that this time he would actually be asked to help participate in defeating a young man named Liam O. Zhao Jihai wasn't willing, but he had no choice. The good thing was he didn't need to do it himself. They had arranged everything and he only needed to be responsible for wrapping things up. It never occurred to him that those people didn't defeat Liam O. Instead, Liam O called the law enforcement team for help. The one who favored notification was him. At this moment, Zhao Jihai was apprehensive. On the one hand, he was glad that the matter had failed and that he had not participated in the defeating. Secondly, he was worried that the matter had been seen through by Liam O and he didn't know what to do. Thirdly, he was also worried about how the family would handle this matter if it was messed up. Walking out from the entrance of the alley, Zhao Hai's face was all a bit twisted, obviously very unhappy, but he still managed to squeeze out a smile. It was you who made the call, not Hurt, right? Who is trying to turn against you? How come I didn't see anyone? Is it a misunderstanding? I don't know, they just took out their knives. I was so scared I had to call for help. When I heard your voice, they got scared and ran away. Luckily you guys protected me, thank you so much. What's your name? I want to send a silk banner to Big Brother. Liam O sincerely pulled this law enforcement team's Imperial Beast Master said with a grateful face. My surname is Zhao. No need, as long as you're fine, I'll send you out first. I'm going to track down those people. I still have other things to do. I'll leave first. Looking at the gratitude on Liam O's face, Zhao Jihai became more and more weak. Finding several excuses, he left hastily. Liam O also didn't stop, just silently looked at the other party's back and fell into deep thought. Surname Zhao. I remember correctly, Li Feng's mother is surnamed Zhao, right? I said that this time out of the situation than before Li Feng that time. There are so many more curves, so it is you ah. Liam O knew who it was that had struck again. Unsurprisingly, it was Zhao Jishuan. But looking at the situation so cautious, why would Mo Fangpai know, and also give himself a warning in advance? This time it failed. Next time would the other party arrange for a royal beast master to come over now? Liam O had always wanted the little toad to try one thing, and that was what could be gained by eating someone else's imperial beast. It was just that there had been no opportunity. Liam O was kinda looking forward to it, of course before that there was a need to raise his strength again, otherwise when the other Imperial Beast Master came it would be embarrassing if he couldn't win. Liam O looked at the experience bar of the little toad experience, 992/1000, very good, it is almost level 10, that will be an opportunity for a qualitative change. Without a magical creature to devour, the accumulation of experience was quite slow. The little toad had eaten all the flies in the food market, the ants in the playground and the mosquitoes in the grove and had finally managed to break through to level 10. and last time that second fragment of the black water condensation pearl obtained from the rat pit also finally raised the little toad's physique once again. Imperial Beast, Black Water Toad, Qualification, Silver, Bloodline, Black Water Bloodline, 2 Knights, Talents, Blackwater Body, D. Compound Eyes, D. Giant Strength, D. Rank, 10, 0.88/1100, Spiritual Power, 9956.23, Skills, Rapid Digestion, C rank, Spiritual Jet, D. Demonized Giant Rat, D. Evaluation, this power is it really not a gargoyle? This time the little toad's change was a C change. Little Toad's qualifications with the help of the black water condensation bead had been raised to the silver level, and the little toad of today was no longer the scrappy little toad of the past. More importantly, the skills of the little toad's entire body, the worst of them, had been raised to the D level. The power, the defeating power, all of them had gained an all-round improvement, and while eating ants it gained a giant strength. Talent, Giant Strength, gives itself great power. Ants were a very special creature. They could lift weights 400 times their own weight, which was quite a terrifying talent. Liam already knew the difference between skills and talents. Talents were derived from the creature's own structural physique. When used, it was not subject to any other restrictions similar to a passive skill. It could take effect at all times. Skills, on the other hand, needed to be actively activated. The spiritual power value was even more unbelievable, reaching a terrifying height of over 9,000. A scrap iron qualification Imperial Beastmaster who couldn't break through to the 10th level in his entire life. Of course, there was nothing to say. A bronze qualification Royal Beastmaster breaking through level 10-inch, doubling the situation. The spiritual power could break 1,000. A silver qualified one could break 2,000. For a gold qualification it could break 4,000. For platinum qualification it could break 8,000. As for Lemo's little toad, it's only silver qualification now, just 10 levels, and its spiritual power is pushing the 10,000 mark. The amount of spirit power determines the sustained combat ability of the Imperial Beast as well as the power of its skills. Although the qualification is still silver, but the actual situation, the little toad has exceeded the other Imperial Beasts too much, and now encountered the previous demonic rat king. Liam does not dare to say that the front forced to fight, but at least there is also some power to counterattack. As for the 10th level, the biggest improvement for Imperial Beast Masters is not only the Imperial Beasts but also the Imperial Beast Masters themselves, the feedback of attributes of course, not to mention at this moment Liam the whole body attributes reached a terrifying point. Most importantly, after the 10th level, the Imperial Beast Master could solidify one of the Imperial Beast skills and completely make it his own. This skill will follow the growth of the Imperial Beast Master and will not be limited due to the qualifications of the Imperial Beast. It would allow the Imperial Beast Master to have combat power and the ability to defend himself. The Imperial Beastmaster after the 10th level officially stepped onto the stage. It feels like the promotion isn't that great. Limo reluctantly skimmed his mouth. If anyone else heard this, they'd want to beat Limo. Most of the Imperial Beasts, after the contract was completed and their qualifications were revealed, decided their future. Those with scrap iron qualifications have at most E-rank skills or even no skills at all and are basically treated as ornamental pets doing part-time work at the zoo. Those with bronze qualifications have ED level skills. Those with silver qualifications have DC level skills, and so on. What skill they were born with is still the same skill until they die. Only as they grow, their spiritual power increases and their power increases. But their qualifications wouldn't change, their skill level wouldn't change. So the Imperial Beastmaster curing a skill, and that skill being able to gain a boost as the Imperial Beastmaster leveled up, was a very big enhancement. It could be said that it was a stripped-down strengthening. Only Liam his little toad, his qualifications could be raised, his spiritual power could be raised, and his skill level could be raised. It could also use absolute synchronization to flexibly use all of its skills, so it appeared that this curing skill at level 10 was not that powerful. This wave was purely because Liam was living too well. Just like a person who is used to eating mountain delicacies and seafood, eating a mouthful of pork that beggars can only dream of, only feeling average. Liam himself is also clear, he just deliberately said so, looked at a few skills of the little toad, quickly digested he cannot use. Demonized giant rat used at special moments, but not very useful in normal times. Spiritual jet black horn spirit mosquito skill, condensing spiritual beams and causing damage, a good defeating skill. However, Liam didn't hurry to choose it, there was no hurry anyway, he could be in the same Tune as the little toad. Liam was going to save this skill position for a better skill before curing it. Xiaomo, come eat, your pig brain is cooked. Lu Guifen's voice came from downstairs. Hey, coming. Liam happily went downstairs to enjoy the big meal. As he spent more time together, Liam found that he accepted his current identity more and more. Getting along with Lu Guifen also became more and more natural. Some people were happy, some people were sad. Zhao Jishuan had thought that solving Liam would be easy. After all, the last time Li Feng forced Liam to deed that toad, it didn't take much effort. This time, although the consequences were more serious, she had arranged it more precisely, a plan that could be said to be flawless. Whether Liam was defeated by those black households or he defeated those black households, he would fall into the hands of the law enforcement team. At that time it would be Zhao Jihai's call, and Liam would die quietly and reasonably. Even if Li Changtian went to investigate, he couldn't find her head. Even if he suspected, it was useless. Zhao Jihai actually told her that the plan had failed. Zhao Jihai, this waste, even this could fail, really useless. Zhao Jishuan was really a bit angry. In her opinion, it was clearly Zhao Jihai's excuse. Even if those black households didn't defeat Liam, Zhao Jihai found an excuse and directly struck out to get Liam defeated. It was still an easy task. If you can't even do this little thing, well, you're really rotten to the core. Looking at Zhao Jishuan's angry appearance, Leng San, the heartthrob on the side, saw it in his eyes. After helping Zhao Jishuan last time, his child had gained the qualification to join the first class and his own salary too had been boosted. This caused his previously flat heart to have some ripples. Seeing Zhao Jishuan distressed at the moment, he felt that he had found an opportunity. Madam, in fact, the more significant the matter, often only the simplest way needed to be used. Wanting to get rid of that eyesore didn't require that much preparation. It is only necessary to ask him to the outer city, defeat him with a single attack, and then let the demonic creature eat him and destroy his body. The outer city has more than 10,000 dead and missing people every year, not to mention that recently, because of the demonic spirit realm as well as the beast god cult and so on, even more deaths have occurred. Even if someone suspected, there were no bodies and no evidence. Looking at Zhao Jishuan's intent look, Leng San continued to power through. Madam, Leng San is willing to share Madam's worries. Oh, what do you have in mind? That Liam, he's in the master's eyes now. Last night, master even hinted to me that he intends to bring Liam into the residence again, even though he said it in a subtle way. After spending so much time with him, how could I not understand what he meant? If you are discovered, the consequences can be imagined. Zhao Jishuan's beautiful eyes gazed at Leng San, her willow brows lightly frowning as she softly inquired in a worried tone. Leng San couldn't help but be dumbfounded upon hearing this. He truly knew nothing about this matter. Unexpectedly, Li Changtian had actually picked up this idea again, in which case the risk of this matter had undoubtedly increased by 1 point. However, he had already shown his loyalty to Zhao Jishuan. As the saying goes, there is no turning back, there is no way back at this moment. Madam, please don't worry, I have a plan in mind for this matter. As far as I know, that Liam has been raised by his mother since he was a child, and his mother is just an ordinary person who has no power to resist. Now he is living in the outer city. In this case, we only need to use a little trick. Liam's mother's whereabouts to reveal to him, not worry about him, not to take the bait. At that time we can wait for the opportunity to take action and eliminate Liam in one fell swoop. Of course, if you want to make it more realistic, we can also personally go to the outer city. Liam's mother in the hands of the fear of Liam will not come to die. Leng San's words seem to be brief, but actually hidden mystery, quite a kind of decisive thunderous momentum. If you think about it carefully, you will find that the probability of success of this plan is not low. Lu Guifan, Zhao Jishuan's eyes were a bit complicated when she thought of that woman. Over the years, she had deliberately ignored this woman, trying not to mention her existence, although in the beginning one was deceived by Li Changtian, but strictly speaking it was indeed herself who had robbed Lu Guifan of her birth, herself being a third party. Suddenly being brought up at this moment caused Zhao Jishuan to be a little flustered. Only listening to Leng San's words, Zhao Jishuan was shaking inside. Her hands kept turning, pulling the corners of her clothes straight. After a long period of silence, Zhao Jishuan gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Since we're going to do it, let's be thorough and send Lu Guifan along with her on her way. If this matter is successful, Leng San, what you want I can give, but if this matter fails, Leng San, this matter and I have nothing to do with it. It is your own private decisions. Do you understand? Don't worry, madam, Leng San understands. Although Zhao Jishuan spoke mercilessly, Leng San was also clear about the risks of doing so, but riches and wealth are at stake. If you take a chance, the bike becomes a motorbike. If you gamble, the motorbike edges a Land Rover. Whether or not he could have a better future depended on him this time. Ling San left silently. He didn't go out far before he met Li Changtian. Ling San, come here for a moment. Li Changtian went to the school and did not wait for Li Mo, asked someone to look for Li Mo but didn't find him either, looking for someone to give him a contact information of Li Mo but got it. Simply cannot get through, the message is not returned. He went to the house that he gave to Bai Fei, who thought that Li Mo would live there but did not find Li Mo. Li Changtian never thought that one day he was looking for his son it would be so difficult to find, so he didn't want to rub it in. Lang San, take a few people and make a trip to the outer city to fetch Lu Guifan. Remember to be polite to her and make sure not to do anything bad, she is very important right now. Lang San froze for a moment and bravely tentatively asked family. Master, is it because of young Master Li Mo's side? Note that rebellious son, a little bit of ability, even I do not put in the eyes, deliberately avoiding me, looking for him for half a day, did not even find a hair. Really think that some, said Li Changtian as if he suddenly remembered something important. In general his face became a bit gloomy, hastily stopped talking. Bloodline, this kind of thing, the less people know the better. Forget it, you won't understand even if I say it. In short, Li Mo is very important now, I must find him and bring him back. Lu Guifan is the most important person to Li Mo, you go and fetch her back. I don't believe that Li Mo still dares not to come back. Li Changtian's tone seemed very solemn. He was slightly silent for a while, then lowered his voice and said to Lang San, also about this matter, don't tell madam for now. Lang San silently nodded his head to show that he understood. Obviously also realizing the seriousness and sensitivity of the issue, Lang San took a deep breath and slowly stepped out of the room. His mood was as if he was shrouded in a mist, intricate and complicated. This, he muttered, a trace of confusion and bewilderment flashing through his eyes. Defeating and protecting people, these two diametrically opposed tasks had unexpectedly fallen on his shoulders at the same time, leaving him at a loss. How is this going to work? Originally he had thought that he would take this opportunity to go further and gain greater benefits in front of madam, but now it seemed that he had made a bad move and put himself on the fire. On one side was madam and on the other side was the head of the family. Behind the madam there was the Zhao family. One of the four great families with deep roots. The head of the family himself was powerful in his prime with an unlimited future. How to choose, it seemed, was not a good choice, but no matter how he chose, he first had to find Lu Guifan. Immediately Lang San led the people towards the outer city. Along the way it was all about thinking about this issue. It wasn't until he reached the outer city station that he finally made up his mind. Wavering will only catch nothing. I have already betrayed the family head once, there is no turning back. By defeating Lu Guifan I will be completely on the same side as madam. This is the best way to throw in the towel. In the end Lang San chose the direction, most of all not only because of Zhao Jishuan but also because he knew what kind of person Li Changtian was. Previously, when Li Mo contracted the toad, Li Changtian did not hesitate to abandon Li Mo. At that time he could see it. Li Changtian was an extreme egoist. What was beneficial to him he would cherish and show, but what was not useful to him he was also extraordinarily cold. He was able to abandon Li Mo for the first time because he had no more use for him. He was able to abandon Li Mo for the second time for the same reason. As long as you defeat Li Mo, defeat Lu Guifan. Even if Li Changtian knows the truth, he will definitely not pursue anything because of the two already dead worthless people. Lang San, who thought about it, led the people and rushed into the slums of the outer city. Only he never expected that he had been entangled for so long that his brain cells were almost burnt to death. As a result, Lu Guifan was actually not there. It was only after some inquiry that he realized that Lu Guifan had been picked up by Li Mo. Picked up? Gone? Who had gone? What did he struggle with on the way? Loneliness. Moreover, Lu Guifan was picked up by Li Mo, so his initial method of using fake news to trick Li Mo out doesn't hold water. Fortunately, because of Li Changtian, he chose to come to catch Lu Guifan. Otherwise, if he had sent the information to Li Mo to trick him into coming out, I'm afraid he would have been laughed to death by Li Mo. Third Master, what do we do now? Lang San, in front of Li Changtian and Zhao Jishuan, is called Lang San, but outside everyone has to be respectful and call out Third Master. What should we do? Cold, go back. Lang San felt like an idiot at the moment. Most importantly, he had just made up his mind to join Zhao Jishuan, and if he didn't get the first job done right, his impression would be greatly diminished. How could he gain a foothold in the future? Although he didn't know how could Li Mo think of picking up Lu Guifan, the Third Master was very unhappy. Li Mo, right? Good, this time it's not madam who wants to defeat you, and I have a reason why I must defeat you. Li Changtian really sent someone to the outer city. In the room, Lu Guathan took her mobile phone and handed it to Liamo to see the message. Liamo glanced at it. It was a small group. Inside the group were all those neighbors from the outer city. At the moment the group was still very lively. Message after message. Liamo swept a glance, all saw a lot of content. Shalua, are you guys offended by someone? How come a group of fierce and vicious people want to find you? These guys really unreasonable with imperial beasts. Turning east and west, demolish the door of your empty house. That imperial beast even gave me the pumpkin I put outside to gnaw. They asked us where you were and we made up quite a bit of nonsense, one sentence different for each family, and they were dumbfounded. They left, we took their pictures. You see, be careful. In the small group, there is mostly concern for Lu Guathan and Liamo. There was also the real-time relay of what was happening. This is also the importance of Lu Guathan having a good relationship with them before and sending some gifts out when they leave. And the photos, what Liamo didn't expect the most was that in here, there were actually photos of those people. Every one of them was still clear, which allowed Liamo to prepare. Earlier when he met these people later, of course, the outer city is just a little poorer and broken, but it doesn't mean it's a primitive society, right? But when taking pictures, won't those imperial beast masters find out? Liamo was puzzled. Of course it was good to have pictures, but he didn't want anything to happen to those neighbors in the outer city because of this matter. Although his feelings towards those neighbors were not really very deep, but it's not good to repay a favor when you owe it. Don't worry, they weren't discovered and secretly photographed. It is true that imperial beast masters are powerful, but many imperial beast masters rely too much on his imperial beasts when they have them, and the residents of the outer city who live in misery are very resourceful. Lu Guathan smiled and said with some pride, saying that she also asked everyone in the group about the situation. It was confirmed that there was no discovery. Liamo then breathed a sigh of relief, sent a red packet to express his gratitude, forwarded the photos of a few people to his mobile phone, memorizing the looks of a few people. In the past few days he knew that Li Changtian was looking for him, but he didn't want to see him for the time being. Lang San didn't find Lu Guathan and immediately thought of other methods after returning to the inner city. After going through a lot of information, he thought of one person, Mo Fong Pai. This person who came out of the slums with Liamo's former best friend. This was a good person to use. Bring this person here. Yes, third master. It might not be easy for these people to find Liamo, but it was easier to find Mo Fong Pak. Soon, they brought out Mo Fong Pak in a pinch. Let go of me. Who are you guys? What are you going to do? I'm the young master of the Li family, Li Feng's man. Mo Fong Pai screamed, trying to scare the people away. Oh, you are young master Li Feng's person. Ling San looked at Mo Fong Pai with interest. What? Are you scared? If you're scared, why don't you let go of me? Young Master Li Feng has already contracted a gold-level beast. You can't afford to offend him. I'm the beloved of young Master Li Feng. When he comes out, he'll give me a silver beast. If you're sensible, you'd better let me go. Hearing Ling San's words, Mo Fangpai felt that he had scared the other party and kept talking. Trying his best to show that his relationship with Li Feng, how good it was, Lung Sanjiu quietly watched and waited until Mo Fangpai had finished speaking before he slowly opened his mouth. Coincidentally, we are also from the Li family. What? You guys are also from the Li family? Hearing this news, Mo Fangpai was obviously a little panicked. His voice had that much more of a tremble. What are you guys going to do? In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Li Feng had backtracked, and not only did he not give himself the imperial beast, but he also wanted to defeat himself. No, it had backtracked a long time ago. That is, the last time one of them inquired about Li Mo's news, he found out that something was wrong, sent a letter to Li Mo and was found out. Now coming to settle the score with themselves, while Mo Fangpai was thinking wildly. Leng San pressed Mo Fangpai on the chair, leaned down in front of Mo Fangpai and said, "Don't be nervous, we are looking for you. We just want to find you to do a small thing. You shouldn't refuse, right? After all, this is also to help young Master Li Feng." To do what? Mo Fangpai asked with some apprehension. After all, looking at the appearance of these people, it doesn't look like something good. It's not something difficult, just need you to help us and ask Mr. Li out for a bit. This kind of thing, you have done it before, do it, it's easy. Although Lang San said it easily, Mo Fangbai still felt the coldness in Lang San's body. They were going to turn against Li Mo, and it was even more serious than the last time when they made Li Mo forcefully contract a toad. No way. Mo Fangpai immediately refused. Seeing Lang San's dark and icy eyes, Mo Fangpai tremblingly explained, "I betrayed him last time. He doesn't contact me at all anymore. When I went to look for him, he didn't even ignore me. Now I can't see his face every day. It's impossible to ask him out. Don't worry, I know about you." I found a good reason for you last time Liamo was in the outer city and saved your father, so you say that your father wants to thank him personally but is not qualified to enter the inner city, so you ask him to meet you at the station outside the city. At the same time you also apologize to him for your friendship for so many years. Make an understanding. The corner of Lang San's lips carried a sneer of imperative. The more Mo Fangpak listened, the more anxious he became with his understanding of Liamo. He might not be able to ask him out on his own, but to ask him out in his own father's name and in the name of thanking him, Liamo really might go out. No way, he won't come out, I know him. Hearing Liamo's words, Lang San's face immediately went cold. Whether he will come out or not you can't say, you just need to do as you are told. Mo Fangpai, I am not discussing with you, I am ordering you not to be ungrateful. Don't you want a silver level Imperial Beast? This matter is the final submission as long as you do this well. The silver grade Imperial Beast you want will be brought to you, and you can be arranged to be a vassal of the Li family. You know young Master Li Feng is destined to fly to the sky in the future and you can follow in his footsteps. Besides, you've betrayed Liamo anyway, so it doesn't matter if you do it again. What are you wringing your hands with me for here now? Lang San's face was so dark and gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. It had the feeling that if Mo Fangpai didn't listen he would settle him. Mo Fangpak was terrified inside at the moment, but on his mouth he still gritted his teeth and said, "No, I can't do this. I have betrayed Liamo in the past. I admit I'm not a thing I climbed up to the powerful. Even a few days ago, I thought about making a move on Liamo. I even wanted to defeat Liamo. But Liamo had just saved my dad. I can't go back to pit against Liamo at this time." Mo Fangpai knew that he was not a good person. He was even willing to fall into boundless darkness in order to become a human being. Mo Fangpak wants to become stronger, wants to become a human being, the ultimate goal. There is only one to bring his parents out of that vortex of the slums. On this path of degradation, Mo Fangpak set a bottom line for himself. Father and mother is the bottom line. Liamo saved his father. This moment Liamo is the bottom line. He is not a good person, but he did not forget his roots. Lang San were angry and laughed. This rubbish that betrayed his friends at this time performed filial piety with him. Oh, did not see you're a filial son, but I am not your father. A word do not do. Lang San has lost his patience. I won't do it. I like a tough guy. He had already betrayed once, and this time he was actually unwilling to betray because Liamo saved his dad. Mo Fangpak's persistence was a joke in Lang San's eyes, whether it was real or not. Anyway, Lang San was very unhappy. His depression just had a place to vent, so all sorts of torments were put on Mo Fangpai's body. Punching, kicking, pulling out nails, slapping, whipping stick and electric shock. In just a moment's time Mo Fangpak became miserable. His nose and mouth were covered in blood and 2 of his teeth were knocked out. I'll ask you one last time, do you want to do it? As long as you help me lure Liamo out, I will release and give you a sum of money and also give you a silver level Imperial Beast. From now on you can get rid of the slum status. Aren't you filial? As long as you do it, I can also get your father to the inner city and arrange for him to be cured in the best hospital. Ugh. Mo Fangpai spat out a mouthful of blood towards Lang San with great difficulty. One eye was swollen to the point that it could only be closed, while the remaining eye stared at Lang San with a wide glare. The corner of his mouth pulled out a smile. Did he have a choice? There wasn't one at all, not to do it. Li Feng had promised before to give him a silver qualified Imperial Beast, but he wasn't sincere at all. If the Li family was truly willing to give it to him, they would have done so a long time ago, not now. Lang San was also simply fooling him. If he went, perhaps he would be silenced, perhaps his father would be defeated by them as well. If he didn't go, if Li Mo was still alive, maybe there was still a chance. Mo Fangpai stared at Lang San. In his only remaining eye was endless anger and unwillingness. He just wanted to live well enough to be able to own a royal beast and take his parents out of the slums, eat well every day, work seriously and try to live hard. But even such a chance was to be deprived of and to be defeated. How dare you stare at me? Here's to the penalty. Get him defeated for me. Lang San was completely enraged with defeating intent. Just as the people around him were raining down defeaters towards Mo Fangbai, a large black snake that had been in the corner at an unknown time swam out. With a single tail, it whipped all of these people away. The black serpent arrived in front of Mo Fangpai and transformed into a figure wrapped in a black robe, the scales underneath the black robe reflecting black light. The dark serpent looked down at Mo Fangpai, his eyes filled with astonishment. Last time he was tricked by Liamo, but he still felt that boy Liamo was a good choice. Born in the slums, he had gone through a lot of trials and tribulations and had flesh and blood, just a bit slippery and not pure enough. In addition, the beast god sect's lineage was not on the path of the Imperial Beast Master but on the path of the Special 12 Ancient Beasts fusion, so the ones who have been looking for it are those who can't contract a royal beast or the royal beasts don't have as much as possible, and a group of people who are in despair. Originally Liamo scrap iron level Imperial Beast, that was a good choice, but unfortunately he actually rose later, but there is no other better choice, so he once again came to the inner city still intending to invite Liamo once again, but he didn't expect to find this group of people who wanted to make a move against Liamo. Originally Dark Snake did not intend to get involved, instead he was somewhat looking forward to it, waiting for these people to make a move on Liamo when Liamo was in danger, then he himself would make a move to help so that he could better take down Liamo. It was only on the way to observe that Dark Snake made an unexpected discovery. This one called Mo Fangpai didn't have much of a mind and wasn't smooth enough. It could even be said that he was stupid and stubborn. He also had low self-esteem and had countless shortcomings. Compared to Liamo, it wasn't a star and a half worse, but he was more pure than Liamo. That kid Liamo didn't look like a kid at all, like a dozens of years old greaseball. Mo Fangpak was a bit more pure, and more importantly Mo Fangpak didn't have power. He craved for power. The anger and unwillingness hidden in his eyes was almost overflowing. This may be the more perfect successor. We are the floating weeds in this world, so small that we are not seen and can only go with the flow. Let the wind blow, let the rain beat us, powerless to resist. But we have our own inner fortitude, no matter if the mountains crumble, no matter if the earth cracks. Child, I see your suffering and I see your steadfastness. They treat us as if we were ants. Let us let the world hear the roar of the ants. I can lend you power. Do you have the courage to accept this power and show them your anger, to proclaim to the world you're extraordinary? Elder Dark Serpent stretched out his hand, but that hand in an instant transformed into a pitch-black python that could swallow a Mo Fangpai at any moment. Accept it and you will have the power to change your destiny. Mo Fangpai's one good eye, struggling to open wide, looked at the fangs and claws of the terrifying viper in front of him. Countless memories once flashed in his mind, being bullied as a child, being bullied as he grew up, watching his mom and dad being bullied. It was not easy to enter the inner city to study with the help of Liamo. Thought it was a chance to change his fate, but did not think that even his all-time idol Liamo had fallen. At that time Mo Fangpai crazily longed to become a human being, and he didn't want himself to fall down like Liamo. For this reason he was despicable, he was shameless, he betrayed his brothers, he betrayed his friends. But he gained nothing, he was everything, like a jumping clown. Those who are high and mighty will not put them in their eyes, and the promises made casually are just a game to catch oneself. If he had been powerful, the bullies of his youth, he could have fought back and not had to feel inferior. Mom and dad were bullied, he could fight back and not have to work so hard. When Liamo was forcibly contracted as a toad, he could fight back and wouldn't have been sentenced later. Now when these people were torturing themselves, he could also fight back and not have to suffer so much. But he has no power, he's an ordinary man, he's a waste. Can I change my fate by accepting it? Of course, but do you dare? Dark Snake stared calmly at Mo Fangpai, but the rich excitement in his eyes made the black mist on his body leap. I accept it. Mo Fangpai took the initiative and reached out his hand to the mouth of the dark serpent. The mouth of the large snake was closing and the poisonous mute that shimmered with an ethereal light fell onto Mo Fangpai's arm. However, the moment it fell, the large snake dissipated. A cloud of dark smoke wrapped around Mo Fangpai, and a huge force which seemed to have found a host rushed into Mo Fangpai's body. On Mo Fangpak's arms, on his face, scales as black as ink appeared. A huge aura rushed out from Mo Fangpai's body. Mo Fangpai opened his eyes, and his pair of ice-cold vertical pupils did not carry any emotion. Demonic creature. He had turned into a demonic creature, looking at Mo Fangpai at this moment. The previously arrogant fighters were terrified. It's not a demonic creature, it's someone from the beast god cult. The black snake transformed man was the dark snake elder, one of the 12 elders of the beast god cult. Only Lang San was a bit more knowledgeable and was quite a bit calmer than them, but his pinched white fingers revealed his fear all the same. The people of the beast god sect were not scary. Many people knew that the people of the beast god sect were all powerless ants, but the 12 chiefs of the beast god cult were terrifying. They controlled special powers. Lang San held back his inner fear and opened his mouth towards the dark snake elder. Dark serpent elder, let us go, and we'll pretend that we haven't seen today's incident. We are still well watered. I am one of the Li family's stewards and I can speak in front of the Li family's head. As long as Elder Dark Snake is magnanimous and lets us go, we may not have no chance of cooperation in the future. The words were said euphemistically, but the meaning was obvious. As long as he was willing to let him go, he was willing to be a mole. Thumbs down, Elder Dark Snake snorted disdainfully. These Imperial Beastmasters were always high and mighty on weekdays, treating ordinary people as ants, but when faced with life and death threats, weren't they just as despicable? It was just that they were even more moralistic, and at this point in time, they all had to beat around the bush when speaking. The Dark Snake Elder ignored Lang San and the others and turned his gaze towards Mo Fangpak. Looking at Mo Fangpak's incomparable fit with the Dark Snake's power, he was quite satisfied. They are right here, now you can deal with them as you wish. Mo Fangpai felt the enormous power in his body, his eyes cold with raging defeating intent. He could feel as if he could destroy the world. Beat him, defeat them all. In the back of his mind there had been a voice urging Mo Fangpak, but Mo Fangpak held back. Those eyes that looked like snake pupils stared at Lang San. Who sent you? What is the purpose? Tell me everything and I can consider releasing you. Mo Fangpai's tone also changed in appearance, obviously all normal words, but it always gave people a chill down their spine. Lang San hesitated for a moment, then didn't persist too much. These things there was nothing to keep secret, lives were more important, so he directly told everything, including Li Changtian wanting to find Lu Guifan, Li Mo Zhao Jishuan wanting to defeat Li Mo Lu Guifan, and even telling Go the other ones he knew. For example, the Wind and Thunder dual attribute Wind and Thunder Leopard that Li Feng contracted, or that Li Feng and Lu Ruyan had confirmed their marriage, and that Li Feng never intended to give Mo Fangpai a silver-level Imperial Beast, and that he was fooling him from start to finish, and so on. At the same time, Lang San also said that as long as he was let go in the future he could act as a pawn that the Beast God cult had planted in the Li family, and that he could provide them with information about the Li family at any time. Little Mr. Mo, can I leave now? Lang San said a lot of things and spoke for a long time. Seeing that neither Mo Fangpai nor Dark Serpent Leader had any intention of making a move, his mouth ground said dry, feeling that these two should not defeat themselves, so tentatively asked, puffing. A dull ringing sound suddenly rang out and Mo Fangpai didn't even bother to respond to the other party. In that short while only a black hand was seen penetrating through Lang San's chest like lightning and reaching out from his back. That palm was pitch black, as creepy as if it came from the depths of hell, and in the middle of this terrifying palm, there was even a fresh heart that was still slightly beating in its grip. Lang San only felt his eyes darken, his face filled with disbelief, but at this moment he was already unable to utter any words, his life breath rapidly dissipating, and he eventually collapsed straight to the ground. His Imperial Beast was even directly devoured by a huge black snake. Immediately after that, Mo Fangpai seemed to completely release the primal desire to defeat that had been suppressed for a long time deep within his heart, as he mercilessly unleashed a bloody massacre on the fighters that Lang San had brought with him. Every strike was clean and ruthless, without any mercy or hesitation. At this moment he was like a natural cold-blooded defeater, eliminating his enemies one by one with a cruel stance. When the last assassin fell, Mo Fangpak slowly turned around and walked back. His face had long been blurred by tears and blood. He knew deep down that he could never go back to that simple and kind time in the past. Mo Fangpai stood quietly in front of Elder Dark Snake. I can go with you, but before I go, can you let me leave a message? Oh, what message do you want to leave? Saying that you've been captured by my Beast God cult and looking for someone to save you. Dark Snake looked at Mo Fangpai with some curiosity. This kid, it seems to have metamorphosed. Surprisingly, he was so calm and collected. Mo Fangpai continued, not really. It's just that I defeated so many people who wanted to defeat Li Mo. I always have to tell Li Mo, he saved my dad's life, and this time it's also considered my repayment for his kindness. From now on the two of us will owe each other nothing. After saying these words, the heavy stone in Mo Fangpak's heart finally fell. I can do that. Dark Snake pondered for a moment, nodded his head, and with a point of his finger a large pitch-black snake swam out from Mo Fangpak's body and returned to Dark Snake's body. Mo Fangpai instantly shriveled. Rapidly accepting a powerful force was a huge test for the body's carrying capacity along with its willpower. Mo Fangpai's will was stronger than expected, but his body was not enough. Dark Snake threw out a small dark bottle and threw it to Mo Fangpak. Drink it, it will help you recover your body. Mo Fangpak didn't hesitate and directly drank it. When he arrived at school, Mo Fangpak didn't go to the classroom or the dormitory but went to the edge of the playground location. He had always paid attention to Li Mo and knew that Li Mo often came to this side, half an hour. Li Mo may not come, he has not been coming. Have you been waiting? Dark Snake was a bit bored. Waiting, Mo Fangpai was concise. Dark Snake is speechless. He chose two people, one of them Li Mo was as slippery as a loach. It was hard to give up on Li Mo and chose Mo Fangpak, but this guy was as stubborn as a donkey. it took 2.5 hours until Mo Fongpak's lips turned white. Only then did he see Li Mo with a toad on his shoulder arrive late. Seeing Mo Fongpak, Li Mo didn't have any unnecessary expression and was ready to go after staggering away from him. He didn't take revenge on Mo Fongpai until now because of Mo Fongpai's father, old Mo. In the past, Li Mo called him Uncle Mo, a man who wasn't tall and had a dark face. Ever since he was a child, Mo Fongpak followed Li Mo, and every time Uncle Mo brought something he would bring a share for Li Mo. During those years when it was the toughest time, Uncle Mo's family helped their family a lot. Now that Uncle Mo's leg is broken, Mo Fongpak is the last hope for Uncle Mo's family, and he doesn't want to make things difficult for Uncle Mo. He doesn't want to make things difficult for Uncle Mo. He doesn't want to seek revenge on Mo Fongpak, but he doesn't want to forgive him either, so he'll just treat him as a stranger and leave the past behind. Li Mo and Lu Guifan also talked about this matter. Lu Guifan also said that she supported Li Mo's decision. However, Mo Fongpai stopped Li Mo and threw a file bag to Li Mo. Li Mo, you saved me, I'm returning it to you. After that he turned around and walked towards the distance. Only his body, which was already weak from experiencing power beyond his control, was even weaker from waiting for too long and almost fell. Dark Snake eventually couldn't look away and stepped in to catch Mo Fongbai. Li Mo's pupils shrunk slightly and recognized the black-robed man, the one from the Beast God cult from the last car. So Mo Fongpai was now joining the Beast God cult. After Li Mo met the Dark Snake Elder from the car last time, he went back and checked the information about the Beast God cult and also looked for Bai Feihu to ask some questions. He had some knowledge about the Beast God cult, especially the information that White Feihu said the Beast God sect is a sect that is both good and evil. Why do you say that? The people of the Beast God cult would gather many people who didn't have imperial beasts and do a lot of things like destroying cities and even defeating people. But once when a demonic spirit realm erupted and almost destroyed the entire city, the people of the Beast God cult stepped in and saved millions of people. The higher echelons of the human race, their attitude towards the Beast God sect had also been ambiguous. On a general level, it was boycotting the Beast God cult, but there was no demand to absolutely overthrow the Beast God cult, especially the city that was once rescued. The Beast God cult is very active, and even a certain deputy city lord is suspected to be a member of the Beast God cult. Of course, all of the above by Feihu said that he had only heard about it. He couldn't figure out what was going on with the Beast God cult. He only knew that the 12 longs of the Beast God sect were very special and powerful, and for some of the human race's high-ranking dignitaries they are especially hateful, but for ordinary people they are actually okay. Wait, those questions I said last time, you haven't answered me yet. Li Mo's words fell. The Dark Snake Elder walked even faster, and in a few blinks of an eye he took Mo Fongpai with him and completely disappeared. Li Mo, he genuinely wants to join. Li Mo was originally a person who had traveled across the world, so he naturally had no sense of belonging to the structure of this strange world to speak of, let alone whether he liked it or not. He flipped through the records of the Beast God cult's past history and found that they had committed many evil deeds. However, if he looked deeper into these so-called bad deeds, they were actually more destructive actions targeting those families, consortiums and the estates of high-level imperial beast masters. As for situations that caused substantial harm to ordinary civilians, it could not be said that they did not exist at all, but they were indeed rare. More importantly, the power possessed by the Beast God cult seemed to be very different from the power of the traditional beast masters, which made Li Mo deeply interested and eager to probe deeper. If he could master both the power of the Beast Master and the mysterious power of the Beast God cult and combine the two to work together, then the speed of his own strength would be greatly accelerated. The problem was that the other party had even said a word and directly abandoned him. It was clearly the Beast God cult that had taken the initiative to come to the door and invite him to join, and now he was actually ignoring him. What on earth was going on here? Flirting and running away? Scum? Nope, scum cult. Originally, I thought that when I returned from Seed Academy, I would have enough power to settle these few stink bugs. Now it seems that these few stink bugs have bounced around a bit too much. Li Mo looked at the information given by Mo Fongpai, which clearly recorded everything that Lang San knew, including but not limited to what the Li family had done, Zhao Jishuan's attempt to defeat him, and Lu Guifan and other things. Originally, Li Mo had absolutely no intention of dealing with Zhao Jishuan's gang so early. After all, the most important thing in his mind was always to make himself stronger. As for the original master's vengeance and other things, but it is just by the way. But now his previous thoughts seemed to be a bit unworkable. As the saying goes, the trees want to be quiet but the wind won't stop. He didn't want to go looking for Zhao Jishuan and the others, but they wanted to take the initiative to come to his door to settle the score. But it wasn't an easy task to successfully take down Zhao Jishuan either. Fortunately, the information provided by Mo Fangpai was quite detailed, and Lang San had almost told him everything he knew in order to save his life. This also included Zhao Jishuan's details, the youngest daughter of the Zhao family's old family master, a very favored existence. After the old family master retired, the current head of the Zhao family was Zhao Jishuan's elder brother Zhao Jitian, who was quite favored with Zhao Jishuan. From a young age she was raised as a princess. Zhao Jishuan wasn't particularly good at fighting, and when she was faced with choosing a royal beast, she didn't hesitate to pick one of the most beautiful and touching. It was a silver-ranked Arctic fox imperial beast. However, the skills possessed by this imperial beast were not known for combat. At that time, many people expressed their opposition, but Zhao Jishuan insisted on choosing this Arctic fox. In the end, the old master of the Zhao clan made the decision that girls should be pampered and cared for without having to go into battle, so Zhao Jishuan became what she is now. That Arctic fox, on the other hand, had been kept as a pet. According to rumors, this imperial beast possessed a special skill called charm. Unfortunately, apart from Li Changtian, no one else had the honor of witnessing its actual effects. Between her and Li Changtian, there was only one child, Li Feng. Currently, her only wish was to properly nurture her son Li Feng. Looking at the detailed information about Zhao Jishuan in his hand, Li Amo couldn't help but stroke his chin with his hand and fell into deep thought. Come to think of it, Zhao Jishuan can be regarded as a charming woman, right? And she's still a wife, on a certain level. Isn't this a stepmother full of taboo colors? TSK tisk TSK, what on earth am I thinking about? At this moment in time, Li Amo was no longer the tender and youthful high school student he once was. Instead, he was an adult soul with a mature and sound mind. Perhaps it was because of this that a mature and charming woman like Zhao Jishuan would be more attractive to him, even far more so than a young and ignorant girl like Lu Ruyan. What's more, the rumors said that the imperial beasts also possessed some unique and magical skills, which really made Li Amo feel very curious and desirous. Ahem. Thinking of this, Li Amo couldn't help but cough lightly. Soon after, he shook his head, seemingly wanting to put all those distracting thoughts in his mind out of his mind. In any case, the most important thing right now is to quickly find a solution to the problem. After all, time is short and cannot afford to delay. But the end of the month, there are no more days. He will have to go to school by then if he does not solve the problem. If Zhao Jishuan looks for Lu Guifen's trouble, Lu Guifen will certainly not be able to bear it. Moreover, Li Changtian's side also needed to be dealt with. If he possessed sufficiently strong strength, then he would only need to casually wave his hand and easily eliminate his enemies with every slap. However, the reality was that although he had progressed superbly and could be described as having changed drastically, he currently did not possess the strength to fight against a high-level imperial beast master. More critically, even if he possessed great power, he could not put Li Changtian to death at will. After all, Li Changtian was the biological father of this body of Li Amo. Even though to Li Amo he wouldn't care too much about this, a bad name like defeating his own father was ultimately not very nice to hear. Snap! Right at this moment, Li Amo suddenly had a bright idea and slapped his forehead as if he had thought of certain things in an instant. He muttered to himself, "What exactly am I dwelling on? I am not the real Li Amo. Everything the most critical should be how to make myself stronger. Revenge is just something incidental. I can't believe I couldn't tell my priorities for a moment. Let's settle Li Changtian's matter first." Doing what he wanted to do, Li Amo walked out and strolled back and forth on the street outside the Li family. Not long after, some people from the Li family noticed Li Amo and headed inside the Li family. Li Amo no longer continued, casually chose a not far shop, went in and ordered something random. Sitting drinking tea, eating snacks, looking at the street, bustling people coming and going, so pleasant, he believed that someone would soon come to find himself. Sure enough, but a few minutes later, Li Changtian, who was carrying a gift box, appeared in front of the shop. Seeing Li Amo, Li Changtian instantly had crystal corners of his eyes and said with sincerity, "Xiao Amo, you are finally willing to see Dad." Before the thing, indeed, his dad did not do right, but Dad is also by others deceived, or really have no choice but to do that. Now Dad knows it's wrong. Look, Dad also brought you a gift, you just forgive Dad. Li Changtian pushed the gift box in his hand to Li Amo with a mouthful of Dad. Those who don't know may really think that he is a good and impeccable father who loves his children. Unfortunately, Li Amo had already seen through him and would not eat his words. Li Amo just sat quietly across the table, letting Li Changtian talk endlessly about his pain and remorse. Time passed by. Li Changtian spoke until his mouth was dry, but found that Li Amo was always indifferent. He finally realized that the son in front of him was no longer the child who was at his mercy when he was young. Li Changtian's face showed a trace of embarrassment. Smile silently took out the original, wanted to give Li Mo's gift back, also no longer continue to try to persuade Li Mo to forgive himself. Enough said. The corners of Li Mo's mouth flared with a touch of derision, his eyes slightly teasingly looked towards him, and he lightly laughed. In that case, it's my turn to say it. I think you should already know that the Imperial Beast I possesses a powerful bloodline power. I am not afraid to tell you that the bloodline I possess is not an ordinary bloodline. Speaking of which, I still have to thank that precious son of yours, Li Feng. If it wasn't for him forcibly forcing me to sign a contract with that toad, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to obtain such a rare bloodline. As for the purpose of your coming to find me this time, I know it in my heart. However, it is a great pity that I can't muster the slightest interest in such a thing as calling someone my father. Therefore, it would be better for you to give up on this matter before it's too late. Now that I have been accepted into the Seed Academy, my future is not destined to be confined to this tiny place of Luo City. However, my mother will not be leaving this place, and don't get me wrong, I have no intention of letting you two renew your relationship. In fact, neither my mother nor myself give a damn about you. There are two things that come to you. The first is that when I leave LA, you need to arrange for some people to protect my mother, but remember not to harass her. The second thing is about investment. If you want, you can choose to invest in me. Like you mentioned last time, you can provide me with precious resources such as the dragon's blood grass, and when I grow up I will definitely give you a corresponding return. Alright, I've said everything that needs to be said, now it's your turn to express your opinion. Li Mo finished expressing his demands in a very fast speech. The purpose of his coming this time was very clear, and that was to make Li Changtian stop harassing the mother and son. Li Mo knew very well in his heart that what Li Changtian really wanted was not him as a son, but the potential value that he possessed. Therefore, Li Mo came to make Li Changtian make some concessions by proving to Li Changtian where his value lies. Li Changtian stared at Li Mo with unwilling eyes. He knew that he had come from the slums step by step and naturally understood the meaning of Li Mo's words. However, deep down he still felt reluctant. After all, the value brought by investing in Li Mo was far less than the benefits that could be generated by allowing Li Mo to return to the Li family. Little Mo, do you have to be so determined and heartless? I am your own father. Hearing Li Changtian's current words, Li Mo felt sick. Now you remember that you were Li Mo's father. This is really ridiculous. Back then, when Li Feng, that wicked fellow, pressed poor Li Mo to forcefully sign a contract with a toad, where was this so-called father of yours at that time? When Li Mo was mercilessly kicked out of the house by you, what were you thinking in your heart? The real Li Mo died long ago. Now you remember he's your son. It's too late. Who are you to call yourself a father? Just an irresponsible and selfish guy. I'm your father, Li Changtian. I'm done talking. Don't waste my time. If I'm pushed, I'll take Lu Guifan with me. Li Mo is not a son of Li Changtian. He is not polite. If it is not for the consideration of Lu Guifan, previously asked Lu Guifan, she does not want to leave Luo City. Li Mo will not wear with this person. Good. What a good son of mine is, ruthless and hard-hearted as I am. It's my seed. When Li Changtian heard what Li Mo said, he didn't feel half annoyed. Instead, he laughed heartily. He deeply felt that Li Mo was simply a replica of himself when he was young. They were both born in the slums, but in the end, by virtue of their own talent, they transformed themselves into the world's greatest wizards in the limelight. Thinking back then, after he came out of the slums, he decided to abandon his wife and his own flesh and blood. Now Li Mo also chose to disdain his biological father. However, because of this kind of talent is able to achieve a great cause that shakes the heavens and earth. Li Changtian straightened his body, his original look instantly disappearing without a trace, replaced by a dignified mannerism that towered over him. I can accede to the request you made. As long as I am still in Luo City, I will make sure that Lu Guifan is safe and sound and will never appear before her eyes. In addition, I can also invest money in you. As for the dragon's blood, I don't have any in my hands at the moment, but there is still one plant in the spirit realm outside the city. I originally planned to keep it for future use, but now I would like to dig it out and hand it over to just Li Mo. What kind of return can you give me? Li Mo smiled. This cheap father, it is really interesting. Just now also pretend 10 loving father at this moment become cold-blooded and ruthless, full of interests. Li Mo smiled, summoned the little toad, and a powerful spiritual power fluctuation erupted from his body. The power from that 10,000 spiritual power caused Li Changtian to change color slightly. And Li Mo didn't end the display. He knew very well that in order to make Li Changtian agree to his conditions, he had to show Li Changtian more value. He could abandon Li Mo because Li Mo's value was not enough. He could also abandon Li Feng because Li Mo's value was high enough. Absolutely homophonic. In the middle of Limeau's whisper, the little toad and Liemo fused together, but Liemo controlled it and didn't change his whole body. It was just that Limeau's arm became pitch black and filled with a special oppressive force. In Limeau's hand, a drop of water as black as ink was slowly flowing, exuding a chilling feeling that made people's hearts tremble. This drop of black water under Limeau's control slowly moved from in front of the table to in front of Li Changtian. After the water droplet passed through, it left a deep gully, and the cup blocking the front was also pierced through a hole directly by the water droplet. This was an extra ability that Liemo had after obtaining the second fragment of the black water condensation bead. It could condense a drop of black water that possessed the power to corrode all living things, very terrifying. It was the coagulation of this thing that was very time-consuming and spirit power-consuming. This drop of black water required 30,000 spirit power to coagulate. This is also only recently condensed out. I can give a lot depending on what you need, also, it depends on whether you can afford to pay the price. Li Changtian stared wide-eyed in deadpan at the drop of water that was as black as ink in front of him. For some reason, the muscles in his spine suddenly tightened up as if an invisible pressure was being released from that drop of water. How is this possible? Li Changtian muttered. One must know that he was a senior Imperial Beast Master. Ever since he obtained the precious dragon's blood grass, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and according to the evaluation standards of the Imperial Beast Division, he had already stepped into the ranks of a peak 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Master. However, it was such a seemingly insignificant drop of water that made Li Changtian feel an unprecedented aura of danger. This feeling was as creepy as being secretly spied upon by a ferocious beast. Could it be that this was the legendary power of the bloodline? Li Changtian secretly marveled in his heart. He had once heard that some people or exotic beasts with special bloodlines were able to burst out with power beyond imagination. Now it seemed that the bloodline in this Limeau's body might also be extremely extraordinary. Thinking of this, the corners of Li Changtian's mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. He realized that he had not paid enough attention to Liemo before. Now he finally saw where Limeau's true potential and value lay. Such a young man with a powerful bloodline power was definitely worth his vigorous cultivation and investment. Li Changtian decided to invest more resources into Liemo to help him fully explore his bloodline potential. This was because he believed that with time Liemo would definitely become a dazzling star, bringing him endless glory and wealth. Very good, still here after 3 days, dragon blood. I will give no hurry. I remembered something, this you also deal with it by the way. See, Li Changtian want to go Liemo, but called Li Changtian will be a piece of information thrown to him. It wasn't anything else, it was exactly what Lang San had explained, some of the things Zhao Jishuan had done behind Li Changtian's back. The extra was to be taken as a meet and greet gift for this cooperation. Behind Zhao Jishuan's back lay the truth that she had used the resources carried by Li Changtian to handle the Zhao family's affairs. These matters were either big or small, difficult to define, and were useless to Liemo, so it would be better to just throw them to Li Changtian to deal with. Li Changtian probably wouldn't intervene too much, but it was enough to cause Zhao Jishuan some distress. There wouldn't be any loss in doing so anyway, so it was good to try it out. Li Changtian took over and took a closer look, his face instantly turning cold. He had thought that Lang San was still in the outer city, but he hadn't realized that Lang San had been brutally defeated. What was even more unexpected was that Zhao Jishuan had instructed Lang San to defeat Lu Guifan, and Lang San had actually followed Zhao Jishuan's orders instead of his own. This made Li Changtian feel a loss of face. As for the fact that Zhao Jishuan had transferred a portion of the Li family's resources to the Zhao family, he actually knew a little about it. Although the Zhao family did obtain a lot of resources, he didn't care much about it. It was normal for the Zhao family to invest in him in the first place, and now they wanted to return the favor. However, he could never tolerate Zhao Jishuan putting her hands around himself. I'll handle this matter properly and make sure that they won't cause you any more trouble. I hope so. Whether or not Li Changtian could persuade Zhao Jishuan, Liemo didn't hold out much hope. Even if Zhao Jishuan didn't do anything on her own, it would be just as easy to have the Zhao family do it. Doing this now was just an idle move. If it works, then it works. If it doesn't matter. If it doesn't, he'll do it himself. No matter what this matter, it was also considered to be the end. Of course, Liemo certainly would not put all his hopes on Li Changtian, this scum. Liemo long ago, on purpose to find the white Fei who let him help take care of Lu Guifan, by Fei who was also very willing to give Liemo a youngster a face. Liemo walked on the street and was considering where he should take the little toad to upgrade in the following days. There was too much experience needed after level 10. The experience value provided by ordinary mosquitoes and ants was really a bit low. After experiencing that surge of wealth from the rat tide, these nail-dotted gains at this moment made Liamo a little unsatisfied. Once the sea is hard to be water, I don't know where there are still as many bugs as the last rat tide or a small devil like the black-horned spirit mosquito will do. As Liamo lamented, the crowd in the distance suddenly boiled and ran wildly towards the side. The clamor and cries for help were endless. There are so many cockroaches here. Help! The cockroach crawled on me, fell into my skirt, it's on my thigh. Bugs are biting my breasts. Not just cockroaches, there are rats, mosquitoes, ants, toads, snakes, lots of them. Is this an earthquake? Run to the school, there's a separate defense system there. The playground is an emergency shelter. Run to the playground of the Royal Beast High School. It's not an earthquake, it's a demon. How can there be demons in the inner city? Are the law enforcement unit all losers? People were horrified to find countless cockroaches, rats, bugs, and mosquitoes emerging behind them. They came in like a tidal wave, an unending stream, as if endless. Those who ran slowly were instantly engulfed by the swarm, their flesh and blood devoured in the blink of an eye, and even the bone fragments did not escape the churning and devouring of the bugs that followed behind. The plants and trees on both sides of the road were not spared either and were swallowed by these greedy creatures. Some buildings that were not strong enough were even overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground. Stations, public toilets, zoos, sewers, and so on, these places were the worst hit. Although there were Imperial Beast Masters who stepped forward to try to stop the tide of insects, their efforts seemed insignificant in the face of such a huge number of bugs. To make matters worse, new snakes, insects, and ants would pop up from other places from time to time to join the chaos, making the situation more and more out of control. Fortunately, the inner city had independent defense systems in several places. With a powerful energy shield slowly rising, people finally found a safe place to temporarily escape the disaster. Liamo also couldn't hold back his inner rage and couldn't help but burst out. He had originally just hoped that more bugs would appear so that his beloved little toad could be upgraded without any problems, but who knew that things would develop to such a state? The sheer number of bugs and rats this time was beyond imagination, and the scale was countless times larger than the last outbreak in the outer city's factories. The entire city was flooded with these abominable creatures. This feeling made it quite difficult for Liamo. There was a sense of absurdity that he had made a wish to drink water only to have the whole world flooded. Buddha, it's none of my business. The severity of this incident has reached the standard of a Class C demon incident, and the entire city must immediately enter a state of war readiness. All Royal Beast Masters below level 10, please do your best to assist the residents of Luo City to seek refuge in the nearest shelter as soon as possible. Imperial Beast Masters of level 10 and above are mandatorily called upon to do their utmost to stop the surging tide of insects. This is a critical moment of life and death for us. Everyone must shoulder their responsibilities and fight to defend our homeland. This time, the matter of the bug tide was too big, and some bigwigs who were usually unseen also softly stood out. Bai Fei, who had even fended off the front long ago, he was a soldier who had truly experienced a large-scale war, and in the face of such a situation he was also able to methodically command and arrange. The initial panic after having a backbone quickly subsided, and they began to methodically organize a counterattack. This time, compared to the last wave of insects, although it was a lot bigger, but in other aspects there were similarities. That is, there were a lot of snakes, insects, and ants, but there were very few of them that were of a higher level. The ones that were on the 10th level were even fewer. It was just that the number was so terrifying that it made create unexpected destruction. Under the leadership of the high-ranked Imperial Beast Masters, one powerful skill after another was smashed out for no money, and soon the swarm's attack was for the time being blocked. Exciting good news came from the direction of the City Lord's mansion. Strategic materials, healing materials, and recovery materials that would normally cost a lot of money to purchase were now being distributed free of charge to the crowd. Not only that, the City Lord's mansion even issued a special order. In this Class C demon incident, the battle merit gained by everyone who defeats a demon will be exchanged for special rewards. The specific rules were as follows. Defeating a level 10 demonic creature would earn 1 point of military merit, a level 11 demonic creature would earn 2 points, a level 12 demonic creature would earn 3 points, and so on. As soon as this news was spread, those Imperial Beast Masters were like crazy and began to fervently search for the demonic creatures in the insect tide. Liamo didn't understand what was so exciting about this at first. He wasn't even too clear on what military merit was, until he heard someone explain. Military merit was a record performance of merit unique to the military department and could only be obtained by defeating a level 10 or higher demonic creature. The strategic items unique to The military department that could be exchanged for military honors were really a wide variety of items. What with the Imperial Beast's props, weapons, and so on, it could be described as a wide variety of different types, and each one of them could be described as a superb item. What's even more surprising is that there are also magical potions that can enhance the qualifications of the Imperial Beasts, as well as rare treasures that can enhance the homology attribute, and so on. It's really countless. This might be a bit abstract, but if we put it in another way, we might understand it better. The reason why the Lang family, the most powerful of the four great families in Luo City, was able to have the brilliant achievements and strong heritage that they had today was precisely because they had once used a large amount of their military service in exchange for countless precious resources and treasures. Another example was Principal Bai Feihu of the Luo City Imperial Beast High School. The reason why the Imperial Beasts he owned were able to break through the limitations of their own qualifications was also due to the fact that he had exchanged his military service for a divine artifact known as the qualification breaking potion. After this explanation, the crowd finally came to a sudden realization, deeply realizing the importance and great value of military merit. It was definitely an unrivaled good that could be used to exchange for those super powerful, invincibly cool, and rare treasures. At this moment, the Imperial Beastmasters, who were originally not excited, all went crazy. Military merit, I want military honors. Where are the magic items? Where are the devils? Defeat it, defeat the demon, grab the military honors, change the potion, become a big brother, don't rob it, it's mine, 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 all mine. Originally, there were some Beastmasters who worked hard and were secretly lazy for fear of getting hurt. At this moment, they are regretting it, hating why they just didn't defeat more demons, why they didn't walk a little bit more towards the front, and now they lost the first opportunity. And some crazy beast masters, themselves crazy beasts, also crazy, covered in blood, also refused to come back, must defeat a few more demons. Even Liamo also joined in the middle of its spirit power jet. Don't need money to smash out the key. Liamo and the little toad's spirit power is super high damage and strong endurance. When it wasn't enough, they could still casually eat some corpses and recover their spiritual energy. It quickly caught the attention of the others. Have you guys noticed that the brother in front, it seems, has been fighting without stopping? I thought I was the only one who noticed it. I remember he went up before me. I didn't have the spiritual energy to come back and rest. He was still defeating bugs. I came back after resting. He was still defeating bugs. I don't think I've ever seen him stop and look at his skills. It's like he doesn't need any money. He keeps throwing them out like crazy. There's no hindrance at all. Where did this big guy come from? I thought Lubu was already invincible, but I didn't realize that this brother is even braver than him. Whose general is this? I know him, a student of the Imperial Beast High School. I forgot what his name is. When there was a rat infestation in the outer city before, he was the one who solved the rat infestation together with Captain Lung Qingqiu. His skill seems to be Spirit Power Jet, a very common skill I also have, but my damage than he is far worse. I 1 minute throw 3 times the Spirit Power Jet, throw 3 minutes, the Spirit Power is exhausted. He threw at least 30 of them a minute, and after 30 minutes of throwing he still hasn't dried up. Even if he's a senior beast master, he should have run out of spiritual energy, right? I'd call him Jetman. Goddamn Jetman, but it's so unimaginative. Jetman's good. Jetman is awesome. Time passed by and the situation on the battlefield gradually became tense. Many of the Imperial Beast Masters who had initially acted exceptionally bravely had to choose to retreat due to the exhaustion of their spiritual energy or serious injuries. It was at this moment that they noticed an unusual figure, Liamo. This freak attracted the attention and curiosity of the crowd. The other Imperial Beast Masters had already rotated and changed their posts many times, but Liamo always stayed on the front line, releasing all kinds of skills without stinting. His spiritual energies seemed to be unceasing, as inexhaustible as a bottomless pit. Seeing that others were replacing each other round by round, while Liamo was still at the front continuously and frantically outputting, everyone admired him. Even some high-level Imperial Beast Masters could not help but sigh that they were not as good as him. The little toad followed Liamo's side, throwing a skill every now and then while taking time out and choosing those higher-level demons to devour. Your Blackwater Toad devoured a level 11 demonic creature giant ant, gaining giant power talent fragment *1, gaining spiritual power 11 and gaining experience 11. Your black water toad devours a 10th level demonic creature stone skin toad, gaining petrify skill fragment *1, gaining spiritual power 10, gaining experience 10. Your black water toad devours a 12th level demonic creature black scaled viper, gaining venomous talent fragment *1, gaining spiritual power 12, gaining experience 12. One by one the hints converged into a beautiful music. Let Liam full of motivation. This is the feeling of upgrading, this is the battle awe, so far the highest level of demons that appeared, but the 18th level there is no more than the demons, although the number is a lot, but relying on the defense system temporarily can still hold out. At the moment it was to see who could hold out more. If the wave of insects held out, then the defense system collapsed and most of the ordinary people would die here. If the Imperial Beastmasters held out, the demons would all be cleared. So far, the Imperial Beastmasters side was not bad. With various incentives and aids, the high-level magical creatures were defeated. The rest of these bugs and rats were able to be defeated even by the students of the Imperial Beast High School who had just obtained Imperial Beasts. Apart from exercising a set of students and not being able to cause more damage, these waves of bugs were nothing more than that sum. Snakes, insects, rats and ants, apart from being a bit more disgusting, that's for sure. Don't look at who we are the geniuses of the Imperial Beast High School. The future senior is the Imperial Beast Master. What's more, there's Jetman Big Brother in front of us. Jetman Big Brother, can you sign this for me? I'm your idol. No, you're my fan. No, I'm your little fangirl, Jetman Big Brother. The silence is deafening. Jetman, what kind of idiot named that? Come out and see if I won't beat you to death. The crowd is optimistic, but Limo is not so optimistic. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Liam looked at the sky, the white flying tiger who was in charge of the whole situation, and the city lord in the distance, but he didn't see any other senior Imperial Beast Masters, so obviously it wasn't normal. Big Brother, what do you say? Did you find something? In this incredibly intense and thrilling battle, Liam was like a ceaseless jet fighter, constantly spraying roaring flames at the enemy, leaving an extremely deep impression on everyone. Many of the Imperial Beastmasters who had rushed too far forward and were seriously injured were able to safely withdraw under the cover of Liam's powerful firepower. So much so that Liam had unknowingly become the leader of this shelter. At this moment, when they heard Liam say these words, the crowd turned their puzzled gazes towards him. Everyone should have already noticed that as of now, even though this insect tide had brought about certain losses, there had not yet been a truly desperate situation. The highest level of demons had not even exceeded level 20. The other party had made such a big commotion, covering almost the entire city, it could never be just this level. They must have more far-reaching plans. Hearing Liam's words, the crowd had a direction, and after careful observation, someone came to a realization. Right, we've been fighting for so long, how come it's always people like us? Even the Jet Big Brother's rank wasn't that high. Apart from Principal by Feihu as well as the City Lord and a handful of other high-ranking Imperial Beastmasters, the rest of the high-ranking Imperial Beastmasters are surprisingly all nowhere to be seen. A closer look would reveal that this was indeed the case. None of those senior Imperial Beastmasters in the city were present. Before they could think, more voices calling for help came from the distance. City Lord, it's bad, a lot of high-level magical beasts have rushed out from the zoo. The least of them are level 20. Their destructive power is quite strong. We can't support them anymore. Requesting for support. City Lord, hundreds of giant cockroaches have rushed out from the rubbish disposal station. Each one is the size of a tank. Their level exceeds 25. The defense system can't support them anymore. City Lord, it's bad, the defense system, it can't hold up anymore. And sure enough, not long after that, from everywhere there were voices calling for help. More powerful demons had appeared. The already precarious situation became more and more difficult. Everyone moved towards the vicinity of the central square. The Imperial Beast Masters will open the way and escort them. Principal White Feihu and I will keep an eye on everyone's movements at all times. In the sky once again, City Lord Lang Xinggua's voice was heard, his voice flat, calm and steady, giving people a flat extra stability. In the previous battles there was already experience, and everyone methodically began to arrange for the transfer. In the center area of Luo City there was a huge large square because there were Imperial beasts that were very large in size, so this square when it was first constructed was very large. At this time, there was still no problem in accommodating most of the people. As the City Lord's voice fell, the crowd's eyes once again fell on Liam. Jet Big Brother, aham, Liam Big Brother, how do we go? Do you arrange it? Liam sniffed and didn't push back. Wasting a second at this moment was a waste of countless chances to survive. He directly said, from here to the center area there aren't too many magical bugs on the route forward. The Imperial Beast Masters above level 10 are responsible for opening the road. The rest of the Royal Beast Masters will spread out to the left and right to protect the flanks. Sun Xiao and Zhou Yong, you two will assist me and pad along with me. Sun Xiao and Zhou Yong, their levels were the highest within this group, both at level 16, and they assisted themselves to maximize their output. This padding back, will it be too little? Someone asked worriedly. Soldiers are more precious than many, besides I'm a jet warrior, I alone can be a million armies, Liu Mo said with a smile. After hearing jet warrior too many times he got used to hearing it and simply joked about it himself. There's no time to delay, everyone execute immediately. Under Li Mo's arrangement, the remaining Imperial Beastmasters, whether they were high or low ranked, obeyed the order and went to their positions. Everyone in the shelter shifted towards the center area. The moment the large troop stepped out of the shelter, the energy light of the defense system lost its effect, and the majestic blood chi caused the tide of these demonic beasts to boil directly. The excited voices of the demonic creatures converged, causing one's eardrums to swell and chills to run down one's spine. Big brother, how do we fight? Sun Xiao looked at the raging tide of beasts that pounced over like a mudslide, and his entire face turned a little white. His legs were clearly trembling, but he still gritted his teeth and followed behind Liu Mo. Zhou Yong was in a similar state as Sun Xiao, fearful but not backing away. Clenching their teeth, they followed Liu Mo closely. These two people, both of whom Liu Mo had observed in the previous battle, were powerful, not to mention crucially dependable. Looking at the tide of insects and rats that once again swooped over like a landslide and tsunami, destroying everything and God-blocking and defeating God, Liu Mo smiled and patted the two people. Do not be nervous, the main output to me is good, you only need to be responsible for clean up. I missed some of the small demons on the line. Saying that, Liu Mo had already struck out. Little Toad, don't hold back, defeat to your heart's content. This time Liu Mo even activated the talent of the black water body, and every damage that was dealt also carried a unique corrosive effect. Those magical creatures that were rubbed and touched and didn't die were also corroded and died. Liu Mo and the little toad were like two earthly defeating gods, hexagonal machines. The giant cockroach rushed up, was hit with a hole by the spiritual jet and finally corroded to death. Demonic rats rushed up and were directly beaten into rat pieces by the majestic spiritual power. The black-scaled poisonous snake rushed up and the spiritual power jet rushed in through its mouth and out through its tail, punching it through and through. Demonic ants rushed up and the little toad's snake head rolled and directly swallowed them. Watching one after another, piece after piece of demonic creatures fall. Why is it that the little toad is devouring to gain attributes, not like those novels where you can gain attributes just by striking and defeating? Too bad. In the middle of the battle, some high-level demons, Liu Mo will still let the little toad swallow them. The higher the level of the demons, the higher the experience, the higher the spiritual power, and the higher the probability of giving out skills or talent fragments. After this round of battle, little toad had one more talent and one more skill, virulent poison. E1/20th is all of one's attacks that contain virulent poison dealing sustained damage. This was a talent obtained from the black-scaled viper, and with this talent little toad's damage went to the next level. This talent, however, overlapped slightly with black water body, only one was corrosive and the other was poisonous. In addition, little toad also gained a skill from stone skin toad. Petrify, E1/20th. The skill could be used to petrify an enemy or oneself or other items. The more powerful the being, the stronger the resistance and the higher the amount of spiritual energy needed to be consumed. Liu Mo put petrification to flexible use, petrifying the clothes on his body, making the body's defense all strengthened by a few points. Liu Mo, why are you here? When he was about to approach the central area, a voice came from not far away. It was Ling Qingqiu, who was also escorting another team at the moment, approaching towards the central square. The thunder and lightning raged on, one by one, 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 one by one. Looking at Liu Mo with envy, he realized that he still lacked some powerful universal output means until now. If only he had lightning skills, it would be good. Unbeknownst to him at this moment, Ling Qingqiu was also quite envious of Liu Mo. The spiritual jet skill, although simple, had unrivaled damage power in Liu Mo's hands. The most crucial thing was that spiritual power jet was like a machine gun in Liu Mo's hands from beginning to end. It didn't stop, and Liu Mo could even blast out the skill with one heart and two or even three lands, completely not worried about the consumption of spiritual energy. Ling Qingqiu herself, on the other hand, needed to accurately calculate her spirit power and control the time interval between each cast of the thunder spell. the two teams rendezvoused together. Li Mo and Leng Qingqiu had worked together before, and this time there was no need to say anything, they were even more in sync. You left, I right, you up, I down, you come and go. The few small stragglers that were missed, there were Zhang Chao and Zhou Yong to solve them without any pressure. This way, it could be said that the rhythm of the demonic onslaught was completely suppressed, bringing the team to the core area. The defense systems of the rest of the city were shut down, and all the energy focused on supplying the defensive energy shield here. Normally, this energy protection shield was impossible to be breached. After going in, Leng Qingqiu briefly introduced the situation in the area of the final square, saying some insider information in passing. When something happened inside the city, the demonic spirit realm outside the city also had problems. If it wasn't resolved, it would cause even more damage. The senior Imperial Beast Masters all went to suppress the spirit realm outside. Just rested for a while, the City Lord released a new quest. There were still many teams that were in trouble and needed support. All the Imperial Beastmasters who had recovered their spiritual power did their best to receive support and rescue as many people as possible. Rescue missions also discounted rewards. Li Mo was a bit impressed, and he didn't see Lu Guifan. At this exact moment, Leng Qingqiu got up and spoke. I'm going to meet the other teams, are you with me? I'll go with you, Li. Mo agreed to Leng Qingqiu's invitation without hesitation. Previously, Lu Guifan said that she was almost to the central area, so Li Mo thought that she should be safe. However, he had just sent a message and there was no response, so Li Mo had to go and pick her up. Besides, the countless snakes, insects, rats and ants outside were all tools for the little toad to grow, so how could he hide here? As soon as he said he would do it, he immediately started to act. Not only Li Mo and Leng Qingqiu did so, there were also many Imperial Beastmasters who had already rested. One by one, they took the initiative to walk out of the camp to pick up the rest of the large troop. Of course, not everyone was so active. There were always a few rat droppings that would be lazy, looking for all kinds of excuses to evade their responsibilities. It was simply a disgrace. However, at this critical moment of life and death, of right and wrong, most people were able to put aside their past grudges and preconceived notions about each other and collaborated with each other to join in the action of saving others. Thunder and lightning beckoned. Leng Qingqiu's entire body flashed with lightning, just like a thunder god descending to the world. Each of her strikes was a thunderous force, and when a thunderbolt blasted out, it was a huge vacuum. However, this powerful attack also had its limitations. After each spell, Leng Qingqiu needed a certain amount of time to recover her strength and spirit. This was Li Mo's opportunity to use the short gap after Leng Qingqiu cast her spells to attack. His body was athletic and agile, and each of his strikes were precise and accurate, not giving the enemy any chance to catch their breath. Compared to Leng Qingqiu's thunder blast damage, Li Mo's damage wasn't as high, but it was better in numbers. Spiritual jet. Every time a jet went past, a gully appeared, and the demonic beasts that were keyed to be grazed would also be defeated on the spot by the effects of the intense poison and corrosion. Under the cooperation of the crowd, team after team of survivors were picked up. Li Mo was lucky and managed to receive Lu Guifan. When he received the third team, Lu Guifan was not as vulnerable as she imagined. These years of suffering in the outer city had honed her strong will. At this dangerous juncture, she was calmer than many people in the inner city. Some ordinary people panicked and fled. The more they ran, the more chaotic they became. Lu Guifan stabilized the people in it and controlled the order, and when Li Mo and the others received the third team, the number of people in this team had already reached 800 to 900, which was the reason why they were slow to arrive. Xiao Mo, be careful. Settling Lu Guifan down, Li Mo once again rushed out, transforming into a jet fighter. Spiritual jet. Later on, even though Leng Qingqiu was constantly taking precious potions that could restore her spiritual power, she still had to step backward to rest and recover when faced with an endless stream of enemies. However, Li Mo was always determined to fight at the forefront. Destruction became the only theme at this moment. He transformed into a defeating machine. Each surge of spiritual energy brought death and destruction. Defeating formed an absolutely beautiful and cruel picture. Blood dyed the earth red and broken limbs were scattered everywhere. Li Mo was alone, but he was like an impregnable fortress, blocking millions of snakes, insects, rats and ants, as well as the surging army of demons. His figure shone with incomparable valor on the battlefield, as if he was a god of war descending to earth. His eyes revealed perseverance and determination without the slightest intention to retreat. In this life and death struggle, Li Mo showed courage and strength beyond the ordinary. He guarded everything behind him with his life, not allowing the enemy to take a step forward. His presence gave off an unrivaled sense of conviction, inspiring everyone to rise up in resistance and defend their homes. Your Blackwater Toad devours a level 11 Stone Skin Toad, gaining Petrify Skill Fragment *1. Spiritual Strength plus 11-inch and Experience plus 13. Your Blackwater Toad devours a level 13 Black Scale Viper Spiritual Strength plus 13. Your Blackwater Toad devours a level 12 Giant Cockroach Spiritual Strength plus 12. Your Blackwater Toad is experienced enough to level up. Current level 11, you gain attribute feedback. The little toad completely transformed into an eater, constantly devouring the corpses of various magical creatures to recover and replenish its spiritual energy. Although it had only been a week or two since Little Toad had gained the present by a full count, without realizing it, Little Toad had already upgraded once again. The level had reached 11, speaking of which it was comparable to Zhao Yan, the school's duty teacher back then, after upgrading Limo's spiritual power even more. Completely transformed into a turret, frantically attacking every snake, insect, rat and ant that rushed up. All fear stemmed from insufficient firepower, sufficient firepower that is justice incarnate. This kid, I still underestimated him. Bai Feihu, who was originally commanding the whole situation, also noticed the movement in Limo's direction. Seeing Limo defeating the 4 directions, he couldn't help but feel emotional. This kid, in terms of his staying power alone, even a senior Imperial Beast Master can't compare to him. Is this the little guy called Limo that you were talking about? No wonder you hold him in such high esteem. Qingqiu had also mentioned him to me before. At that time I didn't care, I only thought that the little girl hadn't seen the world. Now that I've seen him, he really is a diamond worth carving. On the side, Luo City's city lord Lung Xinghua also noticed Limo the corner of his mouth. Involuntarily surfaced a trace of smile. Since ancient times, many heroes come out of youngsters. In comparison, us old guys have indeed grown old, Lung Xinghua lamented. It's your business if you feel old, but don't count me out. Tell me I can still fight for another 80 years. Bai Feihu responded without showing any weakness, at the same time casting his gaze towards Limo with an undisguised pride in his eyes. One must know that in a sense Limo could be said to be a talent that was tapped and nurtured by him. Seeing that Limo is performing so well now, he naturally felt a glow on his face. So regarding my previous proposal, what do you think about it? Do you need to give it some more thought? Speaking of the previous proposal, Lung Xinghua paused. Here there is a huge involvement. But in the end Lung Xinghua spoke with some difficulty. He was indeed more suitable than Qingqiu. Thinking this way is right, Qingqiu, that girl indeed good, but compared to Limo it is still a bit worse. Bai Feihu nodded. He knew that this matter for Lung Xinghua was some difficult. No one was willing to give something that originally belonged to them to someone else, and it was still a very precious thing. Even if this thing in the beginning did not actually belong to them, the Lang family, as the family that guarded Luo City, had always guarded the peace and prosperity of the city. And in their hands they had always held a special treasure, a legendary divine weapon. Even though this divine artifact was already broken, the mysterious power it contained was still enough to become a solid foundation for suppressing Luo City. However, regrettably, the Long family had never been able to successfully recognize this weapon as their master. They could only temporarily borrow part of the power of the divine weapon through a special method. Even so, with this limited access, the Long family was still able to stand through the ages. According to the original plan, Lung Xinghua had intended to train his daughter Leng Qingqiu to take over this artifact. However, this artifact was exceptionally picky, as if it had a spiritual nature, and only those who were truly super geniuses were able to gain its approval and borrow its power. Unfortunately, as of now, Leng Qingqiu was still unable to meet the minimum requirements for borrowing the power of the artifact. Bai Feihu was also well aware of this matter. He was well aware of the importance of this divine artifact and the predicament faced by the Long family. Thus, after much deliberation, Bai Feihu recommended a person Limo to Lung Xinghua. Bai Feihu believed that perhaps Limo had the potential to resonate with this artifact and was expected to conclude this mysterious contract. Previously, Lung Xinghua had never agreed to it, and now he had finally made up his mind. Looking at Lung Xinghua's face as if he had lost his life, Bai Feihu revealed a wry smile. My lord, city lord, you don't need to feel so bad. If you really can't, you marry Qingqiu to him so that he is also considered to be your person and the divine artifact is still your family's, so 2 birds with 1 stone. Hearing this, Lung Xinghua immediately became angry. Bah, white kitty, you shameless thing, you've already hit on my family's baby and you still want to hit on my baby girl's idea. You shameless, don't even think about it. Although Lung Xinghua said this, his gaze still inadvertently fell on Limo's body. This kid, talent, strength, character, it seems are all good. Qingqiu bot, impossible, no one is worthy of my daughter. However, when he saw the central area, even in the state of recovering spiritual power, he still separated a portion of his mind to focus on Li Mo's Lengqingqiu. Leng Xingguo would not be happy. However, he was not happy, but it did not affect the central area. More and more people looking at Li Mo's back, little stars appeared in their eyes. Later on, Li Mo was simply like a god of war holding on to a portal alone, as if the door was a part of his life. His eyes were firm and sharp, and every time he blasted out his skills, he carried endless power and determination. The attacks of the demons came in like a tidal wave, but Li Mo did not flinch and hardened himself to block wave after wave of onslaughts. Those demons that were originally ferocious and unusual became unbeatable in front of him. Those demons that could be exchanged for military honors were all defeated by Li Mo alone. The other Imperial Beast Masters could only watch with envy and admiration in their hearts. They were well aware of the value of these demonic creatures, yet they were also more aware of the strength of these demonic creatures, and there was nothing they could do about it. After all, this level of battle was beyond their capabilities. Li Mo's performance made them understand that only by possessing true strength could they be invincible in such a cruel world. See that's my classmate Li Mo. I used to be in the same class as him. He was great when he was studying, but now he's even better. Some students from Imperial Beast Middle School proudly patted their chests as if the one man guarding the city gates was not Li Mo, but him. I know him too. He brought a little toad to the vegetable market to eat flies before, and he even bought meat at my house. I also gave Li Mo a pig brain flower, and Zhang Dashu, the butcher shop owner of the vegetable market, also popped up to talk after him. Li Mo had bought meat at his house and even ate his pig brain flowers. What a proud thing. Zhang Shan, who had once fought together with the outer city law enforcement team, looked at Li Mo's toad and then looked at his own toad that was spraying so much water that it was almost dried up. Both are toads. Why is the difference so big? Li Mo invincible. In just a moment's time, Li Mo had already gained countless fanboys and fangirls. Even though his Imperial Beast a toad was no match for those so-called star Imperial Beast Masters, it couldn't stop everyone from chasing after Li Mo. Even later on, there was a toad craze. Some young people other Imperial Beasts do not want as long as the toad. Unfortunately, none of them could compare to Li Mo. Of course, this was all later. Looking at Li Mo's impressive figure, Lu Guifan, who was standing in the crowd, couldn't help but be proud in her heart. That's my son. In the corner of the crowd, a figure looked cynically at Li Mo's position, his eyes filled with sinister and jealousy. How can this be? What the hell is going on here? Li Mo, obviously I've already contracted a powerful Imperial Beast like the Wind Thunder Leopard, and you're just a toad. Why are you still able to rise? How can you still be so dazzling and radiant? In fact, Li Feng's performance this time was indeed quite outstanding. With the help of the experience potion, Li Feng was able to successfully rise to level 10, becoming a full-fledged Imperial Beast Master and successfully solidifying one of his skills. Just a moment ago he had even crossed the level limit and managed to defeat 3 demonic creatures as high as level 13, as well as countless snakes, insects, rats and ants. This brilliant battle record was truly amazing. Satisfied, Li Feng triumphed from the outside and prepared to take a good rest and recover his physical strength. Originally he was full of joy and anticipation of the crowd's cheers and envy towards him. However, unexpectedly when he returned, what he saw was a scene of countless people cheering for Li Mo. His amazing battle results looked very beautiful though, and if it was any other time it would definitely have surprised many people. But at this moment, under Li Mo's radiance, it became so dim as if it had lost all its luster. In the beginning, when he was cultivating spiritual power, he hated Li Mo because Li Mo pushed him down, making him never get first place and never get the most attention. Later, even more because of this, he was picked up by Li Chan Tian and went home at that time. Li Feng's hatred towards Li Mo reached its peak, so he wanted to destroy Li Mo. He tried his best to finally get his hands on an inconspicuous toad and led a group of people to hold down Li Mo using strong-arm tactics to force Li Mo to sign a contract with him. He expelled Li Mo from his home as he wished. At the same time, he also obtained the golden qualification Imperial Beast that the school was initially prepared to grant Li Mo, the Wind Thunder Leopard. Originally he thought that from that moment onwards he would soar into the sky and level the playing field. Li Mo, on the other hand, would fall to the bottom from then on, never having the chance to appear in front of him again. However, unexpectedly Li Mo not only appeared again but also appeared in front of him in such an invincible manner. This time Li Mo had once again robbed him of all his glory and light. On what grounds? On what grounds? He was just a toad. On what basis could he be noticed by so many people? On what grounds? Li Feng gritted his teeth. You don't care if he's a toad, he's powerful. If he can guard a door alone, he's not an ordinary toad, he's the god of toads. If you are that powerful and guard one door by yourself, don't say that the imperial beast is a toad. If you are a maggot, I will call you an ancestor. When Li Feng spoke, the person next to him heard him and then returned his words. While walking, he also muttered, I really want to ask, where did he contract the toad? Actually so powerful, I also want one now. The passerby spoke realistically and casually, but on the contrary, it was such words that made Li Feng almost explode his waste gas. Because that toad, he was the one who got it, he was the one who pressed Liamo to contract it. If I had known that the toad was so powerful, I would have used it myself. Who would have given it to Liamo? Then look back at his wind thunder leopard. Before, I felt that the golden qualification wind and thunder double attribute of the wind thunder leopard, simply handsome, cool. But now in front of that toad of Liamo's, it all became less good looking and less confident. Next to Li Feng, Zhao Jishuan's face even more so. Before the bug tide broke out, Li Changtian suddenly found her with a bunch of information, threw out the matter of Leng San and warned her not to take another shot at Liamo. Now that she watched Liamo rise so terrifyingly, she was a little panicked. Such an existence couldn't be a friend and definitely couldn't be offended, but she had already been offended to death a long time ago. There was simply no room for détente. Even if the other party promised to moderate, she herself would even suspect the other party's purpose. Thinking of this, Zhao Jishuan's eyes grew colder and colder. On the other hand, Lu Ruyan, who was not far behind Li Feng, carefully used her afterglow to glance at where Liamo was. She didn't dare to look straight ahead brightly because she knew deep down that Li Feng harbored feelings of jealousy towards Liamo. The reason why Li Feng disagreed before and then grabbed the agreement to this marriage with her was only because he felt that being able to steal Liamo's woman would give him pleasure and satisfaction. In addition, Li Feng always liked to mention Liamo and satisfy his perverted vanity in this way. At this moment, as she watched Liamo re-emerge and take away the glory that originally belonged to her, Lu Ruyan had mixed feelings in her heart. On the one hand, she was secretly happy and relieved after all this had been the man she had loved. She truly hoped that he would be able to live well. On the other hand, more as endless regret surged to the heart. If time could be turned back, if she had been firm enough to reject the family's marriage proposal and unswervingly supported Liamo, would everything be different now? Would they not have come to such a state now? Lu Ruyan couldn't help but fall into deep self-blame, and she began to regret her initial weakness and compromise. She realized that it was due to her own lack of bravery and determination that she had led to such a painful situation today. However, things have come to this point. No amount of remorse can change the fait accompli. She can only silently swallow the bitter fruit and continue to face the reality in front of her. If, unfortunately, there is no if, everything that happened in the rear, Liamo does not know, will not care too much. What do external objects have to do with me? From the beginning to the end, I only have a pure to the extreme purpose, that is to defeat more demons and become stronger. Liamo's biggest regret is that the little toad eats too slowly. Even if the little toad's rapid digestion skill has just advanced again and has reached level B, it is still not enough. After all, the little toad's mouth is only so big, it can only eat one magic creature at a time, and even some big magic creatures, one has to share several mouths. If the little toad could eat more magical creatures at once, it would be better, and the bodies of these snakes, insects, rats and ants on the ground would not be wasted. It seemed to have sensed Liamo's deep expectations, or maybe the goddess of luck in the underworld took refuge. Your black water toad leveled up. Your black water toad sensed your strong expectations and the promotion. Your black water toad's heart felt something, and your black water toad comprehended the innate skill, swallowing the sky and devouring the earth on the basis of the quickly digesting B skill, devouring heaven and devouring earth. Innate skill, no rank can devour everything within the range in front of it and transform it into its own energy range. Controllable, instinctive skill? Another thing that Liamo didn't know, the textbook of Imperial Beast High School didn't mention this. Moreover, Liamo found that under absolute synchronization he actually couldn't even use little toad's innate skill. It seemed that it could only be used by the little toad itself, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that this skill was quite powerful. Swallowing heaven and devouring earth, the little toad sensed Liamo's thoughts and immediately used this innate skill. The little toad opened its huge mouth, a huge suction force appeared, and all the corpses of snakes, insects, rats and ants within 3 meters in front of it were directly sucked into the little toad's stomach and instantly digested. Your black water toad devoured a strong ant, spiritual power plus 0.8, experience plus 0.8. Your black water toad devoured an ordinary toad, spiritual Power plus 0.5 inch experience plus 0.5, your black water toad devoured a short snake. Spiritual power plus 0.2 experience plus 0, this momentary prompt almost drowned Liam, but the excitement however overflowed. This was simply a case of dozing off and encountering a pillow. With this innate skill, the originally small amount of spiritual energy was instantly replenished. Liam could once again engage in battle. Fellow Liam, please take a short rest. After some rest and recuperation we have basically recovered and can continue to fight. Leave the rest of the battle to us, we will not let you down. Zhang Chao approached Li's side and expressed his admiration for the man he had not known for a long time. Despite the fact that Liam was inferior to himself in terms of rank and age, no one will mind these minor details. Yes, Liam, please rest your feet. Don't hurt your body. The rest of the royal beastmasters at the side also chimed in with their advice. It was obvious that Li's attack had slowed down significantly. The crowd was all worried about it, unwilling to have Liam injured. But having just felt the joy of the little toad's innate skill, how could Liam possibly retreat? Where was this? It's impossible to retreat. I won't die before the demons are finished. At this moment Liam was like the groom who lifted the bride's cover. At this time the only thing to do is to fight. It is impossible to retreat. Defeat, spiritual power jet, giant force, petrify, spiritual power jet. The little toad possessed quite a few skills and talents, but Liam didn't know every single one of them. However, as the battle progressed, Li's familiarity with each talent, each skill rose in a straight line, alternating attacking and defending. Liam was responsible for defeating and Little Toad was responsible for devouring all the corpses and cleaning up the battlefield. If one said that the previous Liam was an interpersonal turret, the current Liam was an earthly turret with an open plug-in and unlimited firepower. Time passed minute by minute. The snakes, insects and ants that were like a tide were also controlled in their advance, especially after by fate who organized a group of 15 level or above Imperial Beast Masters aiming to defeat the demonic creatures that commanded the beasts in the herd. This time, the beast tide was barely under control. Previously, some of the Imperial Beast Masters who had not been seriously injured and whose spiritual energy had been exhausted gradually recovered their fighting strength and rejoined the battle. Gradually, it even began to push back. Those few remaining magical creatures actually had to be snatched in order to be snatched. Wow, you guys are too ferocious. I just took a break and you guys actually defeated almost all the demons. Save one for me. I want to keep one too, but I can't. These animals. I saw a demon. The knife was just lifted up and the demon was defeated by 8 people. It's brutal, brother. That's enough. You've defeated so many demons. Save 2 for me. I want to get some military honors for something. How many have I defeated? That Liam has defeated more. No, I have to speed up or else we'll be robbed later. One by one, the Imperial Beast Masters were like mad dogs at the moment, searching for every remaining demonic creature. The magical beasts that were so arrogant before were like sunflowers in a heavy rain, shivering at this moment. I don't know how long it took to defeat, but Liam also finally just stopped. Although the spiritual energy had been replenished, the consumption of mental and physical strength was real. However, the good thing was that the harvest was still huge. After the little toad had more innate skills to swallow the sky and devour the earth, the little toad's ability to gain experience was countless times greater than before. In the past, he could only eat one by one. The small ones were fine, one bite at a time, and when he encountered that kind of huge demon, he would gnaw on it for half a day. Now it was different. The little toad could swallow a piece in one bite, especially at this moment in Luo City. The ground is full of corpses of demons. It was normal to devour them all at once and increase your spiritual experience by tens or hundreds. Imperial Beast, Blackwater Toad, qualification, silver, talents, black water body, compound eyes, giant strength, intense poison, level 16, 65.23/1700, spiritual power 25,287.28, skills, rapid digestion, spiritual jet, petrified, demonized, giant rat, giganticize, September 10th. Instinctive skills, swallow the sky and devour the earth, evaluation. Who would have thought that an ordinary toad could actually awaken an innate skill? Then the question arises, is a toad that awakens its innate skill still a toad? Liam took the time to look at the attributes of the little toad, luxurious to the point of explosion. Other people's imperial beasts have 1 talent, thank God, and 2 skills are already very powerful. Li's imperial beast had a bunch of skills and a bunch of talents similar to wholesale. There was also a skill, giganticization, obtained from a giant cockroach that was only 1 fragment away from being completely owned. The key little toad also had a native skill, At this moment Liamo also finally knew what was called an innate skill, a powerful special ability unique to each royal beast. Only a royal beast with an extremely powerful talent can awaken an innate skill. The original skill can exert a power beyond the level, beyond the qualification, beyond the limitations of spiritual power. Every imperial beast that possessed an intrinsic skill was an incomparable existence, destined to achieve a supreme future. A powerful imperial beast did not necessarily possess an intrinsic skill, but an imperial beast that possessed an innate skill must be a powerful existence. The little toad at this moment was also still cleaning up the battlefield frantically, devouring corpses. Every moment it was getting stronger. Liamo, who originally had a system with an unlimited future, at this moment the little toad has more native skills for their future. Once again a pair of wings. Ahead there was a straight path. Unfortunately, before they could rejoice for too long, an even greater crisis descended. City Lord, it's no good, we can't hold on much longer. There's something wrong with that demon spirit realm. The entire spirit realm started to collapse after that barrier inside broke, and inside is hiding a terrifying temple relic. There is also a group of extremely powerful temple guards inside. Once they appeared, they directly defeated one of our senior Imperial Beast Masters and several Imperial Beasts. Now the countless demonic beasts and exotic beasts inside the spirit realm have all rushed out and are coming towards Luo City. The most crucial thing is that below the Divine Hall, a terrifying giant python was suppressed and released at least 55 levels or more, not something we can deal with. It was also defeating its way towards Luo City. The senior Imperial Beastmasters that were previously absent appeared and brought a huge piece of bad news. These senior Imperial Beastmasters who had disappeared before had gone to suppress the demonic spirit realm outside the city because of a disturbance. After all, most of the beast tides that erupted inside Luo City were ordinary snakes, insects, rats and ants, and although the numbers were huge, there weren't many magical creatures. However, inside the spirit realm, there were all demons. If it was not suppressed, there would be endless trouble after it came out. However, it didn't occur to me that the spirit realm couldn't be suppressed, but instead it lost troops, and at the moment almost every one of these senior Imperial Beast Masters who came back had injuries on their bodies, and behind them a huge python that was beyond imagination in size was slowly moving forward, its head raised high like a towering skyscraper. As it continued to approach Luo City, its huge body brought an unparalleled visual shock, and even the sky above its head seemed to become gloomy and gray due to its appearance. This terrifyingly huge python made many people unable to withstand the powerful pressure it emitted just by itself. Some of the infirm fell to the ground on the spot, and even the battle-hardened beast masters couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine and a creepy feeling in their bones. As for those imperial beasts that had been tamed by humans, they had long been scared out of their wits and were trembling on the ground. This giant python was simply too huge, almost like a giant mountain range that could move. Every piece of scale armor on its body was incredibly hard, as if it could easily smash thousands of people to pieces. Wherever it went, the surrounding grass and trees would be mercilessly crushed, and the earth and rocks on the ground would be flattened as much as possible. How could this happen? Dead, really dead. Hubby, I'm sorry, I cheated on the old king next door. It's me who cheated. Sorry, dying. I don't expect you to forgive me. I only ask for the next life. Can let me make up for my wife. In fact, the old king is my arrangement for you. I'm a cuckold fetish. Mom, my son is unfilial. The pressure brought by the immense python is like a Tarzan pressing on an egg, so heavy that one can't breathe and even despair and can't even bring up the slightest thought of resistance. Humans may be able to bravely go to challenge those whose strength is slightly better than their own, can also be defiant and stronger than their own several times or even dozens of times the enemy to fight a fish death net. However, if you are facing an enemy that is millions of times stronger than yourself, the courage in your heart will be gone, as if your backbone has been taken away, and it is difficult to raise the slightest intention to resist. At this moment, many people have been scared to the legs and feet soft, and even the courage to escape or lost can only silently shed tears to the family to explain the aftermath. City Lord Lingxing's face at this moment also completely turned dark. At an unknown time in his hand a broken scepter had appeared, which was rusted and chipped in several places. However, it exuded an unspeakably powerful aura that inexplicably settled people down. Dark Serpent Leader, the artifact you mentioned has appeared. Ling City Lord has taken it out, but how are we going to snatch that artifact over? In this situation it seems like we can't snatch it with just the two of us, right? That divine artifact, there are gaps everywhere. Why do I feel that it's not as powerful as you said? The person hidden in the crowd was no other than Mo Fangpai, who had disappeared after Dark Snake. He didn't leave. This beast tide was all the handiwork of the beast god cult. Their aim was to take away that one divine artifact from Luo City, so they cultivated countless demons, snakes, insects, rats and ants and so on just to force Lord Lang City to take out that divine artifact. Although many people would die, Dark Snake didn't care. Mo Fong Pak also didn't care because the deaths were all the high and mighty guys in the inner city, not to mention only so many deaths. It seems like it's not impossible for all of them to die, Mo Fangpai thought, eyes burning, staring at the broken scepter in Lung Xinggua's hand. According to Dark Snake Elder, this scepter in the beginning is the beast god sex thing lent to Luo Chang to suppress the space, and the result is that Luo Chang did not return the loan. Now they were just taking back what originally belonged to the beast god sect. Only they, the beast god sect who had obtained the inheritance of the 12 divine beasts, could truly use the divine artifacts. By the way, did you arrange for that big snake outside of Long as well? That big snake, it seems to be very similar to the snake spirit that we cultivate fusion with, hey? Seeing that Dark Snake didn't say anything, Mo Fanpai looked over strangely, only to see that Dark Snake was currently staring at the ever-approaching giant python in excitement, and his breathing became rapid. The descendant of the gods, the earthly python, really existed. Dark Snake's initial plan had been to create chaos, triggering the demonic creatures within the spirit territory to run amok and using this to transfer away from Luo City's high-level imperial beast masters, then to rely on the advantage of immense numbers, leading an army of countless snakes, insects, rats and ants to press and forcing Leng Xinggua to take out that legendary divine weapon, the beast god scepter. That was a very special treasure that only these people of the beast god cult could truly catalyze. However, it had been lent to Luo Chang to suppress space by the former beast god cult elder. Now he wanted to retrieve this scepter. Once he obtained this magical scepter, Dark Snake believed that he would be able to obtain unprecedentedly strong power and enjoy a higher voice in the beast god cult. At that time, with his own ability and wisdom, he firmly believed that he would be able to save this world that had long been sinking into decay and realize an ideal country that was truly fair and equal for all. Whether accompanied by imperial beasts or not, all people can enjoy the same treatment and respect. In order to achieve such a grand goal, even if he had to pay a painful price on the way or even face many sacrifices, Dark Snake did not hesitate. In his mind, all of this was worth it as long as he could ultimately exchange it for a new and better world. But he never expected that the scepter had not yet been taken, and here he actually saw something in the legend, a thing he had thought did not exist. Dusty Python. This is actually not what the beast god religion uses to fool people. It actually really exists. In the records of the beast god religion, the creation god is the supreme existence, creating the world, creating the planet, creating the system of cultivation, creating human beings, and creating endless living beings. In a distant era, the dark and evil god suddenly intruded into the beautiful world created by the god of creation, faced with a raging and powerful enemy. After a thrilling battle, although the god of creation successfully repelled the evil god, he himself lost most of his power due to overconsumption. Knowing that he could not fight against the evil god, the god of creation made a difficult decision. He used the last vestiges of his power to transform his body into 12 divine beasts, with different forms and extraordinary abilities, each protecting a part of the world to escape. One of them, representing the serpent, was the earthly python. Since then, this once great creator has disappeared into obscurity, while the people honored him as the beast god and silently prayed that one day the beast god would return and once again save all things in the world from the dire straits they are in. The cult of the beast was born as an organization that worships and believes in the beast god, with 12 highly respected elders who each correspond to a specific animal figure. However, what is not well known is that in the depths of the long established teachings of the beast god cult, there is another hidden passage of words. To merge those animals, you can have the power of the gods. The goal that the 12 elders pursued throughout their lives was not only to recover the 12 divine animals that the beast god had separated from them, but more importantly to integrate the power of those divine animals into themselves so that they could obtain supreme power equal to that of a god. Such an ironic fact was staggeringly true, yet incomparably true. It could be said that the beast god cult was founded with good intentions, and at one time, the beast god cult did have many people who sacrificed their lives in order to protect this world. But today's beast god cult had long since departed from its original purpose, and today they were nothing more than a group of ambitious people who long to control divine power and satisfy their selfish desires. Dark Snake stared at the approaching earthly python with wide eyes and uncontrollable fervor surging in his heart. the endless power contained in the mysterious artifact scepter. As long as he held it in his hands, he would be able to use the beast god cult's special means to harness that kind of heaven-destroying power. If he could successfully fuse this legendary Dusty Python, then he would completely master the supreme divine power. The peak Dusty Python Elder Dark Serpent would definitely not dare to hit him. However, this behemoth that appeared in front of him at this moment was clearly trapped and suppressed in the spirit realm's divine temple for a long time, causing its strength to be severely damaged and its level to plummet. Although it still possessed a palpitating strength of over 50 levels, it was still the same mighty and majestic existence. But it was this weakened state that still gave Dark Snake a ray of light. It was as if he had already foreseen the glorious scene after he held the scepter in his hand and fused the python, and at that time he had already transformed into a god. All the once feared demons would become docile pets by his feet, and the shaky human social order would be easily changed by his thought. At this moment Dark Snake was full of expectation and desire for the future, and he couldn't wait to realize this great goal. The burning desire in his heart was like a blazing fire, driving him step by step towards the unknown abyss. Dark Snake then slowly raised his head and cast his gaze towards the distant Liemo, who was emitting a dazzling light like a round of blazing sun. While Dark Snake was excited, he did not forget to teach Mo Fong Bai. In fact, the person who initially made me look and indifferently was Liemo, but now it seems that you are the one who best suits my path. Liemo certainly went through trials and tribulations, but he has already survived and has successfully climbed to a new and higher level and is no longer on the same path as us. But you like me are trapped in a bottomless abyss, oppressed and bullied but with no escape, trying to climb up the ladder to find a way out. That's not the way. Seeking help from others to get out of your predicament, it's futile. There is no savior in this world who can save the world, only the self. If God has no mercy on the world, then we are God. Thank you for your guidance, Mr. Mok. Mo Fong Bai nodded his head. In fact, he didn't really agree with some of Dark Snake's concepts, because they were a bit too radical, but Dark Snake could give him strength. If the silver-level Imperial Beast promised by Li Feng could be given to him, he would have gone over. Unfortunately, Li Feng didn't give it. Not even an ordinary Imperial Beast was given to him. Moreover, after seeing a wider world, Mo Fong Bai's heart was much bigger. Even if he got an ordinary Imperial Beast in his whole life, he wouldn't be able to do much. This was not what he wanted. He wanted power to go higher. Mo Fong Bai slowly raised his head, his eyes gazing at the direction where Liemo was. Ever since he was young, he had been growing up right behind Liemo, chasing after Liemo's back like a shadow. The moment Liemo collapsed, Mo Fong Bai felt that he had instantly lost his direction, losing his motivation and goal to move forward. Once he was in a daze because of Liemo's departure and made many mistakes. Now, hearing the admiration and envy of the people around him towards Liemo, those memories of the past surged to his heart, causing Mo Fong Bai to feel like a dream. It was as if he had returned to his childhood, the years when he had closely followed Liemo. At this moment, Mo Fong Bai's heart rekindled the desire to chase. Even though Liemo might no longer approve of him now, at least he had found a new goal to strive for. Mo Fong Bai secretly resolved to try to catch up with Liemo no matter what price he had to pay. Dark Snake didn't know what was going on in Mo Fong Bai's mind. He was quite satisfied with this disciple. Come with me. Originally I was planning to directly seize the divine artifact scepter, but now that the Dusty Python has appeared, I have to change my method. Let them both lose first and wait until the end before I appear and take both the divine artifact and the Dusty Python. You haven't practiced your snake transformation technique enough. Come closer to me and I'll take you away. Teacher, if they fight, a lot of people will die, right? Mo Fong Bai hesitantly glanced at the bustling crowd around him. This was different from the beginning when Elder Dark Snake said, if the Dusty Python defeated over these people, how many would die? People were complex creatures. Even though Mo Fong Bai hated many people, he didn't hate everyone. Elder Dark Snake did not get angry, but instead said in a serious tone, Mo Fong Bai, you must keep this in mind. Anyone who is able to achieve greatness will never stick to trivial details. The slight sacrifices made in front of us are all in pursuit of a more permanent stability and peace in the future. Mo Fong Bai was silent. In the end, he was just an ordinary kid. He couldn't do that, disregarding so many lives. You think I'm cruel, but many of the things those Imperial Beast Masters did were even more cruel than us. It's just that they defeated everyone, so no one exposed it. Speaking of this matter, Dark Snake seemed to remember something, and a flash of grief crossed his eyes. However, it was quickly concealed by him and he did not go into detail. Instead, the words turned, moreover, you shouldn't look down too much on the Imperial Beast Masters of Luo City. they will use their best efforts to protect everyone until they are certain that they can defeat everyone. Mo Fangpai didn't understand these words of dark snakes at all. Clouded in confusion, dark snakes seemed to be hiding a lot of things. This person really strange. If you say he's evil when he encounters a beggar on the road in the outer city, he will still buy steamed buns and carefully dispense water to him. You say he's kind, right? He manipulated dozens of cases of demonic invasion at the drop of a hat, defeating many innocent people. Unfortunately, there is no more time for Mo Fangpai to think. The dark smoke flickered, a black snake merged into the shadows and disappeared. Ahead, the immensely large and jaw-dropping dusty python was traveling forward at an astonishing speed. Everywhere it went, everything was destroyed as if the end had come, accompanied by one deafening roar after another. Several high-rise buildings collapsed one after another, raising dust in the sky. At this moment, this terrifying behemoth had already approached the edge of the city's central square. It raised its head high and looked down on the people who were tightly protected by a transparent defensive energy shield. The pair of eyes as large as millstones flashed with a ferocious and greedy light, as if it wanted to devour all the living beings below. A long, thin tongue that was harder and more pliable than steel ropes was constantly stretching, emitting a disgusting fishy odor. Every breath triggered a sound like thunder, making people feel an unspeakably powerful pressure that was almost suffocating. Huge for humans was terrifying in itself, not to mention there was such a powerful pressure. A senior imperial beast was trembling, his voice filled with fear and uncertainty. Can we really withstand it? However, the only thing that responded to him was a deathly silence. Everyone couldn't help but ask themselves in their hearts, can we withstand it? Can we? But just as the crowd fell into despair, a firm and steady voice came from the rear, breaking the silence behind us. Our family, friends, parents, children can withstand to top, cannot withstand even if the fight for their lives to top. The person who spoke was Lung Xinghua. His gaze was resolute, as if he was ready to die. In this sad and desperate moment, he stood out with a resolute posture, inspiring everyone present. Immediately after, Lung Xinghua continued, everyone, it is now a matter of life and death, so I will not say any more. I will use the power of the divine artifact scepter and strive to control the dusty python for up to 10 minutes. During this period you must use all your strengths to defeat it at all costs. In this battle, victory is not allowed. No retreat, no death. Lung Xinghua carried the scepter of the artifact, walking out towards the front step by step. The family is not firm, only inadvertently turned back to look in the direction of Leng Qingqiu. Father. Leng Qingqiu's eyes were full of tears. She knew that she was afraid that this was the last time she would see this cold father. You have to be good. Lung Xinghua spoke wordlessly, and then without further delay he charged in the direction of the city python. This was a battle with a chance of death. Lung Xinghua was very clear. He did not step forward. The ones who would die would be the people of the entire city. Majestic spiritual power surged into the broken artifact, and deep within the artifact the hidden supreme power was stimulated towards the direction of the earthly python to suppress it. 10 directions of heaven and earth. Divine might was like a prison. Suppression. Within a huge pillar of light, a supreme figure could be seen in a trance, holding a scepter and wearing a crown, pressing the scepter on top of the dusty python's head, making it unable to move. Feeling the rapidly depleting spiritual energy in his body like a dike, Leng Xinghua realized that had overestimated himself. This dusty python, its strength exceeded expectations, and it seemed that he couldn't hold on for 10 minutes. He hurriedly urged the others to do it quickly. The crowd reacted, not daring to hide their clumsiness. Everyone struck out with all their might. Li Changtian led the berserk giant ape berserk fist. White flying tiger rode the heavy pupil white tiger fierce tiger roar. The wind bird tore apart, the stone tortoise pressed down. The Li clan, Zhao clan, Lu clan and other clans, as well as the other senior imperial beast masters, brought their own imperial beasts and defeated them one after another. This was no longer a time for one person or family to gain or lose, rather it was a time for the entire Luo city to survive. However, they had clearly underestimated the defensive power of the city python. Royal beast masters below level 10 were unable to inflict any damage at all. Beast tamers above level 10 could only make a small white mark on the city python's scales, which would fall off as soon as they were rubbed off. The city python scales could not be damaged at all, but they could only be damaged by a single beast tamer, or an existence with a level over 20 could only inflict so much damage on the urban python. Only a very few of those with special damage skills similar to Leng Qingqiu's lightning attribute Imperial Beast Master could cause that little bit of damage, and the vast majority of them couldn't break through the defense at all. The 10th level Royal Beast Master who dealt the most damage was undoubtedly Liam. The passive of the body of black water can cause corrosive effect. This effect usually defeat those small demons did not play a big role after all directly to the second, but facing a behemoth like the Dusty Python the corrosive effect manifested itself. The scales of the Dusty Python with its strong defense were hardened and corroded out into large pits. However, for the Dusty Python that possessed a body like a mountain, this point was insignificant. It was as meaningless as a human being having a sweat hair plucked out. A minute passed. The only ones that could really cause huge amounts of damage were only a few sporadic senior Imperial Beast Masters like Li Chang Tian by Feihu who could break the scales of the Dusty Python. However, how many scales did the Dusty Python have? 1,000 or 10,000? Concentrate your strength and hit the snake 7 inches. Although the Dusty Python was big, it was still a snake. Hit his 7 inches. Where is this guy's 7 inches? A 100-meter building as big as a mountain is like a carrot in front of the anaconda. This guy's 7 inches. The 7 inches of a snake is where the heart of the snake is, between the necks of its necks slightly raised. Find that direction. All of you concentrate your blasts on this location. Use all your strength in one place. Don't spread out and waste it. Boom, boom, boom. Blast after blast. Countless skills, either brilliant, simple, powerful, or general, all greeted them, shattering the business card between the python's neck. Seeing the white muscles inside, the vague traces of blood diffusing a special smell. 30 seconds later, saw the meat. The defense of the meat is lower than the scales. Defeat. Plop, plop, plop. Pieces of python meat were blasted into crumbs. Soon a huge bloody hole appeared, expanding 1 meter 2 meters until a large 10-meter cave was blasted out. The crowd saw hope. If this continued, they might actually be able to defeat the Dusty Python. The python that was being suppressed to death, a pair of eyes the size of a lantern slowly rotated, revealing a hint of doubt in its eyes. It secretly wondered in its heart, why is there a slight pain coming from my chest? However, due to the heavy suppression of its body, it was simply unable to make much movement to explore the cause. In fact, this kind of pain was insignificant to the Dusty Python, not even 1,000th of the pain it had endured during its molt. It only made it feel slightly uncomfortable, and this small difference did not cause the Dusty Python to pay too much attention to it. After all, in its eyes, humans were so small, simply more insignificant than mosquitoes. If it could easily swat these annoying little creatures, it would probably take care of them. But if it was restricted in its movements, it would just pretend it didn't see them, which wasn't a big deal anyway. However, out of instinctive reaction, the Dusty Python still concentrated the spiritual energy in its body slightly. In an instant, a mysterious and powerful force surged around it. Those damaged flesh and blood began to grow and recover at an astonishing speed, as if time had been turned back. In the blink of an eye, the originally injured parts were as good as new, glowing with vitality. The crowd that had just rushed into the blood hole hastily retreated. No good, it was repairing its body. Looking at the originally 10-meter large hole, only 9 meters in size remained, still shrinking. The crowd panicked. This recovery speed too fast. If it went on like this, they wouldn't be able to penetrate the Dusty Python's flesh and blood, let alone find where the Dusty Python's heart was. Seeing this result, everyone's mood in this instant sank. The Dusty Python was being suppressed. It didn't fight back at all, it was just standing there for them to hit. They couldn't even hit it. If the Dusty Python broke free, what would happen? Woy! A sigh appeared, and an old man dressed in a quaint tang suit, leaning on his cane, walked up to the front. It was the Lu family's old man, Grandpa. Lu Ruyan looked at the old man who walked out. There were tears welling up in his eyes. In the family's inheritance, it was always unavoidable to favor sons over daughters, but Grandpa had never disliked her and had given him enough care and decency. When Ruyan Lu was willing to marry, it was for the sake of the family, but even more so for the sake of Grandpa, because revitalizing the Lu family was Grandpa's lifelong expectation. Grandpa walked forwards without turning back. Turning back would be too much to give up. With every step he took, he got younger, darker hair, fewer wrinkles through his cane, and straightened his spine. Ruyan, Grandpa is gone, you have to be good, go and be yourself. Before the words fell, the old man's figure flashed as swift as lightning, rushing into the sky as if he wanted to break through the clouds. Just then a huge and incomparable eagle whistled out from the clouds. It spread its broad and powerful wings and steadily caught the old man. The old man gently stroked the eagle's hard and smooth feathers, deep emotion and feelings in his eyes. Old buddy, we can finally fight together again. The years go by like flies, but our tacit understanding is still the same. The eagle raised its head and hissed. Its voice was clear and loud, and it seemed to be responding to the old man's words. At this moment, the bond between one person and one eagle grew tighter. Immediately after, the old man did not hesitate to overdraw the chi and blood in his body, gathering all his life's learning and all his strength into one point, preparing to unleash the final blow. Lu family, Lu ding bang, please fight. As the words fell, an unrivaled aura gushed out from his body. At this moment, the old man and the Tsang Ying were like one, matching each other seamlessly. Together, they unleashed their famous skilled Tsang Ying storm. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color and the wind and clouds rolled over. The old man and the Tsang Ying transformed into a fearful to the extreme storm, carrying the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth as they sped straight towards the blood cave. The indescribably powerful spiritual energy was like a surging ocean wave, causing the surrounding air to create violent turbulence. Rumble. The snake's flesh flopped and rapidly surged forward. The blood and flesh that was originally recovering at a rapid rate was suppressed and pushed forward 8 meters, 9 meters, 10 meters, 1 meter, and with the deeper the advancement distance, the longer it took. Bang! With a soft sound, finally, after advancing a full 15 meters, the storm stopped. A pale corpse fell down, pillar of the Lu family, Lu ding bang dead. A pale eagle exited from its synesthesia state, looked at the corpse with a mournful cry, looked into the depths of the bloody hole, and rallied its last strength. What the master hadn't accomplished, it went to help him accomplish. Boom! The hawk blew itself up, creating a 3-meter crater. Pawn. Next, the Zhao family's old man walked out as well. Hey ding bang, wait for us. Rumble. Advance, 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 advance 20 meters. Zhao family old man die. At this time, a white horse dragged a coffin in. An old man who was almost a skeleton sat up and lamented one by one, at first very life-threatening, now all ahead of me. Hey, left me alive is no fun, wait for me together. Always thought that the old master of the Wang family had long been dead, this time really dead. Advance 23 meters. The dusty python is too big, and in his body it has opened a big hole of 50 meters, and it has not yet reached the interior of his body. The key dust python hadn't even started to counterattack, and they'd already lost a few of their top men. Sensed it, I sensed a rich blood aura in this direction. It must be where the dusty python's heart is. Attack in this direction. A junior from the Wang clan with a bat imperial beast on his head screamed in surprise and pointed in a direction. His royal beast was a blood-sucking bat possessing a talent for sensing blood chi. His voice was undoubtedly a direction for the crowd to find without having to bombard them indiscriminately like headless flies. As the crowd continued to go deeper and deeper, the dusty python finally felt an unprecedented danger, its huge heart beating more and more violently, as if it was about to burst through its chest and pop out. For those small characters that bit and sucked blood like mosquitoes, it might still be able to choose to turn a blind eye. However, in the face of today's group of enemies that were frantically tearing at its own flesh and blood, it was no longer able to sit back and watch. Accompanied by an earth-shaking hissing sound, a powerful sound wave suddenly flooded out, like an invisible shockwave sweeping out in all directions. At the same time, the ponderous power latent within the dusty python was also aroused in an instant, and it began to desperately struggle in an attempt to break free from its bonds. Suddenly a huge reaction force surged out, and poof, with a muffled sound, Ling Xingwa suffered a heavy blow without any defense. A mouthful of blood gushed out and his face became as white as gold paper. He never expected that the power of the dusty python would be so powerful, far beyond his own prediction. Hang in there. Lung Xingwa clenched his teeth, his face full of grimace as he forced himself to swallow back the blood that spewed out of his mouth through the excruciating pain. He recklessly overdrew the power of his own chi and blood, struggling to maintain the operation of the broken divine artifact in his hand, doing his best to continue suppressing the earthly python. At this moment, the originally illusory shadow of the divine staff above his head was even stained with a layer of scarlet blood color, which appeared particularly eye-catching and blinding. With Lang Xingwa's last ounce of tenacity and unyielding spirit, the earthly python was once again suppressed. Although it was only a short moment, in this fleeting moment the terrifying power of the dusty python's counterattack was already on display. A creepy and bizarre power rapidly rippled and spread out in the form of waves. Wherever this power passed through, space seemed to twist and distort, and everything became no longer stable. An explosive sound rang out, and the moment that ripple of power touched it, hundreds of Imperial Beast Masters and their Imperial Beasts were reduced to a bloody mist. Beware! Defense boundary. The chief captain of the enforcement team stepped in, and a huge defensive boundary held up, blocking most of the damage, but the aftermath was still in the hands of quite a few low-grade Imperial Beast Masters. Click. Li Mo is also in the middle of it, well in the body with the protection of petrification, but even so petrified armor there are still cracks. Li Mo's heart palpitated. It was worthy of being a super magical beast. just a trace of power loosened let them pay such a painful price. If he completely unsealed, I'm afraid Luo City will instantly be reduced to ruins, but the harvest was also really high. Blast the bleeding hole out of the blood and flesh so much the little toad ate it. Li Mo had thought that it would not work, but Li Mo underestimated the power of the dusty python. Your black water toad has devoured a piece of blood and flesh from the 6th rank dusty python. Blood and flesh spiritual power plus 10, experience plus 10. Your black water toad has devoured a piece of blood and flesh from the 6th rank dusty python. Blood and flesh spiritual power plus 10, experience plus 10. Who would have thought that just a modest piece of blood and flesh from the dusty python would already be comparable to a 10th rank demonic creature, terrifying as hell. After the dusty python sensed the danger, although he was still being suppressed by the divine artifact, the restorative power in his body was still increasing. The speed at which the blood holes recovered was getting faster and faster. Not only did they have to open the hole and rush to the heart of the dusty python, they also had to maintain the blood hole outside, avoiding it from closing completely and them being directly digested by Faye, whose face had aged a bit and his head full of white hair had come out a lot. At this rate, I'm afraid that we haven't even reached the heart yet and all of us will be devoured. I want to say a few words, can I? After Li Mo swept his gaze over the crowd full of worries, he took a deep breath and then stood up with determination. At this moment he absolutely could not only take into account his own interests. If he allowed the dusty python to break free from its bonds, then it would be unknown whether he would be able to escape from this place safely or not. Li Mo, what are you doing? We are now in a situation where every second counts and we don't have the time to listen to your nonsense here. Li Changtian suddenly rebuked angrily, although Li Mo is his own son, but now is not the time to fool around. However, for Li Changtian's rebuke, Li Mo, completely indifferent, did not even look at the other side of a glance followed by self-consciousness, said, "In fact, I have the power of the royal beasts as a very unique property, corrosive, and after my repeated attempts and verifications, I found that this corrosiveness can effectively inhibit the self-recovery ability of the dusty python. Take the position I'm in now, for example. Although these pieces of flesh around me are still desperately wriggling to recover, their repair speed has obviously slowed down a lot, at least half as much as other places." When he said this, Li Mo purposely sidestepped out of the way so that the others could clearly see the scene behind him. As he said, the huge piece of flesh beside him, which was constantly twisting and struggling in an attempt to heal, had indeed slowed down significantly in its recovery and even caused an obvious depression to appear there due to the overly slow recovery speed. Seeing this scene, the crowd instantly knew what this meant. "Good boy, I wasn't wrong." White Faye, whose face appeared with a touch of joy. With this special ability of Li Mo's, at least they could save a small amount of time and not have to waste it on expanding the blood hole. Time was getting more and more pressing, the mood of the crowd was getting more and more depressing, but the movements of their hands were getting more and more violent. Everyone in the front open holes. Li Mo stood at the very center, responsible for another attack on the open blood holes, all of them hooked up to the corrosive effect. It really worked. The contraction speed of the blood holes slowed down a lot. It's great. Since ancient times, heroes come out of youths. Good boy. After the confirmation of those senior Imperial Beast Master, also do not mince words on Li Mo's praise. After all, a sentence of things, it is also regarded as this depressing atmosphere makes some release. Li Mo is also not polite, all except followed the crowd towards the depths, continue to advance. The more they advance, the higher they oppressive force inside. Many low-grade Imperial Beast Masters cannot keep up, and there is not much spiritual energy, can only retreat. There were only a few low-grade Imperial Beastmaster geniuses who were still following, such as Leng Qingqiu, Li Feng and so on. Of course, Li Mo was even more, needless to say. Leng Qingqiu and the others all admired Li Mo. However, Li Feng's face became more and more distorted as he looked at Li Mo, who was being complimented by the crowd as if he was the star of the show and the pitch-black, devil-like toad on top of his head. Earlier, Li Changtian had privately and secretly asked him where he caught the toads from, and he wanted to go and get all the toads back from there. Li Changtian didn't say anything at first, but later on he still revealed that the toad that Li Mo had was not an ordinary toad, but a toad that possessed a bloodline. If Li Mo was shining brightly on his own, he admitted it. After all, in the past Li Mo's studies had always been better than his, but Li Mo now possessed all these things from that Imperial Beast. The toad that possessed a bloodline, that was the toad that he personally found, the toad that he forced Li Mo to sign a contract with. In other words, Li Mo was able to be so powerful now because he had helped him himself. If he didn't give the toad to Li Mo in the first place, if he had contracted that Imperial Beast at that time, then everything that Li Mo had now would actually be his own. Thinking about it, Li Feng's eyes were already crimson and he had long forgotten to continue outputting the bombardment of blood and flesh, but no one cared by this point. The role that a royal beast master like Li Feng could play was already too low. Puff. It was not known exactly how long had passed, and just when the crowd felt that they were on the verge of exhaustion, suddenly a deafening loud noise came from the sky, as if a thunderbolt had struck in the sky. The sound was so loud that everyone's heart couldn't help but beat along with its rhythm. It was the sound of a heartbeat. Someone shouted excitedly, "That's right, this was precisely the sound of the dusty python's heartbeat." Upon hearing this sound, the crowd was instantly refreshed and their originally exhausted bodies seemed to be filled with renewed strength. They knew that they were getting closer to their goal and the location of the dusty python's heart should not be far away. Thus, the crowd quickened their pace and charged forward with vigor. They blasted and defeated all the obstacles that stood in their way without mercy. Finally, they managed to defeat their way out and came before a layer of diaphragm. This layer of diaphragm looked a little blurry and not very permeable, but everyone clearly realized that behind this layer of diaphragm was where the heart of the dusty python was located. As long as they were able to break through this final line of defense, they would be able to achieve the goal of this trip. Berserk Fist, White Tiger, Whistling Moon, Green Bird Raid. Coming before that mysterious and intimidating diaphragm, everyone was clear in their minds about the dire situation they were currently facing. Time passed quietly and the crowd felt more and more deeply that the dusty python's power was increasing and its struggles were becoming more and more ferocious. Despite the divine artifacts suppressing it, it seemed that it was no longer able to contain its impending tendency to break out of its trap for long. At this moment, no one was concerned about the loss of their own strength, and they all poured out their best efforts, even going so far as to overdraw the blood chi in their bodies, unleashing the most powerful attacks without reservation. However, the defense of this layer of diaphragm was impenetrable, even more powerful than the hardened snake scales in the outside world. However, the crowd was not discouraged by this. Instead, they were inspired to fight even more strongly, working together, going forward and backward to continue launching fierce attacks. Finally, after some strenuous efforts, they managed to blast a huge hole in the diaphragm. This triumphant achievement gave people a ray of hope. The moment the diaphragm was torn open, a strong shock surged through everyone's heart. The sight that unfolded in front of them was mind-boggling. A huge elephant like heart was beating as if announcing its existence to the world. The crowd had yet to come back to their senses from the shock when all of a sudden a shocking wave of power erupted from within the heart. Countless snake spirit shadows that were bright red and dripping as if they were cast in blood rushed out like a rain of arrows. These serpent spirits were extremely fast, as if lightning had crossed the sky, making it too late for people to react. The Wang clan royal beast master who bore the brunt of the attack was instantly drilled into by several snake spirits. In just a blink of an eye, the blood in his entire body was devoured, and his body rapidly dried up, eventually turning into a lifeless dry corpse that fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, the foreign beast he was driving also suffered the same fate and died miserably on the spot. This horrifying and bizarre scene caused the others to be shocked and they all retreated backwards, trying to avoid this sudden disaster. However, the speed of the serpent spirits was too fast and they followed the people like shadows, not giving them the slightest chance to catch their breath. For a time, miserable howls and cries of alarm resounded throughout the space, and the originally calm situation was suddenly thrown into chaos. Quickly retreat. These snake spirits, they were too terrifying, their attacks were useless, it was as if they didn't exist, completely immune to all attacks. On the contrary, once a snake spirit burrowed into their body, they would instantly be drained of their blood and turned into dry corpses. The vast majority of the Imperial Beast Masters who had arrived here had already exhausted their spiritual energy and their combat power had decayed. At this moment, when they were attacked by the snake spirit, they were instantly caught off guard and lost their troops. Seal the boundary. Fortunately, at the critical moment, by fate, who took out a special prop scroll, and after tearing it open, it formed a powerful boundary, temporarily protecting the crowd. The boundary formed a separate space where no snake spirits could enter for the time being. At the heart location, an endless stream of snake spirits surged out like a tidal wave, as if they were endless. These snake spirits were reddish in color, emitting a sickening bloody aura, and they quickly converged into a huge blood-colored ocean, filling up the surrounding space. And the diaphragm that had originally been torn open was currently healing at an astonishing speed and was about to be reclosed. At the same time, the body of the dusty python also began to change. At first it was still quietly coiled there, but as time passed, its body gradually trembled and its movements grew larger and larger. Each tremor was accompanied by a powerful power fluctuation, causing the entire space to tremble. The crowd, who originally thought they had found a breakthrough, fell to the bottom of their mood at this moment, deeply feeling an unprecedented despair. Give up, it's impossible to succeed. Those snake spirits, they don't die. Even if we go in, we're bound to die. Tired, destroy it. These snake spirits are besieging this place. When the ceiling boundary opens, we will be directly devoured with no bones left. We probably won't be able to wait until the duration of the forbidden boundary is over. Do you feel it? The feet are shaking. The dusty python is moving. City Lord, it might not be able to hold out any longer. Even Bai Feihu, who had been encouraging the crowd, was silent at this moment. Spiritual energy exhausted, physical strength exhausted, deeply surrounded. The giant python would move. This again, he could not see hope. Tick-tock, every second is an ordeal. I can't bear it anymore. I'll die with dignity. I'll go and fight them. Wang Can, the senior Imperial Beast Master of the law enforcement team, the contracted flaming dog, is already violent character at this moment. He really didn't want to die so suffocatingly. The flames burned his body. Without waiting for the others to persuade him, he had already used the skill, flames burning all over his body, and rushed out towards the outside. In just an instant, countless snake spirits burrowed into his body. Wang Can couldn't even explode himself, directly turning into a dry corpse and perishing instantly. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the crowd contracted dramatically. The path that came in was also shrinking and was almost closed. Suddenly, someone reminded to turn around at this time, only to find that the bloody hole that was 10 meters big at the beginning when they fought their way in was now only less than 2 meters wide. If they waited a little longer, the dusty python's wounds would have recovered and they would be sealed here forever, becoming part of the dusty python. No, I can't die. I don't want to die. I still have a great youth. Looking at the ever-shrinking retreat at the corner, Zhao Jie, the royal beast master who had contracted the wind-walking bird, had a flash of hesitation in his eyes, which finally turned into determination. The wind-walking bird was a bird that could harness the blistering speed of the wind, and in the event that he and the wind-walking bird used their skills at the same time, it could raise his speed to a terrifying realm. He could perhaps put up a fight and get out. He didn't want to die, he wanted to live. Blast wind. Berserk spiritual energy operated, and the blistering wind transformed into vigor, wrapping his entire being and rushing out towards the passageway at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, 10 meters away, 20 meters, 50 meters, saw the light. He was going to live. Zhao Jie's heart was racing with excitement. Then he felt that he was suddenly weak, as if he had been drained 18 times in one night. His body lost strength, then his body collapsed uncontrollably, and the scarlet snake spirit drilled out of his chest. Zhao Jie pawn. At this moment, some of the people who had just had a lucky chance were completely desperate. They even directly went limp. With disheveledness, we'd better retreat as soon as possible. Just now I suddenly remembered that I possessed an extremely special prop, the desert boat. This treasure was able to allow the trapped person to regain their mobility and not affect everything else, and with the ceiling boundary, it was just enough to allow us to get out. It's a pity that it's just too ribbed on weekdays, so I've long forgotten about it, but right now it came in handy. Just as everyone was in a desperate situation, Li Changtian suddenly stepped forward and spoke while pulling out a prop scroll with a flickering golden light from his pocket. He looked at the crowd with a firm gaze, his voice steady and powerful. As soon as the words fell, the people who were originally filled with dead gray faces and bleak eyes instantly rekindled the flame of hope. They stared at Li Changtian with wide eyes, as if they saw a ray of light in him. At this moment, Li Changtian was very satisfied that the crowd had reacted so violently. In fact, he already knew about the desert boat, but he deliberately chose to appear only when everyone was feeling desperate and helpless, and appeared in front of everyone in a savior-like manner. Because only in this way these people will be grateful and in awe of him, and thus may be controlled by him and work for him. After all, Li Changtian had always been an ambitious and unsympathetic person. Everyone come close to me, the distance of the desert boat is limited, don't space them too far apart. Hearing this, everyone was moving closer towards Li Changtian's direction. Li Mo was also moving, but the speed at which Li Mo was moving was slower than the others. This was because at the moment he was hesitating, because he was troubled by a matter. Deep in the heart of that huge body of the dusty python, it was as if there was some kind of mysterious power that was calling him and urging him to go there. This feeling was very strong, and there was always a voice that seemed to be saying in his ears, as long as he dared to step into it, those creepy snake spirits would never attack him. Li Mo never made up his mind. His heart was full of doubts and worries. He couldn't be sure whether the inexplicable sound was real or was it a hallucination caused by some weird ability of the earthly python. After all, if he ventured in and ended up in a tragic accident as soon as he left the house, then everything would come to naught. Faced with such a difficult choice, Liamo really didn't dare to take the risk to gamble easily. Just as Liamo immersed in the hard thinking, he did not notice beside him at some point as quietly stood a person, Li Feng. Even worse at this time, Li Feng's eyes were flashing with a mixture of jealousy and resentment. Jealousy was the original sin. Li Feng admitted that he was jealous of Liamo, jealous of Liamo's talent, jealous of Liamo's aura, even more jealous Liamo's imperial beast, possessing a legendary bloodline. But there was no relationship. Immediately Liamo was going to die. When Liamo died, everything would be over. Defeating intense surge to his heart, Li Feng could no longer hold back. Using all his strength, he blasted Liamo directly out of the boundary, and the huge inertial force even blasted Liamo into the interior of the diaphragm where the heart of the dusty python was. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Li Feng seemed to see Liamo smiling and heard Liamo saying thank you to him. The sudden scene stunned everyone. Li Feng, what are you doing? Li Changtian was the first to let out a furious roar of questioning. Liamo had such a good talent, his investment in Liamo had all been given out except for the dragon blood. Li Feng actually pushed out Liamo, then all of that, wasn't it all for nothing? Li Feng did not panic, the corner of his mouth with a smile. Liamo is dead, his heart not is over, everything will be back on track. He was the only heir of the Li family, all eyes should be on him. The gold-level imperial beast was his own, a beauty like Lu Ruyan was his own, everything was his own. Father, a dead genius is not a genius. Liamo was already dead, so there is no value, you taught me. Li Changtian was silent. Liamo was pushed into the depths of the diaphragm, the bloody snake spirits inside would only increase, and he would surely die, although it was very unhappy, but there was no point in getting angry with a living son over a dead son. The others were more silent, although they despised this kind of behavior, but this was a family matter of the Li family, especially since the desert boat, belonged to Li Changtian. If Li Changtian didn't even care about it, they certainly wouldn't care about it either. Liamo, Leng Qingxia was controlled by Fei, who lost in thought as she looked at this scene. How could she not have thought that that talented young man had fallen like this? Idiot, what have you done? Bai Fei, who was even more furious. How could he not have thought that such a thing would happen? Li Feng actually beat Liamo outside. Coming from a military background, he would have hated such behavior as betrayal. What's more, the one being pushed out at this moment was his most favored Liamo. By Fei, who was furious, he could no longer suppress his inner rage and struck out in anger. However, this strike was easily blocked by Li Changtian. Principal Bai, please calm your anger. Li Changtian's cold voice came. I understand how you feel at this moment, but things have come to this point. The wood has been turned into a boat. There is no point in talking more, let's just go out first. Bai Fei, who stared wide-eyed, incredulously at the man in front of him, so strange and cold. The tragic death of his own son was actually indifferent, as if nothing had ever happened. Not only that, he harbored the criminal. You were so cold-blooded. Bai Fei, who was trembling with anger, pointing his finger at Li Changtian, his eyes filled with shock and disappointment. In the face of Bai Fei, whose rebuke, Li Changtian only said a faint thank you. Bai Fei, who wanted to directly unlock the protection of the ceiling boundary, and all of us would die together. But he couldn't. Besides Li Changtian, there were other people here. The desert boat props stirred an odd small boat silhouette to appear, and all of them were treated as a single subject that could control the direction and move towards the outside. As for the ceiling boundary, it was completely unaffected as they began to depart towards the outside. The Scarlet Serpent spirits were upset and kept attacking, but they could do nothing about the ceiling boundary. They could only watch them leave. Thank you for helping me make my choice. As thanks, when I get out, I will personally send you on your way. Liamo was surrounded by countless blood-colored serpent spirits, but the serpent spirits did not harm him. Instead, they embraced him and headed towards his heart. Puff, puff. The sound of the heartbeat was deafening, as if the entire world was left with just this one sound. Liamo stared wide-eyed, staring intently at the immense heart in front of him, and could clearly see blood rushing and flowing in it. A drop of black water as black as ink was quietly suspended in the air like a mysterious and deadly gem tightly surrounding Liamo. It exuded a palpitating aura that could deliver a devastating blow as soon as it was sent out. Liamo took one step forward, carefully approaching that heart. With every step, he could feel the atmosphere around him getting more and more oppressive and heavy. Finally, he arrived in front of the heart, but was surprised to find that there was not even a single scarlet snake spirit around. Under careful observation, Liamo suddenly found that there seemed to be something strange about this heart. According to common sense, the heart should be full of vitality and life, but the one in front of him is the opposite. It looks like a withered and rotten old tree, no life to speak of, and even emits a burst of rotten smell. This feeling makes Liam cannot help but think of those not yet sold at 6 o'clock in the afternoon has begun to deteriorate pork. You found it. Just then something unexpected happened. The beating heart suddenly splits open and a small and delicate snake burrowed out of it. This small snake was extremely similar to the earthly python but was much smaller in size, as if it was a miniature version. The small snake held its head high and its mouth actually spat out human language as it opened and closed. Humph! This body of mine has been sealed for a long time and the source of my power has been deprived of a great deal of it, so now it is already at the end of its strength and it is difficult to support it off. If not for that, how could I be suppressed with just that broken God's staff that can't utilize 1/10,000th of its power? How can you beast masters who have not even reached the level of venerable masters attempt to destroy my body? It's simply a fool's errand. The shrunken version of the dusty python's attitude was arrogant to the extreme and its eyes were vacant as if it didn't place them in its eyes at all. The contempt and disdain in its eyes showed through, as if it was mocking all the unsuspecting opponents out there. You seem to have been betrayed just now. Do you need me to help you finish them off? As long as you ask, I can make all of them have no return. No need, I will take my revenge myself. Liam stared wide-eyed and deadpan at the shrunken version of the earthly python in front of him, and a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. After all, being able to communicate and dialogue with him, things had turned around. As long as both sides could communicate, that meant there was still a possibility of solving the problem. And look at this situation, the other party not only did not immediately move to defeat but also here with their own nagging and even obvious show of goodwill. Obviously there are some attempts. Thinking about it, Liam felt that he should be safe for the time being, at least his life is not a worry. Thinking of this, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time began to think about how to deal with this mysterious python. What is your purpose? Just say it directly. After going through so much effort to let me in, you don't just want to tell me this, do you? The dusty python looked at Liam twice more. In the end, the gaze landed on Liam's heart location. In its gaze, there was a flash of envy. The purpose of looking for you is actually very pure, that is, I hope to become your imperial beast. The voice came calmly, but it contained a firmness and determination. My body today is already near collapse and decay, and the only way to usher in the dawn of a new life is by transforming into the identity of a human imperial beast. Ordinary mortals hold no attraction for me, and there is no future in their company. You are the only one who is different, and you have been recognized by the Godhead, so you are bound to achieve great things in the future. Because of this, I am willing to become your companion. I will watch over you as you grow and you will help me recover so we can achieve a win-win situation. You want to be my royal beast? Liam was really a bit shocked that this terrifying earthly python invited himself to come for such an unexpected reason. This feeling made him feel doubly marvelous. It was like seeing an absolute beauty on the road, being kidnapped all the way, being threatened and being captured in front of the absolute beauty, and then that beauty said, I want to marry all of this full of magic. Why is it so unbelievable? But Dusty Python didn't have the need to fool himself, so it's all true. In addition, as a reward, I also have a fragment of the divine lattice here that I can give, saying that the shrunken version of the Dusty Python spat out a pitch-black fragment that was just like a fragment of the black water condensation pearl. This is the God frame. Liam knows that the black water condensation bead is not ordinary, but how can he not think that this is the God frame? Yes, it is. Hiss. Liam sucked in a mouthful of cold air. God frame or black water condensation bead he wanted. Dusty Python is a royal beast, he also wants it. All good things, idiots don't want it. I would like to agree, but I already have an imperial beast. As far as I know, a person can only contract one imperial beast, right? Normally each person can only contract one imperial beast due to the limitations of human spiritual power. If one tries to contract too many beasts at the same time, he or she will exceed the limits of his or her spiritual power, which will ultimately lead to spiritual exhaustion and death. However, there are always some unique methods or opportunities that can break this limitation, allowing people to contract a second or even more imperial beasts. What's more, ever since you were recognized by the divine fragment, you have already surpassed the boundaries of an ordinary human, thus you are fully capable of contracting multiple imperial beasts. However, it should be noted that since you have chosen to establish a contractual relationship with me when you wish to contract other imperial beasts, their strength and potential should be no less than mine. Alright, time is running out. Do you have any more questions? I'm not in much of a hurry, but if we keep dragging this out, the guy outside who's using a divine weapon is going to play himself to death. Don't you dare blame it on me. The guy outside with the artifact, speaking of the Leng City Lord, right? Liamo actually still has a lot of questions, but there is no need to ask. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Then in the contract, Leng Xinggua's face was as white as paper and a mouthful of scarlet blood was violently sprayed out of his mouth. His body was shaking as if he was a broken candle in the wind that could go out at any time. That earthly python was originally still struggling violently, and then its movements gradually became sluggish. However, despite this, the divine artifact's consumption was still astonishingly terrifying. Leng Xinghua had already done his best, even constantly overdrawing his life force to the point that his hair had actually turned partially white. By this moment his last ounce of strength was drained. Leng Xinghua's eyes went black and he collapsed straight down, falling into a deep coma. The artifact that had lost its master's control fell down like a kite that had broken its strings, and at the same time, the huge divine shadow in the sky also dissipated without a trace. Leng Xinghua's body, on the other hand, fell sharply from high in the sky like a meteorite. The faces of the people who had just come out on the desert boat changed drastically. Leng Qingqiu reacted the fastest. Father, the golden eagle, carried Leng Qingqiu and rushed out to catch Leng Xinghua, with Bai Feihu following closely behind. Many others also rushed over to help. But there were also people who hesitated. Leng Xinghua fainted at this time. Dusty Python, Li Changtian simply couldn't imagine what would happen if the dust python was truly unsealed. Without hesitation he unsealed the desert boat and quickly took out several flowing scrolls one after another from his body. These scrolls were the same as the scrolls of the desert boat. All of them were treasures that he had previously obtained from the spirit realm. As the scrolls unfolded, powerful forces surged out. In an instant Li Changtian was already far away and could not even care about his son Li Feng. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: run. If he was even a second later, he would have been defeated on the spot. The other Imperial Beast Masters also came back to their senses. Previously, Leng Xinghua had assisted in suppressing the dusty python with a divine weapon in his hand, but even so, they were still unable to defeat it. Now that Leng Xinghua had fainted, his life and death were unknown, and there was no one in control of the divine weapon. If they continued to stay in the same place, it would be a futile endeavor. It would be better to take advantage of this opportunity to escape from this place. After all, as long as the life, there will be the possibility of rising again in the future. As for those people below, alas, dead is dead. Father, wait for me. Li Feng looked at the distant Li Changtian with dismay. He thought that Li Changtian was only indifferent to Li Mo and was different to himself. Did not think the original himself and Li Mo. There is no difference in the eyes of Li Changtian. This father are all things that can be casually discarded. Li Feng at this moment only felt inside mixed feelings. However, he didn't dare to stay and quickly followed the fleeing people and rushed out. He found Zhao Jishuan, pulled her and began to flee. In the midst of the bustling crowd, Lu Guifan stared wide-eyed at those who had escaped, her eyes full of anticipation and anxiety. Her heart raced as each person walked out of the exit, but as time passed, she never saw Li Mo appear. Although her heart kept comforting herself, wait a little longer, her son must be right behind her. However, the reality mercilessly shattered her last ray of hope until the last person left also failed to find traces of Li Mo. Just at this time, heard that Li Feng wants to leave with Zhao Jishuan. Occasion Lu Guifan finally could not hold back emotions like a volcano erupted. She fiercely reached out and grabbed the corner of Li Feng's coat and asked in a hissing voice, "Where is Li Mo? Have you ever seen him?" Faced with a matter of life and death, was dragged in the footsteps. Li Feng, angry to the extreme indignation, turned his head and angrily reprimanded, "Do not want to live?" After seeing the person as Lu Guifan, Li Feng face actually a cold and cruel smile. "Oh, so it is you, ah? Li Mo, that idiot, has long been dead. I personally pushed him into the snake spirit encirclement. Now I'm afraid that even the bones of the corpse." Finished Li Mo, violently forced to tear away Lu Guifan palms. Taking Zhao Jishuan with him, he quickly fled the scene, only left Lu Guifan alone to stay in place, blankly looking around, as if the whole body strength was instantly drained, like disheveled to the ground. At this moment, the heart of the earthly python was removed and a mysterious luster flowed. Under the witness of the ancient rules, the contract was established. Li Mo could clearly see that he had an additional Imperial Beast, Dusty Python, level, LV0, spiritual power, 10,000, evaluation. What's there to evaluate? The beast god split into 12 divine veins and this was one of them. Who would have thought that this thing would also become an Imperial Beast? Why can't I see your talents and skills? Li Mo looked at the information about the Dusty Python and realized that most of the information was invisible. He could only see a part of it, but just this part of it already proved that the Dusty Python was different. God-level qualifications. The bloodline was even more. What a divine vein. no matter what it is, something with the word God in it is something powerful. It's normal that you can't see it because your strength hasn't reached that realm. The information you can see now is what I would like to show you. The more you reach the peak of the realm, the more difficult it is to describe in words until you will know later. For now you only need to know that I am invincible, that's all. The shrunken earthly python hovered above Lemo's head, treating it as a throne. It raised its head high, and even though it is transformed into a royal beast, its arrogance has not been reduced in the slightest. Little toad, I should have defeated you directly, but I see that this son is quite fond of you. I also need a follower, therefore, counting on your luck, I'll let you live. From now on, I'll be your boss. If you follow me, not to mention other things, you will be able to achieve a royal level bloodline. The little toad seemed to understand the words of the dusty python and rolled its eyes. Good boy, how dare you be so arrogant? If you have a temper, it's interesting, but you need to be taught a lesson before you know the heights of heaven. A mere toad dares to provoke himself, really ridiculous. The earthly python immediately shot. Let the toad understand who is the real overlord, even if it is the later imperial beasts, but also do not want to let themselves to be subordinate to a toad. Although it would be a loss of face to compete with a toad for supremacy today, it was imperative. Divine might, with a roar, a powerful might suddenly emerged, crushing towards the little toad like a mountain. The little toad blinked its eyes, but it was fearless. It's a bit interesting. The dusty python gulped its tongue with interest. It was endowed with the power of the 12 divine veins and was gifted with divine might. Although this power could not be compared to that of a real god, it had a natural suppression effect on all existences below gods, and this little toad can even withstand it. It is good that such a toad is of the same status as himself. It is not a disgrace, but that was no reason for a toad to provoke himself. The snake god stared. In the enormous eyes of the dusty python, a dazzling golden light suddenly flickered like a bright meteor as it sped straight towards the little toad. This light contained endless might, and wherever it passed, the surrounding air tumbled violently as if it had been boiled. In fact, the dusty python originally did not have the intention to defeat, otherwise even if it was suppressed by the artifact scepter it would not have been difficult for it to perform this skill. After all, with its terrifying strength, destroying a city was as easy as a slap in the face. Of course, at this moment it still has some reservations, did not use its full strength so as not to just sign a contract with Liam-O. Will be the other party's original royal beasts beaten to the extent of serious injuries. This is really not a good move. As for whether this 50% force could be withstood by the little toad, the dusty python also had no idea in its heart, just as it was hesitating whether or not it should reduce the force of its attack. A shocking scene occurred, only to see the little toad quickly stretch out its long tongue, striking as swiftly as lightning, instantly wrapping itself around the dusty python's body. Immediately after, the little toad opened its mouth and effortlessly swallowed the dusty python whole. This was a situation that Liam-O had not encountered before. How was this to be handled? The dusty python's base was undoubtedly superb, and at level 0 it actually had a whole 10,000 spiritual power. But the little toad is also not vegetarian. In the city guarding war, the little toad more life skills. After swallowing the sky and devouring the earth, devouring speed greatly improved. The total amount of spiritual energy was approaching 20,000. This is also the reason why Dusty Python looked for Little Toad's challenge to establish his position as the boss, and Liam-O wasn't worried about Little Toad. But this current result was something that Liam-O definitely did not expect. Awesome as this, the dusty python, the reincarnation of a great power, was actually swallowed by the little toad. Good boy, actually dared to swallow this seed. What a stupid toad that doesn't know how to die. 10 minutes later. It's a bit interesting. This stupid toad is stupid, but it's qualified to be my little brother, I'll admit you, but it's impossible to trap me like this. 20 minutes later. There's something wrong with this toad. What kind of toad is this? Why does he also have the aura of the godhead on him? Half an hour later. Kid, Liam-O saved me. This stupid toad is really digesting me. Liam-O, I usually don't laugh unless I really can't help it. We failed. We found where the heart of the dusty python is, but it's guarded by endless blood-colored serpent spirits. Those serpent spirits, they can't be defeated. There's nothing we can do about it. We can only escape. The dusty python is going to move. Let's run. It's useless. The dusty python is too powerful. We can't run out. Let me hug you again. I hope that we are still together in our next life. I love me also. I love that in our next life we will surely be together too. When they learnt that the plan had failed, some people broke down, some made a fuss, and some cherished the last light of day and embraced the one they loved most. I am sorry that my father was useless and could not hold on a little longer. Lung Xingguo was picked up by Leng Qingqiu, and after being fed the potion he came to his senses. His face was still pale and incomparable, as if he had aged 10 years. Speaking was also very labored, making one suspect that he might break at any time. Father, it's not your fault, you've done your best, just rest. Leng Qingqiu stopped Lung Xingguo from speaking, tears in the corners of her eyes, unable to hold back the flow. Listen to me, Qingqiu, I am a selfish person. The artifact actually has another function, it can teleport you out. Don't look back, you must be good in the future. Lung Xingguo forced himself to hold on and grab the artifact. He couldn't save the whole city, so he accompanied the whole city and died here together. But he is a father, forgive his selfishness, he wants to send Leng Qingqiu away. Look you guys, what's wrong with the dust python? He doesn't seem right. It seems true. Why are its eyes tightly closed? Master, is it time for us to make our move? In that dim and secluded corner a big dark snake blinked and transformed into two humanoid figures, one of which was none other than Mo Fangpai. At this moment he was staring intently at the earthly python in front of him, which had already closed its eyes, and inquired in a low voice to the dark snake elder beside him. Dark snake elder was also staring at the huge earthly python in front of him, and his eyes showed a hint of fear, uncontrollable exuberance, and a hint of near insanity. I just got the news that although those guys didn't finish off the dusty python, they are already approaching its heart. But this python actually didn't react at all and didn't fight back. Let's see, it must be running out of strength. This is a good opportunity for us. Wait here and watch me tame the python. I'll be the new snake god. Teacher, it's down. Dark Snake was thinking about his bright future when he heard Mo Fanpai's reminder and turned around, rumble, accompanied by an earth shattering roar as if the entire world was about to collapse. The incomparably large and jaw-droppingly huge earthly python, its mountain-like lofty body, unexpectedly collapsed without warning. In an instant, the earth trembled violently and people stood unsteadily as if they were thrown into the air and fell back down by an invisible force. The scene was like an 8-magnitude earthquake descending on Earth, houses collapsing one after another, dust flying and debris splashing everywhere. There was chaos in front of us, catching people off guard. The sudden change caused everyone present to be so stunned that they couldn't close their mouths and even forgot to run away. Those who were a little slow in their movements were almost drowned by the splashing mud, and their lives were in danger. This shocking scene was so sudden that the crowd could not react in time and could only watch it happen. What's going on here? This dusty python, how did it fall down? Feel carefully, the breath of the dusty python is gone. The spiritual power fluctuation has also disappeared, although the pressure is still there. But this feeling, there is no mistake. The dusty python dead. The dust python is dead. How is that possible? Could it be him, Lung Qingqiu by fate, who thought of Li Mo, who had just been pushed out by Li Feng? Could it be, was he the one who broke the dusty python's heart? Immediately he shook his own head. The situation just now, the endless blood-colored serpent spirits drowning Li Mo, could not have succeeded at all. But looking at the smoke and dust, there was still a huge body with a black shadow, but one could not help but believe it. Ahem. Just as the crowd was puzzled, a crisp coughing sound suddenly came out from the rolling smoke. Immediately after, a thin figure slowly emerged. He coughed violently while walking out of the smoke with a firm and calm pace. Even though this figure was less than 2 meters tall and appeared to be very thin, at this moment he seemed to be like a god descending into the world, inspiring awe. Li Mo, you're not dead. Could it be that you pierced through the heart of the earthly python? Did you really defeat this terrifying beast? Haha, I knew it, you are definitely a miracle working wizard. I've always believed that only you were capable of doing all of this. By fate, who did not hesitate to dart forward, an incomparable light of trust flashing in his eyes. For Li Mo, he was always full of confidence. Right behind him was Lung Qingqiu. Then the other Imperial Beast Masters also quickly surrounded them, talking. How did you defeat the dusty python? Weren't you pushed inside the pile of snake spirits by Li Feng? Did you break the heart of the urban python? Where are those snake spirits? Will they come out? How are you? Are you hurt? High-ranking beasts have cores. Do you have one? I've heard that high-ranking magical beasts have animal souls hidden in their cores, which can be nurtured into special imperial beasts after capture. What about that idiot from the Li family? Those sons of bitches of the Li family actually ran away in advance, counting on them to run fast, or else I will get him dead at a high point. They were full of curiosity, wanting to know what happened to Li Mo inside, how to defeat the dusty python, and whether Li Mo had gained anything. Of course Li Mo did not tell the truth. It was said that a piker is not guilty of a crime, and if the others knew that he had gained the knowledge of the dusty python, it would be a bit too much. A divine great imperial beast, a rank that one has never even heard of. I'm lucky you guys remember my Imperial Beast ability is corrosion. I added a layer of petrification to myself and the corrosion ability hangs on top of my petrification armor. Those snake spirits all went after you guys. I fell inside the diaphragm and climbed directly onto the python's heart. That python's heart dried up and wrinkled like dead tree bark. I didn't get more than a few hits in before it was straight up smashed. And then that was it. The description of many things in Lemo's words were true, only the link of the dusty python recognizing its owner was omitted. I see. Remember where we found the dusty python? It was originally suppressed underneath the shrine in the spirit realm. We all know that the spirit realm is a fragment of a small world that was once shattered by the gods, and it's at least thousands or even tens of thousands of years old. So this earthly python had long since run out of gas, so his heart was all dried up and withered. It was shattered by Lemo. I told you, such a powerful monster. How come I was able to break his defense so? It's because of this explains it. Right, this explanation I can also understand. At that time we were wrapped by the snake spirit, all only think of escaping, have forgotten to directly top towards the heart position, so perhaps long ago resolved the earthly python. Lemo only said one sentence. Some of the Imperial Beast Masters who participated in the direct suppression of the spirit realm battle directly put together all the stories. Lemo's lips slightly hooked up. It was quite good this way. It also saved him from having to think of ways to make up stories. He was happy to relax. The dusty python from now on was one of his own cards. Xiao Mo. Lu Guifan stumbled and rushed over, her tears having long since broken the bank. The Imperial Beast Masters surrounding Lemo hastily moved aside. Lemo looked at Lu Guifan, who was covered in dust and in a terrible state. He opened his hands. Mum, I'm back. Lu Guifan hugged Lemo tightly. In her heart there were 1,000 words she wanted to say, but in the end it only turned into a sentence of "It's good to be back. It's good to be back. The earthly python is dead, so do we not have to die? We won, we won." At the moment when the crowd was excitedly celebrating surviving and reuniting, standing in the shadows enviously looking at Lemo, who was surrounded by the crowd being thrown up, caught and thrown up again, the corner of Mo Fangpai's lips also hooked up a smile. This is Lemo, the Lemo he remembered, always shining brightly. Dark Snake also turned back, glanced at Lemo's direction. A touch of complexity appeared in his gaze, but soon he withdrew his gaze. Firmly he walked towards the corpse of the dusty python. Lemo, you are the one who saved Luo City and saved these 10,000 people of Luo City. You are the hero of Luo City. On behalf of the people of Luo City, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to you. Longxing, was supported by Leng Qingqiu, walked over and bowed deeply towards Lemo after listening to his story. After exchanging glances with Bai Feihu, signaling Leng Qingqiu, he handed over the broken artifact. Longxing took it and looked at it deeply for a few moments before finally handing it over to Lemo. Lemo, he will be yours from now on. I hope that you will be able to walk farther and higher on this road. Lemo looked at Longxing in shock. He knew that he would definitely be rewarded for defeating the dusty python. But how could Lemo not expect that Longxing would actually give him the divine weapon? He had seen the power of the divine weapon before. Although the dusty python was lingering on the thin dead camel was bigger than a horse, and the fact that Longxing was able to control the dusty python for 8 minutes was enough to show that this broken divine artifact was powerful. It is now right in front of one's face. Lemo, hurry up and take it. This is one of the fragments of the supreme divine artifact. If you possess the fragment of the god's character and then collected this divine artifact as well, then you would be fully qualified to become a new god candidate and could compete for that supreme scepter. Just before Lemo had the chance to open his mouth, the dusty python couldn't wait to scream in his mind. In fact, the dusty python also played a small plan in his heart, later to find a suitable opportunity, think of a way to cajole Lemo so that he will go to this worn-out artifact to get it, but never thought really should be the words "step through the iron shoes without looking for, get all without effort." This is just dozing off when someone sends a pillow to come. These people even took the initiative to bring the artifact to the doorstep. This artifact, you're giving it to yourself? Take it. This artifact requires a very high level of spiritual energy. When you hadn't contracted the Imperial Beast yet, your spiritual power reached a peak value of 99.99. When you were guarding the door earlier, I saw that your ability to sustain combat was quite strong and your spiritual power value should be even higher. This divine weapon is just right for you. Bai Feihu also spoke out to persuade. This was originally what he had suggested from the beginning, only that Lemo was even more powerful than he had imagined. I'll be as respectful as I can be. Thank you, City Lord. Thank you, Headmaster. Seeing that the other party was so gracious, Liam no longer made any pretense but reached out with a smile on his face to receive the so-called divine weapon. Under careful scrutiny he found that it was actually just a part of a broken scepter with the tail obviously shortened by a large amount, not to mention that even the top was missing quite a bit. However, when he gently held it in his hand, an unprecedented feeling surged through his heart. It was a powerful aura that could not be described in words, as if it came from the ancient times spanning endless years. It also seemed to contain endless mysteries and profound wisdom, so that people could not help but feel a sense of awe. This kind of breath is not only vast and boundless, but also long, both mysterious and unpredictable, but also with a heavy texture. Undoubtedly, this was precisely the unique power that only divine artifacts possessed in the legends. The glamour it exuded was intoxicating, and at the same time it also aroused a person's deepest desire for the unknown world and strong power. Hero of the Snake Slayer, the proud son of heaven, Limo, can I have your autograph? Sign it on my corset. I'll never wash it again. Hero, I'll give you a monkey. No, I'll give you a toad. Jetman, I love you. There seems to be something wrong mixed in, but none of it matters. Celebration, happiness, congratulations, joy. Make way, don't block my view of the boy wonder. Lu Ruyan was originally not far from where Liam was standing, but as the crowd pushed, shoved and crowded, moving outwards one after another, eventually squeezing her into the most remote corner, she looked at the distant Liam. The gradually lengthening distance between the two people is not only the physical sense of the gap, but also represents the chasm between their hearts and minds gradually moving farther and farther away. In the past years she could still rely on the marriage with Li Feng to comfort herself, at least it was for the benefit of the family. However, time has changed. Her grandfather passed away, Li Feng fled, and the entire Li family disappeared. So far, everything she has all gone to waste. Once painstakingly managed everything like a ridiculous farce. Lu Ruyan smiled to herself. Goodbye grandpa, goodbye Luo Chang, I should also go after my own life. Finally, goodbye Liam. I hope I still have a day when I can stand by your side. Lu Ruyan silently concealed her figure and disappeared. No one noticed that there was one less person moving. It's moving, he's not dead. A mournful wail came out. It turned out to be Imperial Beast Master Zhang Chao, who was clearing up the battlefield, suddenly realizing that the body of the dusty python had trembled a little, scaring the living daylights out of him. There was still quite a bit of smoke and dust that hadn't cleared, obstructing the line of sight, but the dust python's huge body was still evident. You're seeing things, aren't you? If the dust python hadn't died, we would have died long ago. How could we still be here? That's right, Liam has said that the dusty python's heart was broken, and the city lord and the others have determined that the dusty python doesn't have the breath of life anymore. Don't scare yourself, it is you who see for yourself that the dust python is dead through and through, and it is not moving at all. Hu Zhang Chao took a deep breath. Looking over, there was indeed no movement, and his heart calmed down a little. Maybe he was really too nervous and misread it. He closed his eyes and reopened them. All of a sudden he froze in place. The body of the dusty python, which had just been not far in front of him, was gone. He opened his mouth, but found that he could not make a sound. It was only later that a sad sound pierced the sky. This time it wasn't just him who noticed, everyone noticed. The body of the dusty python was gone. It was hard to believe that the dusty python was really still alive. His body was so big that he might not have only one heart. It can't be, can it? Then aren't we dead? Don't. What's going on? No, the dusty python is dead, I'm sure of it. There's a special aura here. It's the power of the beast god cult. The dusty python's body, it should have been stolen by someone from the beast god cult. In the end, it was the knowledgeable city lord Leng Xinghua who sealed the deal. The 12 chiefs of the beast god cult corresponded to the 12 divine beasts of the beast god cult, and they all had special abilities. The one who was active in Luo City was the dark snake elder among the 12 elders. He had a special ability, transforming snake. That is, transforming himself into a snake. He should have used this skill to temporarily manipulate the body of the dusty python and steal the body. After careful investigation, Leng Xinghua and Bai Feihu came to this common conclusion: there was nothing they could do about this result. Liam, the corpse can't be given to you, let's compensate you extra. Liam gazed into the gloom where Mo Fangpai was before. Mo Fangpak followed Dark Snake, so the dusty python was stolen by Dark Snake Elder? Liam cursed fiercely. He had just discussed with Leng Xinghua that the body of the dusty python could be returned to him, although the big is indeed a little bit bigger, but the level is so high. If the little toad swallowed the corpse of the dusty python, I don't know how much spiritual power and experience can be raised. Perhaps can also take the opportunity to obtain some super powerful skills and talents. It never occurred to me that this corpse was actually taken away by the dark snake And how did this dark snake do it? The weight of the dusty python, exactly how much the dusty python itself is not clear anyway. Super big, super heavy. This was also the reason why Liam wasn't in a hurry letting the little toad devour it, and no one was guarding it. After all, it was so big, who could steal it? But it was also such a coincidence that it was stolen by the dark snake. Fortunately what was stolen was only a shell. The most important thing had already been taken away by himself. As the smoke of the battle gradually dispersed, the war finally drew to a close. If the dusty python was still around, its massive mountain-like body sprawled across the earth would have hindered the speed of Luo City's reconstruction. Now the body of this behemoth was nowhere to be seen, at least for the people of Luo City. Clearing the battlefield became much easier. The reconstruction of Luo City began officially, and the people threw themselves into this arduous but important task with hope. The Infrastructure Brigade and the Imperial Beastmasters worked closely together, displaying unrivaled tacit understanding and efficiency. Faced with mountains of construction waste, traditional methods were difficult to deal with effectively, but this did not make it difficult for them. Seeing the Earth Imperial Beastmasters perform the Earth Dragon turning skill, the earth shook violently, and those originally stubborn building ruins were turned over like a torrent, quickly clearing out an open land. The shortage of water was also a problem, but the Water Imperial Beastmasters would not let this difficulty hinder the city's recovery. They conjured up powerful water dragon bombs, and a stream of clear water shot out of the air, moisturizing the parched land and providing the workers with plenty of water. When more stone was needed, the special lineage Imperial Beastmasters stepped forward. They used their petrification skills to instantly transform ordinary rocks into hard and beautiful building materials, constantly meeting the construction needs. Limo witnessed all of this with his own eyes, and his heart was flooded with endless emotions. These Imperial Beastmasters had created one construction miracle after another with their unique abilities. He knew that it was because of their existence that Luo City was able to rise so quickly from the flames of war and take on new vigor and vitality. There was only unimaginable, there was nothing that couldn't be done. Fighting might not be particularly good at it, but building roads was very swift. Liam also took the little toad and helped clean up a lot of corpses and ate them all. 2 days later, the main building of Luo City, the basic repair, resumed operation. The rest of the details slowly add. After a thrilling battle, Liam became the #1 contributor in the battle and naturally reaped many rich rewards. The first and foremost was the huge villa that could be described as luxurious to the extreme. This residence was not only grand in scale but also equipped with an advanced and complete independent defense system which could be described as solid and safe. To be able to own such a residence was undoubtedly something that many people could only dream of, but for Liam this was just the tip of the iceberg among the many rewards. At the same time, due to the widespread impact of what happened in Luo City, the relevant situation was quickly reported to the Imperial Beast Division. For his outstanding performance in this incident, Liam received a special award from the official organization, the Imperial Beast Division, a precious and incomparable Dragon's Blood Mystery Realm entry token. With this token in hand, he would be able to freely enter and exit the mysterious and unpredictable Dragon's Blood secret realm, which was full of opportunities and challenges. On top of that, the feat of defeating the earthly python had also earned Liam a great deal of battle merit. Taking into account all the merits he had accumulated previously, the final total was as high as 1 million. Such a brilliant achievement was enviable to the onlookers. Not only that, Liam was also directly named Baron of the Imperial Dragon Empire and was awarded the Baron's badge, which symbolized his noble status and glorious position. This series of honors made Liam's reputation far and wide, attracting attention and becoming the object of admiration. In the face of these sudden glory and fame, Liam always maintained his calmness and composure. There are not many things in Luo City's military merit exchange pool. You will only waste it if you exchange it here. You can go to the Academy or the Imperial Beast Division before you exchange it. Your Imperial Beast has a bloodline you can exchange for a bloodline purification potion or a rejuvenation bloodline elixir and so on to make your Imperial Beast stronger. In addition, there were some special things such as skill washing props, skill expansion props, skill leveling props and so on. This world is huge. Luo City is just a small remote place. You go to the wider world, you will find that the world is colorful. Launching what persuaded Liam looked at it. Luo City's military credit exchange library things are still quite a lot, only that the ones that are useful to him are not too many. For example, the one that boosts the synchrotron, this can be said to be a very good prop, but one owns absolute synchrotron. For example, the ones that boosted the upper limit of spiritual power were not very useful to the little toad and to the earthly python. Liu Mo ended up picking out some things that strengthened his body which he wanted to exchange, but Lung Xinghua directly and generously gave them to him. These things Liu Mo finally gave them to Lu Guifan to help her temper her body that had been damaged over the years. Under some conditioning, Lu Guifan's entire person was a few years younger. The situation in Luochang inadvertently changed drastically. The former glory of one of the four great families, the Lu family, is now no longer in the limelight. The pillar of the family Lu Dingbang died heroically, and Lu Ruyan, who was the successor, also disappeared, and the rest of the many descendants were even more inactive and difficult to become a great man. In this way the Lu family silently withdrew from the stage of the four great families. Fortunately, in this war the Lu family made a contribution, so it was a smooth retreat. The Li family, which was originally in the spotlight, eventually went into decline due to a series of changes such as Li Changtian's disappearance and Li Feng's absconding and being wanted for arrest. The family's properties were all divided up. At the same time, a Li family led by Liu Mo gradually emerged, but due to the scarcity of the number of people, it can only become the talk of the town after tea and dinner, and did not really stand firm. In the next few days Liu Mo wholeheartedly accompanied Lu Guifan, and even Rare did not bring his beloved little toad out to forage for mosquitoes. After all, he had eaten too much in the previous days, and at this time he really needed to take a short break to digest. Of course, the most important thing is, the date of admission has been finalized, the parting is imminent. He just wanted to take this opportunity to be with her around. However, happy times are always fleeting, and good days are often short-lived. He had just enjoyed the peace and quiet of the present world, but in the blink of an eye he had to embark on a journey again. Take this shirt with you so you can change, and bring a thicker one in case it cools down. And bring an umbrella in case it rains. An umbrella is convenient. Bring some cash. Although it's all about electronic payment, sometimes it's good to have some cash, just in case. Your school does not say whether there is a quilt. This should also bring a bed or not bring two beds, a bed mattress and a bed cover, towels, toothbrushes, wash basins. According to Li Mo's idea, bring nothing, bring money is enough. But Lu Guifan think not to pack a little something. The beginning is a little plus a little. Now are two big boxes. Lu Guifan is still packing. And this is the bacon I bought on purpose, and sausage you take. There is a place in the past do it yourself to eat. There are also some dry food the road hungry to eat. In addition, there are some special products of Luocheng you bring over, distributed to classmates and classmates to play good relations. I know that between Imperial Beast Masters they are destined to fight, but if you make a good relationship with your classmates you won't be too badly injured. By the way, injury, this is the medicinal wine I specially found for bruises and injuries, especially useful. You take it with you. There are also bandages, rapid hemostatic potions. Unconsciously Lu Guifan has already loaded 3 boxes, but she still couldn't get enough. Parents are always like this, want to give their children all the good things they can think of. Liu Mo has no doubt that if the boxes can be filled, Lu Guifan can stuff the whole house into them. But Liu Mo didn't stop at this kind of feeling quite good. He could feel it, the tenderness of a mother's love. Looking at Liu Mo has been smiling there. Lu Guifan looked at the pile of things packed out and smiled herself, as if there is a little bit more. Are you not good to bring? Liu Mo smiled and said. Liu Mo said with a smile, but Lu Guifan for Liu Mo consider or choose a part out. Quilt, bucket and so on did not bring when the time to buy new specialty products and so on. Stay medicine and so on is very important. Stay finally still loaded 2 boxes. Liu Mo, are you ready? We are ready to go. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Ling Qingqiu stood outside the door playfully, also with 2 large boxes. Okay. Lu Guifan sent Liu Mo out the door and did not continue to send out, but Liu Mo turned back. Lu Guifan stood there at the window staring at himself. Although he knew that he left, Lu Guifan might be very reluctant to leave, but there is no way, he also has his own pursuit. In fact, Liu Mo had wanted to solve the Li Feng, did not think this person ran too fast, did not catch up, can only come back later to deal with. The good thing is that, on the side of Luochang, it is also considered to be arranged by Fei Hu and Lang Xinghua care. The Li family has gone, and Liu Mo has the identity of the Viscount. Lu Guifan's identity has also risen, not anyone dares to hurt her. Liu Mo was also considered to have no worries. What the Academy requested was to gather outside the Magic Beast Forest. The magical beast forest, located 1,000 kilometers away to the north of Luo City, was far away. But the good news, on the badge Qi Yang gave at the beginning, there was a detailed road map. They just had to follow the map and not feel blind. As for those who couldn't even find the place by following the diagram, that could only be said elimination. Shortly after, the two arrived at the station without thinking. There were quite a few people coming to the station to see them off. Liam, when you come back, I am still willing to give you a toad. Even if you come back and I get married, I can still give you toads. We didn't even get into college. Liam was already going to the Seed Academy. People are more angry than people, and goods are throwing me away. Liam, goodbye. Among these people, some of them are familiar faces to Liam, while some are relatively unfamiliar. What's more, some of them still have a not so small contradiction with him, those who had taunted him in the beginning following Li Feng. Only these were all like smoke clouds of the past, dissipating. Liam smiled and waved goodbye to everyone. Afterwards he turned around and boarded the vehicle with Leng Qingqiu, embarking on the journey to Seed Academy. The wheels of the vehicle rolled forward, taking them gradually away from the crowds and hustle and bustle behind them, heading towards that place full of hope and challenges. Along the way the two sat side by side, their moods both excited and nervous. The scenery outside the window flew by as if symbolizing the passage of time and the extension of life's path. Full, on the outskirts of Luo City, in a deep canyon, the corpse of a huge serpent stood here. The dark snake appeared from the corpse of the dusty python, his eyes a little red with rage. A fool. Taking great pains and exhausting efforts, Dark Snake even went so far as to use several incomparably precious props and finally succeeded in stealing the massive mountain-like corpse of the dusty python out of the way. Originally full of joy, Dark Snake calculated, as long as he could refine the body of this earthly python, make it his new body, and draw on its body's vast and boundless majestic blood chi and pure soul power, then he was expected to touch the realm of the gods. However, it was not to be. When he dissected this huge body with great expectations, he was shocked to find that the essence of the soul was gone and the blood chi was also dissipated to a very small amount. Not only that, even the most treasured nucleus of a high-level magical beast had disappeared without a trace. Seeing that this earthly python's body had lost its most valuable core, the anger and disappointment in the Dark Snake's heart was hard to describe. Nevertheless, this body still retained considerable power. Even if only 1/10 of the original blood chi remained in it, it could still bring quite lucrative benefits to Dark Snake. But how could he be so proud and high-minded as to be willing to accept such a result? After all, once had high hopes and paid a huge price in exchange for the treasure, is now mutilated. This feeling, as if he went to great lengths to do a business to earn $1 million. As a result, after half a day of exhaustion, there really is $1 million, but all 900,000 was taken by someone else. Did he lose? It's not a loss, at least he made 100,000, but it just doesn't feel right. He worked hard to build the stage and worked so hard that others ate the meat and he drank the soup. Who is it who did this? By Feihu or Leng Xinghua? No, they don't have that kind of time. It couldn't be that kid, could it? Dark Snake thought of it, that young man who finally came out of the body of the dusty python Liam. No way, it couldn't be him. He didn't have the strength to extract the essence and blood chi. What if it was? Dark Snake's teeth itched with anger. The cultivation path of a royal beast master was full of challenges and opportunities, requiring constant exploration and breakthroughs. By establishing a deep emotional bond with their imperial beasts and utilizing their own talents and skills, they achieved the goal of mutual promotion and growth between the two. As the beasts grow, they will gradually show their strength and give more energy back to the masters, while the masters will also use their professional knowledge and experience to give the beasts the proper guidance to help them thrive. However, the beast god cult follows a very different and even cruel path. For various reasons, most of these followers are unable to become qualified beast masters in the true sense of the word, and so in order to achieve their goals they resort to extreme measures to survive and find strength in the midst of the bloodshed. Specifically speaking, it is to ingest the pure blood of the beasts to refine the body, draw its essence to nourish the soul, so that the achievement of the so-called divine power. In contrast, in the traditional sense, the kind of view of the beasts as close comradeship in this place has disappeared. Instead of purely treating them as prey to be slaughtered or even precious medicinal herbs. Teacher, then we are going to find Liam? Find him and ask for the blood and essence back, Mo Fangpai inquired in a low voice from the side. Dark Snake was angry. He didn't really want to mess with him at this time. Forget it, it's uncertain if it's at Liam's place or not. Moreover, the body of the dusty python was here, so let's deal with this body first. Although the essence was gone and only 1/10 of the blood chi was left, the scales, blood, flesh and bones were all of great use, and all of these needed time to be dealt with. Dark Snake shook his head helplessly after pondering. If Liam was still in Luo City, he would definitely go and try to chase after him, even if he had to pay some price. It was not impossible, but he knew that Liam had gone to the Seed Academy. That place was not something he could go to. Of course, the most Crucial thing was the existence of those people from the Imperial Beast Division. That was what Dark Snake was truly afraid of. The Imperial Beast Division on the surface was an absolute power institution that maintained the stability of the Imperial Dragon Empire. However, such an organization had cooperated with their beast god cult, and it was even rumored that the Imperial Beast Division had communicated and cooperated with the magical beasts. There were many kinds of blackness in the world, and the kind of the Imperial Beast Division Dark Snake couldn't even understand. Looking at the body of this huge earthly python in front of him, how is this not a harvest? Knowing what is enough is always happy, Dark Snake thought bitterly. At the same time in his heart he regretted more and more. In the beginning he really should have agreed to Lemo's request, even if he said something about coming to the Beast God sect part-time or something. It doesn't matter at all. If he is allowed to come in, even if it is a part-time job, then it is also considered to be one of us. In this way, if the dusty python's chi and blood after the essence spirit is really taken away by Lemo, then is it also negotiable? I don't know. Now that I promised Lemo part-time beast god sect, would he still be willing? Dark Snake thought with some bitterness. Achoo! Lemo sneezed. His son traveled 1,000 miles and his mother was worried. Perhaps it was Lu Guifan who was thinking about him. It was just that, unfortunately, he had to go his own way after all. The road is far and long, but for the first time to set foot on this strange land, traveling Lemo but did not feel the slightest boredom. On the contrary, he was full of curiosity and expectation, enjoying the scenery along the way with great interest. Along the way he had traveled through countless regions and enjoyed various customs. Those beautiful, breathtaking and marvelous landscapes were even more eye-opening to him, and the perfect fusion and symbiosis of imperial beasts and modern high technologies seemed to show the world a new future world full of infinite possibilities. At this point in time, not far ahead of the appearance of a majestic mountain ranged the foot of a dark and deep tunnel hidden. There is no need for Lemo to ask, the next seat has already been introduced by someone who knows. Ahead is the subterranean mountain tunnel. This is a famous tourist attraction. Legend has it that when the railway was being built, the mountain hindered the route and the detour was too far to dig the tunnel, which was filled with hard granite and couldn't be dug at all. Even invited the pangolin, ground-walking insects and other imperial beasts to help, are unable to open this mountain. Because when they arrive here, all the magical creatures will be enveloped by a special pressure and they will not be able to exert a layer of strength. At that time, looking at this railway can only be terminated when a young man appeared. His lone son walked into the mountain, and soon after a huge hissing sound came from inside the mountain along with the sounds of battle. The battle, which lasted 9 days and 9 nights, knew that on the 10th day he came out from the other side of the mountain, behind him followed by a huge divine dragon. It turned out that this mountain was the dragon's lair habitat, so when other imperial beasts came here, they would be suppressed by the dragon's might. But that young man conquered the dragon and the dragon took the initiative to become his imperial beast. That young man, you guys have heard of him, he is the creator of the Imperial Beast Division, the synonym of the Imperial Dragon Empire, Sovereign Dragon Aotion. On the next seat, a few young men were staring ahead with glittering gazes, holding mobile phones in their hands, taking pictures and videos of videos. One of them, a girl, was introducing, as if she were counting the legends about the subterranean dragon mountain. The rest of the people looked at her with a face of adoration. She found out that Lemo was eavesdropping but didn't care. Instead, she was quite happy and her voice was a little louder. The biggest scenic highlights of the submerged dragon mountain are 3 places. One is the dragon's cloister, where the echo of the dragon's roar can be heard to this day. One is the dragon scale stone wall with dragon scale patterns and a real dragon scale in the depths. But to say the best, it was still the Imperial Dragon Valley in the depths of the subterranean Dragon Mountain, where His Holiness conquered the place where the giant dragon fought. It was said that there one could appreciate the traces of the battle left behind by the Venerable One and could even learn something from it. Hearing what that girl said, Lemo was a bit tempted to go and take a look. The scenery was secondary to the fact that Venerable Long Aotion could be said to be the guardian god of the Imperial Dragon Empire, the most powerful person in this world, the absolute existence in books. Lemo wanted to go and see some of the elegance of such an existence. Another reason was that the dusty python was getting more and more restless as it approached the subterranean Dragon Mountain. After Lemo inquired about it, it stated that it sensed a familiar aura ahead and wanted to go and take a look. Leng Qingqiu on the side was also going out for the first time and was more than a little eager to go. Do you want to go and take a look? Lemo suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Is it possible? For a moment, Leng Qingqiu's eyes lit up, reacting. Awkwardly stirring her fingers, adding, like this, it's not good, right? will it be too late to report? Liamo smiled. This girl quite interesting. Before, when she was in the outer city, everyone called her Captain Lun, thunderous decisive means. Now out in fact are all little girls who have not grown up. Not a big problem, you can check it out, there is still plenty of time to report for duty. This bus, there is another one at 6 p.m, we can go and have fun. Take a look. 6 p.m, take the next bus and go straight away. It just so happens that I also want to go and take a look, Liamo said after looking at the map and the information about the vehicle schedule. Well, okay. Leng Qingqiu said with forced composure, but her raised eyebrows revealed her happiness. Subterranean mountain scenic area. There were many people. Liamo thought that in the original world the scenic holiday crowded with people was already excessive. This world's scenic area was even more terrifying. Because of more imperial beasts, subterranean Dragon Mountain is again special. Because the imperial beasts' famous place, many people will bring imperial beasts to sense the dragon power. Resisting the pressure, it is said that the imperial beasts in such a dragon's might, after getting used to it in the battle facing a high-level opponent, it will not be routed at once. Liamo inquired about the dusty python, and it expressed its affirmation for this statement. The sparrow by the phoenix's nest is fierce, and the mouse jumps under the dragon's nest. That's what I mean. After years and years of feeling the pressure of the dragon and phoenix, even the most ordinary sparrows and rats cannot be afraid of some of these breaths. Liamo can also understand, and once a poem has the same wonderful. Once the sea is difficult for water, except for the witch mountain is not cloud. To say a little more straightforward, I have seen the beauty. General, I cannot see. This leads to the whole scenic area. People crowded people crowded beasts crowded beasts crowded people, even divided into several layers. The first layer, tiny imperial beasts lying on their owners' shoulders or on top of their heads. Second tier, average-sized imperial beasts following their masters around, advancing together. Third tier, exceptionally tall imperial beasts that stood up and walked with the person on its crotch. And that's not all. Fourth level, flying imperial beasts at the top. They are also the least crowded. Liamo could only lament that it was full of styles unique to this world. Reasonable, quite reasonable. All the way to dilly-dally, cannot enter at all. In the end is Leng Qingqiu driving a golden eagle with Leng Qingqiu and Liamo from the air to see several scenic areas. At the dragon scale Stonewall stayed a little longer. How is it? Do you feel your familiar aura? Is it your familiar, no familiar beast? Liamo looked at the huge scale inside, bigger than the scales of the dusty python's previous body. And it did emit a faint pressure on it. It made the golden eagle's flying height drop by 2 meters, or was it the result of Leng Qingqiu's constant encouragement? Let's go. On this dragon scale there is the scent of a deceased person, a deceased beast, but the scent is very thin. It is not it. In the tone of the dusty python there was a slight loss. Your deceased person, beast, what exactly is it? A dragon? Liamo couldn't help but ask curiously. I don't know, how should I tell you? The ancient supreme god divided into 12 divine veins, you know it, right? This I know. 12 Chinese zodiac. Liamo laughed at that time. No, this news, he was still a little surprised. This world actually has the existence of 12 Chinese zodiac. In fact, God the Father only divided into 11 divine veins at that time. The whole world has circulated such a saying. As long as we 11 again reunited and fused into one will be able to succeed in the great God the Father from the endless void to call back. With a strong belief in this legend, we decided to give it a try. Unexpectedly, however, when we attempted to merge with each other, instead of ushering in the coming of Father God as expected, we summoned a special being that had never been seen before. The dragon. This mysterious dragon seemed to combine all the good qualities of the 11 of us, and its power was second only to that of the Supreme Father God. The dragon looks after us like an elder. It was the origin of the thousands of dragons in the world and evolved into one of the 12 divine veins in later years. It was a pity that the good times didn't last long when an amazing war suddenly broke out. In that tragic war, the dragon disappeared, and the 11 of us were forced to scatter to the ends of the earth. Since then I have embarked on a long journey to find my family, hoping to be reunited with my lost brothers and sisters. However, as fate would have it, during this difficult journey, I was unfortunately sealed in that ancient temple. Time has passed, and it is only now that I have been able to see the light of day again. Just now I sensed a familiar aura, and I also heard the girl next to me tell the story of the submerged dragon. A dragon, I thought, but know that what a submerged dragon probably just accidentally swallowed a drop of dragon's blood. The dusty python's voice got lower and lower as it spoke, but then it got excited again. No matter what, this is a clue. Liamo, you help me. I want to go and see this submerged dragon, find him and ask for news about the dragon. Good, but that kind of existence is not something I can just casually see. Wait until I grow to a certain level, Liam directly agreed. Anyway, is not now. There is nothing not to agree. Well, I will help you. The dusty python obviously didn't quite understand the meaning of painting a cake. Instead, it was very grateful to Liam. It was very satisfied with the result. Just one scale after so long and such a powerful pressure that made the golden eagle somewhat unable to carry it. It was unimaginable how powerful that submerged dragon was. It was even more terrifying than the dusty python from before. After strolling around for a long time, the golden eagle couldn't hold on anymore. Before Ling Qingqiu couldn't get enough and came out with Liam. When they got outside, she was still excited. That scale gave too much of a shock. It was, I wonder how powerful a real dragon is? It would be nice for such an existence to become my imperial beast, Liam thought heartily. According to the dusty python, the submerged dragon had only swallowed just a single drop of the real dragon's blood, and it was already so terrifying. And with the submerged dragon, Long Aotian became the strongest imperial beast master. Then, how powerful is a real dragon? He had obtained the dusty python, which was the representative of the snake and the rest of those divine beasts. Did he have a chance to obtain them? What about dragons? Liam twisted his head and looked at the little toad lying on his shoulder. This guy possessed infinite growth potential. Was it possible that one day he could reach that level? Submerged Dragon Valley is just a small episode, is also considered to be this bland journey more than a little flavoring. A day and a half later, Liam and Ling Qingqiu arrived at a base outside the beast forest. Hey? I just felt that you guys look a bit familiar. So you guys are also here at Seed Academy. Just after arriving at the door, a slightly surprised voice came from behind. A girl with a high ponytail wearing sports short sleeves and overflowing with youthfulness bounced and rushed over. It is you. Liam also recognized the girl. It was clearly the girl from before on the train from the subterranean valley, only that she was the only one without a companion. Hello, how are you guys? I'm Fong Cc, the Xie of Hope. Just call me Cc. Meeting is destiny and we've met twice, so it's really double destiny. Please take care of me from now on. Hi, I'm Ling Qingqiu from Elthe City. Liam, how are you? Fong Cc is very talkative, self-acquainted, not at all afraid of being born, smiling, very pleasing to the eye. From her mouth, I learned that the original train and she ate and drank with a few girls and not her companions is she met on the train. Heard that the other side to travel, so all the way to the other side of the introduction. Fong Cc has a lot of words and a wide range of knowledge. No matter what was said, she never let the words fall to the ground. With her there it was not cold at all. Partnering up, they walked into the space together. Just as soon as they entered, they saw an acquaintance, Mubai, at first together with Ji Yang, the genius of the Imperial Beast Division who had given him a medal, but at the moment his face was filled with gloating. Wow, here come 3 more little rookies. Yo, welcome to Seed Academy's Hell Mode. The academy is just 12 kilometers inside the magical beast forest. Oh, now you have to face the first level is to walk to the school, but be careful, the beast forest is not an ordinary place. It is a large beast spirit realm and many small beast spirit realm. After the collapse of the beasts fled and slowly formed the forest, plus some magical creatures that escaped from other places. There are dangers everywhere inside. There are snakes, insects, rats and ants, poisonous swamps, man-eating flowers and plants, and the list goes on and on. It's a very dangerous path. You might get defeated. Now if you want to quit you can just go home. We'll reimburse you for the traveling expenses. Just think of it as a round trip. If you don't want to back out you have to be ready to fight for your life. This is not a joke or a game, it's a real life and death test. Alright, make your choice. We're all here, so let's get on with it. Brother, you are so handsome, can you take a picture with me? Fong Cc reveals a big smile. Yes, after you've successfully enrolled, I also choose to continue. Ling Qingqiu nodded towards Mubai and said. Mubai nodded his head, looking towards Liam. He remembered that Qi Yang had a high opinion of Liam. What about you? How do you choose? I'm standing here, doesn't that indicate my choice? Liam with a strong confidence asked back. Well, not bad since you have chosen, then let's go. Oh yes, luggage, do not have to bring it. If you succeed in entering the college I will help you send in. If you don't get in you can take your luggage with you when you come back and go straight home. It's up to you if you want me to carry your bags for you. Cheer up, little rookies. Outside the beast forest, there were no extra buildings, not even a complete road. There wasn't even anyone to look after it. In the middle of the forest there is a light white fog with dense foliage, not much sunlight, as if it is a huge beast that chooses people to eat. Opened its mouth, waiting for them to enter. Liam opened the compound eyes, did not find any hidden cameras around. Couldn't help but wonder, there's no need to keep us apart. just let us in straight away, not afraid of us hugging each other. If the three of them are together when they encounter danger, it will be easy with cooperation, right? Wouldn't this be actively lowering the difficulty? In that case, isn't it a watering down? The two of them, Leng Qingqiu and Fang Cici, also studied it and didn't come up with a name. Cici can't see any problems, little brother, young lady, whatever the flood. Let's go straight on, there is no point in hesitating. The three of them took a step into the mysterious and unpredictable magical beast forest. Right at the moment they stepped into the demonic beast forest, Li Mo suddenly realized why he couldn't let them split up. It turned out that this magic beast forest seemed to hide some sort of mysterious mechanism. The moment they entered, they might have been subjected to mental interference, or they might have encountered a marvelous skill similar to spatial transfer. Even though the three of them entered almost next to each other back and forth after entering, Li Mo was shocked to find that both Leng Qingqiu and Fang Cici had disappeared. Leng Qingqiu, Fang Cici? Li Mo even shouted twice without the slightest response. After determining that no one could be found, Li Mo wisely closed his mouth and stopped shouting. After all, being in this mysterious and unpredictable forest, no one could predict what kind of dangers would be lurking in it. If one's shouts attracted powerful magical beasts, then it would really be more trouble than it was worth. Observing from the outside, the forest seemed to be covered by a thin layer of white mist, but when actually stepping into it, he was surprised to realize that the mist was far denser than expected. Even though Li Mo had opened his unique compound eyes, which allowed him to see farther and clearer, but even so his vision was only 5 meters away. Without the help of the eye protection, the range of visibility would only be limited to 3 meters around him. Such a short visibility undoubtedly makes people fearful to know in this crisis-ridden magical beasts forest. If the magical beasts quietly approach to 3 meters and then launch a fatal blow, the consequences are simply unimaginable and even very likely to lose their lives. Since it was the Academy's entrance examination, all of these things should have a deep meaning. Is the existence of this mist to test vigilance? Li Mo pondered and released the little toad on top of his head. The little toad was also able to open his compound eyes. He and the little toad would be equal to 4 eyes, and he could see more clearly. As for the dusty python, Li Mo did not put out that as the bottom card, not as a last resort, will not be exposed, and the dusty python did indeed need more rest. Li Mo carefully walked towards the front, very cautious and careful. Spiritual energy was kept in a state of storing power. If there was danger, he could strike at any time. Deep in the forest, there was a huge courtyard, with branches and leaves at the entrance. It spelled out a few crooked large words: Seed Academy, that could not be seen without looking closely. Saying it was an academy, in fact it was more like a camping base. Except for a few essential buildings, the rest of the place retained its primitive state. The only special thing was that this Seed Academy, all the buildings were made of wood, and it seems to be the same kind of wood, a lot of things all in one, completely like the ground inside the growth. Even the size of the fence, each one is exactly the same size. Deep inside the academy, countless roots drilled out of the ground, converging together and entering the innermost room, accessing a bunch of computers inside. How to look at this scene, how to feel strange tree roots and computers, how to combine in favor of these computer displays, but also all clear display into the magical beast forest of every student. Someone stout, amazing strength, stepped into the beast forest. Round and round, a few laps down, has not been able to find the exit, where no matter how to walk will eventually return to the origin. So he simply closed his eyes tightly, selected one of the direction, will not hesitate to start their own skills, began to rampage up. As the saying goes, the tree blocked the tree, the beast blocked the beast. Is so. While some others chose to reach empathy and coordination with the imperial beast, and with the help of its wings to try to fly high above the sky, trying to use this to observe the panoramic picture so as to find the correct path, for which they continued to climb upwards with all their might. What's more, after noticing that the mist could interfere with their vision, they decided to dive into the underground world, wanting to travel through the passage from below. However, the majority of people are still the same as Li Mo, maintaining a cautious attitude, slowly groping and exploring, steadily moving forward. These little guys, very cautious. There was no use being cautious. Who would have thought that this forest outside was all incarnations of the Dean? Their careful dodging was actually seen by the branches beside them, the leaves on their heads and the roots under their feet. Who would have thought that in this part of the world there weren't any magical creatures at all? The main fight is a psychological war. Not to mention them, even if it was me, without telling me preconceived ideas, I wouldn't have thought of it. Dean Lushu, it's you who has to be the most insidious. A man with a head full of branches like a chicken nest smiled coyly, not caring about their comments at all. these videos remember to copy them all and play them for each of them to see after they enroll in school. Listening to Dean Lushu's calm words and then looking at the videos, some of the people were in a sorry state. The girl who cried, the guy who pretended to be dead, and most outrageous of all, the guy who urinated and defecated anywhere. The temperature in this room seemed to be 2 degrees lower. There were people who were alive but were already socially dead. In their hearts they all couldn't help but let out a wail, the devil ah. Looking at the faces of the people that were like constipation, Dean Lushu could guess what these people were thinking, but instead he became happier and happier, and the branches above his head couldn't help but sprout a small bud and blossom into a pink flower. The eyes fell back on the display. Although there were some people who were making a lot of foreign faces, there were also quite a few people who had performed quite well. There were quite a few good seedlings in this batch of kids. I really want to plant them all, Dean Lushu said with a smile and turned back to the young man next to him. Qi Yang, are you really not going to consider it? You reap what you sow, you reap what you sow, and you reap what you sow. Geniuses, you only need to let me plant you, and you will definitely be able to bear the fruits of a very excellent talent. Perhaps it can create countless geniuses. Qi Yang instantly felt it chill down his spine. Ordinary people would only think that this was a joke when they heard this, but Qi Yang knew that Dean Lushu's words were not a joke. When he said planting geniuses, he was really planting him inside the ground. Dean Lushu was a special existence in the Imperial Beast Masters. The general imperial beasts were of the animal lineage: dragons, snakes, tigers and leopards, chickens, dogs and jackals. But Dean Lushu's royal beast was of the plant lineage, a very special, very large ancient tree. This surrounding forest that was attached to the periphery of the magical beast forest was all the thin branches of that ancient tree, including this courtyard was all of it. Dean Lushu's talent could be described as unique and astonishing. He possessed a magical ability to see everything in the world as seeds and implant them in the earth. At first, Dean Lushu did not realize the preciousness of his talent and just quietly served in the logistics department, focusing on planting all kinds of crops. Amazingly, the crops cultivated by his own hands always matured quickly, and the resulting fruits were exceptionally fruitful and of high quality. Taking tomatoes as an example, even ordinary tomatoes that had been carefully cared for and cultivated were usually only the size of a bowl, but the tomatoes that came from Dean Lushu's hands were able to grow to the size of a pumpkin. The pumpkins he planted were even more exaggerated and frightening, simply comparable to the size of a house. As time passed, Dean Lushu's talent was gradually discovered. As a result, he was transferred out of his original position and was instead responsible for planting those rare and uncommon spirit medicines. These high-level spirit medicines were all valuable and unparalleled treasures, but under Dean Lushu's careful care, they all managed to flourish. Because of this, the military department was able to have such abundant resources to cultivate many outstanding and extraordinary talents. It could be said that Dean Lushu's contribution to the military department was irreplaceable. However, once when cultivating the special star spirit grass, the news leaked out and was discovered by the demons who penetrated the spirit realm and raided Dean Lushu's experimental base. At that heartbreaking moment, Dean Lushu witnessed the closest relatives and dear friends in his life fall in a pool of blood. Endless remorse surged to his heart as he knew deep down that he was not an Imperial Beast Master who excelled in combat, and if he could have possessed greater power, he might have been able to protect them from this disaster. As he silently gathered up the bones of his relatives, his heart was filled with grief and self-blame. It was at this moment that he suddenly remembered his tree planting skill that had been neglected. Burial and tree planting had similarities, so he decided to try to use this ability to console the departed souls. As a corpse was planted, Dean Lushu was surprised to find that his understanding of the skill over the years had been completely wrong. It turned out that he could plant not only flowers, plants, trees and other plants, but also everything else, such as corpses, such as magical beasts, and what was harvested could be a wide variety of skills, talents and other unknown mysterious powers. Determined to take revenge, Dean Lushu, filled with grief, buried the remains of all his family, friends and good brothers into the ground, acquiring more power in this way. Countless powerful skills and talents came out in a steady stream, making him stronger than ever. Immediately after, Dean Lushu broke into the demon-infested spirit realm alone. With hot tears in his eyes, he used the skills and talents of his loved ones' friends and defeated those evil creatures that had once brutalized his loved ones one by one and buried their corpses in the earth as well. Gradually, all the life that the entire spirit realm had gained again was planted by him as saplings. Eventually, even the entire spirit realm itself became the object of his planting. Dean Lushu's strength had risen to an unimaginable height, and his thinking had also begun to undergo some peculiar transformations. he said that he planted trees divided into two kinds of planting methods. One kind was cultivation planting, one is sacrificial planting. Cultivation planting, as the name suggests, is to cultivate something, planting a spirit for him to grow. Sacrificial planting, on the other hand, is to plant something and sacrifice it to this side of the world in exchange for some payment. For example, planting a corpse is actually sacrificing the corpse and the world feeds him skills or talents. Dean Lushu had even been thinking that if he sacrificed enough things, the world could return all of his dead friends and family back to him. Over the years, Dean Lushu had been researching, and although he hadn't succeeded, he had gained some other gains. For example, cultivating a living person for planting. It could make that person's talent gain a boost or skill power increase or comprehend a new skill. Dean Lushu even came up with a theory: plant a seed, harvest 10,000 loads of grain in autumn. Plant a talent and harvest 100 peerless ones. He always harbored a grand dream of taking a supreme genius and achieving a perfect clone copy through careful cultivation and planting, thus obtaining a constant stream of top talents. In this way, human society would be able to flourish in the twinkling of an eye and move towards an unprecedented level of strength. Prior to this, he had attempted to use imperial beasts as his experimental subjects. After much effort, this experiment had achieved some degree of success. Although he had successfully bred a large number of imperial beasts with identical appearances, these replicas had serious flaws, their potential had dropped drastically, and even their lifespans had been shortened considerably. Despite this being an incomplete success, Dean Lushu was not discouraged, but instead became more and more convinced that his concept had great potential. For this reason, Dean Lushu had repeatedly applied to the relevant authorities, eager to be able to use a true genius to carry out the next more crucial experiment. However, each application was ruthlessly rejected. There was no other reason. Every genius was an incomparably precious and rare existence, and they shouldered the hope and responsibility for the future of mankind. Any slip-up could bring about irreparable losses, and the severity of the consequences was simply incalculable, and there was also the fear that Dean Lushu would go astray. However, considering Dean Lushu's special contribution, he still gave a chance, that is, he could invite the other party to participate in his experiment, but must inform the other party in detail all the dangers and consequences and give enough compensation. Dean Lushu was only able to conduct this experiment after the other party agreed 3 times. So far, some people had agreed once, but none had agreed 3 times. Dean Lushu's experiment had not been done yet. Moreover, all these years Dean Lushu was mentally normal, didn't have any special behavior, and for the entire human race he had cultivated quite a few outstanding talents. It just didn't occur to me that Dean Lushu brought up this matter again. Shi Yang silently moved some distance to the side. He really couldn't imagine what it would be like for him to be treated like a tree and planted in the soil. Besides, he knew very well that it wasn't his own talent that allowed him to surpass others and stand out. Rather, it was because he had fused the red flame god's godhead fragment. Pity, such a good talent of yours wasted. Luckily, Dean Lushu didn't chase after him, and when he saw Ji Yang refusing, he only sighed regretfully and continued to watch the newcomer's introductory examination. This one is good, 1 power to 10. There is nothing that can't be passed by 1 punch. If there is, then 2 punches. This one is also good. No matter what kind of environment you are in, you remain absolutely calm. Panic is the least desirable option. I like this girl, still remaining optimistic in this misty forest, and she's quite relaxed, having the presence of mind to gather some flowers and herbs. Dean Lushu stopped talking about the seated people, and the atmosphere of everyone once again became active. For the students who performed well among them, they were given good comments. Do you guys think that there will be someone who will be able to gain insight into the hidden secrets behind this forest and successfully come out of it? Someone suddenly asked curiously. In reality, this forest was not set up to prevent the students from passing the test. You should know that we had already conducted a round of examination on them when the invitation was previously sent out. It would be a bit too harsh to have these students come all the way here to be eliminated miserably without even stepping through the gate. The purpose of the Seed Academy is to cultivate students, and since they have come here, they should at least be given a period of time to learn, so that they can gain something before the elimination process begins. Therefore, from the very beginning, this barrier was never intended to allow these students to truly go out. Its true intention was to use this method to get a general idea of each student's condition. How could that be possible? Don't forget, this forest was transformed by Dean Lushu's imperial beasts, which also incorporated Sitameng's Mist skill. Not only that, there is even a special illusion at the entrance. Even I myself would have trouble getting out of it. That young fellow on the contrary, it's possible for him to walk out, he's a pervert," saying that the gazes of the crowd looked towards Yang. "Yang, do you think anyone can walk out?" "Don't know." Yang shook his head, but his eyes unconsciously looked towards the screen belonging to Lima's piece. Although Yang's movements are very small, but everyone's eyes originally in Yang's body, so even if it was just a tiny bit everyone could notice it. Unable to help it, everyone's eyes looked towards the screen where Limo was. "You watch this guy? It seems like he hasn't moved for a while, standing there all the time. He couldn't have fallen asleep, could he?" Only to see that in the screen, after walking a distance and being cautious for some time, Limo suddenly stood under a tree and just didn't move, just staring at that tree for a while. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Limo's eyes were emitting a faint red light, which was the distinguishing feature of the existence of compound eyes. At this moment, the little toad did not stay beside Limo, it was on the other side of the tree. Limo was relying on his and the little toad's unique perspective to examine the tree in front of him from all angles. For some reason, he always felt that these trees were not right, this forest, also to hear hidden mystery. The feeling of being like a man's back lingered, as if there was a pair of invisible eyes that were secretly peering at him. Since the fusion of the fragments of the black water condensation bead, in the words of the dusty python, is the so-called God's frame fragments after Limo's body has undergone a complete transformation, not only that every time the little toad completed an advancement it would give Limo an unimaginably large amount of attributes back. Because of this, Limo possessed senses far beyond normal people. When he stepped into this forest, he was alerted, and a feeling of being closely monitored arose. However, after some meticulous investigation, he failed to find any artifacts or traces used for surveillance. There were no monitors, no cameras, not even a single animal. One would have thought that the magical beast forest would have a lot of magical beasts that could upgrade the little toad, but it turned out that there wasn't even a single bug. Bugs? Limo froze and his eyes lit up. In the forest there were no big animals, understandably driven away, but not even a mosquito. It was a bit abnormal. A forest with no animals, no bugs. Was it a true magical beast forest? Carefully recalling the information observed by the compound eyes along the way, the trees were indeed trees, not fake. Limo folded down the branch and looked at it. It would still flow out sap and had the characteristic flavor of resin, but in here there were no traces of animal life, no animal feces. In the forest where small animals pass by will form a small animal road, not obvious but carefully distinguish is able to see. Many hunters, it was on the beast path that they set up traps waiting for their prey to take the bait. But here, it's obviously not right. After so long a beast path has not been found. Limo thought of something and told the little toad to stay right where it was and not move. Limo stepped back and counted a number every time he passed a tree. 1, 2, 3. When Limo finished counting the 9th tree and came to the 10th tree, an expression of "I knew it was so" appeared between his eyebrows. The 10th tree and the first tree were exactly the same, truly identical, the number and position of the roots, even the number and position of the leaves, only because there were 9 trees apart, and because the rhythm of the wind would make these leaves change along with it, so it was hard to spot. But with Limo's compound eyes on, together with the little toad's compound eyes, all the subtleties could be seen clearly. He was skeptical at first, but now it was completely confirmed. Limo crossed to the left and walked to the tree on the left. Once again he started counting forward, and when he went forward to the 10th tree he was once again caught in a loop. This forest was not a magical beast forest at all, but was crafted by a human. This creator seemed to suffer from obsessive-compulsive disorder, or perhaps it could be called a perfectionist. Each row of trees was skillfully arranged into groups of 9. So regularly and endlessly cycling. Not only that, but when viewed vertically, the various species of trees are also staggered, also in groups of 9, and continue to extend. However, it should be noted that despite the seemingly neatly arranged rows of trees, they were actually not distributed in a straight line but rather with a certain degree of deviation. This, coupled with the dense mist that filled the area, made visibility extremely low. When people stepped into this place, their minds were already predetermined that this was a forest full of dangerous magical beasts, and they always had to be on guard against possible attacks from magical beasts. Under such a highly tense state, people barely had the time to pay attention to the subtle changes in their surroundings. Even if someone occasionally notices some similarities, I'm afraid that they will only mistakenly think that they are back to the original point, thus generating more fear and panic in their hearts. Limo stroked the large tree in front of him while he couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. He had to admit that the guy who created this forest was a genius. His gaze slowly swept over the surrounding lush trees and green grassy ground. Immediately after, Liam revealed a hint of a smug smile and muttered to himself, "But well, I saw through it, so it seems that I'm more of a genius than him," saying that his eyes that were already a bit reddened were even brighter at the moment, as if they were shining with confidence and pride. Compound eyes. The fly's talent could see all the nuances. Little Toad had defeated too many flies and obtained too many fragments of the compound eye's talent. Nowadays the compound eye's talent was already as high as grade B and not far from grade A, so these subtle changes were discovered by him. Since he already knew the laws that these trees followed, the next thing to do was just to follow their arrangement all the way forward. In this way one would be able to successfully arrive at the long-awaited end point. Liam stared into the distance with his head held high, his eyes shining with a resolute and confident light, although his field of vision was still limited to a mere 5 meters at this moment, but his sharp gaze seemed to have already penetrated through the fog and looked directly to the other side of the victory. This forest was filled with all sorts of misdirection, and it was difficult for an ordinary person to discover a way out in it, and would constantly cycle back and forth, falling into it. However, the arrangement of all this follows a certain law, and when this law is discovered, like following a vine to find a melon, Liam quickly moves towards the end. "Dean, did you hear that? He's praising you for being a genius. However, he said that he is more of a genius than you." "Dean to Dean, try planting him. Can you produce a being that will dictate the ages?" At an unknown time, Mubai walked into the room silently. His appearance didn't attract too much attention, but he happened to catch Liam praising the person who designed this forest as a supreme genius. When he heard Liam say the words "and he was even more of a genius," the corners of Mubai's mouth rose slightly, outlining an imperceptible bad smile. As if he had instantly seized the opportunity, he immediately incited the fire and said, "Dean." Lu Shu looked at Liam in the screen. "I noticed just now this kid's eyes, they seem to be somewhat special. Toad-type imperial beasts have mutation talents, poison-type talents, skin or tongue strengthening talents, and jet-type talents, but as far as I know there is no talent regarding the eye type, and to be able to see through my settings so quickly, this kid indeed is a bit interesting and does have a worthwhile value to plant, although not as good as Ji Yang, it's a bit better than you." Dean Lu Shu spoke in a calm tone, as if he was stating an even more ordinary fact. However, this calm attitude instantly set Mubai off. In fact, at the beginning Mubai only casually said that and did not take it too seriously, purely to make a joke to regulate the atmosphere. But who would have expected that the one who finally broke the defense would be himself, especially when he heard that he was more valuable than you? Mubai's heart was burning with anger. On what grounds? Mubai's eyes widened and he pursued with a face full of unwillingness, "What makes him more valuable than me?" Mubai glanced at the screen. "Is it because he is a little younger than me? A little bit better looking than me? A little bit smarter than me? This is not a reason for you to humiliate me, Dean." You have to know that Dean Lu Shu has always been known for favoring geniuses. Although he wanted to grow geniuses, he also always tried his best to discover and cultivate those young people with potential, hoping to build them into future pillars. To this end, he went out of his way to give his favored talents all sorts of preferential treatment, perhaps precious spirit medicines that he personally developed, or a clear preference in resource allocation, or perhaps even including the imparting of some exclusive skills and talents. These treatments made countless people yearn for them and at the same time made Mubai feel very jealous. After all, once upon a time he was also the best in the eyes of the crowd, enjoying many glories. At first, after Qi Yang stood out in a battle and performed very well, he was targeted by Dean Lu Shu. Constantly receiving various resources from Dean Lu Shu, he envied Mubai to death. As Ji Yang's best friend, Mubai was naturally not willing to be left behind, so he took the initiative to find Dean Lu Shu and recommend himself. As a result, Dean Lv Shu's evaluation was moderate, no novelty and no value worth planting. Since then, Mubai has become a watershed for Dean Lu Shu to judge things. Only those who are more interesting than Mubai will be included in the list of those worthy of consideration for planting by Dean Lu Shu. If even Mubai is not as good as Mubai, then it is not worthy of his old man's favor and cultivation. Mubai was naturally very annoyed after hearing about this, so he didn't hesitate to go to Dean Lv Shu to ask for the so-called spiritual damage fee. Fortunately, Dean Lu Shu actually rewarded him with many good things when he saw his brazen appearance. Over time, Mubai became the person who was most comfortable in front of Dean Lu Shu. Because of this, he was able to joke with Dean Lu Shu as soon as he entered the door. However, at this moment, when he heard that he was actually being compared to a freshman who had just reported to the school, and this freshman was also Liam, who he had saved from the rat pit when he first went to the examination, Mubai's heart was in a state of disbelief. Mubai's heart is 10,000 do not believe, he is just casually so say just Li Mo and how virtue and how can be more valuable than their own. In addition, just through a screen and can see what the name to it. The more Bai thought about it, the more indignant he became, and he was full of discontent. A skill that shouldn't have appeared on him had appeared on him. It was unreasonable, but it had appeared, and that proved that he had found a path in the middle of an unreasonable world. That was value. As for little Mubai, your royal beast was a thunder tiger, so your skills were thunder sounding tiger, thunder tearing thunder tiger descending from the mountain, all of which were within the range of what was expected, and it was even possible to surmise that you would later on have skills of the 8th and 9th ranks. You are very powerful in battle, otherwise you wouldn't have become Ji Yang's partner, but powerful is powerful and is of no value to my research. What I need is not the norm, but beyond the norm. What the world calls a genius is a faster cultivation speed, a more powerful skill power, a more powerful fighting style, invincible in the same class. But what I understand by genius is to break the norm, to be unconventional, to be irrationally reasonable, like Ji Yang, a blazing fire rat but can burst out comparable to the sun's energy. Like this Li Mo, clearly a toad imperial beast, but appeared to have an I-type talent. Looking at Mubai's unforgiving appearance, Dean Lushu still did not change his face. However, he explained what he needed: recognize geniuses. Hearing Dean Lushu say this, in their hearts the crowd also understood something. The field that Dean Lushu wanted to explore would never be limited to those uninspired in uniform things. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and the sons of mice can make holes. If one were to delve into a universal phenomenon such as this one, not only would one waste precious resources and time, but one would also most likely fail to obtain too many valuable results. This was not the goal that Dean Lushu was pursuing. What he was truly interested in were those miraculous things that were beyond the ordinary and broke the norm. For example, snakes giving birth to dragons, birds giving birth to phoenixes, and the son of a mouse taking to the air. Through the systematic and in-depth study of these extraordinary phenomena, he could draw inspiration and wisdom from them and endeavor to transform such extraordinary powers into abilities that could be possessed by the general public. Only in this way can the value of research be truly realized, allowing everyone to become stronger. This was the source of Dean Lushu's motivation to persistently pursue the truth. Understanding, Mubai nodded thoughtfully before concluding, so it's actually not that I'm not talented enough, it's that I'm not perverted enough. That's what it means, right? Dean Lushu revealed a thoughtful look and finally gave an affirmative reply. If you want to say it like that, it seems it's not wrong. Mubai, who got the affirmation, jumped up at once. Ha, I told you, how could I not be a genius? Then Mubai looked at Ji Yang again. I said at that time, why did you say that this kid called Li Mo might be like you? I solved the case, so it's because you are all perverts, Ji Yang. I don't know why, but my fists have become so hard that I want to hit someone. Mubai's casual remark didn't bother anyone else too much, but Dean Lushu took it to heart. He deeply knew that Qi Yang's was not ordinary. Although Qi Yang was still very young, many places were inadequate, but the energy within Qi Yang's body was stronger than everyone here, including him. It was only that Qi Yang hadn't been able to fully grasp that power yet and still needed to grow slowly. The help he had given Qi Yang over the years was to help him grasp more power. Qi Yang said that the little guy called Li Mo was just like him. Could it be that within this little guy there was also something similar to Qi Yang, that kind of advanced energy, that was a very special power, a high-grade power? Yes, high-grade. The flame that Ji Yang controlled was stronger than ordinary flames, the temperature was higher, even the conditions for extinguishing it were harder, and it could burn for a long time in the water. Only all these years there is no control book, has not been, also did not study a so. If Li Mo also possessed this kind of high-level energy, using Qi Yang's power and Li Mo's power to do a cross-comparison, perhaps some discovery could be obtained. Thinking of this, Dean Lushu's eyes lit up, looking towards the screen, Li Mo's existence with more and more interest. Of course, whether it was real or not, there was still a need to try and test it again. Li Mo was walking towards the finish line with ease while thinking, since he had already seen through the laws of this forest, should he go and find out where Leng Qingqiu and the others were, and bring them there by the way? After all, Leng Qingqiu's old man, not only did he give him the artifact before he left, he also gave him money to help take care of Leng Qingqiu. Go over and take a look. If Leng Qingqiu doesn't arrive in a while, I won't be too late to go back for her. Li Mo thought about it and decided first go to the end position to take a look. What kind of monster, what kind of test is this? Seed plan in the end can give I want to go back, a big bald head of at least 2 meters, a fist will be next to a tree whacked to the ground, a face of drooping, mouth words 3 sentences, ignore parents 2 sentences, there is always a kiba, this if not, will only think that this is a certain club, double flower red stick it, who says it's not, this test is not something that anyone can pass, that beast simply cannot be defeated, I've defeated him 86 times in the past 3 days. Nothing to do. It's not something we students can pass, even those from the Beast Division can't pass. I've heard that with this seed plan, some bigwigs wanted to shoehorn in their direct descendants and were rejected, so they don't agree with the continuation of the seed plan. I think the designer might be one of those people, just deliberately making things difficult for us. Forget it, get tired and destroy. I'm not struggling anymore, this world has turned me into a waste, so I'll just lie flat. Next to the 2-meter bald man was a boy with long hair, and at first glance Liam thought it was a female, but his voice and the knot in his throat above his neck all indicated that he was a male. This long-haired guy didn't mind and directly laid down on the ground. Not caring about his image, on the rock not far from them there was also a girl wearing a veil, not speaking, as if she was asleep. Liam looked around twice and found that only 3 people had arrived here. It seemed that there were quite a few people trapped inside the woods. When Liam saw them, they also felt Liam. The masked woman's eyes didn't even open and she didn't move a muscle. The bald big man touched his mischievous shiny head and skimmed his lips. There was another one. Liam had wanted to ask them what this level was about. As a result, the long-haired man and the bald big man both said with a face of pretense, "You will know when you go in." Not the slightest idea of explaining, but instead looked at Liam with interest, urging Liam, "Quickly go in. You go in, you will know everything. What we say is ultimately shallow absolute knowledge of this matter to be carried out. Go on, Junior." The long-haired man also seemingly dragged half a verse. The bald man also with an expectant face urged Liam to hurry up and try. "Then I go and try, you'd go and you will know." The bald big man nodded repeatedly, his gaze filled with the anticipation of watching a good show. Hearing that Liam was going in, and the masked woman over there who had been pretending to sleep also opened her eyes, waiting for Liam to try. "Is it so scary?" The gazes of these people looked at Liam strangely, but he still decided that he would walk over and see for himself. Without seeing it with his own eyes, he couldn't assess it. Taking a step, he walked in. A huge model giant tiger rushed over, and on the giant tiger's body lightning flashed. Roar! A fierce tiger roared in the sound waves it carried, rolling thunder, deafening people's ears. As if his body was electrocuted, a short paralysis occurred. It greatly affected Liam's mobility. However, Liam's own attributes were strong enough to quickly dodge the giant tiger's second attack, Thunder Tear, and quickly began to counterattack. Snap! Seeing that Liam had walked in, the bald big man Chow Tyson and the long-haired boy Lu Yuan gave a high five. "Wow, that's awesome. Another person has gone in to challenge Lu Yuan. How many rounds do you think he can actually last?" Tyson's eyes shone with excitement and curiosity. What they were discussing was exactly how many times Liam could successfully defeat the demonic creature guarding the portal after entering it. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before replying, "The first attempt was indeed a bit rushed. You lasted 18 times while I heard the 12th time." Hanyu sensed that something was wrong after just 2 defeats and wisely chose to withdraw. "As for the person who just went in, he didn't get any useful information when he communicated with us, so he rushed in without saying a word, so I guess he's also a tough guy. In my opinion, he will at least stick around for 10 or so times. Hey, I think he'll also have to be like me to defeat that head 18 times before giving up." Tyson interjected gruffly, then he raised his head and cast his gaze towards the girl sitting aside. "Hanyu, right? Why don't you also guess how long the good guy who just went in will last?" Hanyu blankly glanced at the 2 Tyson men, bored. She had just come over, that's how she was tricked into going in by the 2 men, and was still out there guessing how long she'd be before she came out. It was clear that just a word and a reminder would have been a lot less. But for some reason Hanyu actually wanted to participate a little inside. Was this the legendary tearing up someone else's umbrella because you got caught in the rain yourself? Could this be the so-called human nature? This feeling was surprisingly so wonderful. It was as if one was immersed in a raging storm, releasing the wild and unruly nature of one's heart to the fullest. Hanyu secretly pondered unknowingly. A thought surged through her mind and her mouth had blurted out uncontrollably, "I guess at least 5 times. The reason she herself was able to detect the abnormality was entirely due to her unique talent, her special perception ability. Because of this, when she managed to defeat that giant tiger for the second time, she immediately realized that something was wrong with the situation and chose to quickly retreat without hesitation. As for that boy just now, it was assumed that he did not have a talent as distinctive as her own, then it would naturally take a bit longer to break through the predicament. Based on this judgment, Han Yu boldly speculated that Liu Mo would need to defeat that giant tiger at least 5 times. Before he could come out from inside, hearing Han Yu's voice, Lu Yuan and Chow Tyson froze for a moment and both laughed. Han Yu also laughed along with them. Interactions between people sometimes started inexplicably, and some special tacit understanding could quickly close the distance. At the moment they had a common language. Some people say that the best friend is one who has carried a gun together and hoard together, but sometimes it's the same when you've pitched a fit together. What's so funny? Tell me about it too. They were laughing when a young voice rang out. I don't know when Liu Mo had already come out and stood in front of them. We were guessing how many times you would defeat that gatekeeper tiger. Why did you come out? Chow Tyson said, and suddenly froze. How come Liu Mo was in front of him? How long has it been in there? 30 seconds. Chow Tyson suddenly had a flash of light and seemed to think of something. Could it be that you did not defeat that fierce tiger, but rather you fell and fled before you were able to get away? As soon as the words fell, Lu Yuan and Han Yu's eyes coincidentally focused on Liu Mo. It must be known that all the people who were able to arrive at this place were not the best in their respective fields, the pride of heaven, and all of them had higher hearts than the sky and were pretentious. After all of them had successfully traveled through the white mist forest and gathered before the exit. Because of this, they subconsciously regarded Liu Mo as their equal and speculated on how many times he could defeat the giant tiger guarding the gate. When Liu Mo appeared, they might be slightly unhappy, but after all they had similar experiences in common topics, so it was easier for them to form friendships with each other. However, if the truth is that Liu Mo failed to defeat the giant tiger, just lucky to escape, then I'm afraid the situation is very different. As the saying goes, things group together, people group together. If Liu Mo couldn't even subdue a single tiger guarding the door, he obviously didn't deserve to be in their company. That fake tiger you guys were talking about defeated it, but there's no point. I have already seen through the problems of this gate. There is no need to stay for long, so of course I came out, Liu Mo replied casually. He was inside cooperating with the little toad and quickly defeated the giant spotted tiger. Thinking that the little toad hadn't eaten for a long time, he told him to go eat the tiger's corpse. As a result, when the little toad went to devour it, he didn't get anything, and it was only then that Liu Mo discovered the truth about this place. The tiger, which didn't exist at all, was an illusion. When the second giant tiger appeared, the roar of the tiger was terrifying and the claws of the tiger ripped towards Liu Mo. Liu Mo forcefully suppressed his thoughts of trying to resist. Sure enough, the claws of the giant tiger passed through his body unharmed. That giant tiger, the entire thing was an illusion. Liu Mo also felt out the difficulty of this level. This illusion was too realistic, as if he was in reality. Whether it was the tiger's means of attack, the way it responded, or the various sounds, all of them were no different from the real world. When people encountered such a huge tiger, even if they knew that there must be something fishy about it, they would instinctively fight back in the face of the suffocating threat of death. However, it is this subconscious reaction that makes people step by step fall into endless traps, difficult to extricate themselves. Want to get out of the predicament? The only way to break out of the situation is to have an open mind and face death openly. At this time, Liu Mo has already understood the mystery of this pass, can easily break through. However, he did not rush forward but instead turned around and turned back. He planned to wait for Leng Qingqiu. After all, he had received money and promised City Lord Leng Xinghua that he would take care of Leng Qingqiu. Taking money to do a job is the only way to get more money. You came out after defeating that gatekeeper tiger only once? Chow Tyson and the three of them looked at Liu Mo in shock. Chow Tyson fights easily to the head, so he defeated it 18 times before finally running out of stamina and unwillingly withdrawing. Lu Yuan, on the other hand, was too proud in the beginning and felt that he could defeat all the tigers that came. After defeating the 8th tiger, he felt that something was wrong, and when he defeated the 10th tiger, he was finally sure that the tigers were all the same and were resurrecting indefinitely. Han Yu, on the other hand, because of her special sensing ability, sensed that something was wrong and she could not cope with it, so she withdrew. Liu Mo actually, after defeating only once, it came out and also looked at the question that broke this level. Wait, what did you just say? Han Yu's eyes widened as she looked at Liu Mo. The two of them, Chow Tyson and Lu Yuan, also moved in the same way. I said that I defeated the giant tiger once and came out. Nope, not this sentence. The next sentence Han Yu couldn't help but speak out. Did you just say that you saw through the setup of this level? The three of them stared tightly at Liamo in their gazes. They were filled with suspicion. They had come for so long, but they had not penetrated the problems of this level. Liamo had just come and penetrated it? There was also a hint of expectation. If Liamo really saw through it, then wouldn't they too be able to follow along? Being trapped in this level for a long time, they wanted to go over so badly. Of course, there is also a touch of apprehension. After all, they just teased Liamo, although such a tease actually harmless. But what if Liamo took it into account and didn't tell them how to pass? Looking at the appearance of a few people, Liamo smiled faintly and was not that petty. Frankly, he told them the truth. The tiger guarding the door is an illusion, so no matter how many times you defeat it, it's meaningless, impossible. As soon as Liamo finished speaking, Chow Tyson, the bald big man with a more direct temperament, had already voiced his rebuttal. How could that giant tiger be an illusion? When I defeated it, I was able to smash its tiger head with my fists, and I've also had my rhythm interrupted many times by that roar skill of its. For you to tell me now that that giant tiger was an illusion, I can't accept it. Lu Yuan, who was at the side, also nodded. The first time I went in, I defeated the giant tiger 10 times, and I went in many more times after that. I tried many times, and if it wasn't for my pretty quick reflexes, I almost got injured, and each time I narrowly defeated that giant tiger. This statement of yours is something I can't agree with. Hanyu was silent, yet the look that passed through her eyes carried a hint of indecision. With her unique perception ability, she had clearly sensed that there was no way out ahead and chose to retreat. In retrospect, it seemed that at that time, there really was a feeling that told her that there was no danger present. It was just that at that time, she mistakenly thought that this sense of security stemmed from the fact that there were academy teachers guarding the examination barrier, ensuring that she was safe and sound. Now that she had heard Liamo's statement, she thought again that perhaps there was a problem with her interpretation of her own perception. Perhaps the sense of no danger that she felt at that time did not originate from the guardianship of the school's teachers, and the real reason was that the huge tiger was an illusory object. Anyway, I've already said what I should have said. Whether you guys believe it or not, it doesn't matter. I still have to pick up someone back to chat. Liamo did not argue with them because he knew that it was pointless to do so. After all, relying on verbal reasoning alone does not easily convince others. Only when they experienced it firsthand would they understand that what he said was true. After those people walked through the barrier, the facts would naturally prove everything. With that, Liamo turned around and took a step towards the depths of the forest. Chow Tyson, on the other hand, had never been fond of deep thinking, and his thoughts were relatively simple. Looking at his back as he walked away, Lu Yuan could not help but feel hesitant. However, at this moment a special suspicion welled up in the bottom of his heart. Could it be that this was all a trap carefully laid by Liamo? Previously, they had intentionally concealed key information from Liamo and let him in. Now Liamo was informing the crowd that the so-called giant tiger was nothing more than an illusion. If they really listened to his words and went to try it out, wouldn't they fall right into his trap? Thinking about this, Lu Yuan's heart became more and more apprehensive. What do you think? Is what he said true or false? Lu Yuan looked towards Chow Tyson and Hanyu. Chow Tyson directly got up and walked towards the exit location. What do you think? Who cares if it's true or not, just try it and you'll know. Lu Yuan was speechless. This guy Chow Tyson didn't like to think at all and was mainly a reckless. His opinion did not have a reference meaning. He turned his gaze to Hanyu. What about you? In my perception, Liamo doesn't have any malicious intent. I think it's possible to give it a try. 3 people, 2 of them were planning to give it a try. Lu Yuan finally sighed and also decided to give it a try. After all, he had been trapped here for a long time and had not been able to find a way to get out, and now that there was a chance, he did not want to give up. The 3 of them walked back and forth towards the door. In the classroom behind the curtain, Mubai and the others were still staring at the screen. Tisk, this little guy called Liamo is not bad. The design of this level, but it took me a long time to get it out. He actually came out with this, makes me feel so defeated. A refined short-haired girl said to Meng, staring at the screen. Liamo broke the illusion, exited the picture. Some complex skimming. Situ Dream contracted. Imperial Beast named Nightmare is very special. Imperial Beast, no entity appear in the dream, can also defeat the enemy in the dream. Defeat in the invisible, very powerful Imperial Beast. Just upgrade difficulty is also very big. This time for the seed program, she was the teacher specially invited over. The nightmare constructed by Situ Dream was far from ordinary illusions, and its realism was staggering. The various pain reactions produced therein were surprisingly able to be rendered incomparably realistically as well. Just as Chow Tyson said, when the thunder roared, he did feel that his sense of rhythm was completely disrupted, as if his entire body was numb from the electric shock. This was precisely the natural talent that Sita Meng uniquely possessed. Even though these were just illusions, once Sita Meng exerted all her strength, the degree of realism could simply reach the realm of fake. To real, the movements of the human body were controlled by the nerve center, but Sita Meng had the ability to make the human nerve center believe in it as well. This tactic was similar to hypnotism but more terrifying than hypnotism. As for the exit, it was purely a test for the students. Therefore, Sita Meng only made the most unusual arrangement here and didn't use too much power. However, even with such an ordinary design, it was still not easy to pass through. Otherwise, how could Chao Tyson and Lu Yuan be blocked out? Even Han Yu, who possessed a special perception talent, was not spared and was also trapped in this realm, unable to get out. Che, it's clearly your skill that's not working, the side of the Mubayo said. Yes, my dream-making technique until now has not been able to break through the shackles of the A level, but it's not a no-no. Sita Meng nodded and said seriously. Mubai froze. How did he not think Sita Meng actually admitted it? This woman, isn't it claimed that people can die, can't say she can't. Then again, the corner of Sita Meng's lips hooked into a smile. Mubai, the thunder tiger that guards the door, uses all your real data at that level. I remember you swore before that you were going to be a one-man army, but I see your thunder tiger being defeated over and over again. This is even so. After all, there is no spirit. But Liamo only used 28 seconds this time, and your thunder tiger was directly defeated in seconds. Tisk, between people there really is still a gap, huh? Mubai's face instantly turned a little dark. When he witnessed his white tiger being defeated, he already had a premonition in his heart of what kind of ridicule he would face next. Thus, he decided to make a preemptive strike, attempting to divert the attention of the crowd by taking the initiative to speak, focusing on the illusion created by Situ Dream. However, what Mubai never expected was that Sita Meng, this woman, was so determined that she would rather admit her lack of ability than involve him in this fiasco. At this moment, Mubai couldn't help but feel a wave of helplessness in his heart. This is a ruthless person. Shi Yang, who was standing on the side, lost no time in fanning the flames and said, Little Meng Meng, how can you judge Mubai like this? Our Mubai has worked quite hard. He was personally appointed by Dean Lu Shu as a gatekeeper and can be said to be the important boundary between geniuses and mediocre people. This time to report can be each city's genius characters. Lei, who cannot resist them, is also understandable, although he only lasted 28 seconds before losing. 28 seconds is actually quite a long period of time. How can you belittle our Mubai just because it was only 28 seconds? Right, 28 seconds. Mubai. Every time Ji Yang said something, he had to add 28 seconds and emphasize it with a heavier tone. Now he even smoothly gave Mubai an additional nickname. 28 seconds, brother. Ji Yang, I'm going to defeat you. Mubai rushed up and jostled with Ji Yang. There was a lot of heckling and laughter. Most of the people here were familiar with each other, and there were even quite a few of them comrades who had been on the Warcraft battlefield together. Some small jokes would not alienate them and would only make the feelings even deeper. Alright, no more fooling around. Those three little guys have gone in, you guys say. Can they pass the illusion? Finally, it was after seeing all three Chao Tysons enter the door that he stopped. Eyes burned as they looked up. Sita Meng looked at the three who went in and explained. This level, although it is an illusion, the test is the great terror between life and death. These illusions created by me are able to immerse people in a suffocatingly real experience, even if they clearly realize that what they see before their eyes is a false vision. When faced with the threat of death, the reaction that comes from the instinct of survival will still drive them to fight back involuntarily. If they fought back, they would fall under the control of the nightmare again. If you want to pass this hurdle, the only way to truly pass is to trust your own judgment enough not to put up the slightest resistance, because the seeds we cultivate are meant to go into battle, and on the battlefield the slightest hesitation could cost you your life. Not only Qi Yang, everyone nodded in approval. On the battlefield you have to be decisive enough to survive. Hesitate for a second, and what greets you is a devastating blow from the enemy. Especially those who were usually used to being indecisive on the battlefield died the fastest. Military orders are like mountains, orders are forbidden. Not only is the emphasis on obedience or decisive enough to hear the order, do not need to think, immediately go to execute. Sometimes even if it is wrong it must be carried out. In this way, on the basis of the mistake, there is still a chance of survival. Once one hesitates and does not move forward, it will only put everyone in an awkward position. This Chao Tyson, I think he threw no problem the battlefield the most. Like, is this kind of no brains, say what he does, what dry and finished. Such a person on the contrary is more pure. Indeed, as for Hanyu, her talent is very special. When she just tried it, she had already noticed that something was wrong only due to her own lack of insight. It caused a wrong judgment. If she was properly cultivated, perhaps she could become a good battlefield analyst. As for Lu Yuan, there was a little too much small-mindedness, and although he was performing well, he had actually been in a performance mode. For everything around him he was full of distrust. It should be a matter of childhood experiences. I guess he should have the hardest time getting past this level. A few people analyzed the display on the screen. Although they hadn't seen the real person, they had already judged it largely through the known information. It was starting. As the crowd looked on, the three Chow Tyson were already in the illusion that each of them had fallen into. Chow Tyson rushed up, his body surging with a touch of earthy yellow luster, his already tall body becoming taller and taller, smashing his fist up towards Lei Hu, punching into the flesh, smashing Thunder Tiger to death. Chow Tyson looked at his fist. Was this an illusion? Chow Tyson couldn't understand. He clearly pounded every punch to the ground, lazy to think. His brain hurts, just try it. Chow Tyson patted his big bald head and closed his eyes directly when he saw the second giant tiger appear. Roar! A tiger's roar came out, and Chow Tyson felt that the sweaty hairs on his body stood up. However, he forced himself to hold back and not react in the slightest. Roar! As the thunder tiger's claws pounced on his face, he could also feel the palm wind on his face. That feeling was beyond words. Bang! Chow Tyson didn't hold back and blasted out a fist, sending the giant tiger back. Failing this time, then it was tried several times in a row. That survival instinct, completely unable to be suppressed, couldn't help but want to fight back. After a full 12 times, Tyson finally had the heart to let his five senses empty and get through this hurdle. He saw Hanyu, who had already come out. Hanyu had a special sensing talent and had come out after just 2 attempts just before. This time she also tried twice, and in her senses not sensing danger, she made a firm choice. It directly passed through the barrier. While Hanyu was celebrating, she was also marveling that she possessed a special perception talent, and she was all caught up in this illusion for so long. That Li Mo, how did he do it? In less than 30 seconds after defeating the giant tiger once, he directly determined that this giant tiger was an illusion and walked out. Hanyu secretly pondered in her heart, this person is not simple. In the future she should make more friends. They went out, but Lu Yuan, however, was trapped in it again and again. He could already confirm that this thunder tiger was an illusion, but he didn't dare handing over his life to gamble, not afraid of 10,000. But afraid of what might happen. Once, twice, 11 times, 20 times, Lu Yuan finally retreated. Every time it came to the last critical moment, he couldn't help but return the favor. He watched as both Hanyu and Chow Tyson disappeared, and at first thought that the two had not come out. But after waiting for a minute after a minute, which had exceeded the limit time, he realized that the two Hanyu had gone out. Lu Yuan became more and more angry. After several more attempts, he still couldn't get past. He couldn't get past the hurdle in his heart. What was the difference between this kind and gambling with one's life? Why did they design this kind of inhumane test? Lu Yuan couldn't figure it out. He lay on the grass and couldn't help but think. Li Mo just said that he passed, but he didn't go out. Could it be that he actually just saw through it, that it was an illusion, but just like me, he couldn't pass it, so he retreated back? Could it be that he simply couldn't pass? Thinking of this, Lu Yuan even had some expectations, expecting the truth to be the same as what he thought, and at this moment Li Mo was blocked in the forest. The path in front of him was blocked by tree branches, and the leaves pieced together a few words. Do not interfere with the other candidates. Seeing this, Li Mo was not surprised. There are still invigilators for ordinary exams, let alone this kind of sub-academy's introductory exam. What if I insist on bringing someone in? Li Mo took a step forward and asked in a deep voice. The leaves of the tree clattered and kept changing, finally turning into 2 words plus a symbol. Reason, reason. Li Mo stroked his chin, not thinking this actually asked. Shouldn't it be a direct refusal and then threatened to be expelled from the examination room or something? This means that there are enough reasons to let him take people. I received the money, at least let the person to the first pass. If the first pass did not pass, was eliminated, then how? I have no face. At that time, it would be too embarrassing to have to return the money, Li Mo said indifferently, without the slightest thought of trying to hide it. On the face of Dean Lu Shu, who was controlling the woods, a rare smile appeared. The leaves shifted again. Go back, this level won't eliminate anyone. Not early to say. Seeing this sentence, Li Mo turned around without saying a word. Not eliminating people, then what else to go back to pick up? Presumably is a group of teachers in the back to observe the performance of the students to give a rating. Similarly, the students enrolled in the bottom of the examination. Thinking about it, Li Mo body without a little burden directly towards the exit. "Wow, you're back so soon, did you receive them?" Lu Yuan was a little surprised to see Li Mo and immediately looked behind him, but he didn't see a single person. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth curled up. Sure enough, Li Mo said that he had gone to pick up the people as an excuse. He must be like himself, he could not pass this hurdle. That's why he's deliberately spending time here. Didn't receive. Li Mo casually replied back and looked around, not finding Hanyu and Chow Tyson. Where are they? You're the only one here, waiting for me. Come on, let's go out, there's no point in staying here, my stomach is growling. Li Mo touched his stomach, he was really hungry. His things were packed in his luggage and he hadn't eaten yet. Lu Yuan looked at Li Mo's expression and thought in his heart, this kid, he is still pretending. I can see it, we all cannot pass half a caddy, then stay here. Together we do not laugh at anyone. If you want to act like this, fine, I'll act with you. Okay, let's do it together. Let's see which one of us goes out last. Okay, Li Mo agreed and the two of them walked towards the exit door. After Lu Yuan walked in, there was no challenge at all and he directly retreated knowing that he could not pass. There was no need to waste time. I would like to see how long you can act. Simply sat down at the gate and looked at where Li Mo went in, waiting for Li Mo to come out. In his heart he was already sure that Li Mo, like him, could not pass the hurdle in his heart. After Li Mo stepped into it, his eyes firmly gazed at the majestic and imposing Thunder Tiger, fearless and without hesitation he walked straight towards it, neither dodging nor avoiding it. Although Li Mo was able to see through this illusion, it was the little toad that ate it out, which could be considered as a kind of cheating behavior. However, Li Mo possessed a unique advantage that other people could not compare to. He had experienced death once, and now when he faced the threat of death like this again, he did not have much fear in his heart. As the saying goes, there is no big deal in front of life and death, not to mention that what you see in front of you is just an illusion. Just see that the huge incomparable tiger claws with the wind and thunder of the might, such as Tarzan, pressure like eggs till Li Mo fierce shot down, but he did not even blink an eye, still unhesitatingly stepped forward. The ferocious tiger claw penetrated through Li Mo's body as if it had hit the air and could only let out a roar unwillingly, and then it gradually dissipated with the light wind. Li Mo had already walked out. The sunlight sprinkled down on Li Mo, and Li Mo saw Hanyu and Chow Tyson waiting in front, as well as the fruits placed in front. Li Mo walked straight over and nonchalantly picked up a banana and nibbled on it. This kid is a ruthless person. The room was silent, everyone was dumbfounded as they stared at the scene that was happening in front of them. Li Mo unexpectedly walked straight through the incomparably ferocious Thunder Tiger without changing his face or eyes. This scene caused many people present to draw in a breath of cold air. For these people it wasn't really too difficult to pass this barrier, but there were very few who were able to do so calmly, without even blinking an eye. After all, such a performance required extremely strong psychological qualities and extraordinary courage, and such qualities usually only appeared in those who had experienced countless battles and hovered on the edge of life and death many times. However, surprisingly, the one who did all this was not some battle-hardened warrior, but an ordinary high school student, Li Mo. He was young, but he showed a composure and boldness beyond the norm, as if he had long looked down on life and death. Such a contrast was so great that everyone was shocked by it. Even if there wasn't any talent, just with this mentality it was enough to be worth cultivating. This kid, I'll take it. In the corner, a man with a scar running across his face who basically didn't open his mouth much before opened his mouth for the first time, this time after seeing Li Mo's eyes. Oh, rarely cold sword, you actually have someone in your sights. Dean Lu Shu's looked towards the person who spoke, and between his words he expressed a touch of surprise. Leng Dagger, as his name suggests, is as cold as a sword. It is a lord who does not want to die on the battlefield. One of the people who had just said that they did not blink in the face of life and death was him. Not to mention the illusion, even if it was real he wouldn't blink. Back in the day, in order to get rid of a powerful king-level demonic beast, Cold Blade had lurked and stood guard in a certain hidden place for as long as 3 months. During that time his legs had been immersed in water for a long time, to the point that they were severely rotted, but he had no intention of retreating and was as determined as ever. Finally, when he met the king-level demonic beast, Leng Dao held his long knife in his hand and struck hard. However, unfortunately this knife was stuck by the bones of the demonic beast's hard neck and could not penetrate any further. In the face of such a predicament, Cold Knife did not hesitate to choose to use his head to violently hit the back of the knife, and with amazing perseverance and courage, the blade of the knife was smashed into the neck of the king-level beast and finally succeeded in defeating it. The shocking scars on his cheeks were the result of this. This kind of heroic and fearless action, which was beyond the imagination of ordinary people, was not the only time for Cold Blade. Because of this, in the eyes of many magical beasts sling dagger was like a chilling cold-faced sword king, and on the side of the magical creatures he was even offered an astronomical bounty. The reason why the Seed Academy invited Cold Knife to come here was that on one hand they hoped to use his unique way to refine the will to defeat of these seed players with unlimited potential so that they could feel the cruelty of the iron and blood sand field. On the other hand, there was a little bit of selfishness so that this hero who had been through hundreds of battles could stop for a while and take a rest. Originally, I didn't expect Cold Sword to actually teach the trainees, but I didn't expect him to take the initiative to open his mouth. This kid, I like it. Lung Dagger didn't argue anything superfluous, just a simple sentence. But it is overbearing. This kid, I like it, don't you grab it? Dean Lushu laughed, but did not agree, just ambiguously said, you like it does not prevent me from liking good things. Always everyone likes it. Cold Knife is not to be denied, although they are all in the same camp. Even on the battlefield they can give their backs to each other, but in life everyone has their own character and their own guidelines. Just as the atmosphere gradually became a bit awkward and stiff, a figure quietly appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and it was none other than Mubai. He had burrowed out of nowhere with a look of incomparable surprise on his face. It was only that his eyes were wide open as if they were about to stare out of their sockets, and at the same time he was also using 2 fingers to prop open his eyelids to keep his eyes open and was staring ahead without blinking. No, isn't it just not blinking? Who wouldn't? Is it as mysterious as you guys make it out to be? You're grabbing at me. I don't blink either. Why don't you rob me? What's wrong with me? I'm not convinced. You guys are biased. There is no mental damage. I'll cry. I have to say that Mubai's qualifications, which were moderate, had his reasons for being able to mix like a fish in water in this circle of perverts. He was always able to show up when he was most needed and was still shameless enough to work for his own benefit. With Mubai's gag, the atmosphere of the crowd remained harmonious. Cold Blade still had a cold face, but nevertheless opened his mouth to explain. The important thing was not whether to blink or not, but to gain insight into the person's powerful mindset through this action. The so-called Tarzan collapsing in front of him without a change in color was exactly the same. A person who could still be calm when facing the threat of death would only be able to remain calm enough when facing other difficulties. Only then would there be more opportunities to move towards victory. Dean Lushu also added at the right time, this Liemo seems to be easygoing and quite good at talking to everyone, but he is very determined in his heart, with his own clear purpose and pursuit. The reason why he speaks well to everyone is because no one is blocking his path. Once someone blocks his path, he will be more ruthless than anyone else, Dean Lushu said and glanced at Mubai again. Just like you, even though you keep gagging, you are strong inside and have been working hard to become stronger. You know your goal and work hard for it, and although you act differently, you are on the same path. This is one of the reasons why I am willing to train you. Dean Lushu's words caused Mubai to be stunned. But soon a cynical expression returned to his face. One of the reasons? Then there are other reasons? What are they? Dua Ji Yang jumped in and said, the other reason is because you're shameless enough. Dean Lushu, ha ha ha. You all bullied me, Ji Yan, you dog. I'm going to defeat. Time passes by the minute and the people in the test come out one after another. The number of people who passed, 187, was more than Liemo thought. As expected, in this world there is never a lack of geniuses. It was worth mentioning that the 2 girls Ling Qingqiu and Fang Sisi, although they came out late, they also passed through the illusory realm and performed well. However, the number of people who didn't pass through the illusionary realm gate came out was even more, a full 403 people. The number of people who came out this time for the seed plan was close to 600. Regardless of those who came out or those who didn't come out, they were all a party's heavenly pride. Each and every one of them had their own unique characteristics, either powerful strength, superior intelligence, or outstanding abilities. After coming out, there were no other tests or activities scheduled for today. The ground appeared a small sapling, and then the sapling grows quickly and finally turned into a treehouse. Well, all of them all settled in the treehouse. The treehouse was very well equipped. The treehouse is very well equipped with all the things such as tables, chairs, benches, wash basins and so on, which are made of trees. Quite magical and very convenient. Liemo can't help but project have this ability. Go out, no longer need to bring a big bag, also don't need to take the trouble to buy a house to pay the mortgage. Any tree is a home. Really cannot go to sell log furniture, sell him dozens of millions of a set, pure natural, no pollution, one without splicing. Can also be rich and wealthy. Of course, just say it have the ability, who still care about those ordinary things. after settling down at night, also organized a small bonfire party on the way, somewhat similar to the ice-breaking action so that everyone is quickly familiar with. While playing, Li Mo didn't forget and observed the others. Focusing on a few special existences, a microscopic Imperial Beast Master Ding Xiaoxiao was a girl not very tall, about 1 meter 5 or so. Her Imperial Beasts, not a single one but a group of universally existing bacteria. It's very scary, which means that the side effects are so great that she herself will be infected by the bacteria and will remain in a protected state. Once the issue was resolved, she would transform into a humanoid weapon of formidable destructive power. A parasitic Imperial Beast Master Duo Huai Shang. His Imperial Beast, a parasitic beast, is disgusting, like an alien. It can parasitise any being or of course himself. While parasitising on Du Huai Shang ate and was able to upgrade with his Imperial Beast. Parasitising on others, one could directly control their minds and devour their spiritual energy. It was also a very terrifying existence. There was also a shadowless beast, Imperial Beast Master Wei Wuxing. As the name suggests, his Imperial Beast was shadowless and invisible, and he could also lower his own presence. After he stealthily walks in front of you, he can't even be noticed. On top of that, there were all sorts of others, none of which were simple. What twin Imperial Beasts, what Earth Dragon Imperial Beasts, what ancient mammoths, and so on. There are all sorts of things, too many to count. They're all just useless, not as good as that stupid toad. In the dimly lit corner above Li Mo's shoulder, the newly awakened dusty python was writhing, its thick tail flexibly curled up a can of cola. Then, using the spiritual power it contained to slightly activate it, the original room temperature cola instantly became cold and piercing. Immediately after, only to see the giant python's tail lightly picking it, a soft thud came from it. And the can opened with a sound. The giant python opened its bloody mouth and drank the cola in one go without hesitation. For these Imperial Beasts in front of it that made Li Mo feel awestruck and powerful, the dusty python showed extreme contempt and disdain. In its eyes, these so-called powerful existences were nothing more than flashy decorations. Apart from the Earth Dragon and the ancient mammoth that might have a little bit of strength, the others were all just paper tigers with nothing to show for it. However, when its eyes landed on the black water toad on top of Li Mo's head, it couldn't help but feel angry. Li Mo, tell me, just how did you tame this stupid toad? Why is the spiritual energy within its body even more majestic than mine? Even if it has received the baptism of the Godhead, it would never be so outrageous, right? You know, this grandpa has a genuine divine vein, but now I can't even defeat a stinking toad. Is there any justice in this world? It's really unfair. The dusty python roared in anger, his heart filled with unspeakable indignation and unwillingness. There was a supreme position in Li Mo's body, and that was the top of Li Mo's head. Once, when there was only one little toad, this place was not a favored habitat for the little toad. However, since the last time he signed a contract with the dusty python, things had changed. As soon as the dusty python arrived, it occupied the top of Li Mo's head, and it attempted to subdue the little toad, but was unexpectedly swallowed by the little toad in one gulp. Since then, the little toad managed to ascend to the throne at the top of Li Mo's head, and when the dust python reappeared, it could only settle for Li Mo's shoulder. At first, the dusty python thought that it was only because it had just transformed into a royal beast and lost all of its spiritual power, resulting in a weakened body, that it was unable to defeat the little toad. Thus, it chose to fall asleep in order to regain its energy and looked forward to being able to challenge the little toad again when it woke up. When the dusty python awoke from its slumber and confidently challenged the little toad once again, it did not end as it wished. Without a doubt, it was once again easily defeated by the little toad. After that, for the second time, the third time, every day the dusty python challenged the little toad, but it lost every day. This made the dusty python go crazy. Who was he? He was the dusty python. Bearing one of the 12 divine veins, he had once stood at the peak and was able to control a power as strong as a god. Even though his strength had yet to return to its peak, it was easy to deal with demons and other devilish creatures. However, what he did not expect was that when facing the black, inconspicuous little toad beside Li Mo, he lost many battles. Before he thought about it, he was still quite disdainful in his heart, thinking that it would be a disgrace to accept such a toad as a little brother. If it wasn't for Li Mo's sake, he wouldn't have reluctantly taken him under his wing. Who would have thought that it was this seemingly weak toad that made him suffer so much that he almost fell into autism? If it wasn't for the fact that this little toad was silly and not quite spiritually intelligent enough to be unwilling to recruit him as a junior, I'm afraid that even he himself wouldn't have been able to resist bowing down to it. Could it be that during the years he had been sealed, the world had changed drastically? Why had even creatures like toads become so powerful? There didn't seem to be any rumors about powerful toads in his memory. Even the most powerful toad emperor back then was nothing more than food in his mouth. But why did this tiny toad in front of him possess such amazing strength? After thinking hard for a long time, he finally realized that the key to all the problems must be in Liam. This guy should have. He does not know the means will this toad cultivated into this. If this means used in his body, perhaps he can faster recover strength. Want to know? You try eating a mosquito. Limo smiled. He was still really unsure whether that function of the system would work on the dusty python or not. Can only try it. Joe, do you think this seed is that stupid toad? This great master is the dusty python, one of the 12 divine veins in the world. How could he eat that kind of thing that has no nutrition? The dusty python gently waved its thick tail, only to see an empty Coke can fall steadily into the rubbish bin as if it was guided with precision. Then its tail swung smoothly, but suddenly found that the can of Coke originally placed on the table had disappeared. In fact, there were still a few cans of cola elsewhere around, but at this time, if it went to look for it, it was bound to expose itself. So the dusty python made an immediate decision, and with a curl of its tail it snatched half of the Coke from Limo's hand and quickly used its unique ability to freeze it into ice. After completing all of this, the dusty python was still full of contempt and muttered, "What are you drinking here is actually room temperature. Broadfall of course have to drink chilled to taste enough or really do not know how to enjoy it all." Liam could only smile helplessly in the face of such a situation. Ever since the dusty python became his imperial beast, Liam had never seen it eat any other food. This behemoth seemed to have a fondness for cola, especially that cold and refreshing ice broad drop. One of the skills that the dusty python possessed was the ability to lower the temperature, and it often used this skill to freeze colas. Every time after enjoying this kind of ice cola, the dusty python would be so relaxed that it would be as limp as a lifeless dead snake. Liam really couldn't figure it out. Hadn't he heard that the dusty python was a ferocious creature that not only slaughtered cities but also ate people? But this guy in front of him, who only knew how to fight with him for Coke all day long, could he really be the terrifying beast in the legend? This huge contrast between before and after really made people a bit unbelievable. Liam thought about it. The snake seems indeed does not eat mosquitoes. Then what do you eat? Cuolo, ice cuolo, a bunch of ice cuolo. Looking at only half a can of ice broadleaf left. Dusty python, this guy, become careful. Long snake let her a lick like a pug. I'm not joking with you. What exactly are you eating? The growth of the little toad. Although it has something to do with me, it also has something to do with what you eat. Since you're already my imperial beast, but you haven't tasted any real food yet, I'm not sure if my ability is useful to you. It just so happens that I want to try it out as well. If my ability is useful to you as well, maybe it could surpass the gods. Ka-ching. Hearing Limo's words, the dusty python was shocked for a moment, and without paying attention, its tail exerted force and crushed the Coke can. It was good that it reacted quickly. The cold air at the end of its tail was bitterly cold, freezing the Coke that fell out directly into ice, and before it hit the ground, it rolled it up and put it into its mouth. Not a single drop was wasted. Toad. After eating the ice broadfall, the dusty python calmed down and looked at Liam. Beyond gods? Dusty python's tone was a bit complicated. Do you know what the concept of a god is? Just dare to say words that transcend gods. Gods are supreme, possessing supreme might, elusive, unrivaled, indescribable, and untraceable existences. When the gods are pleased, all things come back to life. When the gods are angry, the world withers. That's what a god is. You've never even seen a god, so who are you to say that you're beyond gods? At the mention of gods, awe flashed in the eyes of the dusty python. The tone of his voice was all the more subdued. I don't know what gods are like, but I know that as long as they exist, there is hope of surpassing them. Liam said confidently, if devouring one mosquito cannot surpass the gods, then 10,100 million. If that wasn't enough, what about devouring the corpse of a god? As long as his system was always there, as long as his ability to devour to gain spiritual experience wouldn't disappear, gods too would only be able to prostrate at their feet. The dusty python looked at Liam and placed its tail on Liam's forehead. There was no fever, not like an idiot. Are you telling the truth? Liam swatted away the dust python's tail. Try it and see. You wait. The dusty python instantly disappeared and went towards the depths of the magical beast forest. At the same time, there was still a sentence left. I am also crazy, actually really believe. But a moment later, the dust python once again appeared on Liam's shoulder. Only on its tail, it was grasping a small white rat. This is called a brocade, for a rat is in the Demon race, a more special demonic creature. Many demon race executives will take them as pets. Of course, there are also many people who use them as food because the meat of this thing is very tender and eating it can also enhance spiritual energy. Originally, I didn't want to catch this thing, but I didn't expect to come across it. Unfortunately, only saw one. Can only stuff a gap. Will use first. Verify your ability. Cannot work for me, Dusty Python said. In front of Limo showed the pure white rat, with big watery eyes. At first glance, it was as cute as a rabbit. Limo just looked at it and felt that he wanted to indulge in it. Even the idea of protecting it arose in his heart. Noticing that it is not right, Limo even shook his head and forgot to say, this thing has a high spiritual attribute and is most capable of seducing people, but did not think you so easily break free. In that case, the words you just said were not said by being bewitched. I'm looking forward to it. The food is here. What's next? How? Liamo was speechless. This guy but also tested him. However, this brocade-furred rat but also gave Liamo a wake-up call. Don't underestimate any magic creature. Even if it looks really harmless, that is still a demonic creature. You just eat it directly. There are no other steps. My ability, it's a passive one. If it takes effect, you can feel it yourself if you eat it. The little toad on the side looking at the brocade-haired mouse on the tail of the dusty python, his tongue flicked out, leaping forward. Obviously, it wanted to eat the brocade fur mouse very much. The dusty python saw longing in the stupid toad's eyes, not for the marmot but for all the magical creatures and bugs and so on. This stupid toad, is this how it became stronger? The dusty python's mind moved. Flames suddenly rose from its tail and the brocade-furred rat instantly became a roasted furred rat, which it then gracefully ate. Your dusty python devoured a level 21 roasted mallow mouse, gaining Eye of Seduction skill fragment *2 spiritual power plus 210 experience plus 210. A prompt rang out. The dusty python's pupils suddenly contracted, its eyes filled with disbelief as it stared at Liamo in front of it. It clearly felt that there was a real source of power rushing into its body. This power came so abruptly and without warning, as if it fell from the sky. One must know that for a magical beast, acquiring power through eating should have been a gradual, long-term accumulation process. However, at this moment, this situation completely overturned common sense. Even though this amount of power was insignificant compared to its heyday, it could not be ignored that it had only devoured a weak 21st level demonic creature. Then what would happen if it was replaced with a level 100 demonic creature? Even, what kind of amazing power would it gain if it devoured those demons? These thoughts crossed the dusty python's mind like lightning, causing it to be both excited and terrified. The originally calm heart was stirred up by 1,000 waves filled with infinite expectations and desires for the future. At the same time, it also realized that there seemed to be some kind of mysterious and huge potential hidden in the seemingly ordinary and uninteresting human Liamo in front of it. Perhaps it was his existence that made all this possible. Thinking of this, the gaze of the earthly python towards Liamo became more and more fiery. Not only that, the dusty python also sensed that apart from pure power, it was as if there was some kind of even more profound and mysterious existence, but because this power was not complete, it could not be fully displayed for the time being. At this moment, the dusty python slowly raised its head, its gaze gazing at the small and delicate toad above Limo's head. Could it be that this was the root cause for that stupid toad to become so powerful and invincible? If it was able to master such an ability, then wouldn't it mean that for it could quickly return to its former peak state? It might even be possible to go even further, breaking through and surpassing its once most powerful moments. Perhaps really there was a chance to, as Liamo said, surpass the gods. The next day, the morning light was bright, gathering. Early in the morning, the teacher of the Seed Academy arranged for all the trainees to gather. The first requirement: training, no imperial beasts allowed. You can take the beasts back to the beast space or put them in the treehouse temporarily. You can train on your own. This master will take this stupid toad to eat something. With such a good ability, this stupid toad is only level 19, less than level 20. It's a waste. The dusty python didn't know where it learned to call itself this grandmaster. It was getting more and more smooth. Ever since it learned about this magical ability that Liamo possessed, being able to obtain spiritual energy and achieve self-growth by devouring magical objects, the dusty python could not hold back its inner excitement and desire. It was really hard for it to understand that during this period of time, the little toad had been spending its days so lazily, only occasionally eating mosquitoes and bugs. Possessing such a powerful ability, shouldn't it not hesitate to charge into the demon's lair, defeat to its heart's content, and then soar to the heavens? The dusty python's heart had long been fueled with fighting spirit, eager to charge into the demonic forest to start a massacre. However, due to Li Mo's constraints, it had not been able to fulfill its wish. Now that it had finally been given such an excellent opportunity, it definitely wouldn't miss it easily. Of course, he wouldn't let the little toad fall behind either. You guys don't run too far, pay attention to safety. Li Mo deeply knew what the dusty python was thinking inside, and at the same time he also understood that the true strength of this behemoth was far from what it appeared to be. Although the dusty python had lost repeatedly in the fights with the little toad, it had not actually used all of its strength. If we were to compare actual combat strength, the dusty python would undoubtedly be more powerful at this stage. Considering that he could not bring the royal beasts for training, letting the dusty python lead the little toad to train and upgrade together was not a wise choice. With this in mind, Li Mo gave them a few more instructions and then let them leave with peace of mind. Don't worry, with this master here we won't let this stupid toad die. Before the words fell, the dusty python had already rolled the little toad and disappeared. On Li Mo's side, they started their first learning content of the day. The chief instructor, Cold Blade, nearly 600 people divided into 3 teams led by Qi Yang, Mu Bai and a girl Sitayu as assistant instructors. Ling Dagger didn't talk much and was only responsible for setting goals, identifying problems, suggesting improvements and other key points. The assistant teacher was responsible for conveying as well as explaining. As the world knows, the reason why Imperial Beast Masters are able to cross the world is that more than 80% of their own strength comes from the spirit beasts they harness. Whenever a Beastmaster successfully upgrades and breaks through a bottleneck, the feedback from this growth will cause the Beastmaster's own attributes to be greatly improved. Because of this, many Beastmasters tend to fall into a misunderstanding. They only focus on cultivating their beasts but never think about improving their own abilities. As a result, when they are attacked by enemies, even if they have powerful beasts, they are still unable to exert the slightest power and ultimately they can only die at the hands of their enemies. These tragic endings are not blood-soaked lessons. The squad that Li Mo was in happened to be the one led by Mu Bai. Usually, Mu Bai was cheeky, but at this moment he was also very serious. Behind these usual words were countless dead people. A long time ago, there was a team of dreaded Imperial Beastmasters that came out of nowhere. Every Imperial Beastmaster in this team possessed extremely powerful Imperial Beast abilities, and they carefully bred and trained their Imperial Beasts so that by simply strategizing and giving orders from afar, they could allow them to slay on the battlefield and deal a heavy blow to the demon race. At that time, the demon race was beaten back and was powerless to fight back. However, the good times didn't last long, and the demon race soon realized the fatal weakness of this team of Imperial Beastmasters, as all the Imperial Beastmasters poured all of their energy into the Imperial Beasts but neglected to improve their own strength. Although they had taken all kinds of strict protective measures due to their own low combat power, once they encountered danger it was still difficult to resist the enemy's attack. As a result, the demon race secretly dispatched a group of spies buried in the dark, and this group of spies rushed into the place where the Imperial Beastmasters were like ghosts and launched a bloody massacre. Facing the sudden attack, the Beastmasters who were caught off guard were instantly plunged into a desperate situation, and even though they tried their best to resist, they still could not escape from their fate in the end. The entire team of Beastmasters that had once shaken the world was wiped out. As the Beastmasters fell one after another, their beasts also became leaderless due to the loss of their masters. These loyal beasts went into battle and fought against the demons until the last drop of their blood was shed. The demons seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to counterattack, while the human side suffered heavy losses due to the loss of the leadership and support of the Beastmasters. Since then, all the schools of the human race young students have added a physical fitness training. In some places, the results of the physical fitness test were directly factored into the final grade of the college entrance exam. With this one arrangement, on the battlefield the death rate of Imperial Beastmasters was much less. But this was far from enough. For truly powerful Imperial Beastmasters, more requirements should be done. That's why there was this phase of extreme physical training. As the name suggests, it develops the physical ability of the Imperial Beastmaster's body to the limit. Raise a question on the battlefield. As a Beastmaster encountered the enemy surprise attack, your beast is not around, too late to return to the defense. What should you do? 1. Raise your hands to surrender. 2. Fight to the death. 3. Turn and run. Report. As an Imperial Beastmaster of the Imperial Dragon Empire, even if I have to fight to the last point of my strength and drain the last drop of blood from my body, I will never retreat backward for even half a distance. Here, I will firmly choose to fight the enemy to the death. A righteous Imperial Beastmaster Academy. Liu Yang stepped forward and said loudly. Oh, Mu Bai's gaze looked over. Then do you think that doing so will make you feel immensely honored, or do you think that dying in battle is considered your ultimate destination? Liu Yang straightened his body. Yes, I do think so. My parents, who were both border front Imperial Beastmasters, both died on the border battlefield. They taught me from a young age to love this country and this world. For the sake of our great Imperial Dragon Empire, I am willing to dedicate my precious life without fear, even if I have to give my flesh and blood and all my strength for this until the last drop of blood in my body is drained. I have no complaints. Mu Bai's eyes became sharp as he looked at the person who answered. Firstly, I express my sincere respect to your parents for the sacrifices they made to guard the border. Secondly, I regret to tell your answer wrong, very wrong. Report I am not convinced. Liu Yan looked at Mu Bai and said stubbornly, his education from childhood had made him love this land deeply and his parents were his role models. He was honored by his parents, but now Mu Bai was telling him that such a choice was wrong. Wasn't this saying that his parents' sacrifice was wrong? He was not convinced. I remember your name, Liu Yang. It doesn't matter if you're not convinced, I'll tell you why you're wrong. Facing Liu Yang's rebuttal, Mu Bai did not get angry at all. Instead, he looked at Liu Yang seriously and explained, Liu Yang, if you were an ordinary Imperial Beast Master, I would tell you the answer that is correct. But those of you who have come to Seed Academy as well as you are not ordinary Royal Beast Masters. You are geniuses that have been selected from every city. You are stronger than ordinary Imperial Beast Masters, and there are many people that look up to your backs and follow your example. Many of you are destined to go on to high positions to become squad leaders, squadron leaders, or even generals and marshals in the battlefield. You fought to the death and then what? Then your death affected the morale of the squad. You died not being able to get the message out, you died not being able to complete the mission. In the end, the whole squad is wiped out, the whole squadron is wiped out, the whole mission fails, the whole city is lost, the whole front line collapses. At this time, do you still think that it's honorable for you to just die on the battlefield? Mu Bai's words caused the crowd to fall into silence. Many of them were willing to sacrifice for their country. This was the righteousness of the family in the country. However, never had they considered this perspective that Mu Bai was talking about. What would be the impact if they died? A lone hero and a team symbol were different. A genius would really be superior, not just status but responsibility. So we choose to turn and run? A trainee opened his mouth in doubt and inquired. This time before Mu Bai could say anything, someone else said, if we run it will cause just as much panic, it will cause the mission to be incomplete and affect the team's morale, or even cause the entire front to collapse because we ran away. Not bad, you'll be able to cite an example. Mu Bai glanced at that cadet and praised him only to find out that it was Li Mo. So, Li Mo, right, tell me what should be the choice. Li Mo looked up at Mu Bai all without the slightest hesitation. Simple. 1 2 3 3 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Surrender or wrestle or escape, I'll take them all. Li Mo's words were too special, so much so that when he finished speaking there was a moment of silence on the field. But after the silence came the ensuing questions. What are you babbling about? Where did the 5, 6, 7 option come from? It doesn't exist, okay? And you actually chose 1 2 3. Do you want to be the first to admit defeat and surrender? Someone roared angrily. Humph, this guy must be thinking that now is a good time to make a splash, so he's doing this on purpose, trying to use it to attract everyone's attention. What a claptrap. Another person commented with a disdainful face. It's simply nonsense. How can this kind of capitulationist trash possibly enter our Seed Academy? He really should be expelled immediately. Although at the moment fighting to the death and turning around and running, both choices were wrong, but absolutely no one would feel that surrendering was right. Li Mo's reply was truly a bit of a departure from the norm. Even Mu Bai froze for a moment but didn't refute it. Instead, he opened his mouth and inquired, combine freely, be flexible, fight and retreat and store up a counterattack. Since the other party went out of their way to send out ferocious beasts to come and sneak up on the Imperial Beast Masters, this is a good indication that the Imperial Beasts that I am manipulating must have made them feel a great threat. Undoubtedly at this moment for the entire battle situation, every minute of my delay could have a crucial impact. With this in mind, whether I feigned surrender, fought hard or ran for my life, I could use any tactic I wanted to as long as I could save my life and find a way to turn defeat into victory. Waiting for the opportunity to reverse the situation finally came. And that opportunity to reverse the situation is to choose Wu Liuqi. The battlefield is ever-changing, never limit your gaze, Li Mo explained to the crowd with a calm face, his tone firm and confident without the slightest hint of humility or arrogance. At the same time, he also responded in passing to some of the questions raised by those who were still chattering and discussing just a moment ago. When everyone heard Li Mo's words, the originally noisy chatter around them gradually calmed down. Obviously, they began to think that what Li Mo said was quite reasonable. After all, the people present were not stupid. Once they understood Li Mo's intentions, they naturally stopped guessing and questioning. Even if there were really one or two people in the crowd who lacked the ability to think or had slow reactions, they could still detect something strange in the suddenly quiet atmosphere around them. So these people wisely chose to keep their mouths shut and no longer made statements easily. Li Mo, on the other hand, was still continuing his output. Undoubtedly, as an Imperial Beast Master, the most ideal situation was to avoid putting oneself in an isolated situation. After all, putting oneself in danger was never what a competent Beastmaster would do. In addition to this, improving a Beastmaster's own fighting ability is obviously an effective way to solve the problem at its root. This was precisely the purpose of this training. Hearing this, Mubai couldn't help but fall into silence. "You've said it all, so what else can I say? This brat, what a pain in the arse, simply as annoying as Ji Yang." Despite this complaint in his heart, for some reason Mubai couldn't help but have a genuine smile on his face. This simple and easy to understand yet incredibly heavy truth was well known to many warriors who had experienced the test of life and death. But like Li Mo, this young and tender and never been involved in the battlefield students can understand the deep meaning of it is really rare and precious. Sometimes those who survived the ordeal suffered far more than those who lay in the ground. After all, the survivors not only have to face the physical and psychological trauma of war alone, but also have to shoulder more difficult responsibilities and missions, carrying the high hopes and unfulfilled ambitions of their deceased comrades to continue to march forward. They know that they must bite the bullet and work hard in order to live up to the precious opportunities that their fallen companions have exchanged with their lives. Only by living with all their might can they hope to make those beautiful visions a reality. To live, to make oneself worthy of the sacrifices, first of all one needs to have a strong body. After a brief lecture, started the formal extreme physical training. This training would be exceptionally hard. Li Mo and the other trainees knew this from the beginning. However, when the training really began, they realized that they had underestimated their own endurance and did not expect it to be so hard. Originally, they thought the training would be nothing more than running around the playground or doing squats with a barbell, but this was not the case. With a command, all the trainees had not yet regained their senses, only to feel that the environment around them had suddenly changed. The air was filled with a strong smell of rust and rot which hit the tip of the nose, causing the stomach lining to contract and causing intense discomfort. Not far away lay the huge bodies of giant Imperial Beast demons, and from time to time bursts of fierce battle sounds were heard. For just a moment it was as if the crowd was in the middle of a real battlefield. Li Mo stared wide-eyed, vigilantly examining everything around him. Even though it was clear in his heart that this was just an illusion, he still felt frightened in the face of such a real scene, and his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Most likely this illusion originated from a projection of the real battlefield. A teenager who wasn't too old but had a face that looked at life and death with a bland old air said to Li Mo, "You are the strongest being among us, our last hope. You must escape. Tell the general that the demon race has stolen the power of the space rats, and they are going to cast the small world fragments filled with demons into our back home. Please, General, they must find a way to intercept it. Go." When the words had not yet completely fallen, he only saw that teenager violently launching a palm forward, and instantly a majestic and unrivaled, irresistible huge force surged out and acted directly on Li Mo, directly pushing him out for a long distance. Li Mo then traversed through a tragic battlefield as scarlet as blood, as well as layers and layers of dangerous obstacles, and finally succeeded in getting out of the trap and flew away. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. He had only just flown out for a short time when his whereabouts were inadvertently revealed. In an instant, countless ferocious demons jumped up in the air and aggressively pounced towards Li Mo in pursuit. At this critical juncture, the place where the youngster was, there were suddenly several young leaders who were not on par with him, breaking through the barrier and defeating out. Together, they defiantly stopped most of the vicious demons, leaving only a few that escaped the net to continue chasing after Li Mo. "Li Mo, hurry up, Li Mo, you must live." Although he knew that this was an illusion, Li Mo still felt a wave of panic and urgency. No longer lingering, he turned and fled. The demonic creature that chased after him behind him was exceptionally powerful. Li Mo used all his strength, but he couldn't shake him off and followed closely behind. Even several terrifying attacks almost landed on Li Mo's body. Initially, Li Mo was very clear in his heart that the place he was in at the moment was an illusory realm, and he was undergoing an extreme physical ability test. He was even trying, as he said during the previous lecture, whether he could fake a surrender to buy Sometime, however, this idea proved to be too naive. Those demonic creatures had no sense to speak of, and it was impossible to communicate with them. Instead, while Liam was trying to communicate, a beam of light that was extremely powerful and contained destructive power suddenly struck, grazed his cheek, and then smashed heavily into the ground, instantly forming a deep, dark crater that could not be seen from the bottom. Even though it did not make a direct hit, Liam still felt a fiery, sharp pain in his face, as if his entire face had been burnt to ashes. Responsibility, fear, panic, remorse, and other complex emotions, driving Liam constantly running wildly. He did not dare to have the slightest pause, fleeing forward as hard as he could. Gradually he forgot that this was just an illusion and immersed himself in this life and death escape. Running until his mouth is dry, endure to continue to run, running to exhaustion with the spirit to continue to run until the consciousness falls asleep, use instinct to continue to run, running to complete unconsciousness, woken up by the pain and continue to run, time and time again, the cycle of endless despair, run until I don't know how many years, still running. The river is waiting for a talented person to come out, a new generation of new people. This batch of students really good, this absolute real simulation, pressure, life and death threatening environment, high intensity, running away for 3 hours. There are still 73 people holding on. Shi Yang Mu by Situyu. The 3 assistant teachers carefully recorded the data of each student and at the same time were responsible for feeding the fainted students with potions. Not far ahead, Sitamang was concentrating on maintaining the illusion and exercising his unique nightmare supernatural ability, presenting images by projecting projections for the crowd to view. Lung Dao, on the other hand, stood steadily in front, his body emitting a palpitatingly terrifying pressure like a ferocious and incomparable humanoid tyrannical dragon, mercilessly suppressing every single trainee present. Because of this, many of the trainees knew that they were in an illusionary realm, but they were still quickly intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves from it. Not only because the illusion created by Situ Dream was extremely real, but also because their bodies actually felt an incomparably strong pressure. Those trainees who fainted on the ground invariably showed that their bodies and minds had reached their limits under the endless double weight and eventually fainted due to the unbearable burden. At this moment, if one were to look closely, one would find that the temperature here should be very pleasant and refreshing, but the bodies of these trainees were all covered with traces of being drenched in sweat without exception. On the surface, they didn't seem to be as exhausted as running on a 5-kilometer-long playground. However, in fact, the burden on their bodies had already exceeded the intensity of several marathon races. Bang! With a soft sound, another trainee collapsed. Fong Cece holding on for 186 minutes and 28 seconds. Bang! Ding Xiaoxiao 187 minutes and 12 seconds. Bang! Lang Qingqiu 187 minutes and 13 seconds. Those who could still hold on by now were less than 1/10 of the total number of people. Many people had reached their limits and the number of people who had collapsed was increasing. Mubai followed Ji Yang, one recording, the other checking the students' bodies and feeding them potions. When he passed by Liam, he even looked twice more. This kid, still holding on, awesome. Shi Yang, I'm a bit convinced of the evaluation you gave him earlier. Shi Yang glanced in Liam's direction. What flashed in his eyes was a flash of appreciation. Qualifications were objective, but not absolute. It is one's own efforts and state of mind that determines the limits of the future. The fact that he's been able to persevere until now is not something I've evaluated him on, but rather he himself has that heart. Shi Yang finished, swept a glance at Mubai and added, just like you. That's true. In response to Ji Yang's compliments, Mubai nodded his head deeply. He took it without any ceremony. In the beginning, those who had higher imperial beast qualifications than me and whose family lineage was better than mine are not all eating dust behind me now. You guy who was so perverted in the beginning has now also become my partner. Although Mubai was rejected by Dean Lu Shu, he was also teased as a moderate gatekeeper. However, this definitely did not mean that Mubai was not strong. The fact that he was able to appear here already proved his strength. The penultimate in a group of true dragons that was still a true dragon, not something anyone could underestimate. But this kid, the speed of his growth, I feel is more impressive than even you were back then, before when we went to Luo City, a half-baked rubbish rat king. This kid couldn't even solve it. He was still able to enter the Seed Academy because he was contaminated by the light of the Imperial Beast bloodline. But now that so many people have fallen, he is still there. Looking at Limao's body, the sweat had completely wet his body along the trouser legs, dripping down to the ground. All had a small sweat pit. His legs were taut and strong, his whole body's muscles were tightened and his veins were rippling. Obviously Liam had also reached his limit state. but in his current state he shouldn't be able to last much longer. Shi Yang, what do you think? I don't know. Shi Yang shook his head, he really didn't know. If he were to say how long the God's sigil fragment could last, he might be able to speculate, as he also had it, but to speculate on how long Li Mo could last, he couldn't speculate, it had to depend on Li Mo's heart. Why don't we make a bet? It's now 192 minutes and 18 seconds. I bet that he can hold out for at most 2 more minutes before he passes out. Mu Bai grinned and scowled towards Ji Yang, looking towards Sitayu, who doesn't talk much on the side. Xiaoyu, are you coming? Let's make a bet and buy dinner if we lose. Sitayu wasn't very old, and when she looked closely, there was still a touch of childishness on her face. She bypassed Mu Bai and walked towards the other trainees. No bet, sister said, let me not play with you. Mu Bai glanced at Sitayu and then glanced at Sita Meng, who was maintaining the illusion above. If you don't gamble, you don't gamble. Sita Meng, as if she was aware of it, swept a glance at Mu Bai, who resolutely conceded, that is a real big man, can't afford to mess with it. Well, I am a fool. Sitayu cannot afford to mess with. Ji Yang does not play with him. Mu Bai can only focus back on Li Mo. Shi Yang, look, he doesn't seem right. Li Mo doesn't seem right. In the middle of the illusion, Li Mo had long since forgotten how long he had escaped. Along the way he used all sorts of methods. He tried all sorts of ways, leading the evil to the east, driving tigers to devour wolves, pretending to be dead, hiding in the mouths of beasts, everything he could think of. That he couldn't think of, everything he could test, and everything he couldn't test, all of them were attempted. The demons that were chasing him were all screwed up by him for several batches, but the demons behind him, after a batch of death, a batch of stronger ones would appear. At this moment Li Mo felt as if he had been drained, his body and spirit had reached their limits. He stared wide-eyed at the city in front of him that was as close as a stone's throw but out of reach, his heart filled with endless unwillingness and remorse. Just that little bit short, he was able to complete his mission and deliver the important news. And those unknown comrades who had escorted him here at the cost of their lives, was he going to fall at this moment? In that case, wouldn't he fail their trust and expectations? Li Mo clenched his teeth tightly, his heart filled with pain and self-blame. He hated why he was no longer stronger, why he couldn't hold on a little longer. However, no matter how much he struggled, his body's exhaustion grew heavier and heavier, as if it would crush him to the ground at any time. No way, I can't fall down, Li Mo shouted, using the last vestiges of his remaining willpower to try and hold up his faltering body. Li Mo, stand up for me. Li Mo's eyes were bloodshot and he didn't know where the strength came from that made him really stand up. Li Mo couldn't care about anything else and quickly sprinted forward. He knew deep down that as soon as he let go of his vigor, everything would be lost. He stared at the city, not knowing how hard it was to take each step. Despite his legs being as heavy as lead, he still walked forward with determination. During this long and arduous journey, Li Mo experienced countless falls and rises. Every fall was a kind of ordeal for him, but every time he stood up again, it also made him stronger and stronger, because he carries the hopes of too many people and must not give up lightly. Finally, with his tenacity and unyielding spirit, Li Mo slowly approached the city. Although his steps were staggering, his gaze was always firm as ever. As he was about to arrive at his destination, he shouted with all his strength, "Mission accomplished." Afterwards he fainted to the ground. The illusion broke and Li Mo, who was outside, also fell to the ground in response. Looking closely, Li Mo's body was red as if he was a boiled shrimp. This was caused by the blood boiling throughout his body and bursting through the capillaries. But most importantly, it wasn't this. Dean Lushu, can you see anything? Everyone's gazes were gathered on Dean Lushu's body. Li Mo had just clearly run out of oil and reached his true limit, but in the last split second Li Mo's spirit seemed to have been replenished by something, allowing him to hold on for a period of time once again. Although it wasn't particularly long, it also made Li Mo the only one in the entire room who had lasted for 224 minutes. The others, the second place, had only lasted 201 minutes. Li Mo was a full 20 minutes ahead of the second place. At the back, the longer you hold on, the smaller the gap will be, the difference of a few seconds everyone can understand. But Li Mo, this full 20-minute gap was almost equal to one more person's spiritual power. This is the first time they have all seen this situation. I can't see it either. Dean Lushu muttered, his brows slightly furrowed as if he was pondering an extremely profound question. Perhaps, is this really human potential? He secretly pondered, a curious light flickering in his eyes. Dean Lushu gazed at Li Mo, his gaze growing deeper and deeper, filled with an inquisitive meaning. That kind of gaze was like he wanted to dissect Li Mo's body and see his deepest secrets. As for Qi Yang and the others who were standing at the side at this moment, they only felt a chill down their spine and inexplicable fear surging up to their hearts. They couldn't help but think if Dean Lushu really had such a strong interest in the human body, then would the next step be to actually dissect Liamo open? The moment this thought appeared, it made them shudder. After all, no one could predict what kind of move this mysterious Dean Lushu would make next. In this tense atmosphere, time seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a single sound for fear of attracting Dean Lushu's attention. Dean Lushu, on the other hand, was completely immersed in his own thoughts, oblivious to everything around him. Then will he be in danger? Shi Yang couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, his spiritual power is abundant, stronger than the spiritual power of many spiritual beast royal masters. Not only will he not be in danger, he is even somewhat blessed by the disaster. Hearing Dean Lushu say this, the hearts of the crowd only then relaxed. Mubai couldn't wait to spit. This kid is awesome, I am convinced. 224 minutes, what a concept? In the back, teacher Coldblade's pressure, the more it increases the stronger it gets, I feel unbearable. This kid actually lasted for so long, very outstanding indeed. Shi Yang couldn't help but nod his head in praise. Li Mo's outstanding performance this time was truly amazing, far exceeding Shi Yang's original expectations. Not only that, even Sitayu, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but cast his eyes towards Li Mo several times and was curious about this youngster. This little kid really is tough. The overall quality of this batch of students is quite high. Sita Meng was the creator of this illusionary realm, and she knew all the difficulties and dangers in it. The difficulties that Li Mo faced and overcame. Even those veterans who had been in the battlefield for a long time were afraid that it would be difficult for them to match. At this moment, even the cold sword, who had always been as cold as frost and had never smiled, looked at Li Mo with the same expression. When he looked at Li Mo, a hint of appreciation flowed out of his cold eyes and softly commented, "Well, it's really quite good." Hearing Lang Dagger's praise, Mubai immediately called out, "Teacher Lang Dagger, you didn't even cross me. I'm jealous. No way, I want to be praised too. People are still kids. You?" Lang Dagger raised his head, sized up Mubai for a few moments and thought seriously, pretty average. Can we still have a good time? After the gag was over, Li Mo was fed the potion and sent back to his room. Some people say that there are great terrors between life and death, and that it is only in the position of the limit that new insights can be gained. These trainees, this training mentally and physically, all reached the limit. Even after taking the potion, they needed to recuperate, digesting the gains of this time. Although such training could be said to be painful, the rewards were absolutely enormous. Some of the trainees had already awakened, yet they were still unwilling to get up and continued to feel the same feeling they had in the illusion. As for Li Mo, he was caught in a strange dream. In the dream, the Li Mo that originally belonged to this body appeared in front of him and told him, "I have given everything to you. From now on you need to shoulder the responsibility of two people and carry that expectation of mine to move forward and strive hard together." Thinking back, Li Mo had promised to take good care of his mother. That time Li Mo's spirit fused with this body. This time Li Mo's spirit resonated with Li Mo's spirit again, finally achieving complete fusion. From this moment onwards, there was no longer any distinction between the so-called original Li Mo or the traveler Li Mo. He was the only true Li Mo. There was no wind and the night was hazy. When Li Mo woke up again, it was already noon the next day. Seed Academy quite humane. After yesterday's training, today's whole day is a holiday rest. Moreover, the academy provided all kinds of delicious food and fun. After Li Mo stepped out of the room, Leng Qingqiu hurriedly waved to him. Just past that, before Leng Qingqiu could say anything, Fong Cici on the side had already rushed up, her two eyes bubbling with little stars. "Little brother, you finally woke up. I heard from the teacher that you actually lasted for a whole 224 minutes. It's simply unbelievable. You managed to break the record. 224 minutes, is that a lot?" Li Mo just woke up, he doesn't know much about this yet. "A lot, quite a lot. I only lasted 3 hours before I fainted." It was about the same as CC. Leng Qingqiu explained, and at the same time gave Li Mo a rough idea of the situation. Yes, little brother, tell us about your experience." "I only lasted 179 minutes. Beside Leng Qingqiu stood several other girls, all of them gazing at Li Mo with admiration. After all, this boy was the one who stood out in the first training and was highly praised by the teachers. As for the few boys next to him, they were looking at Li Mo with a bit of a grimace. Leng Qingqiu's looks were considered good, and there were people who hit on her. Although Leng Qingqiu was in the way of all her classmates and didn't reject people directly, but also not considered friendly, the result is that Li Mo directly sat next to Leng Qingqiu, but also surrounded by so many girls. Jealous, these Li Mo didn't care. He wanted to understand the things. Probably after understanding and Leng Qingqiu Fong Cici, they casually chatted a few words. After eating some things and packing some things, Liam went back towards his room, because the pop-up alert in front of him was about to blow up. Your dusty python devoured a level 23 rainforest arrow. Poison frog gained poison arrow like rain skill fragment *1 gained intense poison talent fragment *1 is spiritual power plus experience plus. Your blackwater toad devoured a level 17 rainforest arrow. Poison frog gained poison arrow like rain skill fragment *1 gained intense poison talent fragment *1 spiritual power plus experience plus. Your dusty python devoured a level 24 iron armored lizard gained tough as iron talent fragment *1. Your blackwater toad devours a level 18 iron armored lizard gaining hard as iron talent fragment *1 is spiritual power plus experience plus. Liam emptied his mind and countless hints like a tidal wave came rushing in. The dusty python brought the black water toad and entered the magical beast forest like locusts crossing the border and started sweeping. Liam looked and saw that the dusty python was still cautious. Bringing the little toad did not directly mess around. According to the tips, they hunted magical creatures. The level from low to high at the beginning were some 12 level, 15 level magical creatures. To the back only slowly came to more than 20 level magical creatures. And it was usually the dusty python that tackled the stronger demons and the little toad that tackled the weaker ones. As the night passed, the dusty python's level had returned to level 20. Although the dusty python said that for the truly strong level was actually unimportant, however for them now the level was still a very intuitive display of increased strength. Little toad's level, which hadn't moved for a few days, was also growing like crazy and had come to level 28. Giving back a lot of attribute power to Liam, it was no wonder Liam came out today and recovered well. As for the other trainees, although they woke up, many of them still felt sickly. If they continued to rise like this, level 30 was close at hand. That's level 30. Back then in Luo City, how many big names had imperial beasts that were only level 30 or so? At that time, Luo City's private name, above level 10, it was called a primary imperial beast master. Above level 20 an intermediate imperial beast master, and above level 30 that was a senior imperial beast master. Someone above level 30 in Luo City was already in upper middle class existence. And now how long had this only been over? One's own distance from level 30 didn't seem far away, and most importantly, the little toad's upgrades wouldn't be like the other Imperial Beast Masters who were limited oh so much. Other Imperial Beast Masters, because of qualification limitations or otherwise, tended to get stuck at level 19, level 29. For example, in Luo City, most of the Imperial Beast Masters who obtained bronze qualification Imperial Beasts were stuck at level 19, and most of the Imperial Beast Masters who obtained silver qualification Imperial Beasts were stuck at level 29. Only a few Imperial Beast Masters who had obtained gold qualifications, or those who had obtained special encounters, were able to enter level 30 and become senior Imperial Beast Masters. For example, Li Chengtian and the others. For example, the Zhao family behind Zhao Jishuan, but now himself it seemed surpassing them wasn't far off. Speaking of these people, Liam did not forget when they escaped. Liam also asked Lung Xinghua to help look for them. Just do not know, recently there is no news. Before, the strength was not enough. Liam felt that he might have to grow for a while, so it had been pressed. But the addition of the dusty python made Liam's strength progress faster. Perhaps can find a time, these annoying guys, a one-time solution. Otherwise, it always felt like there was a lump in his heart. The prompts were still ringing. Liam looked at it, and there were already quite a few skill fragments that could be synthesized into skills. There were also a few more talents. Liam took a look and synthesized them all. Liam looked at them, although there were quite a few skills that were not very useful. For example, that what charm skill obtained by devouring an enchanting fox. Liam really couldn't imagine that the little toad casting a charm look could charm a what? A female toad? But apart from skills like charm, there were still quite a few good skills gained. For example, by devouring the 7-step green bamboo snake, the skill obtained, extreme speed surge, extreme speed burst. Burst at an extremely fast speed over a short distance. This skill in short-range bursts was very useful, whether it was used for sneak attacks or for withdrawing from the battlefield, it was very helpful. In addition, there is also the skill obtained by devouring the rainforest arrow. Poison frog, poison arrows like rain. Poison arrows like rain. Condense a batch of poison arrows causing ranged damage. The number of poison arrows, according to spiritual power, the ranged attack skill that Liam had been longing for, was finally available. This skill affected by spiritual power, and Little Toad and the others, the last thing they need is spiritual power. When the time comes, one shot is a large area. In addition, there are also some elemental skills such as wind acceleration, water disappearance, stealth, mud and sand raised, and so on skills. As for many of them, those that hadn't gathered enough skill fragments yet, there were even more. According to the speed of Little Toad and Dusty Python, it was just a matter of time to gather them all. In addition to skills, of course, there were also talents. While skills mostly needed to be actively activated, talents were more like passive. Always present, there were quite a few good talents acquired this time around. For example, the poison talent obtained from devouring the rainforest arrow poison frog was fused with the previous poison talent, allowing the poison talent to be upgraded and become even more toxic. Devouring the iron armored lizard gained the talent hard as iron, hard as iron. The defense ability of the body is greatly increased and it has a super high immunity to physical damage. Devouring a white-furred black eagle to obtain the talent eagle eyes, enhanced visual distance, enhanced dynamic vision. Compound eyes can capture all the subtleties of the surroundings. Eagle eyes can make the distance farther. These two talents unexpectedly linked up. However, Lemo's favorite talent was the special talent obtained from devouring the three-headed spirit cat, danger perception, danger sense. Enhances one's ability to perceive danger in advance. This talent is simply a must-have talent for traveling at home and escaping from home. With this talent, both Little Toad and Dusty Python could develop better, and of course, they themselves could get better. In addition, of course, there were still a bunch of talents that hadn't gathered enough fragments and hadn't been synthesized yet. Every talent fragment and skill fragment represented that, in the future, Lemo might be stronger. In the Devil Beast Forest, woohoo, cool, it's been a long time since this great master has had this much fun. The Dusty Python cheerfully extinguished the most powerful few slanting angled centipedes that rushed up with a single tail and directly opened its mouth to devour them. Feeling that extra surge of spiritual energy in his body, it was as comfortable as if he had just made it 80 female snakes, leaving out a few slightly weaker oblique horned centipedes. They were also directly blasted by the Little Toad and easily devoured. This set of actions along the way, a snake and a toad had done it many times, matching quite well. Stupid Toad, you have such a good deal, but you have only grown to the point you are now really stupid. The Dusty Python habitually mocked a Blackwater Toad. This was already a reserved program for them all the way. Blackwater Toad, quack. But I can't blame you, your heal base is too low after all. Even though you've improved a lot, you're still far from being a truly powerful divine beast. It's not bad for you to have grown up as much as you have. When you met this great master, I counted on your stupid Toad's 18 lifetimes of ancestors burning high incense. I'll train you well, keep up. Next, we'll aim for 2 more levels. The Dusty Python galloped forward with its head held high, followed closely by the Blackwater Toad. They were marching towards the next demonic lair with great vigor. This entire journey, the Dusty Python had not simply brought the Blackwater Toad to devour the demons. He had been carefully teaching the Blackwater Toad how to use his own abilities and spiritual power. This was because he deeply knew that not only did humans need to constantly learn to improve themselves, spirit beasts could not slack off as well. Each skill in the art of beast control had its own unique characteristics and could not be maximized simply by opening one's mouth and releasing it. There were many details involved. When to release, how to control the power of the release, how to use the technique skillfully, and how to grasp the speed of the release, all of which needed to be mastered through a long period of serious training. The Dusty Python patiently taught these points to the Blackwater Toad and demonstrated them to it by example. In fact, these were things that many Imperial Beast Masters did. Imperial Beast Masters grew with their Imperial Beasts and also assisted them in their growth. However, it was usually at the back, at a higher level, that they began to learn. Luo City's designation of primary, intermediate, and advanced Imperial Beast Masters was in fact not official. It was only because there were no high-level Imperial Beast Masters in Luo City, so they were called that. Officially, the Imperial Beast Masters are divided into 1 to 9 orders, 0 to 9 inch 0 order Imperial Beast Masters, 10 to 19 1 order Imperial Beast Masters, 90 to 99 9 order Imperial Beast Masters. Before the 4th stage, the vast majority of Beast Masters and the beasts they harness still followed the most primitive and original fighting mode, relying on instinct to continue to grow and evolve. However, once they crossed this stage, when the Imperial Beasts reached the 4th stage, their intelligence would be greatly improved and they would gradually learn to master various combat techniques. The Dust Python was an extremely special existence, and by virtue of its unique advantages, it was fully capable of leading the Little Toad to start some basic training in advance. Although the earthly python had always called the Blackwater Toad a stupid toad, this statement was only from its own standpoint. In all fairness, the Blackwater toad actually possessed a fairly good level of intelligence, especially amongst the many imperial beasts of the same level and with the same qualifications. The Blackwater toad could undoubtedly be classified as one of the top ranks. However, even so, this was still far from enough. One must know that the Blackwater toad was Lemo's royal beast and he himself was also Lemo's partner. If the Blackwater toad performed poorly, wouldn't it also indirectly lower his own level? Therefore, the dusty python's cultivation of the Blackwater toad has always been of high standards and strictness. When he was rushing, he suddenly felt that in his memory there seemed to be something more: poison arrows like rain? What rubbish skill, and what the hell is the eagle-eye talent? This master is a snake. What did you give me the eagle-eye talent for? Seeing the skills and talents that appeared, the dusty python directly spat unceremoniously. From his perspective, these skills wasted spiritual energy and didn't do much damage, especially the eagle-eye talent. This eagle and snake are natural enemies, alright. A snake by itself actually has eagle eyes. The dusty python tried it. The eyes couldn't help but light up a bit. The eagle's perspective turned out to be like this. I said how those snakes were always spotted. The dusty python felt at this time that although those skills were rubbish, they weren't completely useless. After Dusty Python finished feeling it, his gaze suddenly turned to Little Toad. These skills, you have them too, Blackwater Toad, quack. Interesting. The Dusty Python couldn't help but feel something heartfelt at this moment. It seems that this is what I felt before, that special power that I didn't perceive. Through devouring, not only can you obtain the other party's spiritual energy, but you can even acquire the other party's skills and talents. It's truly terrifying. Although these things aren't too useful to me, they're a nice boost for you, Little Toad. I was just saying that your heal base wasn't enough. Now that you have this ability for you to develop, save up more and sooner or later it will be enough. Not bad. The black water toad straightened its body. Croak. The dusty python laughed in anger. Stupid thing, after praising you twice you're actually proud of yourself. That nest of adamant and gibbons inside, you'll take care of it yourself, no need to miss a single one. Saying that, the dusty python's tail curled up and directly threw the black water toad out. Croak. The black water toad screamed anxiously. Although his intelligence wasn't high yet, he knew that the situation was not good at the moment. Unfortunately, the dusty python completely ignored him and watched the show on its own. Lemo, this kid, what is his origin? I originally thought that it was already very good for him to be recognized by the godheads, so I planned to follow him for a period of time and slowly recover with the help of his shelter. But this ability he has now is somewhat beyond my expectations. Whether it's a royal beast, a magical beast, or even an ordinary beast, every skill they possess, every talent they have, is formed over and over again in the evolutionary evolution of endless years of survival. It had the color of a unique historical heritage of the race. Although there were similar talents and skills born from similar environments, the actual kernels, however, were worlds apart. Just like the black spider's poison talent and the poison arrow frog's poison talent, they were not the same kind of toxin at all. But here in Lemo's place, it was actually possible to acquire their skills and talents so easily, and they could be transferred and grafted onto the stupid toad so easily, or even my body. And that process, without me even noticing it, suddenly appeared. What's more, this power, I can still use it. Snake eyes are the result of endless years of choices of my snake clan, yet I can directly use the gift of eagle eyes. This power is no longer in the realm of mortals. Even the gods cannot do this, unless of course it is the power of the Father God, but that was impossible. The dust python couldn't figure it out. Simply don't think about it, there was no point in thinking about this now. Simply watch the battle of the little toad. The little toad that was thrown into the group of adamant and gibbons at the very beginning went straight into a white-hot phase. Petrified outer skin, as tough as an iron wall, enhanced defense, poison arrows raining down, spiritual power spraying, crazy output, extreme speed, speedy wind, flexible and maneuverable, danger perception, crazy prejudgment. Those Vajra gibbon apes each had their jaws dropped, their eyes almost not falling out of their sockets. They could not have imagined that a toad that normally did not even enter their eyes would be able to show its power at this moment, only to see the toad's body agilely weaving in and out of the battlefield with all kinds of gorgeous skills coming out endlessly and in an endless stream, dazzling people and making them unable to defend themselves. Under the toad's powerful attack, the 9 powerful Vajra gibbon had no power to fight back and could only be suppressed to death and let it slaughter them. This was simply a one-sided slaughter. The toad fought 1 against 9, defeating like nobody's business. 3 defeats, 4 defeats, 5 defeats. For a while, the dusty python was dazzled. The dusty python brought the little toad to crunch and defeat, upgrading madly. They were happy, Liamo was also happy, and after blocking the hints he also took advantage of the break to call Lu Guifan for a bit, chatted about some small things about parents Lu Guifan unsurprisingly cared about. Whether Liamo ate well, wore warm clothes, slept well, and whether there were any injuries, Liamo answered one by one and also asked about her situation. After chatting for a long time, Lu Guifan suddenly said, Ling's city lord is also here. He said he has something to tell you. Liamo was surprised for a moment but did not expect Ling's city lord in his home. But when he thought about it carefully, he thought it was understandable. He had asked Lord Ling to help take care of Lu Guifan. Moreover, Luo City, only himself and Ling Qingqiu entered the Seed Academy. The relationship between the two families naturally would be closer. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Liamo, City Lord Ling told Liamo information about the Li family. City Lord Ling contacted other city lords he knew and issued a joint wanted notice for Li Feng, but for Li Changtian he was not so well wanted. Li Feng was inside the dusty python intending to defeat Li Mao. By this situation, the circumstances were quite serious and it was regarded as a betrayal. Being wanted, no problem. But Li Changtian didn't make any out of the ordinary actions inside the dusty python, where he took out the desert boat and saved many people, although at the last moment escaped. But at the last minute there were too many people who escaped. The law was not responsible for it and it didn't cause any harm, so it could only be morally condemned. Some time ago, in the sealed city north of Luo City, there are rumors Li Feng and Li Changtian's whereabouts, but quickly disappeared. Followed up. Your city master will continue to follow up. Based on speculation, Li Changtian and the others might be heading to the northern ice city. It is said that Zhao Jishuan's grandmother's family in Ice City's power is not small. It is very likely if it is Ice City, then Ling Xinghua may not be able to intervene. Ice City belonged to the northern big city. It was the core of the northern region and the city lord was said to be a 7th-ranked imperial beast master. Luo City is just a small city in the southern border, Ling Xinghua, but the peak of the 4th order. The difference is not a star. Lung Xinghua told Liamo also hope Liamo can have a psychological preparation. Liamo expressed his understanding. These people, if they never appeared in front of him and did not get in his way, he could also consider these people dead. But if these people don't know how to die and have to come up, then don't blame him. Being able to run once is my mercy. Come back a second time, let you know what is called the wrath of thunder. In the end, Leng Xinghua also expressed his concern for Liamo, saying that Liamo is their Luocheng out, representing the face of Luocheng. If you need any help, Luo City will do its best. Of course, did not forget, let Liamo help take care of Leng Qingqiu. And finally, an extra euphemistically entangled. Let him help look after. Don't other scummy bastards hit Leng Qingqiu's idea. As well as Liamo is also not allowed to hit Leng Qingqiu's idea. Liamo did not hesitate to agree. He on Leng Qingqiu at present there is really no special mind. Women experienced in his last life, royal beast has not experienced in this life. Obviously, the imperial beast is more attractive to Liamo. The phone returned to Lu Guifan's hand. Liamo talked with Lu Guifan for a long time again and exhorted for a long time. Although time counted, it was actually only a few days and it used to be a week from the outer city to the inner city, but distance-wise this time it was too far apart and the psychological feeling was different. Lu Guifan nagging instructions. Liamo also received one by one, and this feeling quite strange, but Liamo does not resent but feel quite good. There is a feeling that the years are quiet. Liamo's side of the quiet, but the school teachers at the moment one by one are a little nervous. What's wrong? So anxious to call me. Deep inside the school, inside an office that doesn't look like an office, Dean Lu Shu walked over with a hurried step, colorful flowers blooming on his body, leaves on his head in all sorts of strange shapes, and his lips black and purple. The crowd was also not surprised. Dean Lu Shu often conducted some strange and weird research, and in order to truly understand the feedback of these studies, so Dean Lu Shu often directly on his own body to do research. This way he could make the most intuitive judgment. This was also one of the reasons why Dean Lu Shu was able to research so many things. As soon as Dean Lu Shu appeared, Qi Yang, who was in charge of monitoring, could not wait to say, Dean, there was an unknown disturbances of magical creatures in the magical beast forest. After our simple exploration, we found that many of the magical beast groups in the periphery, all of them were hunted down and defeated with no corpses left behind. According to the traces of battle at the scene, the ones who did it were at least several powerful magical creatures, the most obvious of which was a giant snake. We suspected that it was because of our commotion that the high-level magical beasts at the core of the magical beast forest came out. We didn't dare to investigate deeper for fear of being discovered and causing more problems. That's why we came to Dean in the first instance, wanting to ask for your help in probing the situation. Dean Lushu's plant-based imperial beasts can communicate with the other trees in the forest and play a greater role, monitoring the changes within the magical beast forest at all times. This is also the reason why Dean Lushu's research lab was set up in the magical beast forest. Devil Beast's strange movements. Dean Lushu's face at this moment became serious. It shouldn't be right this season without young beasts coming out of the mountains. High-level magical beasts usually won't easily come to the periphery. When things go wrong, there must be a demon. This matter I will personally go and investigate. This is not a small matter. Beast forest once cannot be so big. Even inside there is a human city. Later, the inside of the beasts captured the city. The human race failed to beast forest expansion only to have today's scale. Later, the human race reached a temporary peace agreement with the dominant powerhouses of the demonic beast forest, and only then did the current situation come about. If the demonic beast forest really had any changes, I'm afraid it would have an impact on the entire empire, the entire human race. After speaking, Dean Lushu no longer had the slightest delay. The spiritual energy on his body fluctuated slightly and his entire body merged into the wooden planks on the ground. This piece of school was all constructed by his imperial beasts. What he was using now was the highest use of absolute synchronization, the human-beast unity. He was now his tree. During this period of time, the things that happened in this school, this patch of woods, he was able to know them all. In the Devil Beast Forest, some small, inconspicuous tree roots spread crazily, entering the spot Shi Yang and the others had discovered where the Devil Beast had been defeated. Those tree roots quickly inserted into the surrounding trees, and soon the aura of those trees was assimilated, emitting the same aura as Dean Lushu's imperial beasts. This skill was called assimilation. Dean Lushu's imperial beast, whose main body was a tree, could take other trees, connect them to its own roots, and assimilate them into its own branch. Dean Lushu also saw everything that happened from this tree. A snake, a toad, was here, slaughtering madly and devouring corpses. The snake he hadn't seen before, but it had seen the toad, Limo's toad. The number of people who entered the Seed Academy was already small, and the one who had a toad as a royal beast was even more exceptionally clear, with only Limo. It's him. Then what was the situation with this snake? This snake was clearly together with the toad. Dean Lushu continued to track it, the tree roots spreading rapidly, and soon all the surrounding locations where the battle had taken place, the trees were assimilated. Dean Lushu also saw everything. When it was clearly seen that both the little toad and the giant snake were rapidly upgrading, Dean Lushu visibly froze for a moment. But then he also smiled. Liamo, this little guy, the secrets in his body are not small. But it wasn't strange geniuses who didn't have a little bit of strange encounters. Just like himself, wasn't he also a freak in the eyes of others? Dean Lushu sensed towards the depths of the magical beast forest again, confirming that there is no problem. Dean Lushu left some guards and then withdrew back. Dean, how is it? What's the situation? Is there an incident inside the magical beast forest? Or did some Beast King cubs come out to practice? Seeing Dean Lushu return, Qi Yang and the others hurriedly asked anxiously. Lung Dagger Sitameng also gathered over. Once an incident really happened or something else, it would definitely be another big battle, so they were all extraordinarily concerned. Haha, it's fine, I've checked the magical beast forest, everything is normal. I've left a guard at the middle level, so if any movement occurs, I'll be able to spot it first. As for those magical creatures that were defeated, they are the imperial beasts of our students. Put them into exercise and fight, it's not a big deal. Dean Lushu picked some things to say but didn't say anything about the anomalies he found. It's good that nothing happened, it's good that nothing happened. Hearing Dean Lushu's words for a moment, the entire room was filled with sounds of relief. But this batch of trainees, their quality is indeed very strong. These demonic creatures on the outside, which we purposely kept and prepared to use as practical teaching later, were actually solved like this. This guy's imperial beast, it seems really not simple. Who is it? With this combat power, is it Long Ao Tion's Earth Dragon? Note that guy is huge and the traces left behind are very recognizable. Is that Meng Changqing's ancient mammoth? Note that guy's size isn't small either. Du Huixing, Ding Xiao Xiao, or Wei Wuxing? Dean, who is it? Why don't you tell us? Everyone was curious, but didn't ask. Only Mubai followed up. You guess? Dean Lushu revealed a bad smile, and the person had already disappeared. Guess? How can I guess? Mubai was helpless. There was no information about this. A headless fly taking life to guess. Looking at the crowd to disperse again, Mubai suddenly remembered something. Teacher, Dream Teacher, Cold Knife, that practical teaching demon was defeated behind how to practical combat. Situmeng looked at Mubai and smiled brightly. Aren't you an assistant teacher? Help complete all the preparations needed for teaching. This happens to be your scope of work. Mubai looked at Situyu, who came in from outside. His eyes lit up and he was about to open his mouth. Situmeng already spoke first. Xiaoyu, I need to prepare some things for the next class. Come over and help me. Okay, sister. Situyu nodded obediently and followed Situmeng. Mubai could only look at his best mate. Ji Yang spread his hands helplessly. The next stage, extreme survival in a harsh environment. You know I'm going to be in charge of the red flame area. Looking at the empty room, Mubai really wanted to give himself two mouths at this moment. Why is his mouth so indebted? Oh, why did he go and ask this question? Mubai wanted to cry without tears. Gritting his teeth in hatred, he began to prepare to catch the demons. Don't let me know who did it. Otherwise I'll let you know. No, my Mubai's iron fist of justice. Rest was rest, but training was the focus. Early the next morning all the trainees were pulled up and continued the extreme physical training. With the first experience, the second performance, basically all the trainees have improved. It was just a matter of how much progress. After 3 consecutive rounds of perseverance, the rate of progress dropped significantly after 3 rounds and some even stagnated. So the second training was opened. The second training was called Extreme Spiritual Power Control. Of course it was also called Extreme Survival in a Hostile Environment. At this level, the trainees would face the special environmental test of 2 alternating cyclical flows of volcanic hell and extreme ice peaks. In short, it was as cruel as the legendary 9 heavens of ice and fire. The trainees needed to rely on the spiritual energy in their bodies to withstand the extremely harsh environment and last as long as possible in it. However, this requires a high degree of skill. A tiny bit more spiritual energy may not be able to support them until the last moment, while a little skimpiness may lead to frostbite or even burns. Therefore, how to accurately calculate and reasonably use every bit of spiritual energy became the key. For this level, assistant coach Situyu and I will jointly construct a field of ice and fire with our magic power. The only way for you to pass this level is to go all out, exert over 200% of your strength and maintain a high level of concentration. In addition, it must be emphasized that this level involves a certain amount of risk and is not like the previous ones where you can choose whether or not to participate. After Qi Yang finished speaking, he and Situyu began to construct the area. Qi Yang's body was wrapped in a blazing flame as if it was a burning star emitting suffocating heat. Even though they were far apart, people could still feel the burning, stinging sensation coming in like a tidal wave. Where his feet stepped, the originally solid land gradually softened and melted, eventually converging into a pool of hot magma. In the magma pool, the crimson liquid tumbled violently, and from time to time, hot magma splashed out of the pool. One of the drops happened to land on the nearby grass, and in an instant, a wisp of pungent green smoke emerged, and the fire quickly spread out, engulfing the entire piece of grass. The trainees who were closer were horrified to realize that their foreheads were already covered in fine beads of sweat, and they retreated to the side in a panic, fearing that they would be affected by this horrifying sight. Meanwhile, directly opposite Qi Yang, Situyu's petite figure displayed a powerful aura that was equal to Qi Yang's. However, the two controlled very different power attributes. The power attributes controlled by the two were diametrically opposed. Situyu's ice and snow power, which she was extremely proficient in, continuously surged out from under her feet and spread out in all directions at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of ice formed on the ground and its thickness continued to increase. Goosefeather snow fell in the sky and the snowflakes flew all over the sky, giving people a dreamlike feeling. Not long after, the mountain of snow and ice has more than 2 meters high, but still no sign of stopping growth. The bone-chilling cold freezing the trainees over here, their bodies were shivering. In a short period of 10 minutes, this area had changed drastically. Mentor Situmeng had even thrown 2 magic creatures up with ease as a test. On the left side is the hot lava. If you are unfortunate enough to fall into it, you will instantly be engulfed by the blazing flames and turned into ashes. On the right side is the extremely cold ice mountain. Once you step into it, you will instantly freeze into an ice sculpture. In the ice and fire, in the land of the sky suddenly stretched out a thick and huge branches from which hangs down a rope of moderate length. That's right, it's those seemingly ordinary ropes. The task facing these young trainees was to climb up the rope. However, the rope was far from being as solid and reliable as expected. It kept swaying from side to side, sometimes to the left, making the rope licked by the hot flames red hot, sometimes swinging to the right, and in the blink of an eye, it would condense into a thick layer of frost, cold and biting and hard. This scene didn't need the teachers to say anything, but it scared many of the trainees and sent shivers down their spines. Teacher, you don't want us to just go straight up like this, do you? The student asked with a face full of horror. Otherwise, Teacher Sitameng replied with an expressionless face, aren't there any protective measures? Or will you, teacher, step in to save our lives at the critical moment? Another student asked tentatively. No, Teacher Sitameng was still as cold as ice. But teacher, if we fall from here, then the consequences are simply unimaginable. We will really become corpses. Some of the students were so scared that their voices were trembling. Well, it won't. Teacher Sitameng suddenly revealed. A wry smile won't turn into corpses because after falling down you will have no bones left. Hearing this, the students completely collapsed. Someone cried out, I'm not going to practice anymore. Where is this training? However, Teacher Sitameng was unimpressed and responded indifferently. How is it not? Our Seed Academy has a death target. Oh, in other words, even if you guys die, it doesn't matter yet. Situ dream was very beautiful, and many of the trainees in their dreams still had dreams of boundless spring colors with Teacher Situ dream as the target. Her smile at this moment was also extraordinarily sweet, but the trainees felt that they saw the smile of the devil. There were even trainees who couldn't hold on. Swallowing their saliva, they frantically backed up, turned around and started to run away. I want to go home. I'm not going to practice anymore. I want to go home. I want my mom. I thought that Seed Academy was training future students. You guys are simply destroying the future of the Imperial Dragon Empire. I'm going to report you to the Imperial Beast Division. You guys wait to be punished. My dad is from the Imperial Beast Division. You guys are in big trouble. For a while, some people broke down and cried, rolling and crawling. Some threatened and intimidated, moving out their parents. There were also people who directly cursed, filling the screen with unwritten profanities, but such people were only a minority, nearly 600 people. Such people only accounted for 1/5. After all, the people who came here were all the pride of a party and still had their own thinking ability. The Seed Academy was to train students. One skill down, this batch of students, at least the majority of death. Teacher, just when someone wanted to continue to ask something, Sitameng raised his hand. Alright, a group of people grinding, not a bit of blood, all of you go in. A huge force carrying an unrivaled might. All the trainees were all thrown in. Blazing heat waves attacked the cheeks, the flowing hair was burned and curled, emitting a special stench. Extreme cold rolled over the trouser legs, the whole leg became stiff, heavy and lost consciousness. The threat of death made all the trainees tightly grasp the rope closest to them. Before they could catch their breath, a hot wind struck, cold currents intermingled, and the rope began to sway from side to side. 9 heavens of ice and fire, the acidity was limitless. This couldn't be possible, absolutely impossible. How can this be true? Those teachers, they'd never dare to take someone's life so easily. Previously, the first level was an illusion, this one must be just an illusion as well. A student shouted emotionally. That's right, let's all calm down and think about it. We are all the proud sons of heaven, selected from all the major cities. If something bad were to happen to them here, how would they explain to the forces behind them as well as our families? So the icebergs and lava in front of us are undoubtedly just a false illusion. Another person held onto the rope tightly and analyzed in a firm tone. However, there was an immediate rebuttal from the crowd. You are wrong, I happened to be at the side when the magma was formed just now. I watched as the earth was instantly covered by lava, and even the flowers in front of me were burnt down. All of this really happened. Yes, when I was standing at the end of the iceberg earlier, there were snowflakes falling down. At that time, I even reached out and caught a few snowflakes. They were all real, there was nothing fake about them. A few more people chimed in, stating that the scenes they experienced were by no means illusory. For a while, the crowd was divided, and it was difficult to unite their opinions. Some were convinced that all of this was just an elaborate test aiming to test their will and courage, while the other part believed that the dangerous scene in front of them was undoubtedly true and that they must find a way to get out of the predicament as soon as possible. Who cares if it's true or not? I'll find out if I try it. Suddenly a low and firm voice came from some remote corner. The crowd followed the voice and saw a cadet with a slightly distressed figure and blurred face stand up. Immediately after, under the staring eyes of all the trainees, the trainee resolutely loosened his grip on the rope and his body fell like a broken arrow straight down to the tumbling magma below. Hey, don't be impulsive. Someone on the side came back to his senses and hastily reached out to try to catch him, but it was too late, could only watch him fall into the hot lava in an instant. A heart-rending scream resounded throughout the space, sending chills down one's spine. Help me, I was wrong, I don't want to die. The cadet struggled desperately, yet the merciless lava quickly flooded his lower body, wrapping it tightly. As time passed, the screams gradually diminished until they disappeared without a trace. The scene that happened in front of us was too shocking and unforeseen, and many of the trainees didn't even have time to react in time, while the trainee who was brave enough to try it out had already turned into a wisp of curling black smoke that floated away in the air. For a time, the atmosphere of the scene became unusually weird and silent. The remaining trainees looked at each other with all sorts of complicated expressions on their faces, staring down at the still surging magma with wide eyes as if they could see a reenactment of the tragic scene just now. However, before they could have any extra time to think, someone shouted in alarm, "Quickly look below, magma, magma!" Looking down, the magma below rising in such a short while it's going to burn to the end of the rope. Liam, we won't really die here, right? The swaying rope, cold and hot, the trainee hanging on it was like a withered leaf in the wind, ready to fall at any moment. Precarious. Lang Qingqiu initially acted very calm and collected because she knew that the purpose of this training was to cultivate the trainees and it could never really involve a life and death decision. In her mind, she had once questioned what she saw in front of her. Was it all just a false illusion? However, when she witnessed the trainee being mercilessly engulfed by the rolling lava, her deepest beliefs began to falter. Lang Qingqiu wasn't the only one who was like this. Many of the geniuses who were initially able to remain calm and collected also showed a trace of imperceptible emotion on their faces at this moment. Everything that happened to that student just now, everyone could see it clearly and distinctly, and that miserable scream was like a lingering sound that echoed in the ears for a long time. Lingering. Now it won't be. If everyone continues to freeze in place and not move, they will definitely die. Hurry up and climb up while the lava is not catching up. Liam smiled and casually said, after saying that, he started to follow the rope and climb upwards. Seeing Liam's movements and hearing Liam's words, the rest of the people too reacted. The magma under their feet, without realizing it, came a little closer and the rope was shortened by another section. If we don't climb up, the magma will catch up with us and we will be dead. For a moment everyone was rapidly climbing upwards, using the spiritual energy in their bodies to ward off the severe cold and blazing heat, while also using their spiritual energy to protect their arms and be able to firmly grip onto the rope. The entire rhythm of training at this moment, only then did it officially begin. Looking at this scene, the corner of Liam's lips slightly hooked up. He was considered to be assisting the teachers in completing the training, right? Just a moment ago, the moment the trainee fell into the lava, the scene was exceptionally real and shocked many people. However, Liam, who possessed the talent of sharp eagle eyes and keen snake eyes, found the clues, and with the added talent of his two types of eyes, he was able to see even when a certain cadet quietly farted and his trousers had a slight tremor. However, he was never able to see that cadet's face. In the past few days, he didn't dare to say that he knew all the trainees, but at least he had an impression of each of them. But for this cadet who had just fallen into the lava, he had no clue in his mind. This situation was really unusual. At that time, Liam was suspicious. Was this person a fake? The purpose was to deliberately create this kind of frightening atmosphere so that the students would realize the horrors of this training. Although Liam knew but did not demolish all people by the life and death threat, only when more motivated, more able to burst out of the potential. For example, now those who usually look petite, soft and weak, even the bottle cap cannot unscrew the girls but tightly grasp the rope, and even the speed of upward climbing, or one of the best. In the process of climbing upwards, the rope shook more and more violently. A moment ago, the body was still in the direction of the iceberg, relying on spiritual energy to maintain the body temperature. But in an instant it was already in the place where the lava was blazing hot and unbearable, sweat bubbling up like a spring. Not yet. Wait for the sweat to evaporate and then return to the side of the iceberg again. The coldness is piercing the bones. Sweat instantly condensed into crystal clear ice beads. When they finally fall back into the magma, these ice beads quickly turn into wisps of water vapor that rise up and dissipate. However, all of the above is not the most torturous thing. What is really unbearable is that the life-sustaining rope will also change drastically as it sways from side to side. Once entering the iceberg area, the rope would become unusually cold and hard, its surface full of frost, and it would be extremely easy to slip off when grasping it, so one had to spend a lot of spiritual energy to hold it firmly and use spiritual energy to separate one's arm from it so as to avoid freezing and sticking to the rope with one's arm. However, once returning to the magma area, the entire rope immediately becomes a highly efficient heat transfer body, scorching hot, making it difficult to hold. One must use spiritual energy to protect the palms of the hands, or else the palms will be roasted or even burnt on the spot. So week after week, back and forth, never stop. Not only is the degree of depletion of spiritual energy astonishingly extreme, the psychological distress experienced by the trainee was also particularly severe. Why is it so long? I feel like I've climbed at least hundreds of meters. Why haven't I reached the top yet? I'm almost at the bottom of my spiritual energy. I too had wanted to rush up quickly, but this distance, beyond my imagination, had to slow down and reduce my consumption. Soon after, the few trainees at the beginning who wanted to rely on their powerful strength to quickly rush up to the branches in the sky to complete this round of training realized that something was wrong. This rope didn't look too long, but there seemed to be spatial skills inside it, so the actual distance far exceeded the distance seen. They had to slow down and lower their exertion. Otherwise, if they ran out of spiritual energy and fell down the lava, their corpses would be gone. Emo slowly climbed at a moderate speed, neither standing out nor falling behind. His eyes gazed ahead, but his mind was contemplating an important question. Thinking back to the extreme physical training at the first level, it was a nightmare. Everyone had been pressed to the limits of their physical bodies until they passed out before being relieved. Now, on the other hand, the challenge of extreme spiritual power control was faced. Even though the ice and fire environment was extremely spirit energy consuming and demanded an extremely high level of control, in any case, it did not seem like it could touch the limit. At this moment, Liam noticed that not only himself but several of his companions around him had already started to show thoughtful expressions. Obviously, they also realized that there must be something fishy going on there. Must be some key factors that had been overlooked that had yet to be discovered. Liam secretly admonished himself to remain vigilant and look around carefully. He believed that as long as he found that hidden key point, he could truly break through this difficult barrier. Thus he concentrated even more on feeling the flow of spiritual energy around him, trying to catch any anomalies from it. Every detail could be the key to victory or defeat. Teacher Meng, this move of yours, it's too good. When they were all hesitating, deliberately setting them up with a trainee who was engulfed in lava with the bloody example right in front of them, even those calm trainees would find it hard to remain calm. Emotions were completely led by you, Ji Yang heartily praised. He had also put forward some constructive comments and ideas for the design of this level, but the specific details of the subsequent parts of the level were completely handed over to Sita Meng to handle and perfect. They were well aware of the time constraints and arduous task and had to race against the clock to achieve their goal, using the shortest time to reach the most ideal training effect. Therefore, they had to adopt some unusual and even extreme measures and methods. Just now, under the marvelous illusion crafted by Sita Meng, a frightening scene was presented. A trainee was being ruthlessly devoured by rolling lava. Such a real and shocking picture was like a divine stroke of genius, and it was astonishing. In an instant, at least 90% of the trainees were greatly impacted inwardly and their emotions fluctuated violently. If a few little guys, I can't even hold them, then I. Situ Meng, what else do I call a nightmare demonis? Why don't I just sleep? Situ Dream raised her eyebrows and said with a smile. However, amongst the many trainees who participated in this training, there were still a few good little guys. The first one to mention was the trainee named Ding Xiaoxiao. Although according to the regulations she was unable to bring her own imperial beasts to the training, the imperial beasts she possessed were extremely special, as they were actually a group of bacteria. Due to their unique properties, these bacteria were almost everywhere, and unless they encountered extremely special environments or illusions, they would always accompany Ding Xiao. Although she did not deliberately manipulate these bacteria, with her keen insight she noticed that the illusionary trainees I created lacked the bacteria that a normal human body should have. It was through this subtle clue that she managed to recognize my illusion. In addition, the young man from the dragon family named Long Ao Tian was astonishingly powerful in his mental strength. He likewise saw through the flaws in my illusion. Not only that, but there was also a person named Liemo who surprisingly also gained insight into where the loopholes in my illusion were. The one that caught my attention the most was this Liemo. This Liemo acted the most calm and collected out of everyone. His kind of calm and collected attitude simply made it hard to believe that he was merely a student. Instead, he was more like an adult who had gone through many vicissitudes of life. Ji Yang, I heard Mubai say that you gave him a high grade before and also said that he was just like you. Do you know something about that? Can you tell me about it? Situ Meng was a little curious. Ding Xiaoxiao's bacterial imperial beasts could be described as something else. Situ Meng possessed the ability to manipulate illusions which could confuse the majority of life forms. However, for tiny bacteria it was beyond what she could control. Looking at Long Ao Tian again, one could guess just from the name that he must come from that prestigious Long family. In the entire Imperial Dragon Empire, only that family could bear the name of Dragon. Those who came from such a family would naturally undergo a lot of trials and tribulations. although according to her understanding Long Outyan was not an outstanding person in the dragon family, which was why he chose to come to Seed Academy to further his studies. However, even so, his starting point was still far higher than the majority of people in the outside world. After all, his background predestined him to have extraordinary insights and vision, and it was no surprise that he was able to recognize and break through the illusions of his own making. Liamo was the only one. This person was very strange. From the background information, it was extremely ordinary. Born in the outer city of Luo City, his father was a third-ranked imperial beast master who abandoned the mother and the two of them studied hard but was pitted and contracted a toad, accidentally discovered that the toad had a special bloodline, and from then on rose to prominence, defeating the black horned spirit mosquito that erupted from the Imperial Beast Middle School in the first battle. Since then, all the way straight up, more and more powerful, until now. The information is clear, the background is ordinary like a blank sheet of paper. On the contrary, such an ordinary person, in this group of geniuses, the performance was extraordinarily bright. What he has shown is not like an ordinary child. Even Long Ao Tian, who had won second place in the last extreme physical fitness test, would have mood swings. He expressed his indignation towards Liamo, yet there was nothing he could do about it. Liamo, on the other hand, from beginning to end, didn't have much of a reaction at all. As if he had just seen through his own operation, not only did he not say anything, but he also took the initiative to cooperate with his own work. Teacher Meng, everyone also has some of their own little secrets, don't they? Ji Yang smiled and asked back. Also, Situ Meng did not pursue the question, she was just momentarily curious. But it doesn't mean that she doesn't have a sense of proportion. Okay, next I will speed up the flow of time in the illusionary realm. You pay attention to control. Don't worry, Teacher Meng. Sister, don't worry, I'll do a good job. Situ Yuyue replied obediently. At this moment the huge magma pool outside the iceberg was long gone. Maintaining that huge magma and iceberg still consumed a lot. The reason for going through so much effort in the beginning was also to pave the way for the later. After pulling all the trainees into the illusionary realm, the magma and icebergs were all undone. And now the actual source of the blazing heat and cold was two ropes. Shi Yang and Situ Meng, one section each, released their spiritual energy at intervals. With the cooperation of the illusion and the hint at the beginning, the trainees naturally assumed that it was the power of the icebergs and magma. Little Xiaoyu, how long do you think they will be able to discover the true mystery of this level? Shi Yang looked at the cute and petite Sityu next to him, and because he was close he could see the fuzz on Sityu's face, the white skin. Not knowing what came to his mind, Qi Yang's eyes flashed with a flash of unnaturalness and averted his gaze. Sityu was oblivious to this and only thought seriously for a moment before answering seriously. I also don't know. Hey, Ji Yang looked at Sityu's budding appearance and felt something sprouting in his heart. Before he could speak again, Sityu had already exclaimed in alarm. Quickly look, it seems like someone of them has discovered the point of this level. At a glance, in the middle of these hundreds of wobbling ropes, there was a rope whose swaying had suddenly become much smaller. Although it was short-lived, it soon swayed again, but undoubtedly it proved that someone had discovered this level, the true essence of spiritual power control. This level, when the rope was constantly wobbling, what the trainees thought was climbing upwards, was actually all illusions, and they had been in the same place, constantly tossing and turning. This is why some cadets obviously climbed hundreds of meters but still did not see the end. This round the real test was not in the icy cold of the surroundings, nor in the blazing heat of the lava next to them. Those were all peripheral distractions. The real focus was the constantly varying sizes, 9 sets of spiritual vibrations coming from inside the rope. It was this spiritual vibration that was shaking the rope, and it was also the spiritual vibration that was constantly freezing and burning their arms. The trainees who wanted to successfully pass this level had to overcome many hardships and dangers in order to do so. Firstly, they had to conquer the pressure of the hostile environment made up of lava and icebergs. Secondly, they had to overcome the psychological pressure of the extreme fear that arose from witnessing their companions' tragic deaths, and then they had to cope with the pressure of the tense gaming environment that continued to shake and seemed to be never-ending. Not only that, but under such extreme conditions, the trainees were also tasked with a difficult mission: to find out the hidden arrangement of spiritual power and to use their own spiritual power to dissipate the fluctuation of ice and fire spiritual power transmitted from the rope so as to maintain the stability of the rope to achieve the goal of spiritual power control training. However, it is worth noting, there is a very challenging point in this level. Only after successfully completing the spiritual control training and successfully cancelling out the interference of the internal spiritual vibration of the defense. Can the rope be ensured to be balanced and not skewed, and then climb out along the rope? Those who fail to do so will be trapped within the illusion until they have truly mastered the technique. As for those who fail and fall into the lava, it may seem that they have already been defeated, but in reality they are only imprisoned in a separate dark room and still need to continue to work hard to climb the rope. It could be said that such a psychological environment was also extremely harsh and undoubtedly constituted a severe test for the trainees. Moreover, under Sitameng's control, the trainees in the illusionary realm's sense of the flow of time was 10 times greater. Of course, it wasn't the real power of time, it just made you feel that 10 times the time had passed. It's like dreaming through your whole life when in fact it's just a one-night dream, only this illusion was a lucid dream. Shi Yang and Sitayu were both ready for it to last for days. It was just that it didn't occur to them that someone would discover the point of this level so soon. Would it be Li Mo? In Shi Yang's mind, the first question that appeared, his gaze too followed. When he put his eyes on it, it was unsurprisingly none other than Li Mo. Li Mo had been searching for details the moment he noticed that this level of training shouldn't be that simple. After hearing someone mention, "How do I feel? I've been climbing for so long and I'm still in the same place. The distance from the branches above hasn't shortened at all." A spark of inspiration suddenly flashed in Li Mo's mind, but it was fleeting and elusive. Nonetheless, Li Mo did not give up. He decided to find the answer in a different way. Thus Li Mo began to use his unique ability eagle eyes and compound eyes to observe his surroundings at the same time. However, after a long period of time he still found nothing and did not discover more about what was wrong. Just when Li Mo was feeling a little frustrated, he suddenly remembered the latest talent that Little Toad and the others had acquired, danger sense. This talent was able to amplify the sixth sense of the human body, allowing one to feel the approaching danger in the dark. Although this sense was very vague and could not pinpoint the exact source of the danger, Li Mo felt that he might as well give it a try. When he activated this talent, there were indeed some marvelous changes. Whenever the rope swayed, the danger perception would react as if some mysterious force was creeping closer. That feeling was both real and illusory at the same time, so one couldn't help but be wary. Li Mo tightly grasped this clue, feeling the seemingly unseen threat with all his concentration. He knew that this could be the key to solving the problem. As long as he could find the source of this mysterious force, he might be able to uncover the hidden truth behind the mystery in front of him. Li Mo grabbed the rope and used his danger perception to probe towards the surroundings, wanting to find out what power was causing his perception. However, apart from the other trainees, he did not sense any other power in the surroundings, not even the wind. There was no wind. How did the rope sway? Li Mo's gaze fell back to the top of the rope and his eyes lit up. Right, why have I been looking in all directions for a breakthrough point? This rope, couldn't it be the source of danger? In the midst of this ice and fire, extremely harsh environment, this seemingly ordinary rope had become the only lifesaver for all the trainees. People tend to subconsciously choose to trust the only thing that can give them assistance, which is also the instinctive reaction of most people. Just like when a hero saves a beautiful woman, when you step forward, that beautiful woman can't help but trust you. But what if we think about it differently? Is it possible that the hero who saves you from danger is himself the one who orchestrates the crisis? And this rope here is the root cause of the most painful and unbearable pain? Thinking of this, Li Mo immediately focused his attention on the rope and discarded all distractions and wholeheartedly felt its subtle changes. After a long period of waiting patiently and gazing intently, he finally gained an insight into the hidden mysteries of the rope. Inside the rope were two very different types of spiritual energy, ice and fire. They were transmitted alternately with each other in a specific pattern, thus triggering a violent vibration that caused the rope to shake incessantly. Whenever the ice attribute spiritual power surged by, the rope would instantly become cold and piercing and even begin to condense a layer of frost. While when the fire attribute spiritual power attacked, the rope would suddenly rise in temperature, blazing incomparably as if it was going to scorch a person. So this is the case. After several trials, Li Mo finally determined that the magma and icebergs were already illusions. The icy cold and blazing heat that the trainees were sensing right now all came from this one rope. It's just that before this training started, everyone had watched Ji Yang and Sitameng construct the lava and icebergs with their own eyes. So preconceived ideas and instinctively thought that the coldness and the blazing heat were brought about by the magma and icebergs. It would overlook the rope, that is to say the light is black. Have to admit the design of this level really a talent, the human psychology grasping the dead. This level, perhaps some of the old Greece, can still rely on sharp intuition to find the problem. but for these students who hadn't experienced many storms yet, it was too difficult. Liam was keenly aware of this tricky conundrum, but to truly overcome it, there were still many obstacles to cross. He knew that the only way to achieve mutual cancellation and thus ensure the rope's stability and immobility was to apply a force that was equal to the amount of spiritual energy transmitted from the rope. Any excess or deficiency would cause the rope to sway even more violently. This process puts a very high demand on one's ability to perceive and manage spiritual power and is undoubtedly the most crucial part of this level. The previous challenges were merely distractions. The difficulty of this level was much more than that. The spiritual energy contained within the rope had the opposite attributes of ice and fire, and its frequency and strength varied. Therefore, it was necessary to accurately grasp the rules and perfectly counteract them every time in order to stabilize the rope and continue to climb upwards. Liam tried a few times, but not only did he fail to cancel it out, instead, because of his mistake, the rope swayed out several meters, almost hitting the other trainees. Liam, are you alright? How did you sway so far? A trainee who was familiar with him asked with concern. It's okay, I found out something and made some attempts, Liam replied casually. Claptrap. Not far away, a boy with a body shape and appearance, both middle to upper, looked at Liam's direction and revealed a touch of disdain. Liam heard it and looked at it. He remembered the other party, the guy who possessed an Earth Dragon royal beast, seemed to be called Long Aotion, but he didn't seem to have offended him, right? What the hell? Is this expression that he stole his wife? Liam paid attention to him but didn't pay much attention anymore. There was no need wasting time on these irrelevant people. The next time Liam had been trying to counteract the spiritual power coming from this rope. It had to be said that this step was really a bit tough. The spiritual power in the rope came very quickly, and the slightest negligence on his part would lead to an imbalance, so much so that for a long time Liam was constantly being swung flying, and even a few times almost the rope came off. There were people who were puzzled, and there were patterns. There were also many people who were looking at Liam for laughs. Wasn't this Liam? What is he doing? If he swings like this, sooner or later he will fall. Who knows? Maybe he thought he got a good score in the first round of training, so he's drifting a bit. I don't know what to do. Before they could finish their taunts, they suddenly stopped. Liam stopped swinging and the rope was in the middle, stabilized. Although it was only stabilized for a period of time and began to sway again, but after swaying less than 2 times, the rope was once again stabilized, steady for a longer and longer time, steady once, twice, 3 times, until later they watched Liam began to climb upwards, farther and farther away from them, and even appeared out of sight. They finally noticed that something was wrong. No, the situation is not right. Liam climbed upwards. What's so strange about climbing upwards? Aren't we all climbing upwards? No, haven't you guys noticed? We climb upwards, and no matter how far we climb, it feels like we're in the same place. But Liam, he's obviously closer to the branches above and we can barely see it. Oops, I don't even know how to explain it. That's what it means. It's the illusion. We're actually in the illusion. No matter how we climb, we're actually still in the same place. And Liam has found a way to get out of the illusion, and every step he climbs now is real. So gradually we couldn't see him anymore because he was exiting this illusion. Long Aotion, who had previously despised Liam, suddenly spoke out at this moment. However, it was obvious that he was in a rather bad mood at the moment. One must know that as a member of the dragon family, his family patriarch was one of the most powerful figures in the Royal Dragon Empire, and naturally they, the clansmen, were able to enjoy the most favorable treatment of resources in the Royal Dragon Empire. After losing the competition within the family, the high-minded and proud Long Aotion was unwilling to be reduced to a chaperone, so he resolutely left the family to come here to the Seed Academy. In his opinion, with his own strength, he will definitely be able to emerge and excel here. After all, here his foundation was better and he had the opportunity to obtain more abundant resources and achieve faster growth and progress. But who would have thought that in the first round of extreme physical training he would only achieve a 2nd place? Although such a ranking was already quite outstanding, it was hard to accept for him, who had always been high-minded and had a high opinion of himself. From the bottom of his heart he looked down on Liam, who came from a small place. However, his pride also kept him from really going to Liam's trouble, and sneering at him twice was already a reflection of his excesses. Besides, he had always felt that he hadn't even tried his best in the first level of training. It was just that he was careless. The 2nd level was called spiritual power control, and it was the ability to control spiritual power as well as insight that was tested. From the moment he entered the level, he was keenly aware that the trainee who had fallen down was nothing more than a front. so he began to secretly search for the secrets hidden behind this level. Long Aotian, who had successfully concluded the contract with the Earth Dragon, possessed strong spiritual power as support, which enabled him to easily detect the surrounding environment, but he had not found anything unusual. Just now Liemo kept drifting back and forth between the east and the west. At first he mistakenly thought that the other party was attempting to explore more unknown territories in this way, and a trace of contempt could not help but well up in his heart. However, what he never expected was that he proved to be the real joke. When the rope in Limeau's hand tends to stabilize, Long Aotian instantly understands the mystery of this level. The original key is actually hidden in this seemingly ordinary rope. Thinking back to the previous self-righteousness and carelessness, he was remorseful. If he hadn't witnessed Limeau's action and got inspiration from it, I'm afraid he would still be trapped in the fog and struggling to find a solution. At this moment, although he had already found out the truth and could sense the spiritual power fluctuations surging continuously inside the rope, but Long Aotian was not happy at all. After all, such an important clue was not dug out by him alone, but with the help of Liemo revealed hints before realizing. For him, who had always been high-minded and proud, it was really hard to swallow his breath. This kind of feeling of being revealed before others was really unpleasant, making him feel twice as tormented. Right, that's what it means. The distance that Liemo climbed upwards is real, while the distance we climbed upwards before is fake. So to make the rope stop wobbling, you can climb upwards for real, right? Told you, it's so simple. Watch me jackhammer. The bald big man Chow Tyson instantly reacted and instantly cast the skill jackhammer, trying to straighten the rope directly. However, this skill not only did not stabilize the rope but instead caused the rope to fly like a wild horse, almost throwing him out. If not for someone's quick eyes and hands helped him almost directly out of hand. Chow Tyson slowed down. Out of the voice reminded, "This rope is not right. There is a spiritual power in this rope. Once contact with that spiritual power will cause the rope to sway more powerful." Just now Liemo, the reason why he flew so high was for this reason, with Limeau's previous performance, then Long Aotian's tip, and finally Chow Tyson's reminder. At this moment everyone else had also slowed down and one by one began to try. For a while countless people began to sway continuously, and some even accidentally bumped into each other. The spiritual energy inside the rope can be counteracted with our spiritual energy as long as the spiritual energy input is the same as the spiritual energy inside the rope. The spiritual energy can be completely counteracted. The spiritual power inside the rope is not the same every time. There must be a pattern. Let's look for it together. Xingqiu, you and Liemo, aren't you from the same city? You guys are so close. Did he secretly tell you the order of the spiritual energy inside the rope? In the corner, Feng Cixi curiously looked at Lung Qingqiu. Lung Qingqiu shook her head. Liemo told me that the rope was the focus of attention and told me to feel it properly and didn't say anything else. Like this up. Feng Cixi was silent for a moment and said with some hesitation, Qingqiu, I'm not trying to sow discord. It's just that, it's even if he doesn't tell us, but even you don't tell Liemo like this, isn't it a little too selfish? Lang Qingqiu couldn't help but feel very surprised when she heard these remarks. She couldn't help but measure Feng Cixi a few more times. The original gentleness in her eyes was gradually replaced by indifference. Previously, as they had arrived here by car together and had participated in the Seed Academy's opening test together, their relationship with each other was still quite cordial. However, at this moment when she heard Feng Cixi say such words, Ling Qingqiu had a feeling deep inside her heart that this so-called friend didn't seem to be someone who was worthy of deep friendship. The reason why Liemo would do this must contain some kind of deep meaning. The fact that he warned me about the anomaly of the rope is a matter of affection. Even if he chose to remain silent, there is nothing wrong with that. Instead of expending your mind on such trivial matters, you should concentrate on your own understanding and carefully perceive the pattern of the aura within the rope in your hands. After saying that, Lung Qingqiu no longer paid any attention to Feng Cixi, who was on the side, and turned to concentrate on her personal experience and felt the pulsation of spiritual energy emanating from her rope. Long Aotian, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth to remind, 9 times the spiritual power fluctuation as a group, with 10 points of spiritual power as the numerical basis. The first group of spiritual power quantity arrangement is 183654729 ice and fire attribute cross, according to the current spiritual power value that you feel in order to rearrange. Said his rope has stabilized. Watched Long Aotian began to climb upwards. Thanks to the big brother to share. Unlike that what Liemo only know to eat alone, they found the secret, they ran away. That is what kind of person I sensed it. This current stream of my spiritual power is 30 points of ice attribute, so in order the next group should be 60 points of fire attribute. Look at my performance. Crap. Save me. The man hadn't finished speaking and inputted 60 points of spiritual energy. As a result, the rope shook violently and flew up so far that he was directly dislodged. At the critical moment, several trainees stepped in together and saved him. He held the rope tightly, his heart palpitating. The data given by Long Aotion is not right, not 60-30 over, not 60 at all. He almost defeated me. It shouldn't be. Long Aotion went up by himself. Could it be that you output less or more spiritual energy? Impossible. I output exactly 60 points of spiritual energy. Even if I really output less or more, it shouldn't be that much worse. That spiritual energy in the rope just now, only 10 points, 50 points worse. That's why it caused the rope to fly so high, almost caused me to fall. Long Ao. Tion, this idiot. Loss. I thought he was a good person, did not think so sinister, not as good as Liamo. If Liamo didn't tell me, at least he wouldn't harm me. Long Ao. Tion, this idiot, is trying to get me defeated. Shouldn't be. Long Ao. Tion should not bother to do this kind of thing. I'll try. Next, several more people tried, only to realize something was wrong. I now have 10 points of spiritual power fire attribute coming from the rope, and in the order of ice and fire crossing, the next one should be 80 points of spiritual power ice attribute, but the one coming is 20 points of spiritual power ice attribute. The attributes are fine, the spiritual power values are off. Mine is correct, 10 points of ice attribute, then 80 points of fire attribute, then 20 points of ice attribute, so the ice and fire attribute crossover is correct, but in fact everyone's value in fact is different. We can't copy the answer, we need to sense it ourselves. Looking at the rest of the trainees, they kept trying, and every now and then someone wobbled and flew up. Leng Qingqiu also understood at this moment why Liamo had just not reminded them. No wonder Liamo didn't talk about the order of the arrangement of spiritual energy just now, because he knew that each of us had a different value of spiritual energy on our ropes, so there was no point in saying it, instead it would be misleading. Leng Qingqiu revealed a smile. She knew that Liamo had his reasons. Only by personally experiencing the difference in the spiritual energy of each group and then controlling the spiritual energy over and over again to counteract it could this truly achieve the training effect. I also steadied myself. My spiritual power rope corresponds to the spiritual power data, it's ice and fire cross, Ling Qingqiu said. Then she started to mobilize the spiritual power in her body with full concentration and carefully controlled them, trying again and again to counteract the spiritual power transmitted from the rope in order to maintain the stability of the rope and then climb upwards with difficulty step by step. Behind her, many people couldn't help but have a trace of shame appear on their faces after hearing what Ling Qingqiu had said, and they silently hung their heads. They realized how childish and ridiculous their previous complaints and incomprehension were. Wanting to apologize to Liamo, they found that Liamo had long since disappeared. The control of spiritual energy was meticulous and subtle. Although the data processing of spiritual energy could bring convenience to many things, it also led to the fact that people were unable to look deeper into more things, and everything was just a superficial formality. The reason why the trainees were challenged to challenge their ultimate control of spiritual energy this time was to exercise their sensitivity to spiritual energy and their ability to control it. Even if it was just a tiny bit of spiritual energy, there was a difference in it. Especially when climbing higher and higher up the rope, the speed of the spiritual energy vibration would also become faster and faster, and if one was not careful, they would probably fall down. Even people as strong as Liamo spent 2 whole days and went through a lot of trouble before they managed to climb out of this predicament. And don't forget, there is also the influence of the illusion factor in here. The time flow is 10 times faster than the outside world. In other words, Liamo had actually taken 20 days to complete his mission, but even so he still steadily occupied the first place. Right behind him was Long Ao Tian, and there was a difference of 2 whole hours between the two of them, so they could only settle for second place. Next time I definitely won't lose to you again. Long Ao Tian looked at Liamo and finished with a serious expression. Not waiting for Liamo to react, he directly left. Liamo looked at Long Ao Tian's distant figure and muttered, "This world, there are really many geniuses in this world." After saying that, his legs went limp and he sat down straight on the ground, panting heavily, and began to fully recuperate and recover. If the first round of extreme physical training was only a huge burden, On the physical body, this round was even more perverted. Not only did it cause a huge burden on the physical body, but it also tortured even the soul and meridians. In the past 2 days, Limo's spiritual energy had been on the verge of depletion several times, but every time he recovered a little, he immediately put it to use, and so on and so forth, week after week. Fortunately, his own spiritual energy reserves were quite abundant, so he was able to support himself so far. On the other hand, many other people were hanging helplessly on the ropes, struggling to draw and recover their spiritual energy. However, what surprised Liamo was that Long Outyen was able to complete the special training within just 2 hours after himself. From this, it could be seen that the spiritual power he possessed must also be quite deep. This was also the reason for Limao's emotion. But even if he was a genius, he was still behind himself. After coming out, Qi Yang also did not mince words regarding Limo's compliments, although with the recognition of the Godhead they were already standing on the shoulders of giants. But these trainings also needed to be mastered step by step, and Limo's performance, so to speak, was beyond many people's expectations. It occurred to Qi Yang that if he were in Limo's situation he wouldn't necessarily be able to do so well. Thanks for the compliment, Limo smiled and responded, still looking calm. After Long Aotian, no one has been coming out, and it has been 12 hours later to close to the evening, converting the illusion time a full 5 more days. Only one after another did people climb out. After that there were quite a few more people who came out, about 100 or so. On the 4th day there were a few more than 200 came out. On the 5th day there were only 100 or so. On the 5th day the training was over. The remaining 200 or so people this round of training failed to complete. These people, however, still had quite a few gains. Next there were 2 more days of repetitive training as well as rest. Liamo took some time and looked at the status of Little Toad and Dusty Python, and they were developing well. The Little Toad was already level 38-inch and the Dusty Python was also level 39. Only their development speed, too, had slowed down. According to what the Dusty Python said, the magical beasts in the periphery defeated almost all of them, and some of them were too small and lazy to do anything about it. The other thing was, there was a madman who had been guarding and protecting the magical beasts there, so they couldn't get their hands on them. The interior of the magical beast forest, he felt the danger not too good to go in. If it was in his heyday this place would be nothing more than a tail swipe, but now that he was only over level 30 it was better to play it safe. The other thing was the 3rd round of training, which required the participation of the Imperial Beasts, and the Dusty Python could only bring the Little Toad back. The 3rd round of training, on the other hand, was for the Imperial Beast Master, to help the Imperial Beast master the abilities of the first 2 levels. At the same time, in the process, training the tacit understanding between the Imperial Beast and the Imperial Beast Master, and in doing so, increasing the co-scheduling between the Imperial Beast and the Imperial Beast Master, Liamo. In the beginning, Liamo that was quite looking forward to it. The first 2 rounds of training down, it could help him a lot. Physical development and spiritual power control are especially important. To the 3rd round, Liamo originally felt that he could more directly improve his combat power. As a result, it could also be enhanced. After all, it could increase the same dispatch of the Imperial Beast Master and the Imperial Beast, allowing the Imperial Beast Master to exert more power, and the combat power would definitely be enhanced. But then it was useful for ordinary Imperial Beast Masters. For yourself, it's useless. He himself was an absolute Hamadine, so he didn't need it at all. This round of training, first place is mine, Long Ao. Tian walked to Limo's side, revealing his arm full of muscles, then showed Liamo his arm glowing with dragon scales. It was as if he had a high degree of co-moderation with the Earth Dragon, otherwise it couldn't do this, but Liamo always thought of certain single for decades and practiced unicorn arms. Poof, a moment did not hold back, Liamo directly laughed out. Long Ao Tian at once, his face was green. What are you laughing at? My synesthesia is as high as 38%. Do you know what such a high synchro rate means? It means that I have been able to perfectly fuse with the Dragon Claw and can utilize the power of the Dragon Claw to the extreme. How dare you laugh? It's hard to believe that you think your synchro value will be higher than mine. Dragon Ao Tian looked at Liamo with disdain. He definitely didn't think that it was possible for the Hamadine value between Liamo and the Imperial Beast to surpass himself. To note the reason why he was able to have such an amazing synchro value, it was the result of countless times of hard training within the family. Even within the entire clan, only the existence known as the Pervert had reached a stunning 44 synchro value, which was a bit higher than his. As for the rest of the clan, none of them could match him. What makes this countryside bumpkin Liam better than himself? After saying that, Long Aotion even intentionally showed off his synchronicity trait, only to see that he suddenly stretched out his entire right arm and in the blink of an eye let it completely transform into a mighty and incomparable dragon claw. The dragon scales that flashed with a sharp and cold light as well as the hard and sharp claws looked simply cool. However, for some reason Liam always had a sense of déjà vu when he looked at this dragon claw, and the more he looked at it the more he felt that it was more like the legendary unicorn arm. That I really did not laugh at, you mean Lot just suddenly remembered a particularly funny joke only. Liam scratched his head in embarrassment, then cleared his throat and said, well yes, that's how it is. In fact, he was feeling very embarrassed at the moment because he really didn't laugh for the purpose of mocking Long Aotion just now, but he really couldn't find any other reasonable explanation in the face of the other party's aggressive questioning, so he could only say so with a stiff upper lip. He really didn't want to offend Long Aotion's mind, it was purely because he found it quite funny for no reason. I don't know what to say this time, I won't lose to you, said Long Aotion, threw away his face, turned around and walked away, leaving Liam with a lonely and arrogant back. Liam touched his nose. This scene always feel in some novel read, if he were to make a bet with him or something and pit some treasures from his hands, this would be even stronger. However, Liam did not have that idea for the time being. At this moment Liam slowly raised his hand and said, teacher, I have mastered the ability of absolute synchronization and this level of training doesn't have much practical significance for me. May I ask if I can apply not to participate in this training? Hearing this, everyone in the room showed a shocked expression. The teacher was full of suspicion. Long Aotion's jaws stared blankly and the other trainees were even more perplexed. In the face of the crowd's puzzled look, Liam knows that if you do not show some real skills, I'm afraid it is difficult to convince the public. So he decided to show his skills to everyone on the spot, letting them see what the real absolute synchronization really meant. In an instant, it was as if an invisible tacit bond had been created between Liam and his royal beasts, and they were perfectly integrated with each other. Whether it was the release of skills or the use of talents, it was as natural and smooth as flowing water, without the slightest delay. After witnessing this scene, the scene fell into a dead silence. Whether or not it was 100% absolute synesthesia, they didn't know, but to achieve this scene, the synesthesia value was definitely above 90. To know, even these experienced teachers had not yet touched such an unfathomable field, but the young Liam in front of them had done it. What was happening at this moment was beyond their comprehension, and they had no choice but to once again invite Dean Lu Shu to come and make a decision. Absolute synchronization, it really was absolute synchronization, not the nominal absolute synchronization, but in the true sense spiritual energy, body, soul, skills, talents, all-round absolute synchronization. Dean Lu Shu stared at Liam as if he was staring at an 18-year-old black silk dare school beauty technician. His eyes were glowing. The tree branches above his head were shaking madly and buds were constantly appearing, blooming, withering and reblooming, although there were still rumors circulating amongst the Imperial Beastmasters that certain people claimed to have achieved absolute synesthesia. In reality, this claim was not entirely true. What they had achieved was merely fusing with the Imperial Beasts and being able to utilize their skills, yet they were even able to partially perform their natural abilities. So why was it said to be partial? The reason for this was that the goblins were different from humans and their talents came from deep within the genes of their race. Even if they were transferred to humans through assimilation, it would still be difficult to exert 100% of their effectiveness. Taking Dean Lu Shu as an example, he could successfully assimilate into his Imperial Beast Great Tree, and in order to conduct his research he always maintained the assimilation state. Because of this, the top of his head took on the appearance of a tree branch, and when he felt excited his body would even blossom. However, he also had a regret in his heart, that is, like the majority of Imperial Beast Masters, he was also unable to reach 100% synesthesia attribute with the Imperial Beasts. What most Imperial Beast Masters claimed to be absolute synchronization was only about 90% synchronization. Dean Lu Shu used his own research to push the value of his and the Great Tree's assonance to 99, however he was never able to reach 100. He could use Big Tree skills, talents, and even regenerate broken limbs, but he could not photosynthesize. He studied for a long time and finally came to the conclusion that Imperial Beasts and Imperial Beast Masters couldn't reach 100% homophily in the absolute sense. As a result, he saw it in Liam's body. With Liam as the main homophily, everything that the Blackwater Toad had Liam could have, including amphibian characteristics, and with the blackwater toad as the main homology, everything that Liam-O has, the blackwater toad can also have, including the intelligence unique to humans. Let me study it, this must be let me study it, Liam-O, as long as you promise to let me study the absolute homotopy, then I will bear all the resources you need to advance to the 9th rank. As soon as Dean Lushu's words fell, the entire academy instantly fell into a dead silence. 9th rank, ah, that was an unimaginable height. In the entire Imperial Dragon Empire, such an existence was simply a peerless powerhouse standing above the peak, and Dean Lushu had even expressed his willingness to underwrite all the resources needed for Liam-O to upgrade to the 9th rank. What did this mean? As long as Liam-O didn't die in the middle of his journey and his own talent was able to get a breakthrough, then there was no doubt that in the future he would definitely become one of the most powerful figures in the Imperial Dragon Empire. The crowd was excited in their hearts, and they did not doubt for a second that Dean Lushu possessed such strength. With such a rare opportunity in front of them, anyone would be so moved that their eyes would turn red, especially Long Ao Tian. Even though his clan was quite powerful, he could only provide his people with cultivation resources at the 7th level. As for the things needed for higher levels, they need to rely on their own efforts to find them. Not only that, other clansmen might not even be able to reach these resources. Because of this, Long Ao Tian preferred to be the head of the chicken rather than the tail of the phoenix, and resolutely left the clan to seek his own opportunities. However, now that such an excellent opportunity was close at hand, it was not given to him but to Liam-O. What is even more puzzling is that from the look on Liam-O's face it seems that he is not satisfied with this arrangement. At this moment Long Ao Tian's heart was filled with anger and unwillingness, as if there were countless voices roaring and shouting, "Why does fate always favor Liam-O? In the first round he lost to Liam-O. Second round he lost to Liam-O. In the third round the same tone was where his pride lay, and he was full of confidence. Just now he also swore that this round of competition will be able to beat Liam-O, but the fact is cruel and incomparable. His own pride of 38 synchro value in front of Liam-O is simply unbearable. The other side has reached a stunning 100% absolute synchro. To know the world has never been able to achieve 100% absolute homophony. The limit of what people can do is infinitely close to this. And now Liam-O has created this miracle. If Liam-O was willing to disclose this secret to the world, then I'm afraid that all the world's Imperial Beast Masters would owe him a heavy favor. Long Ao Tian was so unwilling, but no one was paying attention to him. Dean Lushu's gaze was too blazing, and looking at Liam-O sent some chills down his spine. His absolute synchronization, which was given by the system, could it really be researched? Liam-O was also a little curious. After a moment of silence, Liam-O asked, "This, my absolute synchronization, belongs to being born with it, can it be researched?" Hearing Liam-O's words, Dean Lushu became more and more excited. Liam-O was willing to open his mouth and ask. It also meant that Liam-O was interested and could talk. Immediately he explained, "Existence is reason, reason, then it can be pursued. Whether it is innate or acquired, there is always the logic of existence. And what we have to do is to find this logic, imitate this logic, and then master this logic and demonstrate it with our own spiritual power. Absolute synesthesia, which I always thought didn't even exist and could only be infinitely approximated, for which I have done countless studies. But since it exists here in your place, I can instead make it easier. Following the logic of existence along the way will be simpler than if I were to roam around looking for it. Infinite convergence, not knowing the end point, most likely doing all the work is useless. The feeling is like feeling for a fish in boiling water. Good luck, someone boiled it, at least you can touch it. Bad luck, one loses and has nothing. But there is an end point, like a marathon, although it is very far, very tiring, but the goal is clear. Along the road you can always reach. Understood? Liam-O nodded his head. I can promise you help Dean you research absolute homophily, but we'll have to say a few conditions before. Oh, Liam-O slightly raised the corner of his mouth, said with a smile, "Good, no problem, what are your requirements?" Dean Lushu nodded his head without hesitation and said that he would be very happy to fulfill the other party's conditions. Firstly, absolutely nothing can happen that will damage my body or spirit. Not only that, but also make sure that I won't be harmed in any way by other people. Liam-O spoke out the first condition in a firm tone. This is naturally not a problem. Dean Lushu immediately responded, indicating that he could completely understand and accept this condition. Then Liam-O continued to put forward the second condition. Secondly, if this research is successful, 70% of the proceeds must belong to me personally. Hearing this, Dean Lushu replied after a moment of slight contemplation, "No problem, I can even give you all the proceeds." For me, the most important thing is to figure out how to achieve 100% homophily. However, Liamo shook his head and insisted on his position. I only need 70%. Take the lion's share yourself and split the rest to pull the banner so that your own earnings can be guaranteed. If you take it all yourself, it's inevitable that someone will be red-eyed and desperate. As for the last condition, regarding those resources you mentioned before that can help me ascend to the Ninth Order realm, to be honest, I'm not interested. I need something that can truly touch my heart in exchange. An ordinary Imperial Beast Master breeding Imperial Beasts as well as upgrading themselves requires all sorts of resources, but these resources for Liamo were not necessities. As long as they could eat, the little toad could upgrade infinitely. Don't want resources? Dean Lushu could not help but show a hint of hesitation. After all, in his opinion, his most abundant resources were exactly what the other party had rejected. For a moment he really couldn't think of anything else that could arouse Li Mo's interest. After a moment of silence, Dean Lushu finally opened his mouth and said, "Well, if you really don't want the resources, then you may need to give me a little time to think about it and see if I can find other suitable bargaining chips to satisfy your request. Fourth and most importantly, we conclude the old god contract." This time Dean Lushu fell silent and stared dead at Liamo. "Why do you know about the old god contract?" "It's not important." Liamo looked back without fear. In reality, Liamo knew nothing about the so-called old god contract. However, the Dusty Python revealed to him that entering into this old god contract with Dean Lushu would greatly benefit him. Based on his trust in the Dust Python, Liamo firmly believed that the other party did not have any intention of harming him at this moment. Then what exactly was the old god contract? As the name suggests, it was a contract made in the name of an old god. According to ancient texts, the world has gone through 3 different periods. Firstly, the Old God era, then the New God era, and nowadays it is called the Resurrection era. If one were to go into further detail, it could also be divided into 4 stages. At the end of the New God age, there was a brief period of time which is also known as the Age of Destruction or the Dark Age. During that destructive period, countless brilliant and splendid histories were mercilessly wiped out. However, there were always some special things that survived to this day, and the Old Gods Pact was one of them. This pact was signed in the name of the Old Gods, and under the witness of the Old Gods, no one could violate its agreement. If anyone dares to break the contract, they will be punished with unknown horrors. It was said that at the time, the strongest person in the Imperial Dragon Empire, besides the Imperial Dragon Venerable One, there was another one, but that one was the one who violated the old divine pact, so he completely disappeared, not even leaving his name behind. Only in the blur a little impression was left that there was once such a person. Dean Lushu was silent for a long time before his interest in the study of absolute synchronization overcame everything. "Good, I will sign the old god contract with you." The deeds of the ancient times were buried, the glory of the old gods is no longer there, and in the remnants of history we found some remains that recorded the glorious times. The old gods are the embodiment of the rules of heaven and earth, controlling the origin of the 5 elements. They are supremely just, they are selfless and fearless. Contracts signed in the name of the old gods symbolized absolute fairness. Even if the new gods overthrew the rule of the old gods and established a new system at some important moments, they still believed in the justice of the old gods' contract. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth, the 5 old gods. Liamo, which old god's name do you wish to sign a contract in? Dean Lushu's tone at this moment was extraordinarily earnest and serious. The old god's contract, spanning multiple eras, still manifested his power. Liamo also did not expect that here he actually knew what he possessed, the origin of the black water condensation pearl. According to the Dusty Python, the black water condensation bead was actually a fragment of the god of black water's godhead. Now to sign a contract, of course, in the name of the god of black water. The god of black water. The god of water. No, it's the god of black water. Liamo emphasized it. Under the constraints of the laws that govern the operation of heaven and earth, the god of black water acted as a witness. The two solemnly made an oath that they would never break their promise for the duration of the existence of the contract. As soon as the words fell, it was as if a mysterious power descended upon them from the underworld. With the fall of this induction, the contract officially came into effect. Liamo did not notice any difference in his body. The little toad on the side, however, suddenly croaked, its voice loud and urgent. It tilted its head up and looked towards the sky, its eyes revealing a kind of awe and devotion, as if it was communicating with some higher-level existence. As the little toad's royal beastmaster, Liamo keenly noticed this change. A trace of doubt welled up in his heart as he opened the panel that he hadn't checked for a long time, hoping to find some clues from it. Imperial Beast, Blackwater Toad Bloodline. Blackwater Bloodline qualification, Silver? Gold? Unknown mutation interference in progress talent, black water body compound eyes eagle eyes danger perception poison skills, spirit power jet poison arrow like range giganticization extreme speed surging berserk natal skill, devouring the sky and devouring the earth level, LV37 spirit power, 584,563.42 evaluation. The dead ones they have to come back after all. Overall, the data of the little toad, the change wasn't too big, only the level was raised to level 37 and the total value of spiritual power came to a staggering 580000. However, Liemo still keenly perceived that the item of qualification there was an unknown variation. Most of all, it was the evaluation. In the past, how powerful the little toad was in the evaluation, the praise in the evaluation or the mockery, it was considered a normal operation that could be understood. But now this headless sentence of dead them after all to return. Liemo gazed at the small toad in front of him and a past event suddenly flashed in his mind. In the beginning, that mysterious fragment of the black water condensation pearl was initially swallowed by this little toad, and it was this swallowing that caused the little toad to undergo a radical change. Subsequently, the little toad spat it out again and passed it into his own hands, thus changing his own body. With a slight wrinkle on his forehead, an ominous premonition surged in Liemo's heart. Could it be that the so-called divine frame recognition that the dusty python had said was actually not himself, but this little toad? Then wouldn't he become the party that got the light? As soon as he thought of this possibility, Liemo instantly fell into silence, an unspeakably complicated look appearing on his face. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Or do you have other requests? Looking at Liemo's strange expression, Dean Lushu thought that Liemo had other requests and couldn't help but ask after him. Liemo waved his hand. There was no need to say anything about the speculation that he, the Imperial Beast Master, might have dipped into the light of the little toad. It's fine, that's all. Dean, let's go. Saying that, Liemo walked towards the front. Rather, it made Dean Lushu freeze for a moment. Where to go? To go and study the absolute homeopathy, research it early and call it a day, Liemo said seriously towards Dean Lushu. Dean Lushu's eyes widened and froze somewhat incredulously. Normally, those people that he had found to do experimental research, even if they themselves had nodded their heads in agreement, they all knew that it wouldn't harm them and that they would gain a lot of benefits. However, each of them looked as if they were on the verge of death. Every step they took seemed as if they were walking towards the execution ground. Their steps were heavy and difficult. However, the Liemo in front of him at this moment was different. He was clearly acting much more positively, even giving off a feeling of being even more impatient than Dean Lushu himself. This contrast gave Dean Lushu an illusory and unreal feeling, but at the same time, a trace of joy could not help but well up deep inside. After all, if Liemo could fully cooperate, it would be greatly beneficial to his research. Moreover, if he could really succeed in achieving 100% absolute homology, then the overall combat power of the top Imperial Beastmasters of the entire Empire would be qualitatively improved, which was undoubtedly a breakthrough of great significance. Thinking of this, Dean Lushu's eyes flashed with excitement, full of anticipation for the future. Why top Royal Beastmasters? Because an ordinary Imperial Beastmaster's synesthesia is not even 90-inch and can't pursue 100 ah. Only that group of topmost existences, the ones who had raised their synchro values above 90 or even 99-100% absolute synchro, was the most meaningful to them. Of course, to oneself it was also very meaningful. If one could really achieve complete synchronized coordination with one's own Imperial Beast, that ancient tree, then it would bring immeasurable benefits. First of all, just having a long lifespan of hundreds or even thousands of years like the tree was already enticing enough for most people. However, this was not the point that Dean Lushu was most concerned about. What truly moved Dean Lushu's heart was to cross the barriers and limitations between each race, to rise above all races, and to step into that divine realm that only existed in legends, the realm of the gods. The god of creation created the various races in the world separately, but if I can explore the core origin of the fusion of the various races into one through absolute homogeneity, then perhaps it will be possible to subvert the process of creation, swimming against the current, bringing history back to life and reviving the dead. Dean Lushu thought somewhat frantically, quickly following Liemo's footsteps. Alright, let's start the third round of training. This round of training will be very helpful in relation to your combat power improvement. Especially after the homunculus value is raised, the Imperial Beast Master can homunculus the Imperial Beast's skin, its speed skills and so on, which can greatly enhance the Imperial Beast Master's own survival force. after Liemo and Dean Lu Shu turned to leave, only the teacher and assistant teacher remained at the scene to lead the trainees to continue training. However, at this moment all the trainees had an unspeakable feeling of alienation, but it lingered in their hearts, making them feel uncomfortable. This feeling seems to be in the study when the teacher asked everyone to take out their maths textbooks and prepare to learn the most basic addition operations, a +1. Suddenly a student came forward and said, "Teacher, this is too simple, I can get full marks in higher maths." The teacher then tested the student on the spot and proved that not only did he get a perfect score in advanced maths, but he also got a perfect score in calculus. This student then did not need to participate in the basic course and could skip these steps. The other students, on the other hand, are still stuck in the same place trying to learn the basics. In the face of such a scenario, it would be an absolute lie to say that there was not the slightest envy in one's heart. Although it might not be so much as to be jealous, a certain degree of disparity would inevitably arise deep inside. After all, also as a student, others have been able to easily master more advanced knowledge while they still need to struggle in the basic part, constantly honing. The psychological impact brought about by this contrast was really unpleasant. The one who had the hardest time with it was none other than Long Out Yen. Originally he thought that although he was no match for the demon in his family, however, once he stepped out of the family he would definitely become the center of attention. At that time, they would be bathed under the envious gazes of the crowd moving towards a brilliant and splendid life path. Then they would wave their hands in a modest manner and say, "It's just a bit of luck, you can do it too." However, things do not go as planned. Now has not yet waited for him to bloom his own glory. Liemo, this hateful guy, is like the rising sun in general, gorgeous. Without mercy, he completely suppressed his limelight, causing him to be overshadowed, angry, very angry, and unable to do anything about it. 100% absolute synesthesia. The family ancestor couldn't even do it, let alone himself. Being powerless was also a kind of despair. Compared to Long Ao Tian's complicated mood, Ling Qingxiu's mood on her side was a bit simpler. Looking at Limeo's departing back, she was happy for Liemo. Liemo had such a talent and was destined to go farther, but there was also some inferiority complex. They came out from a city and had fought side by side, experiencing life and death. Earlier, Principal Bai Feihu joked and said that she should marry Liemo. At that time her father refused, but then the father privately but also hinted that if he really liked Liemo he did not oppose. On campus, there are often people who joke about the connection between themselves and Liemo. At that time, she did not care, but after that she would also have a small heartbeat acceleration. But now she feels that she can't seem to keep up with Liemo's footsteps. But it had to be said that Liemo could have a better future and should be happy for him. I thought that I was the genius, but I didn't think that there was someone even braver than me. 100% absolute homotopy is out. This nigga directly created history. I haven't even started yet and Liemo can already go into the textbooks. I'm not envious. Really, I'm not envious at all. I'm jealous. There are so many geniuses in this world, why can't they take me one? I'm not looking for absolute homogeneity, give me 99%. Early Missouri was not clear about what happened behind him. At this moment he had stepped into the mysterious research room with Dean Lu Shu. The scene that originally appeared in his mind should be countless glass jars and glass containers were placed haphazardly. All kinds of strange-shaped crucibles with weird green bubbles were displayed among them. There were even some jars filled with human heads, hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, kidneys and other organs. However, everything in front of him made his jaw drop. This is not a gloomy and terrifying laboratory at all, but more like a beautiful garden, only to see indoor green trees, flowers, delicate flowers bloom, green grass swaying with the wind. In the face of this picturesque scene, Liemo froze and for a moment he didn't know how to express his inner feelings. Dean here, laboratory, as fake as it is, ordinary people, I won't let them into my research lab. Dean Lu Shu somewhat proudly led Liemo touring this garden laboratory. Isn't it different from the lab you imagined? This is the place where I am most proud of my oath. I don't need those test tube instruments, nor do I need any needle computers. Dean Lu Shu brought Liemo and walked to the laboratory, or rather, the very middle of this garden. There was a huge tree here, and the moment he saw it, an aura of ancient vicissitudes came over him. As if seeing in the ancient desolate era, this big tree, hard against the heavenly thunder, refused to fall through. The storms refuse to yield. Through the years do not bow down, just stand from ancient times to the present. This is my imperial beast, no name, I call it the ancient tree of the ages. He is the best instrument, he is the best computer. At the same time, he is also the most comprehensive history book, the truest living fossil. Under Dean Lushu's colorful introduction, Liemo finally understood the infinite power contained behind the flourishing branches of this ancient tree of ages. Its breathtaking combat power was merely the tip of the iceberg. More crucially, this ancient tree has endured the vicissitudes of time, witnessed the rise and fall of countless eras, and has already become the spokesperson for history itself. It is like a living history book, knowing many little-known secrets and past events. Not only that, this mysterious ancient tree also drew on the essence of the flesh and blood of many powerful people and integrated some of the memories and knowledge into its own bloodline. It can be said that instead of calling it the ancient tree of ages, it is more appropriate to call it the ancient tree of knowledge, because it carries the crystallization of wisdom enough to make people benefit greatly, to be used for the rest of their lives. Inside the ancient tree of the ages, the memories of several eras are hidden, only that he is unable to express them, and after becoming my imperial beast, I can express it instead of him. People outside, they say that I created many magical things, but it's not really true. However, that is not the case. These so-called magical things that I created actually existed long ago in that great and glorious era. I am just a silent gleaner of history. I am like an explorer searching for treasures in the desert, carefully picking up the forgotten treasures from the dust of history that has settled over the years. It's a pity that ancient tree has gone through many vicissitudes of life, and many precious memories have been buried deep within it, making it difficult to recall them easily. If I could reach 100% spiritual resonance with it, even if it was only for a short second, I believe that I would be able to catch countless amounts of wisdom and learning from its vast and boundless ocean of memories. Dean Lushu told his story. Liemo did not disturb, quietly listening. People were complex, and Dean Lushu, of course, had his own ambitions. He wanted to resurrect his loved ones, he wanted to become a stronger being and touch the realm of the gods. He also wanted to become a preacher, to pass on the wisdom of the once era to the new century. After the introduction of the ancient tree under Dean Lushu's control, a smattering of empty space appeared in the middle of the garden, and then a large pit was dug out. Inside the large pit were countless tree roots. "Come on, I'll plant you in it." "Ha," Dean Lushu said and laughed himself. "The roots of the ancient tree of ages will wrap around you and your imperial beasts, sensing you and your imperial beasts. Later on, I will inform you when to cast absolute synchronization, and if the ancient tree's memories contain information about this type of information, the process will be quick. If there is no direct information in the ancient tree's memories, it may be slower and require me to do some analysis. But it's definitely in time. Have dinner." Dean Lushu smiled and signaled Liemo to go into the pit. "It's still true, it's just like planting a tree." Without hesitation, Liemo leapt forward and jumped into the pit with the little toad. The little toad seemed to feel a hint of nervousness, but Liemo gently stroked it to give comfort. Since he had already made a promise, if he hesitated and dragged his feet at this time, it would never be Liemo's behavior. The moment he fell into the pit, the roots of the surrounding trees quietly wriggled, gradually surrounding Liemo and the little toad, tightly like gentle tentacles. This feeling is quite wonderful, not uncomfortable. On the contrary, it is like a comfortable massage, so that the whole body muscles can relax, as if back to the mother's warm embrace, quiet and at ease. Right at this moment, Dean Lushu's voice came. "Cast your absolute synchronization." Liemo immediately acted upon hearing the voice and cast it without reservation. The tacit understanding between him and the little toad reached its peak, completely synchronizing with each other. At the same time, Dean Lushu also integrated himself into the ancient tree. As the absolute synchronization was unleashed, the leaves on the ancient tree of ages rustled, as if the pages of a book and the long river of history were being gently turned. Each leaf carried the memories of the years and witnessed the flow of time. In this marvelous atmosphere, everything became so peaceful and beautiful.